Now it's back on top to Jaylen Brown. Brown gets in the paint, leans in, layup blocked by Najee. Zeke Najee is everywhere for Denver. Bucket here is huge. Murray gets down the lane. Kick out three, Watson. Let's go! 106-93. Denver leads it by 13. Murray has it, brings it back out, over to the middle. Spins on Pritchard. Stops, 10-footer. Buckets! Denver leads at 109-98, 11-point lead. Rebound tap, grabbed by Murray, put back three at the horn, misses it. And Denver with another improbable win. They get a double-double from Jamal Murray, 22 points, 17 assists, and 8 rebounds. And the Nuggets stun the Boston Celtics in the Garden. Final tonight, 114-110.
Do you like apples? How do you like them apples?
You know, there's a comedian, I forget who it was, who talked about that scene in Good Will Hunting and said that entire sequence is thrown off if, when he asks the guy through the window, do you like apples, he just says no. That's all it takes. If that guy just said no, he can't get off his fire-like comeback. His team does it again, where they are outmatched talent-wise, but they outmatched the opponent from an effort standpoint and a hustle standpoint. You actually forced, and this is what's amazing. So you have this ragtag bunch of guys that are trying to just put up whatever they can against, again, opponents that on paper more talented than they are. And at the end of that game, did you notice something? They forced the Celtics to go small. The Nuggets, who don't possess anybody in the lineup right now who is over 6'9", forced their opponent, the Boston Celtics, into playing at their size. And I mean, they're shooting the ball lights out. To their credit, and I got to be honest, the style of play what the Nuggets did last night and how the Celtics always play kind of drives me nuts. It's the typical what this new era of the NBA is, which is you just line it up from three, huck it up, and hope it goes in. I mean, the Celtics average taking 43 threes a night. Which is actually last night, they were held to only 38 three-point attempts. I think a lot of that has to do with, again, the size, that they felt like they had some sort of advantage inside. But it's a ton of threes that you're putting up a game. And the Nuggets are knocking them down. Like, what's remarkable about this is the effort plays. There seems to be a care that is more than their opponent over the last couple of games. Like, this is not about getting Christian Brown and Aaron Gordon back in the lineup. The best players on the floor last night were Payton Watson, were Zeke Najee, and obviously Jamal. But, I mean, you throw Jalen Pickett in there. Like, they have contributions from the guys that we never expected. Without some of the plays last night defensively, the hustle plays from Zeke Najee, you don't get the result that you got. Like Payton Watson in now an opportunity to spread his wings a little bit more, to be a more focal point of this team and this offense. He knocks down 6 of 7 threes last night and goes 10 of 15 from the floor for 30 points. Payton Watson? It's crazy. Think about this. Since Jokic has left the lineup, you went 3-2 in the final 5 games of a road trip where you faced off against the Boston Celtics and Philadelphia in these last two. Did that without Joker. And now you're able to like catch your breath for a second. Today you're off. And tomorrow you come back home and you play against Atlanta. Here's what's interesting about Watson. This was always going to be a long sort of story arc into what kind of player this guy is going to be. He was somebody who didn't really play his 1 year in college, didn't really play his first year in the NBA, got a little bit of playing time in year 2, got a lot more last year, and now he looks like an indispensable part of your team. The way that Payton Watson has gone about improving his jump shot and knocking down threes more consistently, finding ways to be impactful on both sides of the basketball. And this year, again, in this now expanded role where he started 25 games because of injury, but he's grabbing 13 points a night. I don't know how many people could have guessed that about him. And there's a whole bunch of guys that are like this right now. It's where, I threw this out there when the Jokic injury went down and we found out that it was just going to be that hyperextension, that there was no ligament damage. It's not a positive that Jokic is out of the lineup. It never will be. But it does provide opportunity for some of these guys that were not going to ever get playing time to prove whether they belong in this league and on this team or not. No, I'm really happy for Zeke Naji. He is someone that he got an extension that felt like it was based on potential. And now he's got Calvin Booth pulled up behind me. He's got an extension that felt like it was based on potential and it was never going to work. We talked about over the last couple of years, you couldn't ship off Zeke Naji for anything because nobody would want to take the contract for a guy who can't play. And I kept asking the question. I go, can he play or not? We don't really know because he doesn't. Now, there were times he would get in and he'd play 8 minutes and it would look bad. But we all kind of know if you get the opportunity to have extended playing time where you're allowed to make mistakes without that giant hook coming out and grabbing you, you're able to play more freely, more relaxed. It makes a huge difference. Make no mistake, you do not win last night without Zeke Naji. And I brought this up a couple of days ago, and I know a whole bunch of people have talked about it too. The Calvin Booth approach to building a team. I'm not saying it's the way that I would have gone about it because I wouldn't have. I would have done what Wallace and Tenzer did this offseason, which is find veteran players to surround yourself with and try and go for a championship every single year. But there is something to the idea that his way of building a basketball team was never fully sought out by people within inside the building. Like Michael Malone, if you really wanted to play this thing out, then you would have to have played Jalen Pickett, and you would have to have played Zeke Naji, and you would have
Stupid-ass questions.
Played all these different guys that Calvin Booth brought in via the draft. And even when the team felt like it had zero depth, last year you're starting Aaron Gordon with a grade 2 hamstring strain in the most important game of the year, a game 7, in which if you win, who knows what the hell happens after that. And you start him, and Zeke Naji doesn't see the floor. But now you're thinking like, well, maybe he should have. Like, there's a whole bunch of examples of guys that are like that on this roster right now. But going 3-2 in the last 5 games of a roadie with no Joker and against those caliber of teams is pretty remarkable. We knew they had depth in a way that they just hadn't previously. We knew that bringing in Hardaway and Valanciunas and Bruce Brown and all those different guys was going to give them an extended bench that you fully trusted because they're veterans with proven track records. What I didn't know is the depth might be even more than we thought. If you're telling me I can now trust Zeke Naji to go in a basketball game and give me 15 to 20 good minutes, or I can trust Jalen Pickett to go in and give me 15 to 20 good minutes. Well, now forget being like 9 deep. You could be 11 deep.
Zeke Naji is everywhere for Denver.
The most interesting thing right now is that the guy that I thought would have been getting minutes, especially at a time like this when so many guys were out, Julian Strother's like the one guy who's not playing. And it felt like if anybody was going to come off the bench and get playing time, it was going to be him. And he's the one that's still like sitting next to Hunter Tyson waiting for his chance.
Well, isn't he the one who's sick as a dog right now? Or is that Strother? Or, excuse me.
Strother, who's I'm talking about?
Or I meant Pickett. Pickett or Strother. Sometimes I mix them up. But one of them was sick as a dog, and Adelman said, he's going to play through it. He's going to push through it. So maybe that's why he didn't get on the floor last night.
Could be, but even despite that, the last 5 games that we're talking about, he's logged 15 minutes and 6 minutes against Cleveland. Like, he's still not really playing. And maybe he's been sick the entire time. I don't know. But it's also, you just look around and you're like, dude, look at the way these guys are playing. And you know what else is really fun? Jamal Murray, who had to take over the role of being the guy the second that Jokic left the lineup for an extended period of time. How many people knew that he could be a playmaker like this? Like, he finishes last night, 22 points. That's pretty much on par for what his season's been from a scoring standpoint. But he throws in 17 assists. He throws in 8 boards. Like, in the last 2 games, listen to this stat, Nelly. In the last 2 games that he played against Boston and against Brooklyn, he has 49 points and 33 assists in his last 2 starts. 49 and 33. And he is, like, over the recent stretch of games, he's had plenty where he is filling up the stat sheet with assists. He's had over 10 assists in 5 of their last 8 of his last 8 games that he's played, dating all the way back to the 23rd of last month. Like, we were all asking, can Jamal Murray take the next step in his evolution as a player? Well, how's this? He's averaging 4 more points than he ever has in his career. He's averaging a rebound and a half more than any time in his career. He's shooting 44% from 3, which is 2 percentage points higher than any point in his career. And he's shooting 48% from the floor, which ties his best of any point in his career.
And by the way, the person I was thinking of, maybe Strother was sick, but right now the one who was listed as illness on the injury report last night was
Spencer Jones!
That's right. Well,
there's got to be something going through the locker room right now.
When he left in the middle of that game, and I saw somebody who was there that said he gave it a little wince, walked back to the locker room. It didn't look like anything serious, but you know what? With this team's luck right now, I hope not. Because he's an important part to the roster.
And you guys may have talked about this yesterday or Tuesday, but honestly, everything you said is a blur. I don't remember anything we talked about the past 2 days. But times like this, when you're down starters and you're just struggling to find something, it always reminds me that we talk about these dudes who are at the end of the bench, and maybe we give him the Stephen A treatment. He's a scrub. He can't play. And I always forget that at some point in these dudes' lives, they were the best basketball player on their team.
Oh, their entire life until they got to the league.
Yes, you could go back to elementary school when we're playing on Fisher-Price hoops.
Yeah.
They were the best, and then they were the best on their high school team, and then they were the best on their college team. And so when they get these opportunities, you see flashes of these old players.
I love it. Like, especially, I think Zeke's the prime example. I've wondered forever, can the guy play or not? And the answer has to be this. He had to have at least a little bit of ability, or else he wouldn't have gotten an $8 million a year extension. You don't do that for guys who can't play, who have no chance of becoming anything. And maybe it's just opportunity combined with the freedom to make a mistake. So 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. It's a Nuggets Take It Thursday, and it's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Your 620 keyword is coming up here in just a few minutes. Stick around. All right, it's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. It's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm, and your 620 keyword is wasps. I don't like when there's an S with a letter and another S. Wasps. Text WASPs in your first last name to 303-504-0925. You're entered to win tickets to see the Nuggets and Hornets. Duh. On Sunday, the 18th, the Wilhite Law Firm giving you a chance to win big on and off the court. Visit wilhitewins.com, but your keyword for this hour is wasps. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. So we'll get back to the Nuggets in a minute. I have, first of all, a ton of excitement for what today brings us, which is
college football.
Thank you, Nelly. You get a playoff game tonight. You get a playoff game tomorrow. You get playoff games on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday in the NFL. By the way, we'll have all of those right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. But going back to the offense, to the Broncos, we asked a question about the offense yesterday. And what is the concern that you have? And I'm going to bring something up. I'm going to tie this into two different things. First of all, Vance Joseph is a highly, highly coveted candidate for head coach right now across the league. He is doing a billion different sort of either virtual interviews or whatever, as the Broncos are still awaiting to see who they're going to play in the divisional round. But he's talking to everybody. He's got, I believe, 3 of them lined up just today. And I wonder how much people fear the idea of losing him to a head coaching gig. Because I do think there's this opportunity that somebody is going to look at his track record and what he did with this defense and say, why the hell would I not want that on my roster? I do think he's at a disadvantage because most teams are more infatuated with the offensive play caller than they are the defensive play caller. But Vance Joseph has, I really don't think he could do anything more to make his case for being a head coach again in this league. And I think he is infinitely deserving of another opportunity. But losing Vance Joseph would hurt a lot. Because I don't know what this team is without his play calling on defense. Without this defense, the team is middle of the road, it feels like, at best. And I'll give you an example here. I'll tell you why the defense matters so much. And not just for the Broncos, for everybody. Take a guess, Nelly, if I gave you the top 13 defenses in the NFL, how many of those are in the postseason? There's 14 postseason teams total. How many are in the top 13 defensively in points allowed per game?
13.
11. 11 of the top 13 defenses are in the playoffs. Here's the exceptions for the teams that are in the playoffs without a top 13 defense. The Panthers are 15th. Do you feel like they're winning anything? The Steelers are 17th. Do you feel like they're winning anything?
No.
And the Bears are last out of the playoff teams. They're 22nd. And it's exactly why I think that the Bears, cute little story this year, they're not ready yet. Inconsistent offense and not great defense for Chicago is probably not going to add up to a whole lot of success in the postseason. All the other teams, this is funny, Nelly. When we were going through the playoff teams who entered, I said, I think there's about 3 teams that don't really have a shot of doing anything. And it was the 3 that are outside the top 13 on defense. It's not a coincidence. Then you look at all the others, and it depends on what you value. Your thought process to do the Broncos have a shot to win a Super Bowl is directly tied to how much do you buy into this, that the top defenses are going to be the last one standing at the end. Because the traditional and easier thought, the easier way to do football math is how good's your quarterback. Okay, if your quarterback is better than their quarterback, then that team is going to be the one that advances. Well, if that's the case this year, then here's the teams. If you trust the usual model of better quarterback means better success, means Super Bowl chance, your favorite should be the Bills, Rams, and Eagles. And I'm only putting the Eagles in there because Jalen Hurts has won a Super Bowl. I don't know how good people think Jalen Hurts actually is, but he's a Super Bowl winner. If you're trusting the quarterback math, then those are the three that you think are in it. If you're trusting defenses, here's your top four in the league. Seahawks, Texans, Broncos, Patriots. Those are all the top four. If that's what you trust, then one of those four teams are going to be the one that hoists the trophy at the end of the year. I give a lot more credence to the defensive side of things because that's the consistent factor. Now, things can change. If you give me a Tom Brady, Peyton Manning type that can seemingly overcome all of that because they are just one of the best ever, that's one thing. But if you remember, even the year that Peyton Manning lit the world on fire and had the greatest offensive season that position's ever seen, they got to the Super Bowl, and because their defense was porous, got torn apart. By what? An amazing defense. Russell Wilson was a very good quarterback. But remember at that time, there were questions on how good Russell Wilson was, and I guess right now there's still questions about that. But when the Seahawks played against the Broncos in the Super Bowl, they did not have the quarterback advantage. They had the defensive advantage. You go to when the Broncos won the Super Bowl, a couple years after that. They did not have the quarterback advantage in that battle. The Panthers possessed the MVP. What did you have? You had the defensive advantage. I trust that and give that a lot more credence than anything else. Now, if you get a really good quarterback combined with a good defense, tilts the scales a little bit. You know, the example of that I would give, like, the Eagles. The Eagles have one of those. They got a good quarterback with a really good defense. You know, a few years back, it was the Rams. The Rams had a really good quarterback with Sanford and a really good defense, and it just kind of was a nice little combination of both. Now, when you look at the defenses in the league this year, again, just going by points allowed per game, the Eagles are at 5, and that's with Jalen Hurts, who has won this thing before, although I think there's a ton of questions about what the hell that offense actually is in Philly and how good they can actually be. They're in the bottom half of the league offensively. Like, think about it this way. They are worse in every category than the Broncos are in offense. And everybody's questioning the Broncos and what their offense is going to do heading into this postseason. Do you trust the defense or do you trust the O? Again, Hall of Fame quarterback can tilt the scales, but the defense is the thing that you should trust. And it's one of the reasons why I'm a little bit nervous about the prospect of Vance Joseph leaving. I think that schematically what he can do and his aggression as a play caller, being able to trust guys defensively.
Schematically.
All of that combines into a very intriguing prospect of what happens next year if he is and does end up being poached. And if the Broncos have success, if they win a game or two in this postseason, it could happen regardless of that, but I really think that would put him over the top. He's been really good since coming back and being the DC again. Reminder to you guys, the keyword for this hour for the Nuggets Ticket Thursday is WASPs. So text that in your first and last name to 303 504-0925. We'll get to the college football playoff here in just a little bit.
And by the way, Brett, quickly, because we're giving away tickets to see the Hornets in town.
Yes.
Why, for, 10 years in the 1990s, did the Charlotte Hornets have a complete chokehold on the fashion game with those starter jackets? Because there were people who didn't even know what basketball was that were wearing Charlotte Hornets starter jackets because of the shiny green and purple and the throwback logo.
So I'm trying to think, yes, that little like teal or aqua color with the purple. What era was that?
I think that was the 90s, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to think like the team, though. Like who was on that roster of that starter jacket era?
I think the only one I could think of off the top of my head is the best Curry to ever play basketball, Del Curry.
That's true, yes. No, they had a stranglehold on that thing, though. Here's the thing. You know your stuff's sweet when people who don't care at all about your team rock it just because it looks cool. It's like an Expos hat. It's like God, there's a bunch of examples.
Yeah, you're talking to the proud owner of an Expos hat. But in my
I'm a hat guy, so I always go to the hats first. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, and in my defense, the first professional sporting event I ever attended was the Montreal Expos against the San Francisco Giants in Candlestick Park when I was like 5. So I did see the Expos. I'm not some poser.
Hang on a second. Let me do this exercise real quick. So I do want to see this.
Text line's doing a good job of unearthing some Hornets from that era as well.
Who's that? Name some of them.
Larry Johnson, Alonzo Mourning, Muggsy Bogues.
Yeah. Oh, Muggsy, of course. But if you get one of these, like I hate the Eagles. That old, like, gray with the green bill, soaring eagle with the football on its feet hat, like that one, I used to be one of those guys that I would buy the hats of teams that I didn't care about just because they looked cool. Like, one of my favorite hats I ever had, just the old-fashioned, well, it's still around, but the Detroit Tigers, just that old English D on the hat. Something about it.
And
just thought it was cool.
I don't want to ruffle any feathers here, so I want to say I do despise the Dallas Stars. I despise the Minnesota Wild, but I think the throwback Minnesota North Stars logo is so cool.
Sure.
And you remember it was an N that was a constellation, and then the top was pointing to a North Star,
right,
with that cool green and yellow color scheme. So cool. It pains me that design belongs to the Dallas Stars.
Like, how about the Orioles hat with the old cartoon-looking bird?
Oh, that bird's just vibing.
Yeah,
my guy.
It's a vibe bird. But yeah, I mean, Charlotte had starter jacket game. That was all them. In the meantime, a couple of minutes here. Speaking of baseball hats, did you guys see what happened yesterday? Late last night at like 8 o'clock? The Rockies signed a free agent for actual money. Michael Lorenzen on a 1-year, $8 million deal. That's not cheap. They actually did something in free agency, which has not happened ever. Now, I'll remind you, like, this is insane. It's 2026. The only multi-year free agent signing the Rockies have made since 2020, since COVID started, since before COVID started, the only multi-year free agent signing has been Chris Bryant. That's it.
We need a full season of KB.
But they've gone through multiple seasons where they didn't even sign somebody to a guaranteed MLB contract. You know, they had those years, Nelly, where they were signing like Mark Reynolds and Matt Kemp to minor league or spring training deals. Now, both of those guys ended up making the roster. But to sign somebody for $8 million is not some small number. So Mike Lorenzen's going to be in your rotation. And if nothing else, I'll tell you why I think this is smart. I don't know if he's going to be good or not. His ERA last year was around 4.5. he's not somebody that has like amazing stuff, but he can get some people out. If he does have some success and the team stinks, he's somebody you can flip at the deadline for something. That's being a smart GM. And if you can't flip him, like here's two scenarios. One of them is I would say, possible. He plays well, team's bad, you flip him at the deadline for something, and you get value for the $8 million you spent this year. The second is he plays well and the team is really good, and then you keep him for a run, which will not happen. Or the third one is he's terrible, you can't do anything with him, and then you lose $8 million for a season. I don't see any risk towards this. It doesn't matter. But what it extends you is the possibility of getting a decent baseball player on your roster at the trade deadline that you could flip for something. This is what smart GMs do when they know they're in transitional phases and they're probably not going to win a whole lot. So shout out to the people in charge of the Rockies right now and D. Podesta and everybody else. I think that it's a really, really smart move. So there you go. Little Rockies update that we haven't had in months. 303-504-0925. We're broadcasting from the Backus and Schenker Studios. Serious Lawyers for the Seriously Injured. One last reminder, your keyword for this hour is WASPs. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Back after this. Tonight, Avs and Senators. You can hear all the action right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Coverage starts at 6:30 with the pregame show. It's presented by Ramos Law. As far as the college football tonight, I'm very, 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 very excited about this game because it's two teams, and I can't believe I would say this about one of them. Now, I have a preference, but it's two teams that I don't really mind who wins. I kind of like both of these teams. Now, Miami is one that I haven't traditionally rooted for, and I'm trying to figure out what it is about them that I like this year. And I'll tell you this much, that I appreciate their commitment to dominating up front. The way they play on the offensive and defensive lines and how dominant those two aspects of their team are, it's just something like an old school football mentality that I can appreciate and I can root for. Now, I also have one of those situations, I've always said this is a rule that I think if you're friends with somebody, you must, and I mean must, abide by. If you don't, you're a bad friend. Doesn't matter how much you hate a team. I got a buddy who really likes Miami, and as a friend, you root for your friends' teams when you're around them. If you want to go in your head and they mess something up and you're rooting against them inside your brain, that's fine. But outwardly, for your friend's sake, you root for that team. At the same time, I love this Ole Miss story. I love that Coach kind of gave you the deuces on the way out, left you for what he perceived to be a hotter chick. You continued to win. He takes his assistants with them, does not allow them to go back and coach, and everybody's giving Lane Kiffin grief for that. I think I kind of get it. You're not going to allow me to go back and coach. I'm taking guys with me. What makes them different than me? So no. But in spite of all that, you got Pete Golding and all these different guys at Ole Miss that are kicking ass. And I'm telling you, I'm blown away that the Trinidad Chambliss story is not more than what it's been made out to be. That he is not like front page news, and maybe it's been hijacked because of the Lane Kiffin stuff. But this dude to come from nowhere, Ferris State, and jump into an SEC school, find his way into the starting lineup, and then do nothing but win and produce at an incredibly high level. I mean, remember, this guy took over. He didn't really play the first two games. He got like garbage time duty in week 1. And then in week 3 was the first time he actually got out there and played, and that was due to injury, I believe, by their starter. And never looked back since. Puts up 300-yard passing games over and over and over again. Runs the football like a demon. Finds the end zone either with his feet or through the air. He's got 8 rushing touchdowns this year. He's got 21 passing touchdowns. He's only turned the ball over 3 times. This guy barely takes any sacks. He is remarkable to watch. Like I said, if the Broncos weren't in a position where they had a quarterback already, I am all in on Trinidad Chambliss.
By the way, Brett, I'm going to pop quiz. You said he played for Ferris State?
Yes.
Where is Ferris State?
I'll tell you exactly where it is. I've done a radio show from their campus before. That is Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Boom. I guess bonus points if you can name where their other campus is.
Yeah. What is that town called? Go ahead, hit me with it.
Big Rapids.
Big Rapids.
What's
yes.
with all the rapids in Michigan? Big Rapids, Grand Rapids. How many rapids you got, bro?
Let me tell you what pissed me off is that all I've heard is that Lake Michigan is gorgeous. That it looks like an oceanfront beach. And I lived in Grand Rapids for a little over 6.5 months before the people at that radio station thought I sucked and fired me.
Take that L on the way out.
My wife always says, "You didn't get fired. Your show got canceled." I'm like, "That is fired. Let's not mince
we're
words
just
here."
splitting hairs here.
Yeah,
Come on.
I didn't pull my private parts out at a meeting and had HR involved, but they said I sucked and I wasn't good enough. Okay. So I was there. Listen to this, Nelly. From the months,
I'm always comping hogs.
from the months of mid-October to early April. And all I thought to myself was, I did a show from 6 to 9 in the morning. Grand Rapids is about a 40-minute drive to the beach. And I said, I'm here by myself. Because me and my wife were not married at the time. We were doing the long-distance thing. She was eventually going to move up. But she waited to see if my job was going to be, quote, stable. And this is why my wife makes all the decisions in the house. She's smart. It got right around the time that the weather was starting to turn. And I go, I'm going to go to that beach every day. You're going to see these pasty chest hairs every day on that beach. And then they fired me. And I don't even get to see the Lake Michigan when it's beautiful outside. This isn't fair. So, yeah, that whole experience, which I'm glad I did it. But that was a little bit of a whirlwind, we'll say. But Trinidad Chambliss going, by the way, Ferris State is an amazing D2 school, as I'm sure many who follow Colorado School of Mines know, because they faced off the national title a couple years ago. But his story is just, I think it's unbelievable. To go from D2 to starting SEC quarterback, be one of the Final Four teams, and the last SEC team standing is remarkable. Now, Texture says this, probably right on this. This is from Navy vet Mike. Brett, you like Miami because they're not Big Ten or SEC. Probably really accurate. Like, I'm kind of in on Miami for that reason. They're the last one of those left standing as well. There's one team that I just don't want to see win it, and that's Oregon. Tired of Oregon. I'm tired of Dan Lanning. I think Dan Lanning's a great coach. I think he spits out some bars sometimes, but I something about him. Don't like him. And I was just talking to a buddy about this the other day. Indiana feels like this little engine it could, despite the fact that Mark Cuban is pumping like $1 billion into their NIL system. Kurt Cignetti is the sort of darling of college football right now. You know, this stems back
Pretty
to
simple. I win.
that.
Google me.
That quote, and he's been right about this. And I'm at the point right now, Nelly, where I like Kurt Cignetti. Give it a year. I feel it bubbling in me that I like him right now, but it's going to change. I'm going to start to hate this guy. I know I'm going to. I'm not there yet. And to be honest, I don't even want to hate him. I don't want to. But I can just tell there is a storm that's brewing somewhere deep in my gut about that guy that is going to unload like week 8 of the college football season next year. And I think it's more about his lack of any facial expression other than constipation on the sideline. No, again, he is, what did I say last week? That he's watching the game like his daughter's boyfriend is manning his grill. He's got that look constantly. Texture says Brett is scared of the belt and abs of Michael Irvin. That's also putting me over the top. I can pick a flaw with pretty much every team here that I would say if they didn't win, that's okay because of this. I think Ole Miss is the one where I just can't really pick one out. I could just say it's the SEC. It's an SEC team, and if they win, then the SEC is still going to beat their chest about it. Maybe I'd hate that, but I think that Ole Miss would even be. I'd make the argument that'd be good against the SEC.
And also
just because to finish this real quick, Nelly. If an SEC team is the one that lost their coach and has a D2 quarterback playing for him right now, that's the one that's the last one standing, then I could throw that right back at him and be like, well, then why couldn't Bama or Georgia or one of the other teams be there? Go ahead.
Well, and I also agree with the whole Lane Kiffin thing. Like, he kicks his team to the curb in the middle of a title run, and then if they turn around and win it all while he's left for a better situation, like, kick rocks, dude. That's such a cool potential story. And as
it is.
And as for Miami, I don't know, man. Good for Carson Beck, good for the U, which isn't anywhere in their school's name. Miami. I guess it's in university, but we all have that jack. So they don't know how letters work. And also,
well, Ohio State tries to take the.
I know, and it is one of the most pretentious fan bases, but that's for another day. I think if Miami accomplishes anything, and then we have to see Michael Irvin go on a coke-fueled rage that puts Chris Farley and Scarface to shame, I can't stomach that. I'm sorry. The U's got to go down.
That's true. I'm still excited about this game tonight, though. And after the college football games wrap up today and tomorrow, you will have a full-fledged assault of NFL playoff games on Altitude Sports Radio, so tune in for that. You can always watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that's a Safeway Twitch feed. Order online, Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. You can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
Nuggets back on top to Jaylen Brown. Brown gets in the paint, leans in, layup blocked by Najee. Zeke Najee is everywhere for Denver. Bucket here is huge. Murray gets down the lane, kick out three, Watson. Let's go! 106-93, Denver leads it by 13. Murray has it, brings it back out, over to the middle, spins on Pritchard, stops, 10-footer. Buckets! Denver leads at 109-98, 11-point lead. Rebound tap, grabbed by Murray, put back three at the horn, misses it, and Denver with another improbable win. They get a double-double from Jamal Murray, 22 points, 17 assists, and 8 rebounds, and the Nuggets stun the Boston Celtics in the Garden. Final tonight, 114-110.
Do you like apples? How do you like them apples?
I mentioned this to open the appetizer, Moj, but there's a comic, I think it was Louis C.K., who said the entire sequence of that scene in Good Will Hunting, that entire exchange gets ruined if he says, "Do you like apples?" And the guy goes, "No." That's all it took for his entire giant comeback to be thwarted.
That guy was a bag, though, right?
Yes, he was.
That guy was a total snooty, snotty bag.
Bagged on.
Moj, once again,
Brett.
Once again, what we have is the Nuggets going in and out-efforting a team that on paper is more talented than they are. It's funny. It's like the care factor, especially in regular season basketball, matters. And that's what this team has been doing. They did get Jamal back and Christian Brown and AG and Tim Hardaway and all the guys that they were missing from the previous game. But it was still, you look at it, the matchup, and you go, going to be tough. I mean, Boston's a really good team, even not having Jason Tatum this year.
And they've been playing very well.
But here's the key.
I mean, they'd won like 8 of 9 or 9 of 10, something like that going in.
This isn't about, hey, Gordon and Christian Brown and Jamal came back to the lineup. This is about Payton Watson and Zeke Najee. Like, the game P-Watt had last night was remarkable.
I know.
10 of 15 from the floor, 6 of 7 from 3, making huge defensive plays, being good in the clutch. Zeke Najee with a couple of huge plays late in that game. And it's going to lead to another discussion again, and we'll get there in a minute. But despite not having Jokic, they had 5 games left on that road trip. They were 3-2. 3-2 without him.
I thought they might go 1-6.
You and me both?
I mean, and I'm thinking to myself, I guess I'll probably take that at this point. I don't know. It just feels to me like these guys realize, look, we don't have the big fella. And no matter who's on the floor, and listen, Jamal is very good. AG, we know, is very good. He's coming off the bench now. As of right now, just getting worked back in. But if we don't play hard, we're probably going to get embarrassed. We got to play harder. We're going to look, like fools out there.
Yeah.
And then you play hard, and then you hang around. And I'm watching that, mostly the second half is where this really struck me. So then you're down, let me give you an example. Let's say you're down 64-61, and then 72-69. And then it's 79-70. And then it's what
they went. I can't remember the total number. They were down a bit though.
Yeah, but you're hanging around, and then you go on a little run yourself, and then you get into the lead. And I think that every single time you punch the Boston Celtics back in the mouth, they sort of didn't know what to do. They sort of didn't know. And I'll tell you what was even most impressive to me. I'm watching Jaylen Brown bring the ball up the floor. And the Denver Nuggets flustered him.
Yes, they did.
And this is a great, great player who took 29 shots last night. But they were all up in him, dude.
Well, Jaylen Brown, he's averaging highs in every category right now for his career.
Right.
In points and field goal percentage and three-point percentage, like all this different stuff. He is career highs kind of across the board.
Every time he brought the ball up the floor and every time he tried to penetrate or whatever he wanted to do, the Denver Nuggets had 2-3 guys on him, and what they did is they called U-Haul, got their stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, they loaded it into the U-Haul, took their time, hired a couple college kids to help out.
Sure.
They unloaded their stuff into his jock. And then they hung out in his jock, set up the big screen, started, making some wings, that kind of thing. And they were in his jock every time he tried to get in there.
There is, we mentioned it briefly a couple days ago. I do think that there's something we have to bring up. By the way, Vic is off today, for those who are wondering. The whole Calvin Booth, Michael Malone saga, in which Calvin Booth was made out to be this dope who didn't know what he was doing and all that different stuff. He gave a $8 million extension to Zeke Naji. He can't even play. You're drafting guys who can't even see the floor instead of getting proven commodities for them. And I've said this from the jump, and I will stick by this. I think the proper approach, Moj, is what Wallace and Tenzer did this offseason, which is finding veteran players to surround them with, guys that you trust like Bruce Brown and Tim Hardaway Jr. and Jonas Valanciunas and everybody else like that. I also think maybe Calvin Booth was onto something. That if you give some of these guys extended playing time, they can capitalize on it and prove they're a bigger part of this team than maybe anybody realized. Because you know what's happening right now? Again, small sample size. Looks like Zeke Naji can give you minutes. Looks like Jalen Pickett can give you minutes. Looks like Payton Watson is a little bit higher caliber a player than even we realized 2 weeks ago.
So what are you saying? That maybe you don't have to do a damn thing?
Well,
that you stand pat with what you got and you can roll with what you got into the postseason?
Here's what I'm saying. There's going to be a question on whether you're going to pay Payton Watson or not coming up this offseason.
I don't think there should be.
Well, it depends on if you want to get back in that luxury tax and the aprons and all the discussions we hate to have. But if you do, and he plays this way, then you are going to be right back in there. Now, if you think you have the talent on paper that's good enough that you can keep that together, that's fine. But here's the bigger thing, Moj, just for this season, just to focus on the rest of this year. We knew this team had as much depth as they've ever had in the Jokic era heading into the season because of the acquisitions that they made with Valanciunas and Brown and Tim Hardaway Jr. That's your phone.
Oh, wow.
Do they have even more than we thought?
Somebody ringing the bell.
Do they have even more than we thought?
They very well could. I mean, but the thing is, this is what we thought is a deep team with the Hardaway and the Brucey B back and the Valanciunas and the so on. I mean, maybe they are deeper than we thought beforehand, and maybe this is a lucky beneficiary of having guys who have been injured, having other guys play, and you can find out more about them. I want to state one thing right now that is a fact, and I want everybody to understand about this whole – nobody hates the word apron more than I do.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody hates the term bird rights more than I do. Throw out some other crap, Nelly, that I hate. What else do I hate?
You just hate birds in general because they steal your food.
Yeah,
Let's see.
True.
You hate the song "Everybody Hurts" by REM.
That stinks. No, but I mean in terms of basketball terminology. If Jake Coyne came on here and he started going bird rights and second aprons, I mean, because only he understands it. He's a brilliant guy, right? When he throws out these things that apply, I hate all that crap. But the Denver Nuggets they're not averse to getting into aprons. They're not averse to paying money.
Nope.
The only reason you get averse to any of that is if you can't win. But if you can win, then pay. And they don't have a problem doing that. They've proven that time and time again. But you've got to be sure. This is where it gets tricky. This is where it gets sticky. You got to have a pretty damn good feeling that you've got the horses to run that derby.
Well,
that's it.
That's because if you are in one of those aprons, here's what it basically tells you. It tells you can keep your team together. Guys on the roster you can keep, and you can throw as much money at them as you want to.
100%.
It restricts what you do outside the roster.
It means you can't do anything else. Ain't
Acquiring
nobody else showing
talent.
up. Yeah.
Yes. That's what it does. And that's why when they traded Porter this offseason, they had this freedom and this ability to go out and make the moves that they did because they weren't saddled by that apron stuff anymore. But if you feel like you got the roster, you could be in aprons and luxury taxes all you want to.
Absolutely. And by the way, the Nuggets have proven that they will do that. They're not against paying the bread at all. And
they did that and won a championship.
100%. But I think any person out there who watched Nuggets basketball the last several years, let's say the last 2.5 years since the championship, you realize that you probably didn't have a deep enough team to win. When Brucey had to flee and Jeff had to go, all this different stuff, you couldn't keep that team together. You just couldn't. Not because you didn't want to, because you were in the aprons and the rules say you can't keep that team together, right? And then you knew that it wasn't deep enough to win. You couldn't do it. And so you were restricted. That's why all these other deals in the MP, that's why it had to happen, so you can get out from underneath that to be able to actually do something to get a team that maybe you put back in the apron.
Right.
This is where John and Ben and people higher than that have to make their decision. Do you have the team right now to keep together? I think Payton Watson has shown me plenty. I think you've got to pay him.
Well, and here's the thing about Watson.
And by the way, if you don't want to pay him, I mean, look, you do want to pay him, but if you don't want to do any aprons, then you're going to have to move somebody else.
Here's the thing about Watson. And it's something I have to remind myself over and over again. He didn't play in college. He didn't play his first year in the league. He barely played his second year. He finally got playing time last year, and now he's getting even more. And it feels like the timeline for the assessment of what kind of player he is and what his ceiling is, it's kind of like when Porter first got in the league, because he didn't play in college, really. He didn't play his first year in the league.
His back was also incredibly wonky.
No, but that's what I'm saying. To assess what kind of player he is, it's on a longer time frame than it is somebody else, where you can figure that out maybe in the first couple of years.
But will you listen to us, though? Would you listen to yourself? I mean,
what?
Steve, I wish Vic was here just to tell you to listen to yourself. He's good at that.
Why, what?
We're trying to figure out who these guys are at the age of 21. It's so stupid.
Well,
I'm so mad now.
Well, when a contract is up, you kind of have to make that assessment.
But that's what stinks sometimes, man. You ever heard of a late bloomer? I'm not saying P. Watt's a late bloomer or MPJ was or anything else, but you ever heard of a late bloomer?
Sure.
Can I give you an example of a late bloomer? I've got 2 on the Avalanche right now.
You in high school.
Well, I'm still blooming, baby.
I'm always comping hogs.
Damn right.
2, let me guess. 2 on the Avs right now. Late bloomers. Wedgwood?
No, he bloomed.
Well, he's playing his best hockey right now in his career.
But he didn't. He wasn't. They recognized early.
Val.
On. I think Val's a bit of a late bloomer. We'll make it 3 then.
Val and
Devon Taves is a late bloomer.
Okay.
Full-on college career, full-on minor league career before he got his crack with the Islanders and then kicked ass. And now he's on Team Canada. No, Lucky's always been good.
Okay.
Now he's on Team Canada big time, right? He's north of 30.
Yep.
Sam Malinsky's a late bloomer.
Yeah, that's true.
Full college career, undrafted free agent, so on and so forth. And now Sam Malinsky looks to be a guy in your lineup, a guy in your blue line that this guy's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
He's playing pretty damn good. So maybe Payton Watson, what he is at the age of 23, not playing college hoops really, being injured himself and so on. Maybe we give these guys till they're 25. The crappy part is you really can't because the contracts come up and you got to bet on the future.
Well, this sounds a lot like what they thought Zeke Naji was that he was a late bloomer and we're going to see the benefits of that in this next contract, and then it never really happened, and maybe it's starting to happen right now. Who knows?
And he's only 24 years of age. Do you believe that Zeke Naji right now is tradable? With what you're seeing him do on the floor as we speak, is that a tradable contract?
Yeah, I don't know if you'll get a lot for it, but I think somebody would take a flyer on him now.
Then here's, and again, let me get back to my other philosophy. People say, oh, well, you signed this guy to this deal, you're overpaying him, and blah, blah, blah. All I really care about when it comes to a player and his contract, A, how does it affect the cap and does it screw you? But B, is it tradable? If the moment the guy signs on the dotted line, that contract is tradable, then fine with me, because you can always get out from underneath it.
Here's what's difficult, though. Everybody has said Zeke Naji is not a tradable contract. Dario Saric was flipped for nothing. I don't know if there's any contract that is truly untradeable. Dario Saric can't play, Moj. And somebody took that contract.
I can't.
For nothing.
I can't believe.
I know.
I can't believe the Kings did that.
Speaking of trades, there's more.
I simply cannot believe.
There's one that has happened in the NBA and one that looks like it might happen that we'll get to a little bit later that could flip a whole bunch of different stuff and things that don't make sense, by the way, in these trades.
Day 3 of the Mojis today?
There's no day 3.
Oh, that sucks.
I know. We had a lot of fun the last couple of days. Hey,
Nelly, did people go back and listen? For those who couldn't listen, have people gone to wherever they stream and streamed it, you think?
I hope so, because not only did I make a full recap of the 2026 Mojis, I went into the vault and I re-uploaded the 2025 Mojis recap that was still floating around the server.
Really?
It got scrubbed from the podcast, so I brought it back. You can go hear Vic D in all his smarmy, pretentious British glory.
Yeah, that guy.
It's all there for you anywhere you find your podcasts.
Can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Enjoy lawyers. Go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com. We have our first keyword of Moser, Lombardi, and Kane on a Nuggets ticket Thursday. Get to that next.
Low testosterone can cause a host of problems, including low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, and more. And a lot of guys go, you know what? I'm getting a little bit up there. I'm getting a little bit older. You probably don't consider that there are medical treatments that can give you back your vigor and vibrancy if you are feeling like that. If you've got low T, it's time to treat it and change your life. And that's where the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic comes in, because they can help you get back to feeling like you did when you were younger. Do yourself a favor. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on the website. 10 simple questions, yes, no answers. Takes 2 minutes. Schedule a consult with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They're going to draw your blood. Results within 30 minutes. They're going to tell you what is going on with your T. It's only $99, includes the T and PSA test. And if you do sign up for testosterone treatment that day, if you need it, that appointment is absolutely free, and there's no need to wait. Most guys wait a year or longer. So again, the website is RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, or call them today. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Who is this?
All right, it's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday, and it's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. And if you want to see the Nuggets beat the Hornets on the 18th, text Scorpion and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Nuggets Ticket Thursdays, powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Don't forget to enter the second chance drawing at altitudesportsradio.com/NugsTix.
I got it.
But the keyword for this hour is Scorpion. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
I got it.
Got what?
It's stuff that stings. That's what we've been doing.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious because the Hornets are coming to town, right? Oh, you know what I never did yesterday? I never read to you the words of my school's fight song, which is so dumb.
We don't have to. It's fine.
Are you sure?
Yeah, we don't got to.
If ever there was a day that it was relevant, they are the Hornets, and we are giving away Hornets tickets.
Boom!
Get to that a little bit later.
But
The best.
Let me finish. Yeah, let me finish up my thought here on the Nuggets because I just didn't get enough. Okay, so they're back in third place in the West, right? And the Spurs are right above them. Maybe I've got to readjust my outlook on what they can maintain with the big fella and Cam Johnson out of the lineup. Maybe I've got to readjust my hopes and my wishes and my expectations and all this kind of thing, because you give that kind of effort, bro, you can win a lot of basketball games. I mean, you just won 2 on the road against the number 3 and 5 team in the East who have been playing good ball.
I would say this, that I am way more encouraged at the prospect that they can be a 500 club in the absence of Jokic and Cam Johnson. The one thing that about, like, they've won 2 in a row now that feels a little bit unsustainable, the amount of effort they have to give every night to scratch their way to a victory, I think is just, it's going to be a lot to do over the course of a month.
Habits. You're building goodness.
Understood. But you know this as good as any, Moj. Like, the idea that guys especially in basketball, hockey's a little bit different, but over the course of an 82-game season that you bring that same level of intensity every night, it's hard to pull out of people when you play that many games during a regular season. So, I mean, I get it. I'm way more encouraged now than I was. I think I was quoted as saying this team is going to be ass in the month that Jokic is out. I retract that statement. They aren't. But here's the good news. Tomorrow night they play Atlanta. Atlanta doesn't have Trae Young anymore. Mm-hmm. So you don't have to worry about that.
That's another crap situation.
Let's save that because there is so many details as to his preferred destination was like the worst team in the league. That's so weird.
But at the same time,
I looked up, is he from Washington, D.C.? He's from, like, Oklahoma.
Maybe he's got a gal.
I don't know.
Maybe he likes to dabble in, international
politics
relations. Yeah, I don't know.
He's looking to be what's the job that I want in politics where you don't actually do an ambassador. I want to be an ambassador somewhere. Where basically you just go, you have dinner every once in a while with the people who run the country, and you're just like, all right. Cool.
Yeah, you want to be like the ambassador to Aruba.
Yeah, not a country
not an important country.
No, I don't want to be an ambassador to Afghanistan. Pass,
dude. I think the best job in the world would be ambassador to Italy.
But even Italy's too important. I want like ambassador to the Maldives. That's put me there. The ambassador to the Bahamas.
Fiji.
Yeah.
Right. Gotcha.
What's the one? What's the country that has the dude every year that's all oiled up and walks out at the Olympics? What country is that? Somebody's got to know what I'm talking about. He's like, he comes out shirtless. He's just like caked in oil.
Oh, okay, Brett, I kid you not. I started to search oiled up, and it completed oiled up Olympic flag bearer.
Yes, who is that?
That is an autocomplete on Google.
Who is it?
Oh, Pita Taufato.
No. What's his country?
Tonga.
Tonga. I'll
Perfect.
be the ambassador.
That sounds good.
Tonga.
Let's Tonga it up, man.
I have no idea what Tonga is, but if that guy's coming out oiled up and shirtless, it's got to be nice weather.
Perfect. Anyway, back to Trae Young. Yeah, man. Just real quick. This is what happened with the Nuggets and Melo. And the fact that they got a haul for Melo was very, very good. But here's what he said. I want to go to New York. I want to play for the Knicks. Period.
Hang on a second. Now I'm too in on Tonga for a second. I gotta finish this before I move on.
All right.
The waters surrounding Tonga are 79 degrees. Tell me that doesn't. Tell me that doesn't sound nice.
Dude, I could float all day.
Tonga climate in the winter.
I just play with dolphins and I just play with dolphins all day, man.
Wait a minute. So in the winter, so it says August is the coolest month in Tonga with average highs around 76. Let's go. Make me an ambassador. Do it already.
I'm not sure we need an ambassador to Tonga, but that's just me. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Here's what I want to ask you. I want to ask you a question because we got college football playoffs starting tonight. I want to get to that in a few minutes. In regards to the Broncos, because I saw that Vance Joseph has, I believe, 3 virtual meetings today,
right,
with different teams. I don't know which the teams are.
He can't legally meet in person with anybody.
Yes. These will tie into each other. What I'm about to say. I'm like nervous at the prospect of losing Vance Joseph. I think he is far more important than he has been given credit for, and I know that people around here recognize that he is a very key piece to this team's success, but we've discussed this before. It's like, I know the organization appreciates what he's done, but his name doesn't come up very often. When, like, Sean Payton's talking about the things they did well, how many times does he say Vance had a really good game plan or something like that?
Well, he does it a lot more now than he did back in the day.
I think that even if they don't have success in the postseason, Vance got a good shot at a job. But if they do, he's got a really, really good shot at a job. And it comes down to this, to me. What you think of the Broncos' chances in the playoffs are and how far they can go and can they win a Super Bowl and all those different things. It comes to the way you think success happens in the postseason. And here's what we've been conditioned on for about 2 straight decades, if not longer. The best quarterback is the one that you fear the most, right? Because we have had a league that's been dominated by like 3 all-timers. It's been Brady, it's been Manning, it's been Breeze, it's been Roethlisberger, it's been you name it. Mahomes, obviously. When you're one of the best quarterbacks of all time, you're typically seen as the favorite. Here's the consistent thing that's happened throughout the history of the NFL. If I give you this, Moj, how many of the top 13 defenses in points per game in the NFL are in the playoffs? What would you say?
I would say, how many of the top 13?
How many of the top 13 that finished top 13 in points allowed per game are in the postseason?
I would say it's probably at least 10.
It's 11.
Okay.
11 of the top 13. Here's your exceptions, and this is what's funny, because these are the 3 teams
Colts.
that I said, 3 playoff teams that I said have no shot. The only teams I think have no shot at the Super Bowl. I said the Panthers don't. No. They're 15th. I said the Steelers don't. They're 17th. And I said the Bears, despite a fun season, don't have a shot at a Super Bowl. They're 22nd in the league. Top defenses are the things that breed success. Even when you have the really good quarterbacks in the league, Moshe, you need to have a good defense. And I'll give you a prime example. Was Peyton Manning pretty good in 2013?
Well, sure.
Was the defense good?
Not like it was in 2015, no.
Not really.
No.
Who'd they play in that Super Bowl?
They played the Seahawks.
A team with an okay quarterback, but an unbelievably good defense.
Really good defense.
And then 2015, what happened? Who had the better quarterback in that Super Bowl?
It wasn't the Broncos because Manning was busted up. They had a great
Cam
defense.
Newton was the MVP.
Yeah.
But who had the better defense?
Gotcha.
What do you believe in right now? And sometimes you get both. Sometimes you get those years like Mahomes has had really good defenses to go along with how good he was offensively, and that's why they've had this sustained run for so long.
Where are the Bills on that list?
I'll give you this. The top 4 defenses in the league, if you're just going off of best defenses, it would be your winners of the Super Bowl would be any one of these top 4 teams. Seahawks, Texans, Broncos, or Patriots. That's your top 4.
Those are all really good defenses.
Yes, they are.
I think the Patriots defense is a little bit underrated. Where is Buffalo?
Buffalo is, give me a moment.
In terms of perception, I'm not talking about underrated.
2,
with
4,
their play,
6,
I think in
8,
terms of perception.
10. They're 12th.
They're 12th. Okay.
12th.
Because that team scares me. That team makes me nervous.
But just what this does is if you have a defense as good as any one of those top 4 that I just mentioned, it allows your quarterback to not have to be amazing for you to win a football game.
Agreed. Yeah.
And I think a lot of the times in Buffalo, Josh Allen has to be amazing.
Is that why we're looking at Dilfers and the guys of that ilk?
Well, I'll just ask you this: give me
give him credit.
Give me the crap defense that's won a Super Bowl recently. Like I'd say in this millennium, like the Rams back in the day, the greatest show on turf, Rams.
Crap defense is Cincinnati. That's a crap defense.
Yeah,
that ain't winning jack. Because even Joe Burrow can't outscore all the problems and put up 40 per week.
Right.
So. No, I would say, but you don't have to have a unbelievable top 5 defense in order to win.
Like I said, if you got a really good quarterback with a pretty good defense.
Let me explain what I'm talking about, though, with the Buffalo Bills. And because I'm afraid that's the team that's going to come here, is that you've got a quarterback that can put up 35 any given week and a defense that can hold you to 25. No problem, right? Even though they're not one of these unbelievable giving up 16 per game or whatever. That's where I get with them.
Texture says, first day of snow coming and Brett's petitioning to be ambassador of Tonga. Yeah, exactly right. I'm done with the snow. I'm not one of you skiers and snowboarders that needs fresh powder. I don't need that. I can't describe to you what this winter has been like to me. Wearing shorts and a long sleeve shirt every day in January is unbelievable.
Feels good.
I was in a shorts and a t-shirt on Christmas. Are you kidding?
You're not. Well, I golfed on Christmas Eve.
I golfed on the eve of Christmas Eve.
Yeah. You're not the kind of guy who shreds the gnar and crushes the pow.
I don't do any of that.
No crushing of the pow.
Nope.
No shredding of the gnar.
Not for me.
Okay. So, by the way, I've never been to the South Pacific. Have you? No, what am I asking you for? You haven't been outside of Aurora. The hell am I asking you for?
South Pacific, no. I mean,
what
do you mean by South
musical
Pacific?
South Pacific?
Okay.
Like San Diego? Is that South Pacific?
No.
I've been there. What do you mean South Pacific?
South Pacific would be like anywhere south of Hawaii all the way to New Zealand. How about that?
No.
Fiji,
Caribbean's been
Tonga,
my thing.
the Cook Islands, French Polynesia, all that kind of stuff.
No, I would love to.
I haven't either, but I bet it would be really expensive. New Guinea.
If you're an ambassador, you don't pay for anything.
No, man, you don't pay for squat.
I'm on the government's dime.
We just live for free in a house and they feed you whatever they eat in French Polynesia.
I do love that. It's like, did you see how much the president gets paid? He only gets paid $400,000. I'm like, he doesn't pay for anything. Oh, I'm sorry. You going to make rent this month, Mr. President? It's not how it works.
You get free breakfast burritos, baby.
Yeah. You just look at somebody in the White House, you go, filet mignon now.
That's funny.
Again, though, the battle that you'd have, especially in this postseason, because there's not a proven playoff quarterback that you trust. There's 3 guys that I think fit that bill, by the way. If you want to use the model of best quarterback is going to win, it's going to be one of these 3 teams. Really 2, but I'll throw a third one in. It's Josh Allen or Matthew Stafford. Those are your top ones. And then if you want to throw in Jalen Hurts, go ahead. But I know there's dispute on whether...
Well, I think you throw him in because he did it last year.
Yeah,
and but all the infighting, all the the crying, and the
forget about that.
The vamping of Brown, everything else that went on. Once you're in it and you've been there before, guys have a tendency to sort of refocus.
Yes, all I'm getting
and all
at,
that crap goes away from week 6.
Ignoring the off-field locker room stuff that they might be dealing with from a mental aspect. every single offensive metric that they have is worse than what the Broncos had this year. And the Broncos aren't seen as some great offense.
Yeah, but they have that one guy that is the quarterback's best friend.
Saquon?
Yeah.
Who's also not had the same type of year.
But all it takes is one game, bro, and you're dead.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Hold on a second. Lorena. Is it Lorena? Lorena. It's not Loretta. Not evil. Not evil Loretta.
Did you got another LO person that's texting the show that you can't stand?
Yeah, Loretta is she's tough. Here it is right here. I'm taking a group to Tahiti in July. That's Tahiti, bro.
Tahiti. I'll be the ambassador to Tahiti any day.
I'm a travel agent with Expedia Cruises, and yes, it's expensive.
Well, can you get me a little employee discount?
I'll be a stowaway.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
put me in a broom closet somewhere.
I was going to say, yeah. Prop me, I'll sleep upright in a broom closet. No sweat.
303.
And believe it or not, guys, this is not the first time you've had this discussion. This reminded me of a drunk take that I had to dig up from summer 2024.
I want to be an ambassador someplace. How do I get that gig, man? What is an ambassador's job to start with? Man, you go there and you eat their food and you talk to their peeps and you have relations.
Yeah. That sounds like a pretty good gig.
As much as I love geography, and I can pick out probably, almost every country on a map and tell you where it is and draw you maps and all that kind of thing. Once we get off the coast of LA and south of Hawaii all the way to Australia, I got nothing. The Tahitis and the Fijis and the Polynesias and all that stuff. Like, even when you start to go north, like when you approach like Indonesia, I am screwed. I can find New Zealand and Australia, but all those little archipelagos and grouping of islands and all that kind of crap, and the Amelia Earhart disappeared. I'm out.
Here's what I don't
know jack squat about the South Pacific.
If I was the ambassador of Tahiti, I would just love to say to my wife, sorry, I can't do that, honey. I have a very important meeting with the governor at this tequila bar. We have business to discuss. It's about national security.
Yeah, it's important. Listen, we've got some rogue dolphins out there, but we kind of eating too many fish. We got to talk about
Remember at Austin Powers, they had lasers on their heads? I mean, they're discussing that. We need to get this taken care of. 303-504-0925. Reminder.
By the way, that was sharks. Freaking sharks with lasers on their heads.
Whatever. Scorpion is your keyword for this hour. So text Scorpion, your first and last name, to 303-504-0925. Your home for the NFL playoffs is Altitude Sports Radio. We'll have all 6 games this weekend and every game straight through the Super Bowl in the Bay. The NFL in Westwood One lives on Altitude Sports Radio. I'll tell you why I paused.
Just sitting around with our teeth in our mouth.
I saw Super Bowl LX, and I was trying to do the quick math on what that was. It's 60. I know that now. But reading
Altitude Sports Radio loves football.
Reading it quickly, the Roman numerals messed me up.
Well, L is 50.
I like I said, I know it's 60, but when I'm reading it fast and you see LX, it's not an immediate math
It's the
thing
new. Hey, for 2026, it's the new Super Bowl LX. New style, leather interior.
XLII. What is it?
That would. No, you don't do it that way. You put the biggest number first, right? Like LXII would be
62.
Yeah.
Oh,
But you
yeah.
don't go
I was dyslexic on that.
Yeah, you don't go II.
That'd be
XL.
XXII would be 42.
That'd be 32.
Sorry, I thought it was 4 X's. Wait, don't you, when it comes to like 40, don't you go XL?
Oh, yeah, like you minus to the 50. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah,
I think you go XLII, and that's 42.
Good talk. And there's no wonder we got rid of it, man. The Romans were effed. Excuse my language, sorry. It's all jacked up. I got my L's before my X's and my C. There's a C in there. And
I thought that was
I's
42, and then I was like, wait a minute, maybe not. So here's the situation. Tonight, playoff games start. We get one college football playoff game tonight. We get another one tomorrow, and then it's the NFL from Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. I have decided something in my head. I'm for anybody that's not Oregon. That's where I'm at right now.
All right.
Because here's why. I don't have this affinity towards Miami, but there's something about this Miami team that I like, and I think it's just the way that they've dominated up front.
Would you shut up? You've hated Carson Beck since day number one. You know it.
I'm not. Well, it's not that I've hated him.
Yes, you have. All you did was talk bad about him all year.
I just didn't think he was
even last year with the Georgia.
I just didn't think he was that good. I didn't have some personal animus towards him. It wasn't that. I don't know why Jeremy is riding down the hallway like he's a cowboy.
Really
I didn't have a personal thing towards him. I just didn't think he was that good. That's all. And he's proven me wrong at least a little bit. But I'll tell you the one thing that can hold me back from rooting for Miami is I don't know if I can take Michael Irvin after the U wins a national title. That's the one thing that I think could hold me back. Because that's going to be insufferable.
Yeah, they don't have to show him on camera. Then that would fix everything.
Sister Jean. See?
Well,
you guys know exactly what I felt now.
Yeah, I think Sister Jean's a little bit more palatable than a guy taking his belt off and whipping the wall.
What if Sister Jean was
the
doing
old lady?
that?
I mean, the 100-year-old nun just sat there and high-fived. I mean, she's completely harmless.
What if Sister Jean got up out of her wheelchair, took her blanket off, and just started whipping a belt against the logo of a team that was it Loyola Chicago beat?
No, but listen, man. Here's the only team that hasn't won it all, or excuse me, the only team that has won it all of the remaining 4 is Miami.
Yeah, and here's what I'm getting at.
And they're a team now. Maybe this is an argument as to where they should expand it to 16. They didn't even play in the ACC title game. You know that.
Yes. I mean, Duke won it.
Yeah. But they got in because of their CFP rankings and because of resume and all that kind of crap. But, maybe you're looking at a team that could make a run. 12-2, not even in their title game, and look at them go.
I guess what I'm saying is, here's another aspect. You know who I'm talking about here? Our buddy Dave. I think a good friend roots for his friend's teams. He's a Miami guy. And so I'm like, all right, my buddy will be happy if this team wins.
Dave is a problem. And listen, I'm going to talk to the audience. I don't want to talk to your face right now.
Okay, can you make? Audience. All right, go ahead.
This guy Dave is a problem because he's not really a problem. And he likes the Panthers. Florida,
but he roots for teams here in town.
Yeah, he does. Okay.
But here's what I'm getting at. So Miami's one of them. Now, I will tell you this. I am like all in on Ole Miss, and it's less because of what everybody else is talking about. It's less about the Lane Kiffin thing and him not being there anymore and taking the coaches with him and stuff like that. It's more about I just have an infatuation with Trinidad Chambliss, and I want to see that guy win a national title because I think that would be one of the coolest things ever. A D2 quarterback last year takes over for an SEC school and lights things up. Ferris State.
Okay. The other one comes up tomorrow. Obviously, it's Indiana and Oregon. I don't want to see Oregon win.
Yeah, I'm just out on Dan Lanning. I just don't want that.
And Cignetti, I heard you talking about Cignetti during the appetizer hour. I'll get to that momentarily. But I think I'm also rooting for Ole Miss. And it's because, I've sort of rooted for the Rebels for quite some time. And I want to see the ultimate return of, you know it now.
I don't like when you're whispering.
Yeah. Chad Kelly. Chad Kelly. Yeah, Chad Kelly.
Trinidad Chambliss was always better than
Trinidad Chambliss.
Chad Kelly.
Hey, let me tell you something, dude. Chad Kelly. I went back. I told you, this is years ago. Thank you, Nelly. Appreciate that. I watched a lot of Ole Miss football online. You can go back and watch. So when you're watching that much football and look at the way this quarterback throws the ball and how he plays the game, I guess you start to build a little affinity for them. I have absolutely zero ties to Oxford, Mississippi. I'm not even sure if KJ is an Ole Miss fan. I have no idea. I got to ask him.
Well, he could be a Dogs fan too.
He could be. But if he's going for Ole Miss, then I'll go for Ole Miss. I mean, whatever. I guess I'd like to see them win mainly because their coach crapped on them and took off. And
okay, can I ask a question about that? Because everybody's been saying that. I mean, yes, leaving your team in the middle of a championship run is sleazy move.
Well, hold on.
But hang on. If you get an offer from a job that you want, maybe it's the top job that you've ever desired, and the only opportunity to leave was then, what is he supposed to do?
What do you mean? Why leave Ole Miss at all?
Maybe it's his dream job to be at LSU. I don't know.
Maybe it's his dream job to be at LSU. Are you hearing yourself? Lane Kiffin is a mercenary. That's all he... Oh, God. If you put truth serum in him, there's no way in heck that he would say, my dream job was LSU.
LSU has more resources than pretty much everybody else in college football.
So what?
Okay, look.
Obviously, Ole Miss has enough resources to win.
All I'm saying is, and I agree, whatever. All I'm saying is there's no time frame in which you could have left and still coached, I guess. But you said you had a beef with my Cignetti take, and I'm telling you, I like Curt Cignetti right now. I'm going to be very, very curious what my feelings are about Curt Cignetti next November. Because I think that's going to flip in a hurry. For right now, I'm totally fine with him. But I think I'm going to get really tired of that shtick that he's got, that RBF walking up and down that sideline.
Pretty simple. I win. Google me.
Okay.
But for right now, I'm good with him. And I'd be totally fine if they won.
Is there anybody that you like that you don't think you're going to be sick of next November?
Might be sick of you next November. I might be sick of
I
Nelly.
wouldn't blame you. I wouldn't blame you for that either.
Yeah, it's a short list.
See what I mean? That's
a short list.
So Cignetti is just the guy that's going to be out there.
See, but
you're seeing his face. And
here's what's different, though. He's got, you know exactly what I mean here.
Oh, I know he's got the RBF. I know he does.
He's got, like, that whole I win, Google me
but I will
is
say this.
really funny, really arrogant.
Really arrogant. But I will say this about Cignetti. The Hoosiers are 14-0. He has never, ever remotely been as a head coach in this situation before.
Nope.
And dude,
what do you mean? Are you questioning whether he can handle it?
No.
Because I would say the last couple of weeks showed he can.
let me finish. I'm watching him go through all of this. And the Big Ten, the win over Ohio State and the Big Ten title game and everything he's done, winning the Rose Bowl. He looks and acts like he's done it 1,000 times.
He does, yeah.
I mean, I'm dead serious. He's just like this. He's got the RBF going. He's incredibly calm. I mean, he acts like he's got 3 natties under his belt and he's going for a 4th and he's making 15 per.
I think you nailed it. I was trying to figure out what it was. I think that's what bothers me, actually. I had the same feeling about Jay Wright when he won the national title on the buzzer beater. Remember that?
Yeah.
And he didn't react. If you remember what Jay Wright did, he walked on the court and he goes like this. One little clenched fist and he goes, bang. He said bang as quietly as possible as you hit a game-winning shot to win the national title, which has never happened before in the NCAA tournament. And he didn't. I needed to see a Valvano run. I needed to see you scrambling to hug somebody. And the fact that you didn't do that actually made me more mad. Don't act like you've been there. Nobody's been there. Celebrate. You should watch me when I play darts. I'm in a dart league. If I hit a bullseye, Moser, I go, woo, woo, woo. That's how you should react.
You're finding ways to hate people for reasons to hate people.
Well, I'm operating on no sleep. I'm you from yesterday is what I'm on right now.
Gotcha.
I got a sick older kid and I got a baby that's
Well, then stop reproducing.
That's in one of those things called a leap.
What?
I'm done with these leaps.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, it's the mental development of your baby is getting more and more, and so they're.
Look at my face this morning. Okay, it looks like I got hit with 10 pounds of meat all night.
Hey, baby Boval, develop at a quieter rate. 303-504-0925. Back to the Nuggets. Huge win for them yesterday. Get to it next.
Now it's back on top to Jaylen Brown. Brown gets in the paint, leans in, layup blocked by Najee. Zeke Najee is everywhere for Denver. Bucket here is huge. Murray gets down the lane. Kick out three, Watson. Let's go! 106-93. Denver leads it by 13. Murray has it, brings it back out, over to the middle. Spins on Pritchard. Stops, 10-footer. Buckets! Denver leads at 109-98, 11-point lead. Rebound tap, grabbed by Murray, put back three at the horn, misses it. And Denver with another improbable win. They get a double-double from Jamal Murray, 22 points, 17 assists, and 8 rebounds. And the Nuggets stun the Boston Celtics in the Garden. Final tonight, 114-110.
Do you like apples? How do you like them apples?
One quick update from the NFL. I thought this said that Todd Bowles was getting let go. That is not the case. Todd Bowles is firing the offensive coordinator of the Bucs, so it looks like he is still going to be in Tampa. Here's
the day that Nelly pulled out his Todd Bowles impression. I was pleasantly surprised.
Hang on, give it to us again, Nelly. We'll get to the Nuggets in a second. Give us the old Todd Bowles.
Just play the hits.
Hang on. I'll be the reporter. You guys have a game in Detroit, this playoff game. You know, it's going to be 15 degrees and snowing there. How will you guys deal with the weather?
You know, they got a dome, right? They play indoors.
It's a little like Cleveland from Family Guy that he's gotten there. But the Nuggets, here's something I wanted to say, because we talked about this to start the show, the effort, the grit, all the stuff that you want to hear about your basketball team and how they play. I got another pretty significant detail to what the Nuggets have done in the absence of Joker. And it should get people pretty fired up in a good way. Jamal Murray, for the first time for an extended stretch, has been the guy on this roster, right? Especially with all the injuries initially when Joker first left. Jamal was the only starter left standing. He's the main focal point of opposing teams. He is your number one option on offense for maybe the first time in his career. Again, for an extended stretch. Do you know what Jamal's done over the last 2 starts that he had? Because it's not been scoring. His scoring.
I feel like you're pulling a Vic here, where I'm going to give you a right answer, but it's not the right answer that you're looking for.
No, I'm pausing for dramatic effect. I'm not looking for an answer. I'm pausing.
You realize Vic does that, right?
He does that all the time.
I can give a full legit answer. He goes, no, that's wrong, because I'm not giving the answer he has in his head.
Then just pause, because I got you.
Okay. He's getting his teammates involved.
Jamal's scoring is around the same of what he's done all year, which is a career best by far. Jamal, over the last 2 starts that he's had, has 33 assists. 33. You look over his game logs throughout this year, he has had a bunch of games in which he has totaled 10 or more assists, including just in the last 8 games, 5 times has he had a double-double with points and assists. He's averaging 7.5 per this year.
What are you getting at? Why do you think that?
Okay, here's what I'm getting at.
Why do you think that's happening?
I'm getting at this. Jamal, who is averaging his best field goal percentage of his career this year, and his best 3-point percentage of his career by far, a full 2 percentage points higher, and the most assists that he's had per year by a full assist and a half, and the most points that he's had all year by 4. Everybody was asking Jamal Murray to be ready. Jamal Murray, be in shape, be conditioned, be responsible as a max contract player. He has done all of that for you this year. That's what I'm getting at. Jamal Murray, and especially with him being the main ball handler when he's on the floor now without Joker, has proven one thing. He's also a creator. We think about that about Jokic, right? That Jokic is the ultimate, like, I'm going to find a guy wide open, get a shot, blah, blah, blah. Jamal Murray, averaging 7.5 assists per game, And in the last 2 starts without Joker, 33 combined, with 17 last night and 16 against Brooklyn a couple of games ago. I don't think I can be more impressed with Jamal's game this year. He's been remarkable. In a way that his entire beef throughout his time here in Denver, Moj, there's been one word that surrounded him that's been some sort of curse word. Consistency. He brings it every night. And I don't know if people are going to react to, well, he should because, okay, fine, maybe he should, but he hasn't. He's been in the league a long time. And this is by far the best basketball that he's played over a consistent stretch.
Okay. I don't disagree with you.
I'm not looking for a disagreement.
What am I supposed to do with that information? I agree. Hey, you know what, Brett? High five. Psh, you're right on the money.
Hey. But here's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Is that the struggles that the Nuggets have had in recent regular seasons, especially early in the year, have been tied to him, and that has led to questions of, can you turn it on in the postseason? And I think the last couple of years, Jamal hasn't been able to do that. That we've just assumed that Jamal Murray is somebody who's a playoff riser, and when he gets to the postseason, all of it's going to click. Hasn't happened the last 2. And I think it was a wake-up call for him that if I want to be playing my best basketball at the end of the year, I have to develop habits early in the year to get me there.
Now you're getting someplace. Now you're getting someplace because it's going to make him a better player when the postseason rolls around. Even though he's been a good postseason player, he's probably learning more about, he's always been a self-confident guy. He's always been a self-believer.
Anybody who even quasi-criticizes him, he will take ultimate offense to it.
Oh, sure. He's always been sure of himself. But I'll bet deep down he's finding out more about himself in games like this and times like this than he knew before. I think that really is the case. And I love what I'm seeing out of him. And I love the fact that he's getting his teammates involved. Typically, he's the beneficiary of that. It's a 2-man game.
Mm-hmm. And they always win.
That's exactly right. Now, it's his job because opposing teams are going to key on him because they realize that this guy's playing all-star type of basketball and is a champion, and he can light you up. He's your main option now, or one of your main, but your main option with the big fella out. He's like, okay, here, you want some P-Watt? Good. Hey, by the way, Duran, I thought, I'm liking Duran Holmes more and more every game. I'll get to that maybe a little bit later on.
Yeah.
But he's throwing that ball around. He's finding guys, and the fact of the matter is they're finishing. And I will say this too, man. The Nuggets last night from the three-point line, 45%.
They've been shooting great. They've been shooting great all year. They had a graphic up on ESPN. By the way, it's bizarre to see Michael Malone on the desk before a Nuggets game.
It is.
And now I watched Altitude, but I did watch ESPN for the pregame because I kind of wanted to see what Malone said. And he really just rattled off stats, didn't say a lot of anything. But they had on a graphic before the game that both teams that were playing last night were on pace for the most points per possession in NBA history. Their offense has been great this year. And I guess a sub-point to the Jamal thing. I asked this question, and it was one of those, like, I didn't believe it, but I was just curious. Throwing it out there if anybody had some sort of take towards it. When we found out that Jokic had the hyperextension and no ligament damage, and it was going to be a short-term loss and not a long-term, I said, is there any positive to the team for an extended stretch having to figure out how do we win games when we can't just be like, hey, 15, go do this for us? And I think here's what we're finding. Jamal can step up to a bigger role when necessary. Guys like Zeke Naji, guys like Payton Watson, guys like Jalen Pickett, if they're asked to play a bigger role, are capable in minutes like that.
We are learning that now.
Well,
we're learning it.
We would if this team was fully healthy with no injuries, there's no there's no thought on Zeke,
but
there's no thought on Pickett.
If you're in Game 7, Round 2, and God forbid, something would happen, and you got, hey Zeke, I need you to play 26 minutes tonight, and
I don't know, Moj.
I don't know that I would feel at this second. Hold on a second. Maybe by the time we get to April, I'll be like, oh yeah. But right this very second, even with what I'm seeing, I don't know that I would say, oh yeah, no sweat. Nuggets still got this. I'd be panicky, Brett.
It's a fantastic point, Moj, and we'll go back to this. If, God forbid, there's a Game 7 that you're playing and guys are hurt, what the hell would that look like? Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
We did that last year.
Yeah.
And their decision was, I'm going to play Aaron Gordon with a grade 2 hamstring strain. He can't run up and down the floor.
That was David Adelman, by the way, who did that. That was not Michael Malone who did that.
Understood, but perhaps Zeke Naji getting some minutes could maybe you still play Aaron Gordon,
right?
But he plays more than the 10 minutes of garbage time at the end of the game when it was over.
Okay.
That's what I'm getting at.
I get what you're saying. Let me go back to my 3-point thing real quick.
But let's just pretend there's a scenario in which there's a Game 7 and guys are hurt. Let's just pretend that scenario. Just conjure it up in your mind if you can. Imagine what that would look like.
Steve, get a load of this guy.
No, Moj, I'm not making fun of you. I'm just making the point.
No, you're dripping with sarcasm like a...
it's not about you, though. It's just like we just dealt with
I don't know how insulting me is going to make this a better segment.
I'm not insulting. I want to make this clear. I'm not insulting you.
I don't mind if you are insulting me. What I'm telling you is that...
I'm telling you I'm not. All I'm saying is last year's the prime example of what I'm talking about, is that you had Gordon that was hurt. You had Westbrook with a broken hand, and you had Porter with one shoulder.
But we didn't have this information.
That's what I'm getting at. Yeah, we got a month's worth of evidence now that we can get.
Now we're getting more information. Last night, I can't tell you how good it was because the Boston Celtics are one of the top 3-point shooting teams in the league, correct?
And they throw up a million of them. It kind of grossed me out how many threes were up in that game. But
they only took 38 last night. The Nuggets took 44 for crying out loud. But typically, you'll see a Boston game and they'll throw up 50 threes, easy, right? Every time the Nuggets came down the floor and they needed a 3, it felt like every time they needed a 3 to like tie the game or go ahead back by 1. Remember, they're down by 2 or whatever, right? It felt like that fourth quarter, every time they needed a bucket, somebody got them a bucket.
Yeah. Jamal
missed some in the first half, a little runner here, a little floater. Aaron Gordon took a fadeaway jumper from the elbow that was like, I hated it, right? I'm like, that's a poor shot choice. But it felt like coming down the stretch, man, every time they needed a bucket last night, somebody filled it up.
To your point, here's the fourth quarter of a tight game that's like it's a one-possession game virtually the whole time.
I didn't look at this. Just please lay it out.
A Pickett 3-pointer.
Boom.
A Pickett 9-foot jumper.
Blam.
Zeke Naji and 1.
Yeah.
Jamal Murray 20-footer.
Give it.
Christian Brown 3.
Yeah.
Payton Watson layup.
Likey.
Zeke dunk, which was sick.
That was
Zeke
dunk.
free throws. Pickett 3-pointer.
Tasty.
Watson 3-pointer.
Lovely.
Zeke free throws.
Like it.
Jamal jumper.
Yum.
You're right. It's every single guy on basically every other possession was somebody else made a bucket for him.
Zeke Naji is everywhere for Denver.
He was so good last night.
Good job, Cause.
He was so good. You know what? You know what non-Joker games does to Cause's voice? It makes it playoff volume. I've noticed that. So we'll get back to this game in a little bit. 303-504-0925. Got another keyword coming your way in a couple minutes.
Also, we're sitting here. I mean, we've got so much football on this station coming up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so much. But I'm just sitting here with my teeth in my mouth, waiting.
I know.
And I'm
ready.
I don't like this.
Tonight.
I mean, I like this bye-week stuff, but I don't like this bye-week stuff.
All right, so we'll get to that in just a little bit. Stick around.
Spencer Jones!
For your information, I got a job.
Really? What kind of job?
Beads.
Bees?
Beads.
Beads? Job's not on board.
Beads are very big right now, but I'll need some startup money.
I'm in. But we're gonna need a lot. Beads aren't cheap.
And Job, I'm not looking for a partner, and believe me, if I was, it would not be you.
Oh. Good. Well, I'll start my own business. How hard can it be? Zzz. We'll see who brings in more honey.
I have no idea what that is.
Really? Arrested Development? Nothing?
I've heard the show is great, never watched the show. But the reason Nelly played that is because it's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. It's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Your keyword for this hour is bees. So text bees in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. You're entered for Nuggets Hornets tickets on Sunday the 18th. The Will Hite Law Firm is giving you a chance to win big on and off the court. Visit willheitewins.com. Your keyword for this hour is bees. Good luck.
The reason is because the Hornets are in town. Hornets sting. So we've had wasps. We've had scorpions.
Yep.
Not like, we are
by
here
the way,
to rock you and to also roll you.
Don't text those, by the way. Don't text.
No, not now.
Wasps and scorpions are too late. But you can text bees.
Like you.
So text bees in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Hang on. I got to do this. My daughter was sick. She pulled out big boogers this morning. I want to say I'm proud of you, baby Jamal Kale. I'm very proud of you, baby Jamal Kale. So hi, sweetie. Feel better.
I heard her on the phone say, Daddy, I'm feeling better. I'm like, right on. Sounds good. Hey, real quick, couple things. So bees, obviously, I'm going to try to think what the keyword will be in an hour. Other stuff that stings. Like a jellyfish, I bet. It could be there. I don't know, I'm just thinking ahead here a little bit. I don't know.
Get your stingers up.
But I swear to God. So, I like the band Scorpions, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, God, what year was it? When I see the Scorpions, like,
you better make this quick.
25 years ago here in Denver. And Klaus Meine is you got to love the way a German guy addresses the crowd. Denver, Colorado, we are here to rock you and to also roll you. I'm like, yeah, right on, Klaus. This cracked me up. Anyway, go ahead.
How do you feel about this, Moj? Who's your favorite quarterback who's not a starting quarterback in the NFL?
My favorite quarterback who's not a starting quarterback?
Yeah.
I'd have to think about that. That you kind of put me on the spot. Jarrett Stidham.
No.
I don't know. What are you getting at?
Your big arm. Big arm backup quarterback. Was just in Denver. Currently in Miami. Zach Wilson.
Oh, Zach, Jesus God.
Come on, man.
Yes, Zach
you gave
Wilson.
up on him that quick?
Yeah, no, I have not, but you put me behind the 8 ball here.
Did you see little bro who looks like an exact replica?
He looks like a clone, yes. What's his story?
Committed to CU.
Oh, you're kidding.
He's transferred, yes. So Zach Wilson's little brother, or I guess, is expected to transfer, I should say. Expected to. But he is expected to transfer according to On3 from Utah over to CU and I guess be the backup to Juju or something like that. Yeah.
Okay, good. I mean, I think he does look like a clone, does he not?
I mean, an exact 1-to-1.
It's pretty weird. It's almost like, I know they have the same parents, and I know that there are siblings who have looked alike and that sort of thing. This is kind of like they took the same egg and split it, or I don't know. It's like, just kind of weird.
Siblings look similar. Like me and my brother look similar, but we're different.
Right.
Different. There's some siblings that look exactly. The ones that really freak me out are the brother and sister that look exactly alike.
Right.
Because I know a couple that are like that, and I'm like, that's really weird. But I do want to ask you about.
By the way, the Lombardis. None of the kids. You can all tell that all the kids are Lombardis.
They're related.
You can tell they're all Lombardis. They're all brother sister, but they don't like. There's no
distinct differences.
100%.
Yes.
Yeah.
So here's the question that I have, and I want to go to the Avs here. We spent a lot of time talking about the power play, and it's funny. I just saw a clip from Jalen Williams, J-Dub, as they call him in Oklahoma City, where they're on a bit of a skid right now. And I don't have the exact quote in front of me. I wish I did, but I'm going to paraphrase. He said, not to sound arrogant, but we have been so good over the last couple of years that when we have a human-like stretch and we lose a few games, people think the sky is falling. And the Avs, I think, with how this season has gone, have the same type of treatment where they lose a couple of games in regulation. We're like, well, Jesus, man, figure out the power play, and then these don't happen. And maybe you're overdoing it because you're so used to and spoiled by the success they've had so far. But we all know the power play is an issue that needs to get fixed. Here's my question, though. We are so uber-focused on the power play. And, they let go of the special teams coach last year. Why am I blanking on his name? Ray
Bennett.
Ray Bennett.
Mm-hmm.
They brought in Haxtell, and the power play has not gotten much better. And we're like, Jesus, what's the problem here? Does anybody care to focus how good the penalty kill has been, though? Because special teams are two-sided. There's the power play, which is how many goals you score with a man advantage. And then there's the penalty kill, which is how many goals you allow when you're down a man.
They're incredibly good 5-on-5.
So does it cancel out some of the angst that people have? Because we got the answer from Bednar yesterday, and he goes, look, you always want to be scoring more goals, and he was very much like, we have to get this fixed. He was very much aggressive about it.
He fully admits that it's not panic, but there's...
Like, they need to fix it.
They talk about it and work on it every day. Nelly, do you have that cut yesterday from Coach Bednar? If
so
you got
grab
it, because he's more than willing to admit to your face that, yeah, we've got issues that we need. And they're trying a lot of different things. Heck, they practiced with McKinnon in the bumper the other day.
But the other part to his quote was, and I do think it's important just to keep in mind for context, he goes, but we are really good at not allowing goals.
That's true.
And I think that there is something to be said that, yes, if you're struggling in that aspect of it, it's not that you're getting totally demolished on the special teams side of things, which is good.
Yeah, it's not
there's
like
a balance.
It's not like your PK is 26. Or sorry, it's not like your power play is 26 and your PK is 21.
Right. Because that would be a major problem.
They're doing a great job killing penalties, even without Logan O'Connor. And he has been one of your very best, if not the best penalty killer for the past, I want to say 4 years, to be honest with you. And beyond that. So, yeah, I mean, I think, look, if you want to win, Riker said it best the other day. When you're in a postseason game, you're in game 5, let's say the series is tied at 2 and you're in game 5. If the Florida Panthers gave the Avalanche 3 power plays in the second period.
Yeah.
On Sunday night. Now, I know you're in the back-to-back. It doesn't matter. You're playing hockey.
Right.
They gave you 3 power plays, and you didn't convert on any of them, and it looked not good at all. There will be a Game 5 in round 2. Series tied at 2. Game tied at 1. Whatever. And that team is going to give you a couple 3 power plays or whatever, right? Or you're going to earn them. You've got to score on. You've got to put it in. What?
Big news out of Miami. Mike McDaniel has just been fired.
Oh, that means they're getting Harbaugh.
So Harbaugh is going to be the Dolphins coach. That's not reported, but they aren't firing McDaniel unless they have a pretty good inkling that they're... I feel like this is what happened.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
Thank you, Mike. Here's what feels like what happened to me in Miami. They kept Mike McDaniel on ice. And they're like, if I don't find anything better, we'll run it back. Harbaugh got fired. And they picked up the phone immediately and said, how would you like this?
You know, that's my reaction, but let me tell you why I don't know that that's the case. They don't have a quarterback in Miami. I mean, they've got one, but they won't play him.
I mean, how many teams with fired coaches have
They've got one, but they won't play him.
I'll tell you who has one. The team that Harbaugh was fired from. The team that Harbaugh got let go from has a quarterback.
Is he the pick of the litter?
Harbaugh?
Yeah.
Should be.
What do you mean should be? Of course he is. He's the number 1 target for 7 teams that he coaches now.
Yeah. I agree.
Okay. But they're in cap hell in Miami. They don't have a quarterback. They've got issues down there. I mean, look, could you handle living in Miami?
I would be the ambassador to Miami.
I
do that.
I don't think we need it a U.S. ambassador to Miami.
We could.
Moser, how many times have you seen Brett's rosy red chest hair with
I
a
know.
gold chain on top? He is already Mr. 305, Dale.
A million, like on the golf course, Nelly, and I'm not even kidding you because Brett likes to button his shirt down a little bit on the golf course, get some air in there.
Yeah.
He's got white skin, so it burns, and then he's got that gold chain that hangs down.
It's not. Everybody says gold. It's
or whatever.
silver.
It's silver, but it hangs down like when he's teeing off. It hangs down, and it flows out like halfway through down.
And then I swing and it pops in the air.
It pops in the air,
and then the ball goes 350 yards down the fairway.
You'd be Miami. You'd be Miami.
You honestly own more chains than a Puerto Rican baseball player.
That's
That's impressive.
Don't let my complexion confuse you. I'm a sunshine guy.
I know you are.
I'm a beach guy.
Mm-hmm.
I hate the snow. I hate the cold. Yeah. Don't let this pasty, freckled skin confuse anybody. But Mike McDaniel let go in Miami.
Listen, if you have the pick of your teams, the New York Giants job, despite being in New York, if you've got a Jackson Dart to work with, you've got a lot to work with there. And I know he probably will not come to he won't come to the Raiders. He doesn't want to coach in the same division as his brother. I dig that. But if you're taking over a team and you got the number 1 pick in the draft and you can mold Fernando Mendoza, Freddie Mendoza,
no.
Any Mendoza, I'm saying I don't know, why would you want to go to cap hell and a quarterback whose brain is scrambled and can't play anymore?
So we got a few minutes
no
left.
offense.
Hang on. We had a few minutes. Let's go through this. We'll get back to the Bednar and the power play stuff in a second. But there's a lot of open jobs right now in the NFL. The best job that is open is Baltimore. You have an MVP quarterback that's sitting there for you, ready to take over, and a team that feels like if they're healthy is going to make the postseason every year.
Of all these teams, if I could have Lamar Jackson as my quarterback, that's where I'd want to be. But dude just got fired from there.
So the question is, out of all the other jobs that are available, so now it is, if we're ignoring Baltimore, because obviously Harbaugh can't go there. If you're John Harbaugh, you have the Giants, you have the Browns, you have the Falcons, you have the Cardinals, the Titans, the Raiders, and now the Dolphins. Which one of those is most appealing out of the ones that I've mentioned? Because I'll tell you, if I was
the next best quarterback, I think it's Jackson Dart, the next best ability to have something special. Kyler Murray's on his way out or whatever he is. Tua can't play the game anymore. Is Penix hurt and you got this Kirk Cousins rework deal? That's a total mess in itself, right? And Penix can't stay on the field. I listen, Michael Penix Jr., I would take him over Jackson Dart, I think, but he can't stay healthy. Of course, Dart can't really either.
If I'm power ranking this of teams I'd most want to take over if I'm John Harbaugh.
Cleveland's a mess.
I think Miami's number 1. And here's why. The built-in advantage of being a team that's in Miami, which is, first of all, when it comes to free agents, no income tax, that matters to players a lot. Mose, you know that as well as anybody.
But, Brett, they've been signing free agents and they can't do jack with them.
Well, maybe the right person hasn't been in charge.
Okay.
Here's the second thing. Living in Miami is a great appeal to players in the NFL. They love Miami. Thirdly, I think you can be in a position in that division that, yes, has difficult teams. I'm still waiting to see if the Patriots stuff is real, and I'm not taking anything away from them. The only reason I say that, Moj, is because they've played like one really good team all year. I just don't know if their record is truly reflective of the team that they are. Now, they beat the snot out of people, so I give them credit for it. They play the teams on their schedule, and they kick the crap out of them, so good for them. But I'm still in wait-and-see mode with them. Buffalo feels like they're kind of teetering a bit. And I know when you have Josh Allen, you're always going to be competitive. But let's be honest, Josh Allen he's not like Tom Brady in that division where it's unwinnable. The Patriots just stole it from him with a second-year quarterback. I think that Miami has a lot to offer. I think second on that list would probably be the Giants' job.
So what you're telling me, basically what you're telling me is this. Steven, please.
Yeah. Miami.
You know, why is it? Why do guys, the older they get, they want a boat? Love a boat. I want to be on a frickin' boat. Want to float on that frickin' boat. Want to fish off that frickin' boat. I want to hang in the sun on my frickin' boat. I want to drink a beer on my frickin' boat.
It's because you.
The
older you get,
with the
you don't want to move, but you want something to move you. That's what it is. Can I ask
Moser,
this?
My version of that is this past year, I got a little too deep into yacht rock. And my top played song of the year on Spotify was the yacht rock song. I'm like, dude, it's happening. It's happening, man.
Brother.
Let me ask you a question.
All right, so Harbaugh's staying you think he's staying in the AFC. By the way, Jim wants him in the NFC. You know that, right? You see that?
I did see that. I think Jim is just like, he knows his brother's going to get a job and he can say whatever he wants. Right. Here's I think a more interesting question. Who do you feel has the worst job you can take?
Cleveland.
Fair. It's either them or...
No offense, the owner doesn't want Shador. You've got Deshaun Watson coming back, and he's
no ties. If you don't want Shador, then get rid of Shador. He's a 5th-round pick.
Okay, I'm just saying. Plus, you have to live in Cleveland.
I think the Vegas job is the worst. Despite having the number 1 overall pick, I think it's the worst job.
It very well, there's a lot of factors that figure into it. First of all, look at the coaches inside your division. Second of all, look at the quarterbacks inside your division. Third of all, you've got to work for Mark Davis.
They've hired and fired a coach like every year.
Well, eventually they're going to get it right. We're going to have Leggy on here in about 20 minutes. The lack of continuity is a killer for a franchise. Period. End of story.
Yeah.
It is an absolute killer. You've got to think with Brady on board now, eventually they're going to get something right.
Remember, John Gruden had to resign in 2021. So he was gone. In comes Josh McDaniel. Then he's gone. In comes Antonio Pierce.
Well, he took over on an interim basis.
And then got the permanent job.
Yeah, but just for a short time.
They hired him as the head coach. They gave him a contract extension as the permanent head coach. And then after that year, they hired Carroll, and now they're on again. This is going to be their 5th coach since 2021. That ain't a job that sounds like one you want to take.
The overall number 1 pick, though, and a chance to draft Mendoza sounds pretty tasty.
If you think Mendoza's amazing.
Well, if you do.
Man.
I think I'm amazing. I just want to go out there and play for my teammates. I love it. I love my coach. Give all the glory to God.
Can't trust that guy.
We were never supposed to be in this position.
Can't trust that.
I don't know, man. Some people would think that raw emotion is good.
One last reminder, the keyword for this hour is bees, like bzz, bees. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Jeff Legwold in 20 minutes. Stick around.
Mountains have been getting hit with snow. Quick hitters, big dumpers have been up there. And if you've been thinking about a mountain property, a second home, a rental, even your dream home, you're going to need an absolute professional. And her name is Anastasia Bell. Hey, it's Moj. Listen, she's a broker associate with Breckenridge Associates Real Estate in Breckenridge. Her market expertise and experience, that's impressive, but it really does matter when you're dealing with a sale or a purchase like that in Summit County, or any property for that matter. You need to know that you can trust that agent on such an important decision. I know that, you know that, and you can trust her. Trust me when I tell you that. Here's her number, 970-968-7646. Write that down, 970-968-7646. It's personalized guidance. It's exceptional service. She is the one to deal with when you're talking about mountain properties. It's Anastasia Bell. Back here on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Vic is off today. Jeff Legwold coming up at the top of the hour, so stay tuned. We'll talk all things football. And I'm not sure what Brett's doing right now. I think he's getting, what's he getting, coffee, Nelly, doing something? Whatever he's doing.
Yeah, he definitely went to the Keurig and tried to fire that thing up on a short clock.
Yeah, that's hard to do because that Keurig always takes a while. But nonetheless, we will talk to Jeff Legwold about things. I don't know what to do with myself, though, as I sit here and wait for football to happen. It's like, I mean, I'm glad the Broncos have a bye week. I'm glad that they can rest up and maybe, be that much healthier when they find their opponent, but it could be one of 4 opponents. And we have not been in this position in an awfully long time.
Yeah, it's so weird. I was tweeted at yesterday by somebody who was defending you and getting after me for the discussion about the Broncos offense, saying that I was lighting you up on Monday after the Chargers game because you were complaining about the offense. My entire point to this has been the Chargers game at the end of the year should not have been a surprise to anybody. And if there's anyone who's felt this way about the offense the entire season, it's me. I have had sustainability questions when it comes to the way they've been winning.
Then say what is on your mind truthfully.
About what?
Because I'll say what's on my mind truthfully.
What is it? What are you getting at? What are you looking for me to say here?
You're going to play good teams from here on out. Really good teams.
Yep.
You're a really good team.
Mm-hmm.
But if you've just been sort of squeaking by with that offense that you trotted out against the Chargers, and maybe Sean Payton went vanilla because he knew he was going to win. Whatever. You trot that out, you're going to get your ass kicked.
That's where I disagree with you. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm saying I don't know.
I'm saying that no matter what team comes in here, go through the defensive.
The Houston Texans are one of those teams, correct? You played them earlier this year.
Yeah,
you won 18-15. You can win that way.
You're right.
That's why I'm saying I don't know. It's not ideal.
Okay,
I'm with you on that.
What I'm saying now is that of the possibilities of teams coming here, let's run down them.
It's the 4 options are Pittsburgh, Houston, LA, and Buffalo.
I would say that 2 of those 4 are going to smoke you if you trot out that offense. And you'll have a puncher's chance against the other 2.
Okay.
And that's it.
Give you another one. Now,
as the number, well, hold on, blah, blah, blah. But that's a bye week and a number 1 seed. I'm not afraid to say that offense is going to kill you. That if you trot that offense out, you are one and done. I'm not afraid to say it, but apparently you are. Listen, I believe in the defense like nobody's business.
Hang on.
I believe in the defense like nobody's business. But you can't keep trotting out that offense and expect to win against good teams. You can't.
See, you're saying 2 different things. One of them I agree with, the other one I don't. You can't keep trotting out that offense and expect to win. I think that's true, but that doesn't mean they aren't capable of winning that way because they've done that 14 out of 17 times this year.
You're right.
And here's I guess.
But now in crunch time, when you've got that your next opponent's going to be a damn fine football team, whomever it is.
Well, you said 2 out of those 4 teams are going to smoke you. I'm assuming you're talking about Buffalo and you're talking about LA.
That's exactly right.
I'll remind you, the first time they played LA, the Broncos were up 20-13 with 10 minutes left to go in that game, and they blew it at the end. They didn't get smoked. They didn't finish the game.
What was the date of that game?
September.
Where are we at right now?
January?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm telling you, it's different. It's different.
I would tell you that supports my argument more than yours because the Chargers were healthy in September.
I would tell you that when it matters the most, that teams are going to elevate on you. Good teams are going to elevate on you. We saw the Jacksonville Jaguars do it.
Yeah.
Your last really good opponent smoked you in your joint.
It's also the only game they got smoked out of a 17-game season. And again, they played the Eagles. They beat them. The Eagles are a playoff team.
Right.
The Colts looked like a playoff team. They should have beaten Indy, and they didn't close the game out. But you say this like they're going to get smoked. I don't see them getting smoked. I could see them losing, sure. And I don't expect, by the way, If I had to guess right now, let me set an over-under for the Broncos points scored in the divisional round, not even knowing who the opponent is.
Sure.
If I set it at 20.5, I'd probably right now take the under.
Okay, so here's what the Broncos did.
But what I don't know is, can they hold a team to 13? Because they're totally capable of that.
Okay, here's what they did coming on the stretch with the defensive side of things. And I believe in the defense like nobody's business. Gave up 26-17 to the Raiders. 26-34, and then 13-3 against teams that had quit and were done.
Yeah, their defense wasn't as good late in the season. I agree.
That offense,
if they don't have Dre Greenlaw back by the divisional round, that is a big problem. That's a huge problem. I agree with that. Look, I
perhaps my perspective will change next week as we get to really clinch down on an opponent. Perhaps my perspective will change. By the way, do you see Coach Sanford? Do you see who he does not want to face the most? He's right in line with your thinking.
Yeah, the Chargers.
The Chargers.
Mm-hmm.
I'm more fearful of Buffalo than I am of the Chargers.
See, so a whole bunch of these texts are coming through. It almost lost to Oladokin and the Chiefs, one missed catch in the end zone at the end, and you aren't the 1 seed. They almost lost to everybody they played this year, and yet they won 14 games. Like, this is what I'm trying to get through. Like, this is not me stumping and making the argument that I'm a huge... Hang on. This isn't me making the argument that I am some huge believer in the Broncos and you guys are all haters. I have the same skepticisms as you have. When I tell you, if you told me in the first round or the divisional round of the playoffs, the Broncos would face the Tennessee Titans, I would tell you I don't know if they're going to win that game. And I would mean it because this is just what they do. They have breezed by and done just enough to win. I'll tell you this much too. If I was outside of Denver looking at them from a national perspective, I would have a ton of skepticism on how good that team actually is because of the ways that they've won. But it depends on what you value. Do you think that the ability to close out games is a trait that will translate when the divisional round starts? Or do you think that's a lucky byproduct of a regular season?
Brett, that's impossible to answer.
And that's
because I think
my
on any
response.
given week it's one or the other. It's both. I mean, there's fortune that goes into it, but you also learn habits and you get experience in doing that, and then it becomes more rote, and then you have more belief, and then you can still get lucky and win. And sometimes you get really lucky and you didn't do anything to help your own cause, but somebody blew a field goal, or somebody dropped a pass in the end zone, or you had a guy with a pick six in his gut and he Mamma Mia, you know, and the ball goes flying out. It's an incomplete pass.
Right.
Okay, I mean, dude's had a handful of pick sixes dropped this year. Let me just tell you what my fear is. Because I think this is a good football team. And I think 14 wins is 14 wins. End of story. I mean, you can't look at the record and say, oh, they were lucky. You can't, because they were good.
Yeah.
But everybody is good now. Okay? Everybody's good.
Well, okay, everybody's good. I was going to mention this. I bet if you go to every single market that possesses a playoff team right now, NFC and AFC, and they're talking about their upcoming playoff game, the conversation sounds a lot like this. Yeah, I think they could win, but guys, if they don't do this better, then there's going to be a big problem. There is no juggernaut in the league right now, and that's why I have, this is going to be the most impossible pick through the postseason that you're going to get.
Let's talk about potential then.
Okay.
Who has the potential? Which team in the AFC has the potential, the most potential, of hanging 40 on you?
These are the hypotheticals, right? I love them.
Yep, me too. And by the way, I think he was being sarcastic at that point.
So team in the AFC with the most potential to hang 40 on you.
Say it. We all know it. Say it. Go ahead. They know. Say it.
You're going to say the Bills. I don't know if that's the right answer.
Well, here's what they've scored.
The Jags can do that.
But I know they can. I'm talking about the most
The
potential.
Patriots have done that a bunch this year.
Okay. Here's the Bills. Okay. 41-30, 31, 31, 20, 14, 40, 28, 44, 26, 39, 35, 23, 35. I mean, dude, the odds are they're going to score 30 points in a playoff game, for crying out loud. If you trot out that offense that we saw the last 2 weeks, you're going to get your ass kicked.
That's the one thing I feel.
Okay. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong.
Hold on.
But that's my fear. Do you understand my fear?
The one thing I feel confident in,
Jack.
The one thing I feel.
You don't know anything.
Can I say this? The one thing I feel confident in is I don't think anybody's going to blow them away.
Okay.
I don't think anybody's going to hang 40 on you.
Okay.
Including Buffalo.
Okay.
Your defense is too good.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
We can ask this to Jeff Legwold in just a couple of minutes, who will join us. Again, Avs and Senators tonight. We'll get to that. Keys to the game in the 9 o'clock hour as well.
You want some keys at some point? I mean,
we'll get some keys, but Jeff Legwold joins us next.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
That is former Miami Dolphin head coach Mike McDaniel, and we go out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Jeff Legwold joins us. Hello, Leggy.
Good morning, fellas.
Hold on.
Good morning. What?
Did you go to Northern Illinois?
No.
Where'd you go?
The University of Illinois. That's your Urbana-Champaign.
You're an Illini?
I am indeed. Long ago, let's just say that up front.
Okay, I guess I screwed up then.
Like I was talking to Pat Bryant earlier this season, and he asked me at one point, "What year did you graduate?" And I told him, and you should have seen his face. Like he was actually like trying to do the math.
It's like he saw a corpse. Is that what happened?
Yeah, it was like, my God, how are you not dead?
It's been 84 years.
Well, Leggy, there's a lot of questions we got to ask you because me and Moser were just talking about the Broncos. I'll get to that in a second. But the breaking news here is Mike McDaniel's been let go from Miami. Does that mean that Miami's had a talk with Harbaugh already? What does that mean?
Well, I mean, it was his agent told Adam that 7 teams had contacted him when only 6 had an opening at the time. So you knew there was another team ready to fire their head coach if they thought they could get John Harbaugh. And Stephen Ross is, in the league is considered one of the more emotional, bombastic owners. Everybody wondered how are you going to fire your GM, during the season and the coach make it and all of those things. So I think a lot of people in the league figured this might happen at some point before the Super Bowl.
Well, it's very interesting, though, because the Miami Dolphins are in cap hell, Jeff, and their quarterback can't play the game anymore. Listen, I say what you will about Mike McDaniel, and he got eccentric for God knows what reason. I mean, maybe South Beach will do that to a guy. I don't know. Brett would like to find out.
I would.
He'd like to turn into a weirdy on South Beach.
Yes, I would.
But I think the guy probably did a pretty good job, but his quarterback's brain has been scrambled for 3 years, man. He doesn't play the game the way he used to play the game. And when you don't have that, why would you take that job? Cap hell, don't have a quarterback, and your owner, he's emotional. He signs all these big-time free agents. He spends the money, but is he too emotional? Why would you want to put yourself in that position?
Well, Mo, he's just part of what I see as a weird time in the league. I mean, we're talking a quarter of the teams in the NFL are looking for a new head coach.
Yeah. Are
you telling me there are 8 candidates out there that are all going to be better than the guys who got fired? And I have a hard time believing that year to year to year. And I understand, people should get opportunities and, let's rock. But this notion, I just see ownership now. I don't think more fans get angry at losing seasons than they did when I first started covering the league. I don't think there are more aggravated fans at the end of a year that doesn't end in playoffs or fun. I just think the owners can now see them on social media, on whatever platform people show them or talk about to them, or any of it. I think that the frustration is more visible, so we see more emotional reactions to it. I have a hard time believing a quarter of the teams are going to fire their coach every year and they're all going to improve, and that's the move you should make. The sad truth of the NFL is you're not going to win every year. That's just the bottom line. And I don't know if firing the coach isn't just firing one person. I think sometimes we all look at it like, oh, they just fired one guy. No, you're firing a whole way of doing things in your building, and the response to that can take a long time to change. I mean, but again, other owners see, hey, look what Mike Vrabel did. Why can't we do that? And I think it all just works on itself.
Or Miami looks at the Broncos and says, cap hell with no quarterback. Look at Sean Payton. That's easy.
No, A lot of teams have done that. I mean, you got Tua considering it. Other teams have looked at the Broncos, and Atlanta is probably looking at the Broncos in some ways, saying, "Oh, they did it." But some of these jobs, I don't know. I understand every guy I know who's coached in a league, or almost every guy, wanted to be a head coach. But some of these are not good gigs. You are not going to succeed. You might as well just take the job, take the money, and know within 2 or 3 years you're getting fired.
You're a big continuity guy. I do know that. We've talked about that on a number of occasions, and I buy into that too. How much, I guess I don't really pay attention to this. I think that when you fire a head coach, you fire 20 guys on the staff. How much turnover typically is there for a coaching staff when you fire the main guy? Because some guys are retained. There ain't no doubt about it, because you can't just go on out and find 22 new coaches, including quality control and all this crap.
Well, sometimes, when Vance was hired here in 17, he didn't get to pick his whole staff. They said, we can't get rid of some of these contracts and this, we want this and this and this. So sometimes you don't get to rehire, hire everybody you want, depending on how much juice you have when you come in at the time. When John Harbaugh rather gets his new job, he's going to get to hire whoever he wants, because he brings a resume that allows him to do that. But you're hiring a whole draft strategy. You're hiring a free agent strategy. What kinds of players did that coach want? Who do you have on the roster? You've built a roster for the guy that was in charge. And if the next guy doesn't match that, you're beyond square one. You are like square -5 to come back from that.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com with us. All Conversations with Leggy are brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. We were talking about this in regards to the Broncos. It is so hard to forecast, and I know that we don't even have an opponent for them yet, but what does their postseason look like? And to me, it's always been a question of postseason starts, and then people trust the quarterbacks. They trust Mahomes and Brady and Manning and Breeze. But this year, there's not really any of those guys. You got Josh Allen, you got Matthew Stafford, but do you almost trust the defenses more? So if I ask you this, the top 4 defenses by points allowed per game in the NFL this year are the Seahawks, Texans, Broncos, and Patriots. I give you those 4 teams of the field. Who do you take?
I would always take defense. You know how I roll.
Yep.
Because I think, even as you say, people trust the quarterbacks. Look at all those teams those great quarterbacks had. The 2 Super Bowls Peyton Manning won, it rained so hard in Miami they couldn't throw the ball. So the Colts rushed for 200 yards. And in 2015, he was coming back from so many injuries. They had to win that with defense and just grinding out a Super Bowl win.
Well, in 2013, they had the amazing offense, but the Seahawks had the big defense.
The greatest offense that ever took the field, statistically. So I always think the best quarterbacks with the best defensive postseason. You don't even have to have been a great defense in a year, because I just think the games turn into a different flavor than the regular season has been. The stuff you were allowed to get on offense in the regular season just isn't there anymore. People don't give you, they're not playing past the sticks on 3rd and 8. They just don't. They don't give you anything. And frankly, who's left in the most postseason fields? The best defenses every year. I mean, it's the dirty little secret, because fantasy football wants to tell us that defensive football is ugly. It's boring. It's blah. And so we don't discuss it a lot, during the regular season. This year's a little different, because the top 3-4 defenses haven't just been good. They've been historically good. And I think that, you're right. I think that will be the tenor of this postseason. I think all of those teams with those defenses are tough outs automatically. And if you get them out of the playoff field, then suddenly, your chances of winning are great.
let's leave Pittsburgh out of this because I think it's very unlikely that that's the matchup next week, depending on, I assume one of these wild card teams are going to win. So out of the next three, Houston, LA, and Buffalo, which would you say is the best matchup for the Broncos? Which is the worst stylistically?
I think Houston, we've already seen that game. That was a tough matchup. And Stroud didn't even, they knocked Stroud out before halftime. So, they had the backup quarterback in.
That is as best or worst, you're saying?
I think that's the toughest matchup for the Broncos.
Wow, really?
So who's the best one?
What do you know?
Who do you know?
I'm teasing.
I think the best one is the team they know best, which would be the Chargers.
Yeah, see, I feel that way too. Brett's a fraidy cat of the Chargers.
I am.
And so is Coach Sanford. Coach Sanford is like, I do not want to face that team. And I don't know why.
I don't think the Chargers are more rugged, more tough than the Texans. I mean, you don't want to face the Chargers because Justin Herbert on any day can throw for 400 on you.
Yeah.
And he's already proven, it's funny to me when he came into the draft, people were like, I don't know if he loves the game and can he play with toughness and all that. That guy's been the toughest quarterback in the league all season. Nobody's been hit more. Nobody's been sacked more. Nobody's been hurried more. And the dude's playing with a broken hand. So, is that a dude you want to see in the postseason? Probably not. But I'm just talking schematically and roster-wise. The Chargers are missing both of their starting tackles. Their offensive line has been jumbled all season. I think they have a hard time containing the Broncos in Denver with the noise at home. I think they have a hard time containing the Broncos defense. Now, is it going to be a pretty game? No. I don't think Jacksonville would be a pretty game. I don't think the Texans would be a pretty game. And I don't think the Chargers are going to be a pretty game. So if folks are going to Empower thinking we're going to see some high-flying confetti cannon football, I'm not sure you're going to get that.
Okay, well, this is where I'm going, and this is where I can tell you're not going, and you can tell me that I'm an idiot, and I'll take full responsibility. I think the team that can come in here and put up 40 on you and then you can't match is Buffalo. That's my biggest fear. And I look at, I just because I think they have an ability with that quarterback, Jeff, to explode. And you may, listen, you're right, the Broncos will scheme the hell out of them, with the defense, and that'll be really good. But, man, they've put up 39, 35, 35, 31, 41, 44, 4. And I'm like, good golly. Josh Allen to me in the postseason, and I know he's not won it all. I just feel like of all the potential, they could get to a number that you can't get to offensively and you can lose.
Well, that's true, but their defense is so bad. I have a hard time believing that defense survives this postseason, whether it's the Broncos that beat them or somebody else. But I don't think you can go into a postseason with a defense playing like that. They've put up those point totals because they've had to. That's not how they want to play. They've had the number one rushing team in the league as well for most of the season. So I think they're a flawed roster, but a quarterback and, anybody that's won the MVP award, that's always going to be an issue if you're defensively. I'm talking schematic matchups among the teams. And I have not seen Buffalo play the rugged football defensively because of their injuries, frankly, that some of these other teams have.
2 questions, 30 seconds apiece here because we're up against it. Number one, I know you haven't done
You can't put a time limit on me. That's
30
right.
seconds. Just with the college football playoff, I know you haven't done your full scouting report yet on things, but tell me, is Fernando Mendoza when we think number one overall quarterback pick, is he that?
I think he certainly could be. I mean, I will tell you, you didn't ask me in September, so there's no way to prove it, but I was pretty fired up about Mendoza back in the summer even. He's just got a lot of the stuff you want in an NFL quarterback, and he's only enhancing his status on a weak quarterback board this year. So those guys are always going to rise to the top. And when he is interviewed by teams and put on a whiteboard, he will blow everybody away, and that's a big deal. and he's just got the mental capability to lift the team. I don't think people understand how bad Indiana was for decades. When I covered the Big Ten in the 80s, other coaches simply called them the bye week back then. So I don't think people understand how far down they were. This is the greatest resurrection in college football history.
Yeah. And then finally, just because I'm obsessed with this kid, I've been watching him since like midway through the year. Trinidad Chambliss is just a joy to watch. Is he an NFL big-time type of quarterback? Because he can do a lot of things, or is this a fun college quarterback?
Probably a little of both. I think in the right scheme, he could find an NFL home, but people are going to guys his size have not always fared well in the NFL. And that's always, there's no cut and dry rule for everything, and there's always outliers and all of that. But the injury factor would concern people with him. And the fact that 6'6" defensive tackles are the norm and not, unique. You don't get that every week, even in the SEC. So that's the issue. Finding throwing lanes and staying healthy and all those things. But playing football part of it, oh, hell yeah. He's fun to watch.
Is Indiana your winner?
They're the best team, top to bottom. The defense gets no love, but that's the best defense in the field. And it is easily the best defensive scheme in the field. They do stuff that NFL teams don't always try because it's hard to play.
Jeff, I'll just say this. I believed in them. Cignetti's a piece of work. But when they went to Autzen and they beat the Ducks the way they did, I'm like, that's a damn fine football team. So I'm right there with you.
By the way, just for the record, I want to be on record right now. I would be happy in April if the Broncos took anybody who puts their hand in the dirt on Miami's offensive or defensive line. Any one of them. I'll take them.
Yeah. No, well, that'd be a good call. You're a good personnel executive.
Jeff Legwold joins us every week. Always appreciate it, Leggy. Thank you.
Thanks, fellas.
What do you know? See you, buddy.
You know what I love is you have somebody on for expertise, and then you go, "What do you know about anything?" Anyways,
I was just joshing with him, but he's right. I don't know. I don't want to speak it into existence. So I'm not going to talk about the Bills' offense anymore.
Let me tell you something right now. I will change my mind on things. I respect Jeff Legwold's football opinion so much that if he says something, I'm like, okay, fine. Then I'll just accept that was wrong.
You change your. You can be hard pressed and say, "No, I'm going to stick to my guns." You're like, "No, okay, I'm changing."
I just want to tell people right now who listen every day to the show, and we appreciate the hell out of all you. Respect Leggy's opinion on that. That man is one of the smartest people in all of football. Okay, like Mose, you know this as well as anybody else. People in front offices in the NFL solicit his opinion on things.
That's correct.
That's how smart he is.
That is correct.
So 303-504-0925. Got one more keyword coming your way. Stick around.
Low testosterone can cause a host of problems, including low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, and more. And a lot of guys go, you know what? I'm getting a little bit up there. I'm getting a little bit older. You probably don't consider that there are medical treatments that can give you back your vigor and vibrancy if you are feeling like that. If you've got low T, it's time to treat it and change your life. And that's where the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic comes in, because they can help you get back to feeling like you did when you were younger. Do yourself a favor. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on the website. 10 simple questions, yes, no answers. Takes 2 minutes. Schedule a consult with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They're going to draw your blood. Results within 30 minutes. They're going to tell you what is going on with your T. It's only $99, includes the T and PSA test. And if you do sign up for testosterone treatment that day, if you need it, that appointment is absolutely free, and there's no need to wait. Most guys wait a year or longer. So again, the website is RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, or Call them today. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900.
Everybody, wait. I have to get this keyword out. Final keyword of the day. Nuggets Ticket Thursday. Your keyword for the Nuggets Hornets Sunday, the 18th is ants. Ants can sting.
It depends on the ant, man.
Fire ant.
Fire ants suck. You ever been bitten by a fire ant? They don't sting, they bite. They're biters.
So text ants along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Lock in a pick'em plan for this season. They start at $100 for 4 games at Ball Arena. Save on fees and get priority access for the playoffs. You can get them at nuggets.com/pick'em. If you want us to call your name as the winner at 9:55, text ants in your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Oh, that's why he played ants marching coming back.
So,
all right, I'm on to you, Nelly. I got you.
We just had KJ in here. KJ is a Mississippi guy, and I asked him, are you an Ole Miss guy or are you a Mississippi State guy? And he said he's a state guy, but he feels like the state of Mississippi, no matter who you're rooting for, is rooting for Ole Miss because Mississippi's never won.
Which is crazy because, again,
I could never imagine it.
Because, yeah, I mean, you wouldn't have, Auburn people rooting for Alabama.
Well, they've won before.
They
I'll
both
give you an example.
I guess
How
you're
about
right.
this?
Yeah.
T. Willie and my mother, they both went to Kansas
They
State.
would never root for the Jayhawks, right?
Neither Kansas nor Kansas State has won a national title.
Right.
And if Kansas was on the verge of winning one, they would want that team to be struck down. Okay? Immediately. There's no chance they'd be rooting for them.
Correct.
Zero.
Correct.
So that is a little bit odd. And then Moj got stuck down the rabbit hole of how much house you could get if you lived in Jackson, Mississippi.
Actually, it was Hattiesburg.
Or Hattiesburg, yeah. Which is 3,500 square foot house, 5 beds, 3 bath for $340,000.
Yeah, and a more than a half-acre lot.
Yeah.
Dude.
I know. That's the one thing about, like, house, like, living in a place like Denver. It's beautiful here. I love living here. Get a lot of house. If I just went to the middle of nowhere, a lot of house. That's my Jim Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh says a lot of milk. I go, a lot of house. A lot.
What struck you with what Jeff said?
It's just that here's what struck me. I asked somebody, who do you want the Broncos to play? Because who has the best shot of you think them advancing in that first round? And everybody's answer is different. That's what struck me. Nobody knows what the hell to do with this Broncos team. Everybody's like, they're good. But, yeah, they could win, but, well, if their offense doesn't show up, they could lose. But, like, there's always a count. And I think that every team, to a certain extent, is dealing with this that's in the postseason right now. Like Leggy told you, and this is what I was trying to tell you, Moj, Buffalo has a clear and obvious flaw that their defense isn't that good. And if their offense doesn't put up 30 points, they stand a shot at losing. And I'm almost curious, what's your answer here? Would you rather have the team that you think could put up 30 points and lose a football game, or the team that has trouble scoring 20?
But you're going to hold the opponent down?
But your defense is good, yeah. And I think the defensive part is an easier one to deal with. Because you can, how about this? You can get lucky and find a 50-yard touchdown on a blown coverage. You can't get lucky with a bad defense for 4 straight quarters. Can't happen.
That's true. No, I completely agree with you. I'm just saying a team's ability to outscore its problems always frightens me. If you've got a team that has the ability to outscore its problems, that can be tough because your defense can have a bad day. I mean, you're not going to get maybe roped, but if they can score enough to outscore their problems, that is always a pain in my tail. Always.
Hey, going back to, we'll get a preview of the Avs here in a second, some keys to the game. But last night, the Nuggets get another improbable victory as they beat Boston in Boston. That finishes the 5 games that were left on the road trip without Nikola Jokic. They went 3-2. Which I did not think was possible, especially in a night where you're just benching Murray and Brown and Gordon and Hardaway and everybody else.
I think it's impossible. I don't know about the possibilities that I just watched.
There is...
I saw it. I mean, I was cheering last night. In fact, my daughter is in college. Is into Stranger Things. Or has been, right? A lot of people like that show, right?
Never watched it.
Me either.
Too weird for me.
But
wait, Moser. It's a show that's just 80s nostalgia. That's all the first
true.
2-3 seasons are, and you haven't watched it?
You'd probably love
That's
it.
all the show is.
So she said, do you guys want to watch episode 1 tonight? And my lovely wife said, yeah. Let's all, as a family, we watch it with her. She's like, yeah. Well, the girls are like, let's go. Oh, I'm like, I ain't doing jack until this Nuggets game is over.
Yeah.
I ain't doing... You've got half the fourth quarter to go at least. I ain't moving, and I'm standing. And so I'm Brett. No one was happier. I called it one of the best wins of the last 25 years. Same with Philly. This road trip produced 2 of the best wins of the last 25 years, in my opinion.
Well,
because Boston, you say what you will about Philly, Boston was red hot. They'd won 9 of 10 basketball games. I mean, they were playing their best ball of the season, and you went in there and beat them. And you know what it is also? Those stupid white and gold uniforms they put on last night. That was part of it.
The games that were had by Payton Watson and Zeke Naji, I think, are like so encouraging for what can bode the rest of the season. Payton Watson has really started to find his stride and confidence within his shot. He is shooting the ball so well. He was 6 of 7 from 3 last night. But a couple of clutch plays from Zeke Nnaji late in that game, Payton Watson getting on the floor, diving after a loose ball, it's huge. And it's something that these guys need to play that kind of way to get minutes. And I think in this month that Jokic is out, or however long it's going to be, they can prove themselves as guys. Now, Payton Watson was already in the lineup, but I'm talking about a guy like Zeke. Maybe you can earn your way now to get 10, 12 minutes a night coming off the bench. Maybe you can, and take a little bit of stress off of guys like, look, Moj, wouldn't it be a great thing if you can trust Zeke Nnaji so that Aaron Gordon, with all these different hamstring issues he's had the last couple of years, doesn't have to play 35 minutes a night? Maybe he can play 29 instead. Wouldn't that be great?
That would be great, but that would be great. But we all know when the postseason rolls around, that rotation's going to shrink.
Of course, but this is just getting you there healthy.
Getting you by. Okay, that's fine. We know that when it really matters, that the big guns are going to be doing. Of course. And again, I'm incredibly pleased with what I saw. I don't know if it's sort of an aberration, whether it's real growth. I mean, I don't know what to make of it, Brett. I guess I would need a bigger sample size. And we're going to get it, by the way. Joker's not coming back tomorrow. Cam's not coming back tomorrow. We're going to get a bigger sample size. I'm just curious to see over more games how it looks. And now, if you get more often than not what you got last night, I'm in.
Well, tonight, the Avs host the Senators, and you can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Coverage starts at 6:30 with pregame, presented by Ramos Law. And speaking of...
Do whatever it takes to win. It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. Johnson Auto Plaza. Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Again, 6:30 pregame tonight, 7 o'clock puck drop, Avs and Senators.
You are 17-0-2 on the home ice. It feels pretty good. But you've suffered back-to-back regulation losses for the first time since last season.
Yeah.
And here we're sitting in flipping January, okay? You've got the Sens on a back-to-back. They lost last night against the Utah Mammoth. By the way, we didn't even talk about the Winter Classic yet. That slipped your mind?
Yeah, that the Avs are playing against Utah.
What a jerk.
Utah. I know people get geeked up about this stuff. I'm like, it's a year away and they're playing outside. That's cool. Okay. Great.
It's fun.
It is fun.
Okay. Anyway, the Ottawa Senators, by the way, if you're in the Eastern Conference, then you've got a shot to make it. I mean, all you got to do is put some stuff together and you can make the postseason. But they played last night and they went with let me take a look here. Yeah, they went with their number 2 last night. Jumped them early. Jumped them big time early. Now, they can score. There ain't no doubt about it. But they also give up more than a goal a game, more per game than the Avs.
Yeah.
Did I?
No,
they give up more than a goal per game, more than
per game, a goal
more
game.
Than the Avs.
Game goal.
Jump them. Here's the key. First period, remember what you did to St. Louis? When you you're just getting back from baby duty.
4-0 in like the first 5 minutes. That's right.
You've settled down. You know you're without Landy and without Taser, but you know they're going to be back. All that shock and awe is over. You're off the road. You're back home. You're in your own bed. You had a good night's sleep. Jump them early, and you win the game.
Again, 6:30 tonight, 7 o'clock pregame. That is Keys to the Game. It's presented by Johnson Auto Plaza. You get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. Quickly, speaking of St. Louis, I want to get your thoughts on last night because...
Oh, my God.
Bennington is getting...
Hey, listen, as my daughter would say, OMG.
Bennington gets lit up for 7 by Chicago. And there's a video. They're looking to pull Bennington and put in Hofer. It's hilarious. I don't understand what's happening here, though. Hofer is in the hallway, peeking around the corner with all of his gear on. Is he hoping they don't see him so they don't put him in? What's going on?
Bennington wouldn't come off the ice.
Okay, explain this to me.
Well, you saw Markstrom get lit up for 9 the other night. I heard Bruce Boudreau talking about this.
Boudreau
with the Boudreau, Canucks.
Took it.
Rick took it. I heard him talking about this. And as a veteran coach,
Bruce Boudreau.
Sometimes your veteran goalie, you know what? He's like, look, this is my game. Am I giving up 7? I'm giving up 7, but this is my game. I'm staying. I want to stay in, right?
Okay.
So if you've got a Binnington who's got a certain amount of, how do you want to call it, flair?
It's one way to put it. I can think of a few other words.
Okay, would you think maybe something a little bit more of a pejorative, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, he's got a little bit of blank in him. And so he, I guess, has earned the right to say, look, I'm not coming out. I'm going to sit here with these suckholes in front of me, and I'm going to give up 2 more. How about that? Markstrom did it the other night against the Islanders. He gave up 9.
Yeah.
Sheldon Keefe left him in for how many? 9 times.
Yeah.
9 times? They didn't want to come out. It's my game. I'm going to stay in there. But this whole Hofer down the tunnel, peeking around the corner.
Yeah, what's
crap,
that about?
I don't know what that's about. I have no idea. And then Montgomery is actually looking down the tunnel, looking back at Bennington, looking down the tunnel.
No, he's looking at the bench, and you can see him. He puts his hands up. He's like, where's Hofer?
I think Hofer's doing a solid for his buddy, who's the number 1. I guess that's what it is.
So, Nelly, I just DM'd it to you right now. Can you throw it up behind us before we get the break here? By the way,
it's
a
weird.
reminder, the final keyword for today and a chance to win tickets to the Nuggets and Hornets is ants. So text ants to 303-504-0925. But the video is hilarious. Like, it's really funny. The camera does a slow zoom and pan to the hallway, and you just see it's like a movie, like a horror movie. This guy's peeking around the corner.
It's funny for everybody but Jim Montgomery.
Well, yeah.
Monty, let me tell you something about Monty. Jim Montgomery is a damn fine hockey coach. So describe it. So
right now they got the camera on Bennington. It's 3-7, 5:50 left in the game.
It's 7-3. You say 7-3.
Sorry. They cut. All right, so pause it for a second, Nelly. Go back a few seconds. So there's Montgomery. So he gives a wave signal over towards Bennington. He then looks at his bench, does a double take on both sides, throws his hands up, and he goes, where's Hofer? All right, so keep going. So he looks in the hallway, doesn't see anything. Looks down the hallway
again. Where's our other goalie?
Where is he? And then the camera zooms in, and there's a hockey mask just peeking around the corner. What is that?
Dude, I've never seen that before in my entire life. I've been working for the Avalanche for almost the last 30 years, okay? I've seen a lot of hockey, done a lot of hockey, been around a lot of hockey. I have never seen that. And by the way, the further on I go, what's amazing to me is like the last, I would say, 8 years of my life in hockey, I see things now that I've never seen before more often than I did the previous 20. I've never ever seen that before.
Could Hofer be stretching? That's fine.
No,
but
he's not stretching.
But why is he peeking around the corner? Like that's
he's
hiding.
He's hiding.
Anyway, just a weird thing last night in that Blues game.
Before we're done, can we have a little audience participation before the end of the program?
Can you wait for it? Yeah. We'll get to it next. Can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com. I'll announce a winner of those Nuggets and Hornets tickets. Nuggets-Hornets tickets for the 18th in just a few minutes. Got a game tonight, 7 o'clock puck drop, Avs and Senators. What you giggling about over there?
Somebody said,
Mr. Gigglesworth.
The arena design has smaller benches so the backup sits in the hallway, Brett. No. You have to understand what happened. Hofer went and hid.
I have video evidence of him peeking around the corner of the hallway. He's hiding.
Somebody here's Josh. While KJ's in here doing his whiteboard thing, he's perfect handwriting. He says, diehard Ole Miss fan here. I'd root for a natural disaster before I would root for the little brother Mississippi State winning a title. All right. So I think that's most often people are anti-KJ in that regard. They don't want to
I think so too.
Root for their cross-state rival, right? Like if the Buffs were in the Natty or could get to the Natty, they've already won one. But you would not have Colorado State Rams fans going, yay, Colorado.
Yeah, not happening.
Hey, I need some audience participation before we're done.
What do you want?
I've got my team's fight song, which is horrible.
You're still on the fight song thing?
And your team's fight song, which is equally... Wait, yours is just dumb. Yours is just boring and dumb. I need to know...
I don't even know what it is.
I need to know which one stinks the worst.
What do you want to do here?
Well, I'm going to read you the words to mine. You ready?
Okay.
This is so stupid. Fight on Sacramento State. Okay, and we need to give us the text line.
303-504-0925.
Fight on Sacramento State. Fight on to victory. The Hornet is on the wing. The foe will know what we will show them. We were meant for fame and glory. All the world will know the Hornet's nest is the best in the West by test. Sacramento State, let's go. Go, 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 go. Fight, 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 fight. Go fight, blah, 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 blah.
Okay.
That is so stupid, and I know that song. It's dumb. Listen to yours. This is dork central.
You better make this quick.
We will fight, fight, fight for our Mavericks. We will fight, fight, fight for our team. Everyone knows when that old whistle blows, we will shout, we will yell, we will scream, go Mavs.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
We will cheer on so fans will know, be it win or lose or draw, everyone for Omaha, we will fight for UNO. I think mine is a lot dumber than yours. That's my opinion.
Great. I'm glad we cleared
but
that
up. I've been sitting on that for 2 days, and I'm like...
yeah, but why? Why would you sit on that for 2 days?
Because it's just so stupid.
I have
it's
something.
So
I have something that's prescient.
Please.
Why the hell did Trae Young want to get traded to the Wizards?
I can't tell you.
Why was that his preferred destination? Is the Washington Wizards, who are terrible. And I'll tell you this, on behalf of the Wizards, they have done a fantastic job. This is what they've done. It started with Bradley Beal. They traded him for Chris Paul, 6 second-round picks, and 4 first-round swaps. Okay? They then traded Chris Paul for Jordan Poole and a first-round pick in 2030. They then dumped Poole's salary for C.J. McCollum and then traded McCollum for Trae Young. That is excellent front office work. Trae Young, the hell are you doing?
Washington is not a good basketball team and has not been for some time. That's a good move by them. Here's part of the problem. Again, I'm going to go back to the Denver Nuggets and the trading of one Carmelo Anthony to the New York Knicks. They did a great job.
Yeah, when you look at what the total return was, yeah.
Well, because that's the only place he wanted to go. And it's the only place he would go. And so the Knicks basically have you over a barrel.
Yep.
But they really wanted Melo too, right? He wanted them and they wanted him, and it worked out really well for both of them.
I actually think Carmelo got what he wanted out of it, which was notoriety in New York.
Whatever.
I'm just telling you, I agree with you. That's not what I would want.
Let me tell you what he doesn't have. Bling.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, of course.
That's just me being petty. But you got a lot out of that deal. You did the very, very, very best you could. I'm telling you, Trae Young wanted to go to Washington and only Washington, and I don't know why. I'm not in his head. He's not even from there. Maybe he dabbles again in international diplomacy, all the embassies. I don't know what his side gig is.
Yeah.
But that's typically when a guy will only go one place, that's the kind of deal you get.
Well, I don't get it for him, number one. Number two, there's more news from Shams yesterday that it looks like the Dallas Mavericks really want to trade Anthony Davis, which we're a year removed from this trade of Luka. The main thing they got in return was AD. Because what else they got? They got one first-round pick. And who was the other dude that I forget who was even involved in the trade? Some other role player guy. Forget.
And now I have nothing.
The main thing that they got in return.
They got Max Christie.
Max Christie, that's right. The main thing they got in return for that trade was AD, and they're like, this is going to make our defense so much better. And less than a year later, you're like, yeah, we're done with that. I have never in my life had a BS meter that flies off the charts more than everything surrounding this trade.
Well, you did
that
get,
it was Luka to the Lakers.
You did get Cooper Flagg.
Not with that pick.
I know. I'm just saying. You sucked enough without Luka to
put all that together. Hang on a second. All of it.
I agree.
Let's put all of it together for a second.
By the way, you gave up Maxi Kleber as well.
You were obsessed with him. He's not. He's a non-factor. Non-issue.
Well, I think I guess I just have Maxi Kleber problems against the Denver Nuggets. He is a non-factor, but he's played well against the Nuggets in the past.
I just want to make something clear. The Dallas Mavericks were in the NBA Finals 2 years ago. The following year, they traded Luka Doncic and tanked. They still made a play-in game. They were the 10 seed last year. After that, after losing the play-in game, they won the lottery against all odds to get Cooper Flagg.
Yes, they did.
So just to recap, team was really good. They traded away generational player to the Lakers for virtually nothing. The one player they got in return that they liked, they're going to trade this year. And they somehow ended up with the number one overall pick despite having insane odds to get that, to draft a player that was seen as a very, 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 very good prospect. BS.
It stinks to high heaven. I completely agree.
Nothing will convince me differently. Nothing.
I agree. It's one of the most inexplicable things I've seen in sports, maybe ever.
Again,
that and the Lakers giving Timofey Mozgov $64 million.
Well, that didn't work for him, though.
I know. I'm just saying that's just inexplicable.
Again, we got the college football playoff tonight. We have the Avs. Puck drop at 7 o'clock right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
The Avs have recalled Ivan.
Ivan?
Why
what does that mean?
Bugging?
Why did they call him back
They
up?
sent Taylor McCarr back down.
Gotcha.
So they're giving Ivan a shot tonight. A couple things, too. Hey, man, I know it's a year away. My wife had the same reaction. I'm like, the Avs are playing in the Winter Classic in Utah. She's like, when is that? I said, well, next January. She's like, a year away? I'm like, yeah. It's still pretty cool, dude.
I agree. It's cool. What reaction do you want me to have? They're playing the outdoor game. I think that's really cool. They're playing the Winter Classic. That's awesome. Why do you keep making that towards me? Don't you do that? How would you want me to react? Should I get up and take my pants off over this? What do you want me to do?
No, it just shows you that the Avs are a huge draw nationally. And internationally.
Yeah, duh.
That's neat.
Just saying. They want to give Utah some love because this guy came and bought the franchise and saved it and so on.
Because the guy who dresses like me
blah, blah,
owns
blah,
the
blah.
team.
Right, basically. Brett Kane could walk out there and go, hey, what's up? I'm Ryan. What's his face? What's up?
Utah. Give me two.
When they interviewed him early this season when the Avs first played them and he was doing the mid-game interview because I think it was a TNT game.
Yeah, they spent like the entire period.
They said, let's go talk to the brand new owner of the Utah Mammoth. And I looked at him and I was like, that's me.
Well,
I can own a team. I don't need a suit.
No, you could not because this guy has billions. You got nothing.
No, but just the way that he looks.
Yeah, I mean, optically speaking, yes. If both of you were walking through the mall, they wouldn't know who's who.
Kevin O'Leary from Shark Tank gave some good advice. He goes, if you're in a big business meeting and there's one guy in there that's wearing a T-shirt, beware of that guy because he has more money than God. You leave that man alone. Because he said that's the first time he met Mark Cuban. We're all in suits and Cuban's wearing a T-shirt, wrinkled. He's like, who does this guy think he is? Then you find out that guy's got multiple billions. Quick fact checker, please, Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Fact Checker. Presented by Backus and Shanker. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured.
14 years ago today, one of the most iconic, memorable sports moments in the history of all Denver sports.
First snap of the overtime. The Broncos have been in 3 overtime games this year. They won them all. Got him at the 40. It's Thomas at the 50. Stiff arm got him free to the 30, to the 20. Thomas to the 10. Denver's going on the New England. They win it on the first play of overtime.
That's still one of the craziest moments ever. You just
January 8th, 2012.
You actually started to think, does God take a side in sports? That's what my first thought was like, is Tebow such a devout and great Christian that God actually decided, well, I'm going to root for a team?
The Lord works in mysterious ways. Also, the Steelers were so convinced that Tim Tebow couldn't throw over them or anything of that nature that they they packed it in.
So
great slant and to the house. So good. So good.
The winner of the pair of tickets to the Nuggets and the Hornets, congratulations to Susie Thebus. It's spelled the bus, actually. All one word. Thebus. I'm assuming that's how it's said. Susie, congratulations.
Maybe Susie's a bus. Bogdan, Susie the bus. Big Don, Bag Don. That's
Susie the bus.
I'm going with Susie the bus.
Congratulations, pair of tickets to the Nuggets and the Hornets. Have a one. I'm trying to get out of here.
That was a good one, though, was it not?
It was a good one.
Okay, thank you.
iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Have a wonderful Thursday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. See you.
Najee has it. He hands it off over to Jamal Murray. Throws in the corner. Watson three. That one's good. Payton Watson on fire from downtown. He's 4 of 4 from deep. Putback is up and in by Payton Watson. That's a 10-0 run for Denver. Inbound to Najee. Quick flip back over to Murray. Murray turns the corner on Garza. Shoots right over him. Jumpers up and in. Najee hands it off behind him over to Murray. In the paint, down low. Najee dunked that thing home with 2 hands. Denver leads it by 9. Their big lead of the night, 99-90. Murray has it, brings it back out, over to the middle, spins on Pritchard, stops, 10-footer. Buckets! Denver leads at 109-98, 11-point lead. Denver with another improbable win. They get a double-double from Jamal Murray, 22 points, 17 assists, and 8 rebounds, and the Nuggets stun the Boston Celtics in the Garden. Final tonight, 114-110.
Is that Chris Dempsey's music? What? Welcome to the morning sprint after the Nuggets. Another improbable win. 114-110 on the road against the hottest team in the NBA, the Boston Celtics. What a game. 6 of 7 from 3 from Payton Watson. Jamal Murray, 17 assists, nearly his second career triple-double in that game. And yes, it is Chris Dempsey's music. Mike is out sick today. Berto's going to be hanging in for DMac today on PhD. So we welcome in our dear friend, Christopher A. Dempsey. Demps, what's up, bro?
Hey, what is up? What is up, everybody? No, it's really good to be here. I'm very happy. Thank you for asking me to come in and sit in with you today. Obviously, we hope Coach is feeling better. Actually, he hit me up last night during the game. Because Deron Holmes at the beginning of that game knocked in a couple of 3-pointers. It's like Deron Holmes, and I'm like, yeah, and also Pete Watt, and and then it just exploded from there.
Dribbled to the corner to take a 3. That was one of my favorite plays of the game. Was Deron getting the ball essentially at like the elbow, and then takes 2 dribbles, gets to the corner. No one follows him. He's like, all right, I got it. Pops it.
It's true.
It is as improbable a run as you could imagine, and I haven't tried to be Debbie Downer. I've tried to be realistic about how successful the Nuggets should have been on this road trip. 3-4 is insane.
Yeah.
3-2 without Nikola Jokic is equally as insane. You look at that Cleveland game, like, you should have been north of 500 on this road trip, man. That is as good, as complete a win as you can get. You get double-digit performances from 3 bench players, albeit one of them is Aaron Gordon. Walk me through this win last night.
Well, I think to me this win had its roots in the previous game. And the reason I say that is because you had really no regulars playing when the Nuggets beat the 76ers on Monday. And so if you're sitting on the bench as a starter, as a regular rotation player, and you're watching your reserve and then end of the bench reserves play like that against that team and come out with that victory, then what you're not going to do is put anything less than that kind of an effort on the court when you hit it on Wednesday night in Boston. And so what we saw was kind of a continuation of the momentum, a continuation of the energy, a continuation of the professionalism, as David Adelman would say, in this victory yesterday. And so because you came out in the right frame of mind, now it's just about executing, right? And so the Celtics are a very difficult team to handle just given how they play. But there's a lot of similarities with some of the actions they run that the Nuggets also run. So if you're going into that matchup schematically, defensively, you kind of understand what the job is because you guys are kind of running some of the same stuff. So now it's about getting out to the three-point line. It's about not letting Jaylen Brown just live in your paint and do whatever the heck he wants.
He did whatever he wanted to in the first quarter.
Early on, yeah.
Quarters 2, 3, and 4. I think he had 15?
Yeah.
I think that's the number. I'm almost positive that's the number. Second, third, and fourth combined. I think it was 15 points.
He was way less effective, right? Way less effective as the game went on. And, Derek White, the same way. Payton Pritchard was actually downright awful. 1 for 6 from 3, 5 for 13 from the field overall. And if you start to really cut off the three-point machine that the Celtics are, then you put yourself in great position to win, because that's not a team that really punishes you in the paint really at all. And then defensively, they're not the same as what they have been in just in recent years, even going back to last season. So you can find openings. You won the three-point battle. I mean, the Nuggets, they hit 20 of them yesterday.
Opened 7 of 11. Opened 6 of 7, and then extended to 7-11. The most important stretch of the game, and let me know if I'm wrong here, you're down 9, right? Jaylen Brown hits that little runner, probably should have been an and one.
Mm-hmm.
You're down 9 with about 5 minutes to go in the third. And you go 3, stop. I think that was Jamal that hit the first one. Timmy 3, stop.
Mm-hmm.
And then the third straight offensive possession is the Aaron Gordon step back.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the most important stretch of 4 minutes of the game?
Yeah, because that was the point at which the Celtics started to separate a little bit and look like, okay, we're going to take – it was cute. We're going to take control of the game now.
Right.
And the Nuggets just said, no, you won't. And then when they got themselves back into that game, by the end of that third quarter, you knew that the fourth quarter was going to be a knockdown, drag-out fight.
When these injuries all started to happen and you had a game where you had 7 rotational pieces when you were out, you had a game in which all 5 starters were not playing and you found a way, which, again, I think that's the most impressive win in my lifetime. I suppose you can look at the series win when you were the 8 seed getting over the Supersonics, but I think a singular game,
especially in the regular season.
Right.
Yeah.
It's the most impressive win I've ever seen. 7 freaking dudes, really close to it, but your 7 freaking dudes were all ballers.
Yeah, they were.
When I looked back at all those injuries, the first thing that I said was, I don't believe you will truly figure out if this is a championship roster in this stretch, because, well, it was built to have your starters. It was built to have this deep bench behind arguably the deepest and best starting 5 in the NBA. So I went back and forth on Twitter with a few fans of like, even if they go 1-6 on the road trip, it will not make me think that they're any less of a championship contender.
Yeah.
But now they go 3-4. Was I wrong in my original assessment? Now, because they go 3-4, I'm starting to feel, well, they're even more of a championship contender now.
Yeah. I don't think you were wrong in your previous assessment. I mean, had they just lost these last 2 games, okay, would it have felt great? No, it wouldn't have felt great. But we all know that when you drop all those other players back into the lineup, exactly what this team is. What they showed you in these last couple of games is, I guess I look at it like this. Prior to the season, we're all saying, oh my gosh, this is the deepest Nuggets roster. On this program, you guys had me on, and I said, this is the deepest team in the history of their franchise. Well, if I'm saying that, then at some point, if you have to use that depth, then while I am super impressed with what they did, I can't be overly surprised, because I entered the season saying, well, but these guys are ballers. So you've got to use, if the ballers are on the court and you're asking them now, hey, do something significant for us, and then they do that significant thing, then yeah, that's exactly what I thought they might do. Now, having said that, can you do that over the course of a month or like 20? When I was last on here, I think you counted out the 25 games.
Between the original Jokic injury and when they leave for the All-Star break.
Yeah, correct. So am I saying that they're going 20-5 or something? No, I am not saying that. But what I am saying is it's a roster that can continue to, at the very least, hold its own, and at the very most do what we saw in the last couple of games, which is still a couple of games against really good teams. And the Celtics were super hot. I mean, that was 4 straight, 8 of 9. I mean, they were figuring themselves out, and the Nuggets just cooled them off.
The Celtics hot or real?
I think they're hot. And the reason I say that is because I just still don't love how they play. I mean, they're a really good rebounding team. and they'd shoot the heck out of the ball. But what if they don't? But what if they don't? And you could say, well, yeah, that's kind of been their MO the last couple of seasons. But they also had Jason Tatum. You could just go, in under 10 seconds on the shot clock, please just clear it out and get us a bucket. They can kind of do that with Jaylen Brown, but then the whole defense can just load up on Jaylen Brown and say, well, you're not going to do that on this possession, and we're going to make it really tough on you. And so I thought that they might do some things to alter how they play. I just think they're really hot. That they began the season something like 5-7, and they were not making any 3-pointers. So they began the season super cold. So you just see what they are early season to now when they're actually making 3-pointers. So I think they're hot. I still don't think that they'll figure in super significantly to the Eastern Conference among the contenders going to the finals in the Eastern Conference.
Nuggets 25-12, 5.5 games out of first. The Thunder have started to slip as of late. 31 and still like an unbelievable basketball team, but I thought they were going to dominate that Golden State record. That ain't going to happen anymore. I am now a San Antonio Spurs fan because I love how much Victor Wembanyama hates the Thunder.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's – and they seem to just be able to beat them however they want, whenever they want. When the Spurs beat the Thunder, it's by double-digit points, and that is crazy to think about. I mean, look, to me, because the Spurs have proven that they are a very good basketball team, you got Thunder, you got Nuggets, you got Spurs, and you have Rockets. And then you have everybody else.
You're home for the NFL playoffs. This is Altitude Sports Radio. We're going to have all 6 games this weekend. Every game straight through Super Bowl 60 in San Francisco. You're home for the NFL on Westwood One. Lives right here on Altitude Sports Radio. 14 years to the day. One of the most iconic plays in Broncos history. We'll remind you what it was on the other side.
Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck.
You don't remember me. We spoke on the phone 2 days ago. I told you I would find you.
It's a Nugget Ticket Thursday, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm, and your 1020 keyword is, well, you probably guessed it, it's Liam. Liam. That's Liam to 303-504-0925, and you'll be entered to win tickets to see the Nuggets take on the Hornets on Sunday, January the 18th. The Wilhite Law Firm is giving you a chance to win big both on and off the court. Visit wilhitewins.com. Your keyword this hour is Liam. Text it with your first and last name to be entered. Good luck. Chris Dempsey.
I have a special set of skills.
That's pretty good. What's the best Liam Neeson? Is Taken the best Liam Neeson movie?
I think so.
I think so as well.
Schindler's List is tough to...
wasn't he also Qui-Gon?
He was Qui-Gon.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I know a lot of people say Ted.
He was
I don't know.
He was the best part of episode 1.
Yeah.
Episode 1, not
that great. Yeah. That's
so
fair.
I could go, great role.
Yeah.
You saved the movie if it's salvageable.
Right.
Salvageable.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go Taken then.
The Gray's pretty good.
I didn't see that.
The Gray, you gotta watch The Gray.
I
Plane
do.
crash, dude has to fend off wolves in Alaska. It's nuts. Schindler's has to be up there. But it's a movie that I'm not gonna watch all that often because it'll just rip your heart out.
Right.
Taken's up there.
Yeah.
But I think I gotta put I put The Gray over it.
The Gray over
it's
it?
good. You gotta watch it.
Okay, well, I'm gonna check it out then.
Liam, Liam to 303-504-0925. We'll have 2 keywords today. Chris Dempsey's filling in for a sick Mike Sanford today. So it's the morning sprint and company today. Talking about a big Nuggets win over the Celtics last night. They improved to 3-4 on the road trip. Very well could have been 4-3. 3 of those games they played, they hold their opponent to 115 points or less. The defense was great.
And Raj, they lost to Brooklyn to come out because it's that's the game you lost. You're right. Defensively, they were really good. They're starting to get back. But you know what? Why? Who'd you get back? You got back Christian Brown. You got back Aaron Gordon. And then all of a sudden, voila.
Defensive dogs.
Defense, yeah, exactly. I mean, it really does work in exactly the same way as losing a leading scorer hurts an offense. And when that person comes back, your offense is better. So, I've been a big proponent of saying this for many years now, which is show me a good defensive team, I'll show you good defensive players, like a lot of them on the same team. So the Nuggets are starting to get those players back, and the defense looks better.
14 years ago today, this play happened at Mile High.
And here we go. First snap of the overtime. The Broncos have been in 3 overtime games this year. They won them all. Got him at the 40. It's Thomas at the 50. Stiff arm got him free to the 30, to the 20. Thomas to the 10. Denver's going on to New England. They win it on the first play of overtime. The new rules. You got to score 6 on the first possession to close it out. They do it on the very first play.
Demaryius Thomas walks off the Pittsburgh Steelers. Rest in peace, DT. 14 years ago today. I was talking with Darren McKee before his show yesterday, and I don't know how Olympic hockey got brought up. It's me, so I'm not shocked I brought up hockey. And DMac was like, "Oh, I don't remember." 2014. I go, you shouldn't remember much. I was like, the coolest thing was TJ Oshie. And he goes, you know what? I don't remember anything about 2010 Olympic hockey, so I don't even know if I'm going to watch it in Italy. And I go, I think the most important goal in hockey history, you could make the argument, Eruzione against the Russians in 1980.
That was a good goal.
Sidney Crosby scoring the golden goal against the U.S. in overtime on home soil in the Vancouver Winter Olympics. And I was like, it got me thinking, if that for me is the most important goal in hockey history, what are the other most important shots, plays, touchdowns in each sports history? Demaryius Thomas, it's close. But because the team didn't do anything great, they got walloped by New England next year. And it was Tim Tebow, right? You kind of knew it was going to happen. It feels like an iconic play for the Broncos.
It was.
Not the most important. What's the most important Broncos touchdown in history?
To me, that's the helicopter. John Elway.
Probably.
Yeah, I mean, that's just what it is. This is a really good question, Raj. There's so many great and important and iconic all rolled into one plays. That's the one that stands out to me the most. You know, I mean, and for a franchise that has had how many very important plays and scores? A ton.
Vaughn's strip sack, not a touchdown. One of the most important plays in franchise history.
Yeah.
I don't know if there will ever be another touchdown more important than the helicopter play.
Yeah. Just because at the time, you're talking about a Broncos team that was, I mean, they had lost a bunch of Super Bowls, you know, and the question is are you going to win one? I mean, is it? And so, you know, for that team.
Wait, he didn't score on that though. Was that a first down?
It
was a first down. It wasn't a touchdown.
It
was a first down.
Yeah, it was a first down.
Red zone. He was close. First down, if memory serves. Yeah, that's it. It's a first down.
It was first down. That's my bad. It was a first down. It was still an amazing play. But when you're going to make plays like that, I don't know. I mean, what touchdown in that game would have been?
What, didn't like TD? TD probably punched it in the next play or two. I was so young when that happened, man.
Yeah, I was 18, 19. No, I was more than that. I was
TD
like
punched it in.
something.
TD punched it in.
On that drive.
Elway got the first down with the helicopter play. TD punched
it in on that drive.
It's still the most iconic play in Broncos history.
Just because it just said, hey, but we're not here to lose. You know, like we were 14-point underdogs. Pretty sure they were two touchdown underdogs to Green Bay in that Super Bowl, which at the time was the biggest underdog in Super Bowl history. But they just said, we're not here to lose this game today. So while that was not a touchdown, it was a first down. It was just very iconic for me. The Broncos, man. So many. Trying to isolate one touchdown. It's very difficult to do. But the play that you just played was super iconic, man. That was the first play of overtime. First play.
It was the first time that rule had been put into effect in the NFL.
Yeah. And the Steelers, you're talking, how many of them were just kind of standing so close to the line of scrimmage? Because Tim Tebow's your quarterback, right? So he's not going to throw it over our head. He didn't necessarily throw it over your head, but like he hit that dude in stride and and TT was gone on the first play. It was crazy. It's crazy.
Tim Tebow, 10 of 21 in that game.
Yeah.
And that's what everyone's going, oh, can you win with Bo Nix at quarterback? I know it was an anomaly that they found a way to beat a 12-win Steelers team that year, and they were 8-8 getting into the postseason. Like, he was 10 of 21 for 316 yards. Yes, Ryan Clark didn't play in the game, and that matters because he wasn't able to because of a health issue.
Yep.
If you can win that game with Tim Tebow throwing the ball, you can win an AFC championship with Bo Nix.
Because, look, Bo has been, let's just call it up and down. But he can throw the ball. It's like 10 of 21 would really surprise me from Bo Nix in a playoff game. So yeah, I mean, to your point, it's your point's well taken. I still think they're a little bit of apples and oranges. The Broncos offense is wildly inconsistent. And it's the reason why it's very difficult to just say, okay, but this team, we could just take this team and put them in at least the AFC Championship game, if not the Super Bowl. And then on top of that, defensively, it's kind of not the same as it was earlier in the season. It was domination time early this season. And now you can kind of look around and go, well, Houston's defense it was the active number one defense for the past few weeks.
Houston's defense is better.
Yeah, there you go. And so if you can kind of look around and see a defense or two that's better than yours, and now it's kind of like, okay, well, Where do the Broncos fit into all of this? I'm very, very interested. We talked about this just a couple of days ago. I'm very interested to see how they fare in these playoffs because the AFC is full of a bunch of teams that can win or lose. And it wouldn't be surprising either way. I know there's a groundswell of people who are on the Jacksonville train because that team got hot and is playing really well. Yeah, playing really well going into the playoffs, and I get it. But I guess I don't view Jacksonville as this insurmountable force.
There's not a team in the AFC that is insurmountable. There's not a team in the playoff that's insurmountable.
Yeah.
On either side. Right? All 14 teams, tell me one that you go, you can't beat them. You have to be perfect, and they have to be flawed in order for you to beat that team.
Not one.
I thought it was going to be the Rams for a while.
Right. And then they showed you that there's cracks in the armor.
You thought it was going to be the Broncos just because of how great the defense was. The defense kind of tapered off at the end of the season. However, they did get better against the Chargers. Yes, they didn't really play anybody against the Chargers. Didn't really play anybody against the Chiefs, but they got better in terms of the giveaway takeaway margin.
Yep.
There's not a team in the playoff that you go, oh, God.
Yeah.
Oh, no. What is going on? I think the reason why you feel that way about the Jaguars is because they haven't been there. They haven't done that. They are historically a team that does not thrive. They've been to one AFC championship game.
Yeah, they beat the Broncos on the way to that championship game.
Or did they get there with Blake Bortles too?
Oh, they might have.
They may have gotten there with Bortles.
2017.
Okay, so they've been to two.
Blake Bortles, Nate Hackett year.
That's insane. And they also have to go through an MVP in round one.
Yeah.
Now, the Bills' defense is no good, but if Josh Allen decides I'm going to go Super Saiyan and have 225 yards passing and 130 yards rushing and combined for 4 scores, Buffalo wins that game.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Josh Allen is all that defense really, if he just wants to go completely superhero and the Buffalo offense can score a lot of points at any time, almost on any defense. And so then the burden on their defense is to just not give up 30, hold a team to 21, 24, or something, 23, and then Josh Allen will take care of the rest. Now, I don't know if it's possible for that defense to be able to do that. And look, you might run into a defense. Buffalo's had these games where there's been power outages on their offense as well when the defense is really stout that they're playing against. Wide receiver-wise, the weapons-wise, they're just not stacking up with a lot of other teams. So you have to lean in on Josh Allen in terms of a runner and a playmaker for wide receivers who they're good, but they're not really anything to write home about, generally speaking. It's just going to be fascinating to see what's up. But yeah, I mean, off the top of my head, man, there's so many touchdowns. I'm not super sure which one I would lean into the most.
Probably the drive, that touchdown.
That whole drive was great.
Was that Elway to Jackson?
Yeah, for the actual touchdown, that was Elway to. I think it was Mark Jackson.
That's what most people are saying on the text line is the most important touchdown, not the most important play. I think it's legit. The most important play is Elway first down helicopters. The most important play in the history of the franchise. The most important touchdown, probably that one from the drive. Most important goal in Avs history. You either go Huey Krupp in overtime to win the 1996 Cup, but you were going to win that anyways.
Yeah,
they swept Florida. You were going to win that anyways. I think the most important goal in Avs franchise history is he fakes it, he takes it, he scores. Joe Sakic, Game 7 against New Jersey at home.
Yeah.
I think that's the most important goal in Avs history. Most important play in Rockies history has to be the play-in.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Holiday not touching home.
Not touching home, yep.
That's got to be that. Or it's just the simple Eric Burns ground out to get them to the World Series.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I'm on board with that.
Nuggets, most important shot.
The most important shot in Nuggets history. I would say, oh man, it's a difficult one. I'm trying. The MPJ hit a big one in the finals. So did Bruce Brown.
There has to be an iconic one. No?
An iconic shot in Nuggets history.
Jamal Murray made a shot, but like it didn't turn into anything.
Yeah.
And that was post-championship.
Yeah. The Jamal Murray buzzer beaters were a lot of fun.
Nick says it's a Taco Bell commercial. It's true.
Also, not Taco Bell's fault, by the way.
It's so true.
Yeah,
Joker's like, I'm never going to eat there. They didn't do anything.
They didn't do it. ESPN
It could have
went
been
to
a
commercial.
Toyota commercial, man.
I know.
It could have been a Phil Long Ford commercial. Jake Jabs could have been selling couches on that commercial. You wouldn't have been mad about him.
Yeah. What he should do is never do an interview with ESPN ever again. They went to commercial during your big moment.
Your keyword this hour, 303-504-0925, is the word Liam, L-I-A-M. That is Liam to 303-504-0925. You'll be entered to win tickets to see the Nuggets take on the Hornets. You guys continue to use that line, not only to text in your keyword, but you can use that number, 303-504-0925, to tell us the most important shot in Nuggets history, the most important goal in Avs history, the most important touchdown in Broncos history. We'll continue to get those throughout the rest of the day. Chris Dempsey is filling in for a sick Mike Sanford. It's the morning sprint on Altitude. The Avs host the Senators tonight, and you can hear all the action right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I'll have your pregame coverage starting at 6:30, presented by Ramos Law. Eric Johnson's going to be on the call this evening alongside Connor McGahey. Avs return home for a 7-game homestand after going 1-2 on the gauntlet through the East's best. Now, injuries happen. Gabe Landeskog crashes into a net. It's so funny how all these very important injuries for both the Avs and the Nuggets happen at the very same time.
I know. We were in the studio the same time as the Avs TV crew when Landeskog crashed into the net, and you just feel the air, the air just come out of the entirety of the altitude. Yeah, absolutely.
I felt the same when Cam Johnson went down. I went, well, you traded Mike and you moved money and you got a 3-and-D player D and 3 player. That's Cam Johnson. Let's be very clear. D and also 3 player, which is the main difference between him and Mike. When that went down, I went, oh no, these best laid plans are now dead. And then Joker goes down shortly after and you go, well, now it's completely toast.
Yeah.
You skirt both of those injuries to the point where all right, 6 weeks, that's okay. Don't worry about that for a second. Same thing happens with Gabe as he toe picks. And that's how I tore my knee playing, is I toe picked, my LCL just went, see ya, bye, I'm out. And when I saw that play, I went, there goes his left knee. Yeah. Now he has a cartilage replaced right knee and an ACL or a meniscus, something going on in his left. Thankfully, he just crashes into the net. And again, I'm not trying to diminish a broken rib because that sucks.
Yeah.
Crashes into the net and it's upper body injury. Now it's, a 6 to 8 week timeline. I hope for Gabe's sake that this doesn't ruin his chance to play in the Olympics.
Yeah.
He would likely wear the C for Sweden. So for his sake, I hope he's able to get back and at least travel with the team or be there or play limited minutes for them. Obviously, we know the most important thing for Gabe Landeskog and Avs fans is that he is ready for a push to the 1 seed and a push to a Stanley Cup championship this year. But the injury luck for pretty much every team in the state it's been great. The Broncos named the big time injury that's killed them this year.
Yeah, the only one.
Knock on wood.
J.K. Dobbins would be about it.
That's the only one.
Yeah, and you can get through that.
Well, you think you can get through it, right? Because they haven't been able to show a successful commitment to the running game since J.K. went down.
Yeah,
even when J.K. was healthy.
Yeah. How close do we think R.J. Harvey is to being the guy, the permanent guy?
I don't know if he is.
Yeah.
Now, I have hammered the table in recent weeks of people hate the second round draft pick. And I go, he just gets into the end zone. Now, he's not a bell cow every down. He's going to churn 4.5, 5 yards a carry type of back. I didn't think people expected him to be that. They expected him to be more of a home run hitter, and he's hit a couple of home runs, but he's found a way to get into the end zone in the red zone, and it's mattered, right? I think he has the most touchdowns. I haven't looked at it in a few weeks, but I believe he's got the most touchdowns of any skill position player in his draft year.
Yeah. It's interesting to me how sometimes easy it is to get a player involved in an offense and sometimes how difficult it is to get a player involved in the offense. Now, even though RJ Harvey, from a let's hand it off to him and get, a chunk of yard standpoint, that's not what's happening right now. He continues to be very productive from but he can get first downs and he can get touchdowns. You can throw the ball to him. You can do things with him in a way that the Broncos couldn't quite figure it out with Jaleel McLaughlin, right? They can't figure it out with Marvin Mims. But this guy walks right in, and for some reason, he fits exactly what Sean Payton is looking for somehow within the scope of the offense.
Would you have taken 896 yards and 12 touchdowns when they drafted him in the second round?
Yeah,
I told you 60th pick overall is nearly 1,000 all-purpose.
Yeah.
And 12 scores.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Because it's just a player that one of the issues that the Broncos had last season was you get into the red zone and they just weren't the rate of return on touchdowns was not where you wanted it to be. And so can you start to add players to the equation that help you? And then obviously whatever else you're doing schematically to put yourself in positions to score touchdowns in the red area is a huge deal. But you have a guy that you can use in a real way. And what do you have, like 5 straight games with a touchdown or something like that? Great. And then to hear Sean Payton talk about him, he talks about him in these terms that say, well, he talks about them in these terms that his best handoff days are still ahead of him. And I think that's very interesting because right now, as a receiver out of the backfield, he's prime time. But if Sean Payton is looking at a player and saying, well, okay, as a handoff guy, if I'm handing you the ball, can you hit the right hole? Can you be patient enough? Can you not run east-west? Can you get north-south? I see the best days of that ahead. That's why I asked the question. I mean, obviously those days the days are too short for that to be this season. But next season and then going forward, could he be that type of player?
I would hope that he could. I also hope that the Broncos draft another running back or sign a big-time guy. Like, I wouldn't hate Derrick Henry being here. And I saw a lot of people going, oh, Derrick Henry puts the ball on the ground. To that I say, would you like James Cook to be here? And I think most people would say, yeah, I would love James Cook to be here in Denver. You know who puts the ball on the ground more than Derrick Henry does? Well, James Cook does.
Are we scared that Derrick Henry's basically what he's doing is staring Father Time in the face and just saying no?
I'm willing to take that gamble.
Are you okay?
If you pair him with RJ, and you go, listen, we don't have to have you be the 30 carry a game guy anymore. We just need you to be first and second down, and we'll throw Harvey in there in third. Maybe we run you guys both out of the backfield. Harvey's the more receiving option. Yeah. It just gives you a feeling as though you're going to commit to a run game. And they haven't done that yet this year. I think it's one of the biggest question marks going into the postseason is, will Sean Payton commit to handing the football off?
Are we sad is a very strong word, so I'm not going to use it. Are we how do we feel that Audric Estime started to play for the New Orleans Saints?
How do you feel about Javonte Williams having a solid year for Dallas?
That's a good point. It's a good point. It's interesting. Listen, I'm saying that a little bit tongue in cheek because at the time, the information that you had at the time in both of those cases suggested that you should have done exactly what they did, and so we'll see how they can continue to address that. And I don't know if you just give J.K. Dobbins a big contract after this. I don't know how.
I don't think you can.
Then
because J.K. Dobbins, again, through no fault of his own, J.K. Dobbins became who we know J.K. Dobbins is. It is very good, effective back.
Yeah.
Gets injured.
Yep. So
I would love to have him. If you can guarantee that I get a full season out of the dude, yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'd sign him to a 3-year deal right now.
Mm-hmm.
You can't guarantee it.
Yeah, it's difficult.
At least when I look at Derrick Henry, and I know he's holding off the cliff, he's holding off Father Time, and eventually those wheels are going to fall off the truck. At least he's healthy all the time. He plays all the time. And maybe he's just one of those dudes because you get unicorns every now and again in professional sports that just like defy what should happen.
Yeah, he's doing that at a position that the minute you turn 30, the second did you turn 30,
you're done.
No team wants to touch you with a 10-foot pole, and he continues to be productive. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the Broncos address this because it's like one of the areas, if you get that addressed in the right way, that just helps your offense stay on schedule in the way that offense can't stay on schedule. So they're still a work in progress, man.
Speaking of Derrick Henry, Harbaugh gets fired yesterday and gets a call from 7 different teams, right? And there were 7 teams at that point, including the Ravens.
Yeah.
Who had a head coaching opportunity, which meant there was a team that called him even though they had a head coach. And I was like, who could this possibly be? The answer was, found out this morning.
Wait.
The Miami Dolphins fire Mike McDaniel.
Oh, yeah.
And I guarantee that's the team that went, hey, John, you want to come coach our team? You want to come coach Tua?
They call him first. John, is this an opening that you want?
Is this a possibility?
Oh, it is? See you later, Mike McDaniel.
8 head coaching opportunities in the league this year. 7 was the number last season. So nothing like out of the ordinary. Just, one extra one. It was shocking that Harbaugh got let go because he's been there for so long. He's been so successful. But at some point, the bar has to be raised. I think that's a lot of people's frustration with Jared Bednar is, if he doesn't get it done this year,
Mhm.
what is the line of demarcation? What does success mean here in Colorado for the Avs?
Yeah, so how much equity has he built?
Right. So, like, the John Harbaugh firing thing would be like if the Avs get bounced in the first round or if they get bounced in the second round. If they had made that kick, if Loop makes the kick.
Harbaugh's still the coach. Well, obviously they're still playing.
He's likely still they're still playing.
Yeah.
He's likely still the coach because they win the division. And then you know who probably gets booted is Mike Tomlin.
Yeah, that's true. Boy, and both of those franchises are not franchises that have turned their head coach over very much in their histories. So obviously, I was super surprised, man. You know that kicker. If memory serves, when I was watching that game, I think they said he had missed no kicks inside of 50 yards that season, and then he pushes that one straight to. I mean, it wasn't even close. And so you take a failed kick, and quite honestly, really bad play from Lamar Jackson in the middle of the season, whether he was injured or not, whatever. If he was on the field, he didn't play great, and you lost some games that you shouldn't have lost. You got off to the bad start in the season, had to try to make up ground anyway. It was just a weird. I guess I never identified that as being Harbaugh's fault. But I'm also not a Ravens fan who has lived, through this year over year over year over year.
Expecting AFC championship games, and you've got an MVP quarterback. Like you have to eventually get there. And the biggest reason that this year is the tipping point is, look who's not a good team anymore.
Yeah.
And that's the Kansas City Chiefs. You don't have the excuse of, it's Mahomes. We can't beat that guy. You don't have the excuse of, it's Joe Burrow. That's the most talented thrower of the football in the league right now. We can't beat that guy. You don't have the excuses anymore. It's the reason why Harbaugh gets the axe.
Yeah. No, it's true. And even though Buffalo is in, that team's not the same either.
Correct.
I wonder how much. Never mind. We're not seeing a turnover or a changing of the guard in these quarterbacks, but it is very interesting to me that some of these teams are starting to erode as we are getting Drake May, as we are getting Trevor Lawrence, as we are getting Bo Nix, as we are getting this new crop of quarterbacks who figure to continue to improve and keep their teams in these positions for years to come. So who of that old guard goes away? Because they all can't be here every single year, especially when you have the new ones coming up. So it'll be interesting to see how this goes in the next few years with the Pat Mahomes, with the Joe Burrow. Those teams don't look like they're very close to being back to. Certainly, Kansas City was obviously a title-winning team. Cincinnati's just a bad team. Does that turn the quarterbacks over quicker than what we thought?
That's Chris Dempsey. He's filling in for sick Mike Sanford today on the morning sprint. Again, your home for the NFL playoffs is Altitude Sports Radio. Every single one of the games this weekend you can either hear here on 92.5 or on our sister station, Altitude Sports Radio AM 950. It's also a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. Your next keyword is coming up at 10:20. And it starts an unbelievable weekend of football tonight. 5:30 p.m. on ESPN. Miami,
cannot wait.
Mississippi can't wait for the college football playoff semifinal. My foggy brain is as foggy as the snow falling down across the Denver metro area. I said, wait until 10:20 for your next keyword. Well, it's already 11 o'clock. I meant 11:20 for your next Nuggets keyword. Gonna get you guys inside Ball Arena to see the Nuggets take on the Hornets on the 18th. So make sure you guys stay tuned. 15 minutes from right now will be your next keyword. We'll give away those tickets coming up at 11:55. That chuckle that you just heard was Chris Dempsey filling in for Coach Sanford today.
Hello.
So it is the Morning Sprint and Company. For the next hour, we'll hand things off to PhD. Mark Bertinoli will be in for DMac today. Bunch of things to bounce around. And I want to get into the college football playoff in a second, but so many questions coming off of this Nuggets big-time win because, well, the best player in the game, I suppose you can say it's Jamal Murray with 17 assists and a near triple-double. The next best player in the game was Payton Watson.
Yeah.
And the questions to you, Demps, are what do they do with Payton Watson?
Oh my gosh. The biggest dilemma that they have, or the biggest, I don't even know what the word is, but if you want to re-sign him, so he will be a restricted free agent after this season. They chose not to sign him, prior to the October 30th deadline. They did sign Christian Braun to $25 million a year over 5 years. And
restricted free agency in the NBA means what?
So restricted free agency in the NBA means that another team can sign your player to an offer sheet. And then the original team, in this case, obviously the Nuggets, can just match it and keep the player. And sometimes you see organizations just tell the player, okay, we'll just go out to open market and see what you get. And
we'll sign you.
Yeah, correct.
You negotiate with them, so we don't have to negotiate with you. You come back.
Yeah, it's easier for some teams to do that and not have contentious negotiations. The issue is Payton Watson's playing himself into a enormous payday.
He looks great. The fact that he can shoot threes now is nuts.
Raj,
that was the one flaw in his game.
Well, you know what it was? It really was.
Turnovers too sometimes.
Yeah, and just his general overall offensive game was very raw. And what it looks like right now is that it's rounding into a form that has the appearance of a player that can, what would I say? His best season in the league, points per game wise, I would say he projects to me to be an 18 to 20 points per game player on good three-point shooting, on the ability to create his own shot, especially when the shot clock starts ticking on down. And then you're not sacrificing any defense. He remains one of the best defensive players on the team, continues to make winning defensive plays. And I'm not even talking about, he had 6 rebounds in the game yesterday. I mean, so he's doing literally everything. And so for the Nuggets, this is this is code red here, man, because if I'm his representation, I would just ask for the same deal that Christian Braun got. 5 years and 25, or just whatever, however many years, and $25 million per year to start. That is not a number that the Nuggets can pay right now. And I was doing this exercise a little bit earlier this morning, and I couldn't clear $25 million out without sacrificing
a big player.
I mean,
and that's because you have the big four contracted for a while.
Yeah, you do. And then the Nikola thing is going to come up again next summer, and that's going to be even more. And so what you have is Jonas Valanciunas. His contract is not guaranteed past June 26th, I believe is the date this year. And so if you waive him before that, then $10 million back. Hunter Tyson has a contract that's a club option. Jalen Pickett has a contract that's a club option after the season. Bruce Brown has an expiring contract. He doesn't have a contract past this season, and neither does Tim Hardaway Jr. I tried to keep Tim Hardaway Jr. So I don't know what the Nuggets are going to do in this situation, but my point being, it's very, very difficult for them to retain him, try to retain a couple of other guys without being in the second apron immediately.
My question about the RFAs in the NBA. If you don't sign an offer sheet, what do you get? If a team has a player that is signed to an offer sheet by another team, let's say the Atlanta Hawks sign Payton Watson to an offer sheet, and the Nuggets go, we can't match that, and he leaves. What do you get?
Nothing.
Nothing.
You get to watch the player go away.
Goodbye. You lose.
Yeah.
Gene Wilder.
Yeah. And, and sometimes the team, it just kind of depends on the space that you're in financially. Sometimes the team are more than willing to watch a player walk because they want that because it is a cap hold until that player signs with somebody else. And then you get that cap hold goes away, and then you can assign into that cap hold.
That is nuts to me.
Mm-hmm.
So in the NHL, it's vastly different, right? The RFAs in the NHL, it's the same thing. If a team signs a guy to an offer sheet, you have the right to sign your player. You get that same deal back at home, and they stay.
Yeah.
Now, if he is signed to an offer sheet, there is a compensation table in the NHL based on how much money that player makes. And if you were to sign a restricted free agent this year, this offseason in the NHL, to a deal that's $11.7 million or more on an average annual basis, you know what the return is in the National Hockey League? 4 first-round picks.
Shut up.
4 first-round picks. And in order to sign that player, the team that is poaching the restricted free agent has to have all 4 of those first-round picks.
Got it.
Now, it gets less and less and less as the money drops down, but you get something.
So
it's nuts to me in the NBA. That's like, hey, you're kind of screwed.
Yeah.
Sign your guy or just lose him.
Yeah, you just lose him. That's real incentive to let a player go, to be honest with you, if you need the draft capital. And so the Nuggets are in a very difficult place. And, it's funny because, they were able to clear out some space and do it, to put together this year's team. The Michael Porter Jr. salary going out, the Cam Johnson salary coming in.
I want to talk about that.
Yeah, that gave you a little bit of wiggle room, but it's going away after this season. And so that's why the Nuggets must win the title this year with this configuration of players, because it will change.
And winning a title this year, I believe, gives the organization the leeway to go, all right, we're going to make a big move now. We got the title. Now we're going to make a big move and restructure. And you as the fan base, it's going to be okay. You got your title. And you must win this year in order to make a big-time move. And I do want to talk about Cam Johnson and Michael Porter Jr., right? You make that trade in order to open up cap space, bring Bruce Brown, Jonas Valanciunas, Tim Hardaway Jr., those types of players. Could you sell it to the fan base if the Nuggets don't win a championship this year? Could you sell it to them going, in order to save Payton Watson, we now have to trade the piece that came back in the Michael Porter Jr. deal?
Yeah.
Because that's kind of the only way you can do it.
Yeah. I mean, I think you probably could, to be honest with you. You probably could. Just because...
Even without winning a title. That's where I think the Avs are up a creek too. Like, the Avs have to win.
Yeah.
You have to win with Brock Nelson. You have to win with Marty Necas in order to go, the Mikko Rantanen thing was worth it.
Right.
If you don't win, it's a disaster.
Right.
Now, I don't think it's on the same level, Mikko Rantanen and Michael Porter Jr.
No.
But the result of those trades did the same thing. They made you deeper.
Yeah.
Right? They filled a certain hole that you had on the team. Nuggets didn't have depth. They didn't have 3-and-D. At that point, you need to have it from that small forward position. The Nuggets, or rather the Avalanche, didn't have depth and didn't have a second center since Nazem Kadri left.
Yeah.
They fixed the same thing. Different players, different tiers of players, but they fixed the same thing. Both teams have to win in order to pay that off.
So I think the question would be, is if you remove said player from the roster, can you still approximate who you were when said player was on the roster? And I think for the Nuggets, that answer probably is yes. Because we're actually watching it play out in full time, in real time, with Cameron not being on the he's injured, obviously, and he's coming back whenever he comes back. But Payton Watson just totally filling those shoes, and the Nuggets being okay in that respect. So if you have a player that you can approximate and then do it probably with a guy who's a little less injured, although Payton Watson's missed time too, and then kind of stay in the same place that you're in or that you think you are in a contending way, then I think that is sellable to a fan base. The minute that you take a player off that now it is very obvious that your team is going to be hurt by that player not being on the roster. That is a very difficult sell to a fan base that wants to win. You know, I mean, if the fans just want to go out and see the team, if it's just like a Rockies situation, it's cool.
That's certainly not it.
I'm going to hang out and watch the ball, hang out at Coors Field, then cool. But the fans of the teams in Ball Arena, they want those teams to win a title. And can you keep your team in that space? And what players allow you to create financial flexibility, but still keep yourself in a contending space? I think the Nuggets do have the opportunity to do that with the players on their roster, but it will still mean that somebody who we like, who's a high dollar player, might not be back within the next 1 to 2 years.
The way to think about it is, can you guarantee Payton Watson will be a better, more consistent,
great question,
healthier player than Cam Johnson is right now? And I know Cam is actively injured. That is what it boils down to.
Yeah, it's a great question, Raj, because what we're seeing, so Payton Watson now has got, 5 straight games of at least 20 points.
He looks so good.
Yeah, he looks amazing. And he's got 9 20-point games this year. He's only had 2 in his entire career before this. And, so the question, he has to, unfortunately for him, it looked to my eye, and for what I can see, how they're using him on the court, it looks really, really real to me. But what he is going to have to prove is it through the balance of the season that is actually real. I mean, that's the burden on him. And so if he can do that, then he will have earned his. I think he will have done that then in a sense for a team that gets deep into the playoffs, if not a title, gets deep into the playoffs, plays the best competition over and over and over again. He's probably being, as we go on through this month of January, more teams are going to devote better defenders to him. He's going to be scouted better. They're going to take away things that he wants to do. And can he deal with that? Because the minute that he can, now as an organization, as an executive, you can look at him and say, okay, but this is really real. And if he's going to continue to improve from here, we can take him and make him part of our core going forward. But if at any point this season, this just looks like a hot streak, then okay, all bets are off. So what I think I see doesn't really matter, to be honest with you, because he's got to prove it for the balance of the season.
It is a Nugget Ticket Thursday, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Your next keyword is coming up on the other side. Also on the other side, KJ's NFL notes. And before the show is out, we will get into Miami and Mississippi. The first game of the college football playoff semifinal is tonight. It's great. We've got this tonight. We have the next semifinal on Friday. We've got NFL playoff football on Saturday and Sunday and Monday. And this is all coinciding with the weekend where the Broncos don't have to play because they're the number 1 seed. It's a great time in the Mile High City. Drive safe out there in the snow. KJ's NFL notes and a Nuggets ticket keyword on the other side. If you want to win Nuggets tickets to see them beat the Hornets on the 18th, text KON, K-O-N, that's KON, to 303-504-0925, K-O-N, KON.
Con Knipple.
With your first and last name. Nuggets Ticket Thursday is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Don't forget to enter for a second chance drawing at altitudesportsradio.com/NugsTix. That's N-U-G-S-T-I-X, altitudesportsradio.com/NugsTix. Your keyword for 1120 is KON, K-O-N. We will announce our winner coming up at 11:55. That voice that you just heard, Chris Dempsey, hanging out with us today, the Morning Sprint and Company. It's 11:20. It means it's time for KJ's NFL Notes. Every day at 11:20, the biggest stories on the gridiron with KJ Granderson and his NFL Notes. KJ, what you got?
While we brought you guys up to speed on Vance Joseph and his interviews and all of the things of that nature within this coaching cycle, let's bring you the latest on the other Broncos coaches getting interviews. So Davis Webb, as we previously reported, will interview for the Raiders head coaching job. As of this morning, he's now expected to interview for the Ravens head coaching job as well. Less than an hour ago, it was reported that Broncos special teams coordinator and assistant head coach Darren Rizzi is interviewing with the New York Giants for their head coaching job. One thing of note for the Rizzi interview, he and Joe Sheen go back to their Miami days together where they worked together from 2009 to 2016. So my question for you guys is, any chance either coach gets a real look, or is this just teams kind of doing their due diligence for the top team in the AFC this season?
Sanford said yesterday he believes Davis Webb is getting true looks, and mostly from a team like Vegas. I suppose Webb in Baltimore doesn't make much sense. That's a real big departure from been here, done that, long time, 18-year head coach John Harbaugh to 30-year-old quarterbacks coach who's the passing game coordinator for a passing game that isn't great. I don't think Baltimore is the right fit for him right now. However, if you want MVP level quarterback and a guy who is going to speak to that quarterback, I guess I can see it. I don't know. That feels crazy.
Yeah, it's a good question. At first blush, I would say for me that neither one. I think it's just beneficial to go through the interview process and to understand what that is. And for both of these young coaches, let's do that first. Rather, if it feels like skipping steps a little bit, even with Davis Webb, and I know he's very highly regarded, to go from quarterbacks coach to head coach, that's a leap that I don't know I can see right now. Even if the Raiders, look, if the Raiders were to hire him, then it's obvious that Mendoza's the pick, right, with the first pick in the draft, and you're going to have this young up and coming coach who supposedly is really good with grooming quarterbacks, grooming your new franchise QB. But I don't think either one of these two guys are going to get a job this year. But I think what they do in these interviews for subsequent years for them is going to be very, very, very important. And then you come back and you coach and you show, you put more stuff on your resume, and then you're able to really take advantage of it in subsequent years.
Webb, I believe Webb, if he were to get hired in this cycle, would become the youngest head coach in NFL history. I know McVay was 30 years old, almost 31. I don't know exactly when he was hired, but if it's around the same time, again, I don't remember when the Rams hired McVay, but typically this is when coaches are hired. McVay was born on January 24th, 1986.
Wow.
Davis, January 22nd of 1995. So if they were hired around the same, it's going to come down to like days.
Yeah.
If Davis Webb gets a job, he'd be the youngest head coach in NFL history.
Was McVay what was he before? Was he an OC? Was he not the OC?
He was an OC. If I remember correctly, McVay was the OC with the
Sean McVay
then football team /
he was in Washington under Shanahan.
Okay, so he wasn't just the quarterback coach. He was calling
offensive
plays.
coordinator, correct. And he jumped from OC to head coach. Now, I guess Webb has like passing game coordinator, but we all know who calls plays and who coordinates the offense.
Correct.
It's the head coach.
Yeah. And I think that actually kind of hurt. You remember when Eric Bieniemy was trying to get head coaching jobs, and it was like, well, Andy Reid calls the plays, so I don't, while you might be impressive, there's not really a body of work here. Like Davis Webb probably will never get a body of work here as a play caller that says to somebody, a prospective, team hiring, okay, but like he's got this body of work, and we know he can do this.
Like versus, Ben Johnson had.
Yeah, and don't you need that at some point?
I guess maybe Baltimore's just trying to get ahead of the curve.
Yeah, maybe so.
KJ, what's next?
No, don't start counting.
Peyton Manning was on the This Is Football podcast hosted by Kevin Clark of ESPN. Kevin made sure, obviously, to get around to where the Broncos stand and what does Peyton Manning think of the Broncos. First, he said that obviously he thinks the Broncos did really well. They finally dethroned the Chiefs, and he was happy for that. And then he got into Bo Nix, and he had quite the praise for Bo Nix in regards to the 2025 season that he had.
And Bo has done his part. Look, it's been good complimentary football. The defense is really good. Bo knows that. He makes a lot of plays with his legs, which don't necessarily show up in the statistics because the quarterback's passing statistics probably show up more. And he's had some days where hasn't been for a lot of yards, but he's run for some critical third downs. He's kept the offense on the field. He's kept drives alive. He hasn't turned it over. So I'm a Bo fan. What he's done this early in his career, I think this says a lot about him. The team believes in him. And look, he's very honest with himself. You don't hear him making excuses. And I know he loves to go out there and throw 4 touchdowns and complete 75% every single game. I don't know if that's, always going to be possible, but I think he's been a solid winning quarterback this year. I'll say that.
With the way this team is currently constructed, how confident are you guys in Bo Nix if he has to go win the Broncos a game in the postseason at some point?
No. When last I was on these airways, I still love the quarterback. I am not confident right now that he would win. Let's just say the defense falls apart, right? Like Jacksonville situation, right? Jacksonville comes in here, scores a ton of points. Okay, but now we need the quarterback to just match that because this is the kind of game it's going to be. I can't say that I'm super confident, but I think that for me, the buck doesn't stop with just Bo. It's the entirety of that offense, man. And so as currently constructed, I don't trust that this offense can win you a game. Let's just put 35 on the board this week. I do not.
I look at the Broncos and the Avs in a similar lens right now when it comes to the Avs and their power play and the Broncos and their offense. Now, the offense as a whole, greater than just the little piece of the power play for the Avalanche, but I don't need the Avs power play to be top 10 in the league. I need it to be like 15th, 17th, and they'll be fine because they're so good everywhere else. I don't need Bo Nix to throw for 4 touchdowns and 300 yards to win a game. I need him to be better than 127 yards and a touchdown and a pick.
Yeah.
I need you to be average. I'm confident he can be average. I'm confident he can be above average. I don't see the Broncos defense falling off so hard in the postseason. Now, are you going to get Brandon Jones back at any point?
Right.
It doesn't look great right now.
Right.
If you get him back, that certainly helps. I don't believe the defense is going to fall off so hard that you need to look at Bo and go, we need 3 passing touchdowns and a rushing touchdown and 350 yards combined from you.
Don't you think that the defense, I think, so when you look at this team as a whole, the burden is on the defense, I think, to advance this team through the playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
And so, it's interesting that Peyton Manning's take right there, it reminded me of, the defense in 2015. The burden was on that defense to help that offense get to the Super Bowl. And then it ran right through Cam Newton and all those guys in the Super Bowl to win it. I think this is really, really similar. And if the defense has a bad day, then I'm going to be immediately concerned. Now, I'm not saying that the Broncos offense can't have a good day because we've seen it have good days. Yes. Absolutely. But what I am saying is I think the Broncos offense having a good day or multiple good days through the playoffs is a luxury. And the necessity is that your defense keeps teams to 20, 23 or less every single time out because you don't know what you're going to get from that offense from week to week.
All comes down to what happens in the red zone. And you heard Payton say he's able to get first downs and scores with his legs. When it comes into the red zone, man, Coach Sanford has been pushing this all season long, designed runs from the 25-yard line in for Bo Nix. I need to see more of those. If Peyton Manning can see it and Coach Sanford can see it, I hope the organization can see it. KJ?
No, don't start counting.
As of earlier this morning, the Miami Dolphins fired head coach Mike McDaniel. On top of that, it was reported and believed from within the Dolphins facility that a decision on the next GM could be made as soon as tomorrow. According to Jeff Darlington of ESPN.com on Mike McDaniel, owner Steve Ross met with McDaniel on Tuesday, and the outcome of that meeting left Ross very conflicted. He really likes Mike, but Tuesday's meeting resulted in some hard thoughts. Ross didn't feel like the results were there, and despite the end-of-year production, Ross simply wasn't comfortable moving forward with the status quo. Now, for the elephant in the room, this is Jeff Darlington's report. He's told that the Dolphins have not yet been in contact with John Harbaugh or anyone in his camp, and people close to the decision are adamant that this decision to move away from McDaniel is independent of Harbaugh's availability and quote.
Okay. No, it's not. Sure. Yeah, all right.
I don't believe that for 1 second either, man.
That's insane.
I don't either. Somebody suggested to me that Buffalo is in that similar, like if they get bounced in the first round of the playoffs.
Yep.
Harbaugh there. Yeah.
If Buffalo doesn't get to the AFC title game, I think if Buffalo doesn't win the AFC, Sean McDermott's gone.
Yeah. Because you know why? He will have gotten as many chances as you should get.
Yep.
And you got an MVP on your team. Your defense was awesome. It's not awesome anymore. And I know the injuries factor into the defensive whatever. It's just, it's interesting.
If John Harbaugh can get fired for the same exact thing,
right,
Sean McDermott can get fired for the same exact thing.
And McDermott doesn't have a Super Bowl.
No, he doesn't. Dude, if if Buffalo doesn't get rid of that guy, like let's say they lose in the first round, right? They go to Jacksonville, and
which is very possible.
The Jags stay hot, they lose. If they don't fire that guy and give John Harbaugh every dollar he wants, something's wrong up there with the
if you're Harbaugh, how long are you just chilling? Do you just wait for the first round of the playoff, this wild card round to be done to see what other jobs can open? Because
what other jobs would open?
Well, I don't, and maybe none. Maybe none.
Steelers, maybe. But would you jump from Baltimore to Pittsburgh? That'd be so bizarre. The two longest tenured coaches in the league, and you just go from one to the other in a division rival.
No.
Probably doesn't happen.
You go to the best quarterback situation, and that place is Buffalo.
Houston is not going to lose their head coach. Denver is not going to lose their head coach. Liam Cohen's not going anywhere in Jacksonville. Mike Vrabel is not going anywhere in New England. Jim Harbaugh is not going anywhere in L.A. Over to the NFC. McVay's not going anywhere. Sirianni's not going anywhere. Sirianni's
I don't think so either, but maybe.
I floated this yesterday. If the Niners have a bad showing against Philly,
no.
Are you sure?
No. Mm-hmm.
Are you? How's this? Not that they get blown out. What happens if the Niners get up early and Kyle Shanahan blows a game on the offensive side of the ball where they just keep throwing it? They don't run the clock out. Philly comes back. They win the game. They blow a playoff game.
Yeah. I think the issue, it's a good question, Raj. I think the issue is if you think that he did a great job by San Francisco even staying afloat and being in the playoffs, period, because of all the injuries.
They have like no linebackers.
Yeah, right.
There's like zero linebackers on the team.
Yeah, then you can't just let them go after the playoffs are over, or whenever it is they get bounced out of the playoffs.
Okay, so no Shanahan.
No Shanahan, but I think Sirianni could be. And I've actually argued with Coach Sanford about this because he's like, Sirianni's got to go, and like he's whatever. And I just said, well, he just wins all these games. But the issue this year is that Eagles team has looked offensively as bad as it has looked since before he was the head coach. And they can't get that figured out. And you lose to San Francisco in the first round? Okay. I'm just saying put him on watch is all I'm saying. But to your point, man, Carolina?
Dave Canales, he won a division title, and Bryce Young looks capable. Is that nice enough for me to say? Bryce Young looks capable?
That's a nice way to put it.
So I don't think Dave Canales is going anywhere.
Yep.
You're not moving on from Mike McDonald in Seattle. Ben Johnson ain't going anywhere in Chicago.
They did great jobs.
What about Matt LaFleur? If you get bounced there, the Bears beat you, division rival, and they handle you, and you end the season, you would be what, 9-9-1? Is that how that math comes out? 9-8-1, whatever Green Bay would be overall with the playoff game. Is LaFleur and the situation with Jordan Love bad enough? And it doesn't feel bad, but is it bad enough to go, we want you out, and then Harbaugh goes from historic great franchise to historically the most important franchise in the league?
Yeah. It's interesting, and I think that the Green Bay situation is very fascinating because, to your point, it doesn't feel toxic. It doesn't feel like there's a hot seat situation, but at the same time, we're starting to get year over year over year something happening that derails Green Bay from getting to where they want to go. And at some point, you look at the head coach and go, maybe this is actually just not working out. I don't know that is this year, but I think it's really, really soon with that franchise.
KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance. It is a Nuggets ticket Thursday. If you guys want to go see the Nuggets take on the Hornets on the 18th, text KON, K-O-N, that's KON, to 303-504-0925 with your first and your last name. That keyword goes away at 11:45. We'll give away our winner at 11:55. Nuggets Ticket Thursdays are powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. And don't forget to go to the second chance drawing at altitudesportsradio.com/NugsTick. One more time, the keyword for 11:20 is KON, K-O-N. An announcement of a winner is coming up on the other side. The Avs host the Senators tonight, and you can hear all the action right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Coverage starts at 6:30 p.m. I'll take you guys through your pregame coverage, hand things off to Connor McGahey and Eric Johnson on the call as the Avs begin a season-long 7-game homestand. First 4 games there against some pretty poor teams in the Eastern Conference. So coming off back-to-back losses, I expect like 6 out of 7 wins for the Avs on this homestand. They're good enough to do it. I expect them to bounce back. The hope is that because you're playing some poorer teams at the beginning of the homestand, maybe this is like the slump buster that the power play needs.
You know what? What is the what has to get fixed there?
You have to, for me, and again, I'm not the genius that is going to fix this. Like there are very smart offensive minds in the building at Ball Arena. I need to see more movement with your feet when you were established in the offensive zone. And for me, that starts with your zone entry. People hate the slingshot, the double drop pass to Nathan McKinnon. Almost every good power play in the league does that exact drop in.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what teams are doing against the Avs, they stack the blue line because they know that Colorado doesn't like to take the puck into the offensive zone deep, and they won't ever chip and chase. Now, I don't want to chip and chase because you give up possession for a second. I'd rather you gain offensive zone entry with possession, but go down to the corner.
Yeah.
Go as far down into that zone, then turn back up. Give yourself time to win puck battles on the half wall. The Avs get into the zone like 3 feet in. They stop, and then they try and make this little like 2-on-1, and that's what power plays are about, creating 2-on-1s, but they try and make it within this like 7-foot circle right next to the blue line.
Right.
It's easy for players who are on the blue line to get to you at the top of the circles because, well, the distance is shorter. Take the puck deeper. Once you establish possession in the offensive zone, I need to see more movement. Get Nathan McKinnon moving off the half wall, right? Which is where the hash marks are on the offensive zone next to the wall. I want him moving off the half wall up to the top of the zone. Get 2 bodies in front of the net. They scored on it the other day against Carolina. I want Nate moving when he's shooting. I don't know if that fixes it, but I hope that's the answer.
So let me just ask you this. How philosophically different is that from could they just change their stripes midstream and just do a totally different thing from what is happening? Or
they could. I'm fine with that. It's so bad right now that like you could put the 4th line out there if you need to. That's how bad the power play is. It's actively hurting them. Again, I don't think a great power play can win you a cup. I certainly think it can lose you a championship. I don't need them to be top 10. I need them to be average.
Right.
I went through a bunch of numbers yesterday of like the last 20 Stanley Cup champions, and any team that was like outside the top 15 in power play in the regular season that won a cup is paired with either a great penalty kill, which the Avs have the number 1 PK in the league, or it's paired with great goaltending in the playoffs. And the Avs have statistically the best goaltending tandem in the NHL right now. So what those numbers tell me is that like I don't want to rely upon that, but they have the 2 things that you need to counteract a terrible power play. The Avs last year, where it hurt them was, the power play was no good. But Dallas also scored 8 power play goals.
I was going to say the PK was not.
PK wasn't great. Now, if the PK, I think I can look back at that series and go, if you give up 1 fewer power play goal, you probably win the series. So they have time to fix it. It is not good. Like, I'm not going to try and sugarcoat it. Like, oh, everything's okay. Like, it's moving in the right direction. It ain't. Like, when Nathan McKinnon is coming off the ice and slamming his stick on the wall, you know it's not okay.
Right.
I loved seeing that out of Nate, though. Is Nate's the type of dude, if he was apathetic about it and just going back to the bench and, like, hanging his head, is like, I don't like this.
Yeah.
I would be nervous.
Way more concerned because that says to me that
I'm checked out.
There might, or I don't know what the solution to this is versus let's get this together.
And Nate's the type of player that, like, if he's upset about something, he's going to let you know. And if it doesn't get fixed, it's not going to be okay.
Yep.
So I have confidence that it will get better. Or confidence, rather, that it'll get better. We've got college football playoff tonight, 5:30, ESPN, Miami, Mississippi, the 10-6 matchup. The Hurricanes are favored in this game by 3.5 points.
Correct.
Over-under set at 52.5.
Under.
You like the under. I like the under, too.
Yeah. Just because, Ole Miss in that game against Georgia, let's not forget they had 12 points about 9 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. 12. So this defense is better than Georgia's defense. And quite honestly,
which is saying something.
Yeah, because Georgia's defense is really good. But Miami, especially along the defensive line with those edge rushers, oh my gosh. I mean, they're just those are grown men coming off the edge. But more than that, that defense, I mean, we have just watched it. I mean, what are they? 9 points per game in the playoff?
Pretty good.
that it's crazy. But when you watch them play, you understand why. And so, as much as I love Ole Miss's quarterback, I mean, the play that he made, like the scramble, toss under, like kind of just toss the ball out to, was it the running back? I don't know whoever it was that ran for all the yards, and then he had the other scramble. Yeah, correct.
Is that his first name,
Kyron? Those are plays that Miami's not. You're not getting that play against this defense. And so the question I have to ask myself in this matchup is, what's the best unit on the field? I think it's the Miami defense. Just this much over the Mississippi offense. And because of that, I'm going to take the Canes in a lower scoring with their ability to hold this offense down.
I think it's a little bit of a rock fight too, and I think it comes down to rush defense. And Miami's rush defense all season long has been top 5 all year. Mississippi does not defend the run well. I think they're somewhere down in like the lower 60s, if not the early 70s in terms of NCAA ranks against the rush. It's like 155 yards a game. While Kawan Lacey has run really well over the last couple of games in the college football playoff for Mississippi, I think Mark Fletcher is going to be just fine for Miami. Yeah. And if it comes down to being a rock fight on the ground, it's the under for me. I got Miami going on. Friday's game, I really don't know. I think it's so tough to bet against Curt Cignetti. He feels like he's a man on a mission. He's figured out the NIL. And what's happening before us is the two teams that have figured out NIL, well, they're likely going to get to the college football championship game, and that's Indiana and Miami. Now, can if Dante Moore goes out and he balls out, is he the number 1 pick? Right? If you go head-to-head, Dante Moore and Fernando Mendoza, and Moore comes out on top, does he jump the Heisman Trophy winner and is now like the apple of Vegas's eye?
He could. Yeah, he could. I mean, it's a very good game to see, just a high-stakes game, 2 very highly regarded quarterbacks. Which one of those guys performs under the pressure, under the bright lights? It'll be interesting to see. I think that Indiana is just a better team overall. That defense, I think, is underrated. But then offensively, I mean, it's just a solid team. I don't think there's a more complete team left in the playoffs than Indiana. Complementary football-wise, just everything they do, everything really well. And I think they'll see them through in this game as well. I think it was 30-20 they beat Oregon earlier. And they just battered them, man. I watched that game. I kind of hate Dan Lanning, so I took great pleasure in watching his team get beat up like that. So I hope it happens again. But separating that out from whatever, I just think that those two teams, Oregon will play well because he is a good coach and that team does play well. But I just don't think they are better than the Hoosiers.
We got news yesterday. I teased this for the better part of like 2 hours yesterday on the show because I was under strict rules to not really say anything about it. Yeah. But I kind of knew it was happening. Mm-hmm. The Avalanche will be part of the 2027 NHL Winter Classic in Utah at the University of Utah in Salt Lake City. The NHL going back outdoors to try and save an event that's kind of, I wouldn't say it's dying, but the viewership numbers continue to tank, and it didn't help that they hosted it at Lone Depot Park in Miami this year.
You cannot put that. I'm sorry.
Can't do it.
You can't do it in a warm climate. Let's just do it everywhere it's cold.
Find snow.
Yeah.
Build rink there. Play hockey there.
Oh, it's so.
You want to do a stadium series in a warm weather place? Be my guest.
Yeah.
They're doing that at Jerry World for Dallas this year. So when I heard that Utah was making an outdoor announcement early yesterday morning, and we had already known that Dallas was hosting a game in February, I was like, the Avs are guaranteed to play outdoors or in a stadium setting.
Yeah.
When I found out that it was the Avs, I was very excited. That should be an amazing venue. There is no other stadium in the country in terms of mountain setting outside of Folsom that you can have a better ski resort, mountain, Mystery Alaska feel than Utah or the University of Colorado.
It's beautiful. I've been to that stadium. I've been in Utah, obviously, a billion times. And man, they should have had it in Park City.
That's what Coach was saying, or what Berto was saying.
Yeah, that would be even
just
cooler.
put it in the middle of like a mountain range and have no one come out. I was like, they did that. They did that at Tahoe.
Right. And it was.
I agree.
And it was very difficult to get people in and out.
It was COVID.
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
It's COVID.
That's
so they
right.
specifically did NHL outdoors because they were like, well, we can't have people, so let's make a made-for-TV event.
Yeah.
It's going to be awesome.
Yeah,
Can't wait.
is. That's cool, man.
Can't wait to be there next year with all of you guys, Abs and Utah Mammoth Winter Classic 2027. Vance Joseph just finished up his interview for head coach of the Baltimore Ravens.
All right.
Does he
Here
get
we
it?
go. I hope he does, man. I think that's a really good fit for him. He's not going to go anywhere where there's no quarterback anymore. I promise you that. He was victim.
If Vance Joseph gets that job, you know what I do if I'm Vance?
What?
I shoulder tap our passing game coordinator, Davis Webb, and I go, hey, buddy, want an offensive coordinator job with an MVP?
Yes.
I hope he doesn't get the job because I don't want to lose both of those guys. But
I know.
I say that in jest. Good luck, Vance Joseph. For our good friend, Christopher A. Dempsey, thank you so much for filling in, man. We love having you in here. Everyone on the text line, ecstatic that you were back today. For Chris and for KJ, I'm Alex Ryan Emmy. PhD is coming up next with Berto, taking you guys all the way to 3.
Before we officially hand it off to PhD, we wanted to announce our winner on the morning sprint. It is Liam Farnsworth. Congratulations to Liam Farnsworth. You are the winner of the Nuggets tickets to the Hornets game, so congratulations.
What's up, Mile High City? How you doing on this whatever the hell Thursday? It's Thursday.
I don't know what day it is. It's still the holidays to me.
Welcome to PhD. The P stands for Polumbus, the H stands for Hastings, and the D stands for Dan Tanner today.
Heck yeah.
Because DMac is out. My man is doing whatever he does when he's not here.
I bet you think he's listening in.
I don't know. See, I know what he's probably doing a podcast or something right now, right?
He's doing a podcast. He's listening
He's
in.
exactly
he just
the
wants
kind
to make sure that everything's.
You know what? Him and Lindahl, too. Like, Lindahl goes on a break, and he listens to Sports Talk Radio.
Yeah.
And I bet you DMac does the same thing.
Yeah, probably.
He's just. Well, the good news is DMac sent me an email with a bunch of topics he wants us to hit today. He was like, bro, I want you to talk about this right here.
I think you're being facetious, but I cannot tell.
You don't think, are you telling me you don't think that's something that DMac would do?
Yes. Yes, I think
exactly
he would.
Something that DMac would do, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll hit on those topics coming up here a little bit later. It is it's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday, powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Your 1220 keyword is coming up here in a little bit. So keep listening, and we'll hit you with that, and we'll get you some tickets to the Charlotte-Denver game as the Nuggets got a win last night. Matter of fact, I'm assuming that our man Scott Hastings is out like a light, right? Because they got home late last night after a trip in which they left the day after Christmas. And, man, that was a good road. They went 3-4, Tyler. And let me tell you something. That's a great road trip, right? For what they had.
Heck yeah. I mean, shoot, to be sitting here, like, I could have seen a world where you don't win a game.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Right?
Especially in that Cleveland game after Joker goes out, you're like, oh, no.
Yeah.
What are you going to do now?
Yeah.
You're missing 5 starters in a couple of those games?
Go out to the Garden, get a win there. Cool.
Yeah, so they get a win over Boston, and it was fairly impressive last night. Nuggets back home. They'll host Atlanta tomorrow, who just made a massive trade last night. You know what, Tyler? Let me ask you this question. I do want to talk about the Nuggets, and of course, we got a college football playoff game tonight. We got a college football playoff game tomorrow night, and then Saturday, Sunday, and Monday.
We're on a nice stretch here of good football.
Yeah. This might be.
Enjoy it.
This might be my favorite football week of the year, unless the Broncos make the Super Bowl.
Yeah, enjoy it because it's running out. Like we're officially headed to the finish line here. But tonight is the start of a nice little stretch.
Yeah. So let me ask you this: as a former professional athlete, So last night, Trae Young got traded to the Washington Wizards.
Okay.
And let me check. Let me see if the Washington Wizards are the worst team in the NBA right now. Let me see. There's definitely. No. They're the 4th worst team in the NBA. Right now, the Kings, Pelicans, and Pacers have a worse record. So let me ask you this. And this is also from our old friend Jeremy Grant. As a former professional athlete, as a former NFL player, can you understand the mentality of a truly great player saying to themselves, I'm not here to win. I'm here to make generational money, and I'm here to get buckets. Because that's what it feels like. Trae could gone to any number of teams with a chance to win. Instead, he said, get me to Washington where I'm going to be the number 1 option all time, every time.
Really quick. So you're saying this was his choice?
This is where he wanted to go. He wanted to go to the Washington Wizards. That's why the deal got done so well, so easily, so quickly.
He wanted that?
Yes, he wanted it.
Why?
Of all the teams in the NBA, this is the team he told Atlanta he wanted to go to.
Is he from there or something?
No.
Why?
No, that's what I'm saying. It's crazy. Well, because he's going to get 1 billion shots a game. There are a lot of young players on that Washington team, but no, it's just like when Jeremy left. Jeremy's like, I want to be the number 1 guy. I want shots. And that feels like that's what Trae's about. He's like, I want to make sure that my kids are set for life, and I want to put up shots. I'm not concerned about winning a championship. I'm concerned about winning games when it's played, but I'm not looking that far. So as a athlete, do you understand that mentality from someone like Trae or somebody like Jeremy, somebody like that?
I don't know. I guess I get it more like a guy like MPJ, almost like I could get it, when you've got Scotty's in. Good to see Scotty.
Yeah.
Scotty,
He's got to be.
We were saying we'd be asleep if we were you. So we're
go home and go to bed,
we're giving you all the credit in the world for being here. And I mean that with all sincerity. I think I'd be asleep. enjoying a day.
Yeah. How many days was that road trip? Because you left after Christmas, and I don't
We
want to do
left
that
the
math.
26th. We got back the 8th. We got back this morning at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, nah, man. Go home.
Yeah.
Go.
Well, you should.
Hey, if you just want to sleep in
You should have told me that about 3 hours ago.
Hey, last time you slept in that chair, it ended up pretty good for all of us. So just do that.
Yeah.
How you feeling?
Tired.
Yeah.
I'm tired. I'm beat.
Yeah.
This is why I always say that the toughest game after a long road trip on the road is that first game home.
And it makes me even nervous after Atlanta made that massive trade yesterday, because now they're going to be like, well, we're, like they're like a new start for Atlanta on Friday when they play the Nuggets for the first time.
They had a plus record when Trey was hurt.
It was crazy.
Yeah, they played us pretty good without Trey.
What do you think about Trey? Because I don't think he's the kind of player that me and Tyler was just talking, and I'll ask you the same question. What do you think about guys like Jeremy Grant and Trae Young, who it feels like they're like, I want to make generational wealth, and I want to get buckets. I want to get my shot. I want to be the number one guy for a team, and they're not really concerned about the organization's chance of winning the whole thing.
Well, you've got to know those guys. Listen, Jeremy Grant's a really good player, but he went after money.
Yeah,
and he got paid in Detroit, and they weren't any good, and he got to really go get his buckets. Now he's, third or fourth option in Portland, I think, and they're talking about trading him again. So,
yeah.
Trae Young to me is the poster child of AAU stars that are now in the NBA.
Yeah.
I don't care if I'm on a great team or not, but I'm gonna get mine.
Yeah. It feels like if MPJ had been drafted by the Nuggets, it felt like that might have been a path that he would have been on. If Brooklyn would have just been like, shoot it, Mike, shoot it.
Yeah, I mean, he's on the same path now, right? So what MPJ got is he got a pretty cool run before he went and did this, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. I mean, I think that Washington's probably happy to pay that $49 million or whatever it is that he was getting paid.
So he's 46 this year,
and then
it's
49
last year. His option next year.
And Atlanta probably just didn't want to pay that,
Yeah. Well, they got is it Jalen Johnson? They got a young player who's really looking.
Well,
they're like
CJ McCollum, but his contract's expired,
and that's part of the reason they took that, because then they'll have a bunch of cap space.
Plus, they got a bunch
of
picks, and they'll be way under the cap this summer.
Why do you think Trey wanted to go to the Washington Wizards? What's that?
Because
what the hell's that
pressure.
about?
Go get 30, nutmeg guys with your dribbles.
Yeah.
And do all the flashy stuff.
Take whatever crazy shots you want.
Average whatever you average, and who cares? And I go with Michael. Michael's fabulous, played fabulous against us a couple days ago, whatever it was. But it's a 10-win team.
Yeah. Yeah, well, Mike's going to get, man, he is so going to get traded before the season's over again. It's so ridiculous.
Well, maybe. I don't know how many years he got left.
Yeah,
they like him. They don't have a lot of guys that can score that team.
They were talking about trading him again. That
I keep seeing
definitely coming up.
seeing his name popping up in rumors. Speaking of the Brooklyn game, that seems to be the game that changed this particular group of Nuggets mindset. I mean, David Adelman's talked about it multiple times since that game, where he's like, I don't like the effort. I don't like what we were doing in that game, and I don't think did Adelman go off on the locker room after that Brooklyn game, or did I mean?
Well, I don't know. In the locker room, he did to the press. So usually, if guys are saying it to the press, they probably just got out of the locker room pretty heated too.
Because he brought it up again last night after that win over Boston, where he was upset about it.
I'm a little different than David. Maybe this is the player in me that's looking for an excuse for the player. But I look at that game, and that's the first game back in 18 games for Aaron Gordon and 22 games for CB. And I felt – and that was right after a great win in Toronto, and you played really close to Cleveland, had a chance to beat Cleveland, right?
Yeah.
And I looked at that game, and they were like – they were just looking for the other guy. And there's no way – and played not to make a mistake, because – the two of the stars are back. We can't make any mistakes. And you and I have talked about this a million times. You can't play free if you're playing not to make mistakes.
Back into a role that you're worried about expectations.
You're worried about minutes.
Yeah.
And staying on the floor instead of like they did in Philly, just go out there and just ball. And like they did last time, now you incorporate those other guys, and guess what? I mean, AG was good, but he wasn't the focal point, was he?
No, he wasn't out there at the in those. Matter of fact, they had that short lineup. Well, they have to have a short lineup.
Well,
out there,
I knew they was going to win it, when Boston, who's playing really good this year, had won 4 in a row, all of a sudden matched their lineup. I mean, their big guys are killing them. Yeah. The one big guy had 20 rebounds. The Kleck or whatever his name is, Cack. And then the other guys killing them, and they're killing them. They had 27 points off second chance opportunities.
Man, they got out rebounded 53-39.
They were killing him. But you know what? And then all of a sudden they switched all them big guys out, put the little ones. Now they aren't getting so many offensive rebounds, and now all of a sudden, now it's switched across the board, and we can keep you from getting into the paint.
How about, this is a question for both of you. We are actually, let me see. How many games are we into? How close are we to the halfway point of the season? The Nuggets played.
They're 24-12, so 36. So they're 5 games away from half.
All right, so sometime next week.
Next weekend
is going to be the halfway point. How do the two of you feel David Adelman has handled the first half of of his first regular season as NBA head coach?
He's gotten hit with some adversity that you're like, wow. Year one, first thing you got to deal with. Shoot, I give him an A+. Honestly, a freaking plus to be sitting here where you are, surviving. Like honestly, when these injuries started accumulating, even before it got worse and worse and worse, you were looking at this thing like, all right, well, where could we be by the time we get everybody healthy? We get to the new year. That was like the original goal. Then you got new goals after. I don't know. I think it's been phenomenal. He pressed the right button. He pulled a Michael Malone one time. He didn't use the word soft, but that was Mike Malone's go-to, right? Malone used to do that all the time. But what he called out their effort, right? Like that's what I forget his exact words, but he called out their effort, and the team responded beautifully to it.
George Karl said you had 6 bullets a year as an NBA coach.
Just to go off on your team?
To go off on your team. That was it. In 82 games, you had 5, he said 5 or 6.
When you start over every practice, it starts to lose its meaning.
Yeah. And I thought, and this is not fair because he's not here, but listen, Michael Malone did a great job with this franchise and brought it back to credibility, won a championship. Yeah. So we need to have respect when we use Michael's name. I really do believe that. But I think when time goes and he sits back, he started grinding too much.
Yeah.
And I think, not only with some players, I mean, he was more – you get all the post games. He was as angry last year. And what they win? They won a bunch of games last year,
53, 54 games?
And I mean, how many post games was he just angry at, right?
Yeah, he was upset.
And, you're looking at guys that are now – some disappointment in under Michael. I mean, MPJ's thriving, but now he's got a green light, and people aren't just killing him all the time. And listen, he's got a lot of stuff in his game that you can kill him about. Zeke Najee looked like an entirely different player.
What was going on in the fourth quarter last night with Zeke, man? What was that all about? Where'd you get that from?
Does he not look like a different player?
He just looked great.
How about Pickett?
Yeah, I mean, especially the game before where he goes 29 and what? I mean, yeah.
And even last night, I mean, he missed a couple of shots, but I mean, they're not hesitating anymore. How about Deron Holmes where he started the game? He wasn't hesitating last night, was he?
A couple of big threes early.
And so you started this conversation by asking about David. David's brought a new perspective. Goes back to the Al Davis, right? 10 years with a coach. Malone was here 10 years. Then all of a sudden you brought another guy.
John Harbaugh got 18, but
Yeah. And then I read something there yesterday. Someone said, man, they sold him out. They didn't give him a chance. But he had 18 years.
Yeah, that's a long time. That's two
decades,
brother.
That's a lot of money. What are we thinking on average? $8 million for those 18 years?
He did okay.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. He's doing all right.
But I think David's come in and and I hope he can stay this way. And I've had a lot of head coaches tell me, once you become a head coach, you change because the job gets a hold of you and it becomes so much about winning. But right now, he has the right perspective. He's pushing all the right buttons. He's being a leader. Last thing, I know I'm talking too much, but I'm tired. I'm sorry. I have a good friend of mine who was a coach in the league, was a general manager for a lot of years in the league, and now he runs a company that coaches coaches. They do clinics for college and high school coaches, some pro coaches he's got now, and he does clinics for them. And he told me, I said, well, what's the key? I was asking him on the phone with him a couple years ago. He said, today's players coming up, and it's different. Football, basketball. NIL has changed the whole who these players are now more so. AAU for us, these guys have been getting paid for 20 years, the AAU. Players got to know you love him. And I said, if you ever think you'd hear something like that in a pro game or a college game, that the players today have to know the coach loves him. And I'll end this with what was a speech we saw of Adelman at the end of that Philly game.
Yeah, getting emotional.
I don't want to go on. I don't. I that's all I'm going to say. I don't want to get.
Yeah.
He's going to cry.
Yeah.
Because guess what? And I think the players realize, dude, I think this guy loves us.
Yeah.
And that's pretty powerful.
Yeah. No. All right. This is PhD. We will talk a little NFL football after a quick timeout. The Altitude Sports Radio app powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. We'll be right back.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here out at the Sportsman Expo. Come on out and see us. We're at the convention center. Big O Tires is out here. Their booth, they're the main sponsor here. And of course, someone that I've vouched for. They've got their booth set up. You can win a set of 4 tires. So if you need new tires for winter, stop by that booth, hit the QR code. You'll be registered. I'm here at the Altitude Sports Radio booth. You can come say hi to me, although I am going to walk around and check out all the cool stuff here. You can see over my shoulder, and those just listening, boats, of course, camper setups, great fishing boats, rods and reels. The claw, let's see, what is that? Eagle Claws out here. I know they make great rods and reels. My buddy Mark Johnson likes those. And at our booth, you can come and try to win an Arturi Lehkonen autograph picture. You just have to come in here, hit the QR code. We're right at the front when you walk in by, we're the opposite. No, we're by the Blue Bear, right? So come in that entrance here. I think it's the Welton Street entrance. Come on up and see us. And Altitude's going to be out here all day long. I'll be here till 2. Stop by and see me and come check out all the good stuff at the Sportsman's Expo.
Hey, guess what? It's time right now for your Nuggets Ticket Thursday keyword, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Welcome back to PhD on this Thursday. Your 1220 keyword is mint. Mint. Text MINT, M-I-N-T, to 303-504-0925, and you'll be entered to win tickets to see the Nuggets and Hornets on Sunday, the 18th. Wilhite Law Firm, giving you a chance to win big on and off the court. Visit willhitewins.com. Your keyword for this hour is mint. Text it with your first and last name to be entered. Good luck. Mint. All right, fellas. NFL football. We've got ourselves Wild Card Weekend starting on Saturday. But I guess the thing that me and Tyler were talking about right before the show started, and the biggest news from the NFL right now, is that the Miami Dolphins decided to fire Mike McDaniel today, just for no apparent reason.
I wouldn't say for no apparent reason.
See, so me, you, and Dan were talking about this.
I was just so proud of you. I mean, you look so dumb and aloof. And,
I was like,
you come in and
what is going on?
You just connected these dots that I thought there was no way you were going to be able to connect.
So it was the Dolphins who called about John Harbaugh to his right. And Harbaugh's agent was like, "Yeah, John will interview with you guys." And then they immediately called Mike McDaniel and said, "You're fired."
Yeah, so I mean, it does feel like, yes, John Harbaugh is about to be the head coach of the Miami Dolphins. Although Harbaugh did say he wasn't doing any interviews this week. And I could see a world maybe where Harbaugh just does TV for a season, takes a little bit of break, comes back next year. But my prediction always for Harbaugh was going to be that he was going to land on a team that had not fired its coach yet, because he's going to have the ability to choose, Yeah. And the teams that fired their coaches first, they've got the worst situations,
Yeah.
So he's looking at the Dolphins. He's looking at whatever. Now, I'm going to be fascinated more so what happens with Mike McDaniel.
Yeah.
Because, and I don't know if you've seen the rumors on him yet.
No, I haven't.
But
What is it?
now they're saying he might be the front runner for the Baltimore job, so they might just trade jobs.
Wow.
Yeah. So Harbaugh and McDaniel, they might just swap out.
Would you guys hire McDaniel after what? I mean, I like Mike McDaniel, but just as a human being, I find him interesting. But would you hire him after what just happened in Miami? Would you want him to be your head coach?
I don't think you get stupid overnight. I think whoever takes a Miami job is going to walk in the same thing he did. What do you do? What's the quarterback? Is it Tua?
Right. Well, no, Tua was like, I want out. Well, he didn't say I want out, but he said I wouldn't mind if you traded me.
But let me ask this. Who wants Tua now?
Yeah, not me.
And that franchise gave him, he's making $35-40 million a year.
I think more than that, buddy.
He signed a $250 million. Right?
Yeah.
Right? Am I right, Dan? Is it quarter of $1 billion contract extension?
I bet it's over 50. I haven't looked at it, but I bet it's over 50.
Yeah.
I'll look it up.
So I
that?
think Tua is just I think he's may not even be on the plane of Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
Plus he gets the concussion thing, kind of kills him right there too.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
I don't know, man. That's a lot of money. I think you're stuck.
Tua's making 56.
Wow. And 55 in 2020. So his cap hit is 56.4. He's getting a $56 million paycheck.
Yep.
Oh, look at that. $65 million in 2028, baby.
Yeah.
That's a cap hit right there. Woo-hoo.
Yeah.
Who's going to take? I mean, there's plenty of situations that their quarterback situation is so terrible that they take Dak, right?
You know what's amazing is how predictable the NFL cycle is. Before we even got to Black Monday, I was like, yeah, on average, you got 7 to 8 openings every single year. So basically, like a third of the league, more or less. 6, 7, 7, 8, somewhere in that ballpark. And wouldn't you know it, you got 8 openings as of today.
Well, what happens? How about this? Because what I always forget is what happens if these teams get smashed in the playoffs and a team decides to make. What happens if the Texans crush the Steelers and Mike Tomlin's out there?
Right.
Or the Bills move on from McDermott because the Jags come in and roll Buffalo, and they're like, and so all of a sudden the Bills' job is open and the Steelers' job is open. So you got 10 head coaching jobs of it. If you got 10 openings, does Vance Joseph get one of them?
I think John Harbaugh, and if somehow Buffalo's job came open, I think he would jump at that job.
Oh, of course he would. Yeah, go from Lamar Jackson to Josh Allen. Yeah,
that's the way to go.
Talk about Easy Street. I mean, you're just walking into Easy Street if you pull that off. There's interesting things going on all across the league. Darren Rizzi. Burrow, do you even know who Darren Rizzi is?
The assistant head, whatever weird title for the co-head, not co-head.
Special teams coach.
Special teams.
Oh, special teams?
He might have one of those on there also. I actually don't even know. Maybe he's got an associate head coach title.
What job is he interviewing for?
So Denver Broncos special teams coach Darren Rizzi. That's who I'm talking about here.
Yeah.
He is interviewing for the New York Giants head job. So we've now got Davis Webb interviewing for the Raiders head job. We've got Vance Joseph interviewing for every head job. We've got Darren Rizzi interviewing for the Giants head job. What? We got 3 dudes on this staff interviewing for head jobs.
Do you think that, and I think you or DMac said yesterday, is that kind of, or maybe it was Adam, kind of pre-interviewing, find out even a little bit more about the DC and what he would bring if he came here?
Well, are you talking about Davis Webb?
Well, no, the Davis Webb and even Rizzi, tell us about Vance. What do you guys do? How'd you guys work with your defensive coordinator?
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what Rizzi would have to do with Vance, probably.
Well, but just coach with him and
you coach with him.
What kind of guy he is.
But if you pull me in for a head coach interview and you're like, yeah, tell me about Vance.
How old is Davis Webb? How old was McVay?
Davis Webb's 30.
How old was McVay when he got his first head coaching job? Was he 20?
Probably 31-ish. Yeah, same ballpark.
All right. Because, I mean, do we put Davis Webb in that category?
Well, how old was Matt LaFleur? How old was Kyle Shanahan?
Well,
that's true. How old was
they were all in the early 30s.
McVay was the youngest of that bunch. I know that.
He was 30, McVay, when he got hired by the Rams.
So he was 30 when the Rams made him their head coach. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Yeah, he making him the youngest head coach in modern
when
NFL
I was playing in Washington, McVay was the tight ends coach, and he was younger than me.
Wow.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah. And now, I mean, certified football genius. Although I
was only like, when I was in Washington, I was like 26 at the time. So he was a 25-year-old tight ends coach.
Wow.
I said this yesterday, and I think I made a huge, horrible, terrible mistake.
That wouldn't be your first.
Yeah, that's my welcome to my everyday. I called Sean McVay a future Hall of Famer. Is Sean McVay a future Hall of Famer? Because I said it with all the confidence in the world. Because I was like, here's the Hall of Famers playing or coaching in the league right now, and it's Andy Reid, and it's Sean Payton, and it's Sean McVay, and it's John Harbaugh, and I'm forgetting one. But I'm handing out Hall of Fame jackets like it's going out of style. And
you win 2 Super Bowls as head coach, you're a lock as a Hall of Famer.
Andy Reid's a Hall of Famer.
Mike Shanahan says hello.
That's what the text line brought up, and I was like, you know what? You're right. If Shanny's not in the Hall of Fame, Sean McVay is not a Hall of Famer.
Shanny is a Hall of Famer. He will be a Hall of Famer. It's a tragedy that he's not yet, but that's not even an argument. He will be.
Here's the long-form answer. I think he coaches like a Hall of Fame coach. I like almost everything he does. I like Sean McVay, and I think he's a really, really good coach, and we're supposed to honor guys at the end of their careers for being really, great coaches, if you will. I mean, I don't know how they, we talk about San Francisco. I don't know how the Rams did what they did either. They got a 42-year-old quarterback, and they're just killing people. I think he is probably a Hall of Famer, but
he's already been to one.
Mike Shanahan's been waiting, and he's got 1 as an offensive coordinator, and he's got 2 as a
head coach.
And
yeah, but I mean, McVay is so young, man. So he's 39 today, I believe.
He's got another 30 years of doing this.
He's been to 1 and lost, and he's won 1 already. And it looks like they're heading for some success this year. So yeah, he's probably Hall of Famer.
Do you consider John Harbaugh a Hall of Famer because he has just the 1, but he has the length of career?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. I do. Harbaugh's a Hall of Fame coach.
Sean Payton's
a Hall of Fame coach.
Yeah. Even if he doesn't win another one, what he's done with 2 separate franchises, you think
Hall of Fame coach
is enough. So, but
the coaches are like tight end. Well, used to be like tight ends forever. Couldn't get in, right?
Or couldn't get it out.
Couldn't get into the Hall of Fame. I mean,
Normally you're with me, Scott.
I am. Dude, look at my hair.
It's been a long 2 weeks, man.
I feel like I have drunk there, and I haven't drank in 3 years. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Man, me either.
No, I think you're Hall of Fame coach. But the point is, the Hall of Fame, and here's the bigger story. The NFL Hall of Fame is screwy and stupid. And they limit the number of players go in and the number of people and everything in. They're like 6, I think it's something like that. And there's a glutton. There's a log jam of really players and people that should be in the Hall of Fame that aren't in there.
Yeah.
You know, and then, we'll wait till you get old. Well, guess what? Then you get guys that die. Then you don't get in because you're dead.
Yeah. Yeah. And then, I mean,
actually, that's usually when you do get in.
Yeah,
well,
that's
but
when
I mean,
you get in.
but you don't get to enjoy. You don't get to go and have,
you don't get
the
to wear
party
the
and the tent. You know, with your separate tent, and you invite your friends and the people that helped you along the way, and you lose all that. I don't know. I think the NFL needs to change how they do their Hall of Fame anyway.
The Basketball Hall of Fame includes college and NBA and, international and European and all that stuff. But the NFL is just the NFL Hall of Fame, right? It's just if you played or coached.
Yeah, because they have a college football Hall of Fame.
Do they? Okay.
Basketball's stupid if you ask me.
Basketball, they got people in there that never stepped foot in the NBA.
Yeah.
And they got women international players.
But would you prefer that? Would you
coaches.
No a wider gate, a more open
no, because
door
it's,
for the
it's
NFL?
too specified.
Yeah.
I wish the NBA had an NBA Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I do too.
And then a college basketball Hall of Fame.
I mean, seriously, tell me, why do they not?
Because it's always been this way, right?
That's a great question.
Maybe because the college game was bigger than the pro game back in the day. Back in the
back in the day, I think it was.
Well, back in the day, it was a long time ago.
Yeah, we're talking 100 years ago or something by now.
But I don't know why they end up going there. I mean, it's kind of neat. And you learn about new people once in a while, but then you're like, really?
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Okay. I want to ask you this question. With the wild card games coming up this weekend, is there a particular one of these that you're hyper laser focused on where you're like, this is going to be the best? This is the game I want to see. I want to see Jags Bills. I want to see Patriots Chargers. Is there a game?
Real fast before you tell your game, I got to tell you this.
Oh, okay.
Here's the negative of the playoffs this week.
What?
If you had nothing on your television, you want to watch the games, to watch all 4 of the games is going to cost you $90.
Oh, really? Are they doing that weird thing where it's streaming only?
Yeah, I mean, if you got Prime, you can watch it obviously on Prime, but if you don't have Prime, you have to buy Prime. And the other one is Peacock.
Yeah, I'm sure. So, yeah.
But they're selling the games individually.
Amazon Prime
like
is
13
the Packers
and 15, and one of the games is like $30. The Monday night game is $30.
Yeah, the Texans Steelers game, which is going to be an important game for
$30
Bronco fans.
Yep. So this free TV that the NFL was so great at for a million years.
Yeah.
It ain't free no more.
No, but to answer your question, though, Berto, there's some great games.
Give me which one are you most? I'm looking at right now, and they're all pretty sexy, man.
I mean, there's 3 that I would have a hard time picking between for the best game. Bills Jags is going to be great.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Philadelphia, and Green Bay, Chicago. Those are the 3 best. And then I'm highly intrigued by Chargers Patriots.
Yeah.
I just don't know if the Chargers got healthy in time. If the Chargers could heal up, if they get enough bodies that healed up, I think that's going to be a fascinating game.
And if they travel to cold.
Yeah.
I was just there, boys, and it is.
Is it not?
I was doing the show. We got snow flying out the window.
Yeah. The majority of the road teams are favored. It's weird.
Yeah, I saw that. It's crazy. It's crazy. You're right. But I mean, it's just the way the NFL does their. Because let's see, the Bills are favored at the Jags. It's close. It's Buffalo -1.5.
Yeah.
The Houston Texans are favored in Pittsburgh. It's Houston -3. The Chargers Patriots game is almost a pick 'em. It's New England 3.5. So the only real favorite is it's the
what's Green Bay Chicago?
Oh, Green Bay Chicago is a pickup too. It's Green Bay -1.5. They're like, who? That's Vegas saying we don't know.
Well, that's a 7 versus 2.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah.
That's a 1.5 point spread. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, it's
so Green Bay is favored though.
Yeah, Green Bay is favored by the slightest margin, 1.5.
Yeah.
1.5. They're favored. So I mean, the biggest margin, the stupidest one, is the Rams are it's Rams -10.5 in Carolina over the Panthers.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't think anybody is picking the Panthers to win.
Didn't Carolina beat them earlier this year?
It's a massive number.
I don't recall. Did Carolina beat the Rams?
I thought Carolina.
They beat some sexy teams, but they also lost to some really bad ones. Let's see if they.
Yeah, they did.
They 31-28.
Yeah.
They beat LA. Yeah.
I thought
Bryce
they did.
Young, 206 yards. Yeah, they got him in that one. You're right. I didn't realize. Totally forgot about that game, Scotty. So, but yeah, they're a massive.
That was
favorite.
the game that
Massive.
Stafford had, I think, like 3 picks and was like un-Stafford as far as.
And then tonight we got is it Miami?
Yeah, it's college.
Miami Ole Miss.
Yep. Yeah, that's the college football playoff semi tonight. So, and I mean that That's going to be pretty fun. I mean,
remember when everybody thought Carson Beck sucked at football, and all of a sudden he's pretty good at football?
Yeah. Well, I mean, is he going to come out? How many quarterbacks is the Raiders going to get to check
Is that
the
dude
picks?
not a senior?
I think so. How long? Well, you're right.
He's at least a junior, isn't he?
You're right. Maybe he's like Bo, where I kept hearing Bo Nix's name always, but he was only.
I feel like that dude's been in college forever.
But you're gonna look and he's like 19 or something. You're like, what? How long is it? It's the nature of college football as we stand right now. But I will have to say, actually, we got to take a break. We got to take a quick timeout. When we come back, we do want to take a look at what's going on.
He did declare, by the way.
Did he?
Yeah.
Man. So the Raiders are going to have all the options. I have no idea how much Tom Brady influences what the Raiders are doing. I have no idea. If he's the one who's going to say, this is our guy, the Mendoza line, we're taking Mendoza number one, or if that's Davis still or whoever. I have no idea.
Is it Todd McShay?
Yeah.
Is that the guy that does NFL stuff?
Yeah, the draft guy.
And is it Miller in Oregon? He said that's the best one. He said he likes him better than all of them.
Oh, so Dante Moore, the quarterback in Oregon, is the one he likes?
Moore.
I think he can stay in college, but he's probably going to, because he'll be a top 2 pick, right? Because if the Raiders don't take him,
he'll go 2.
Yeah, so he's going to be a big one. All right, we'll continue that discussion because we got so much more to talk about when it comes to the NFL playoffs. We still got to talk a little bit about the Denver Nuggets, and we got the Avalanche in action tonight. Your keyword. Hey, Dan, can I tell them the keyword one last time in this segment? And then that's it, right? One more time. I'm going to tell you the keyword one more time.
I want to mess with people, but I'm not going to do that.
You're not? Go ahead, man. We got nothing else to do.
Wintergreen.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good hint.
No, don't type in. That's not it. You see, I'm messing with people. Like, people are going to type in wintergreen. It's not wintergreen.
It's mint. The keyword is mint. Text in mint with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll be right back.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. When you call Advanced Hair Restoration, ask about their Advanced FUE. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. That includes mine, by the way. And you deserve to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, fantastic at what they do. And guys, Advanced Hair really believes in their product. Matter of fact, they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Welcome back to PhD on this Thursday, the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. PhD, Polumbus, Hastings, and not DMac. Darren McKee is doing vacation things, whatever that is. Whatever it is you think. Text line, why don't you tell us what you think DMac is doing on a day off?
He's riding his bike to Winter Park. That's what he's doing.
We're PHB now.
People are
we can still go with PhD, just like Big D Birdo, right?
There you go.
Yeah, that's what I think it should probably be.
Big Doofus Birdo.
Whoa.
Hey, people were asking because last time you came on here and DMac was out, you're like, yeah, DMac died.
Yeah.
So now I'm in here for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
They want to know how DMac died this time.
I had that conversation with Brett because I filmed with Brett a couple of months ago, and I did the same thing. I was like, I'm going to convince people that Brett has died, and that's why I'm here. And it worked on like 10, 12 people. Yeah, Brett was surprised how many people it worked on. There are some gullible people.
Did you get yelled at by anybody?
Well, yeah. Well, first off, man, Nelson, I was like, because I was, Nelson was running the show, and I was like, here's what I'm going to do. And Nelson was like, don't do that. And I was like, you are the least fun person I know, bro. Right?
Yeah.
Right? Like, either you're part of the party or you're not part of the party. And he was like, let's not do it. Let's not do it. But anyway, it worked out.
But you still did it.
Yeah, we still did it.
Now, did Moser and Vic go with you?
No. I was doing it actually, Vic jumped on board immediately. Immediately, Vic was like, yeah, Brett's dead. That's too bad.
It was a good run, boys.
But it was fun to see the text line go, wait, what? Brett, how'd he die? What happened? I was like, freak golf accident, whatever, So, I'm assuming that's how Brett's going to go out. DMac's going to get run over because he's on his bike all the time, right? That's how he goes
by a reindeer?
I bet
he went skiing.
Oh, he's going skiing.
Especially with the new powder. You're right. That's exactly what he's... Matter of fact, I bet you he saw the
I got a couple
schedule.
days in last weekend.
How was it?
Well, the first day was terrible, and there was only like 3 lifts open. Second day, they actually got like 3 inches of snow, which obviously was not a ton, but in comparison to where they had been, it felt like it was like fresh powder out there. So second day was actually pretty dang solid. I got the bug though, man. Now I want to go again this weekend.
Now you're ready to rock.
Your kids ski?
Yeah, they all ski, and they all like it. Yeah.
Chris says DMac ate all that ice cream that Sean Payton gave him and died from that.
That also is an option. Yeah.
I'm assuming that Sean Payton hasn't given DMac anything since then.
No. He got more this year.
Did he really?
You see, the thing
How's he getting all this swag?
He knew not to. He didn't bring it up on our show. Not a single time.
He hadn't brought it up at all.
He has not brought it up a single time. But I heard him talking about it during crosstalk when I got in the car and he was hanging out with the boys after us. I heard him talking about it, but he knew not to bring it up with Scott and I.
Because we don't get nothing.
No.
What? The text line says DMac was on Channel 9 News this morning at 7.
See, that's what we were talking about,
What the hell? You're right. That was what we were talking about.
Yeah.
He's like, I need a vacation. And then he's like, I want to go to work.
I need a vacation, but I also need attention.
You're right. That's exactly. He's like, well, I'm not on the radio today. I need somebody to pay attention to me.
What was he talking about?
I don't know. Probably Nuggets.
Okay, man. Wait, DMac was on the... Wait. What was he doing downtown this morning on TV? DMac was doing some freaky stuff on TV, man.
What's that supposed to mean?
I don't know. That's just I'm asking the text line. That's what the text line is telling me. But either way, all right. So let's move on. I do want to talk about where the Nuggets find themselves, but after that win in Boston and what else is going on in the NBA, which is crazy. But the Colorado Avalanche have themselves a game tonight. I want to ask you two fellas. Like it's hard to criticize the Avalanche because they
got one bugaboo.
Yeah, and it's hard to just spend 30 minutes hours of a day just talking about the power play or something like that.
That's been a bugaboo for them all season. Mm-hmm. Remember and remember when McKinnon did the post game that one time and said, "Well, yeah, people, I guess they know more about hockey than we do." and yet since then, I mean, they ranked 26 out of 30 in power play for a team that's crushing everybody in the standings.
I know, and they score goals like it's.
And they're 26 out of 30 in power play.
But they just can't do it when the other team doesn't have that fifth man on the ice. It's so crazy.
Make no sense.
Have you seen that from like any of the teams you played for where the coach was like, guys, we have to rebound. And you tell each other, we have to rebound. And then every game you can't. Have you ever been a part of a team like that? That there's a flaw. You know what the flaw is, but for some reason, nothing you do can fix it.
What do they do? That'd be interesting to throw it out there in the Avs fans. Because for the one thing I've heard, they once they get the power play, it becomes overpass.
Yeah, maybe that's exactly what it is.
And they're not putting enough shots on net during the power play.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to control the zone, but you're not getting any shots in the zone. So I don't know.
I don't know either. Like Nathan McKinnon is a really, really smart hockey player, and if he can't figure it out with the coaches and everybody else, I don't know what to do with it.
You got dudes that can skate, man. You got, Nature's. That guy's like a McKinnon light, isn't he?
Like when we talk about the Avalanche power play issues, I struggle to comprehend it because Broncos have got a red zone issue, right?
Yes, they do.
They also, generally speaking, have got an offensive issue.
Yeah,
like just an overall offensive issue. We're not overly
that
productive.
red zone for there affects their offense.
But the red zone is what's killing them, right?
Yep.
But you can kind of get the red zone because we're not particularly good at offensive football at all, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then with Avalanche, I'm like,
yes, that's
hold on, you're really good. Like you're a really good offensive. Like you score, like you're good.
You can put 8 goals on anybody.
So where is the apples to apples comparison here on the power play, right?
Yeah, I don't get it either.
Could you be playing? Because there's nothing worse than to give up a shorthanded goal.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes you see teams take shots and they're bam, long rebound, kick out, and all of a sudden you got a 2-on-1 going the wrong way, on a shorthanded, and you give up going. It's deflating. Are they playing it too safe? Are their power plays too safe? And I don't know. I'm trying to think of and figure out answers without having any real solutions. But are they just playing it too safe, too close to the vest on their power play? And do they need to give up a shorthanded goal here and there and play balls to the wall?
Maybe maybe they're just like, you know what? Let's just cut it loose. Just like, you know what? I asked you about your former. How about this with your former teams? Did you ever play for a team like what the Nuggets offense is right now, where they get pissed at you if you have an open shot and don't take it? Like it doesn't matter if you're the 12th man on the bench. If you have an open shot and don't take it, the Nuggets are going to be mad at you because that's what their offense is. Move the ball, find an open guy, take a shot. Have you ever been on part of a team where it's like, I don't care who it is, if you're open, take a shot? And is that what the power play is going to have to look like for the Avs?
It's going to have to look like that, the power play. When I grew up in basketball, you knew your roles.
Yes.
And if you're not a shooter, then you get a 15-footer, guess what you ain't supposed to do?
Yeah, you ain't supposed to
shoot it. There's an old story, and it was John Wooden is UCLA, and they had, I don't know if it was Marcus Johnson or it might have been Marcus Johnson. And he's out there shooting like 20-footers, 18, 20-footers. He said, Coach, look, I can make these. He goes, okay. He said, Marcus, you make 10 in a row, you can shoot this in a game. Makes 9, misses at 10. He goes, Coach, what do you think? He goes, you didn't make 10.
Yeah.
Marcus Johnson, he's an All-American. He's a Hall of Fame type player. They wouldn't let him shoot it out there, 18 foot.
I know. Is there a lot of teams like the Nuggets that are more? In this era of the NBA, that's much more like
this year in the NBA. There's more green lights than there's ever been.
Okay. Like how much?
There's more green lights than there's ever been. You're looking for 7-foot dudes, 6'10" dudes that could shoot jumpers. I was a jump shooter in college.
No, I'm telling you.
And I got to the NBA.
You would have made $200 million in this NBA.
Get on the block and be a back to the basket. I never played back to the basket.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden, that's what I had to do.
Yeah.
But that was it. But now there's as much green light as there's ever been, ever.
Maybe that, and I just bring that up as, I'm not sure you can succeed doing that on the power play in the NHL, but it might just be like, okay, if we can't get what we need to get, let's just fire pucks on that. Just as many. Just I don't care. I don't care who you are.
Somebody right there on front of it. See if we can get some Mike Ricci putbacks and
just launch pucks on net and see what happens. But we'll see. They got Ottawa tonight.
Well, do you ever hear the famous quote from Tom Watson? And they were interviewing him, and sometimes they have shaky putting rounds, but he would putt for a birdie, and he was always in the 3 feet past the hole, 4 feet past the hole. And now you, I mean,
That's it. Well, that's every good golfer.
And that's a knee knocker. But this was like in the 70s. Tom, do you ever think maybe just lag it up there once in a while?
Right.
And his famous quote was,
"Can't go in.
Never up, never in."
Yeah.
And that's the same thing with the power play. Never up to the net. It's never going to go in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's I was trying to think of that. There's an Earl Campbell quote. His coach was like he couldn't even run a mile or whatever, and then they were like, "Hey man, you Earl can't even run a mile," and the coach is like, "Well, when it's first in a mile, I won't give him the ball.
Yeah,
but until then, I'll keep handling it to him."
Bum Phillips also had an Earl Campbell quote one time, and they said, "Coach, does it ever bother you that it takes Earl so long to get up after he's been tackled?" He said, "No, because it takes him longer to go down."
Yeah, man, a little old school football with you. All right, PhD, we're rolling on up on this Thursday. It is a Nuggets ticket Thursday. We'll have another keyword for you at 1:20, so stick with us. We got to talk a little NFL playoffs next.
All right, guys, welcome again. I'm Andy Lindahl out here at the International Sportsman's Expo. You can see some of the crowds filling in behind us as they get here. The boats are right over my shoulder, and we're hanging out here. We're at Altitude Sports Radio booth right now. We're right near the front by the Big Blue Bear. Come on up the escalators. You're going to see us. We're giving stuff away. We've got our koozies. We've got our stress balls. We've got a couple flashlights so you can spin the wheel. But more importantly, we've got the Arturi Lehkonen autograph picture. So make sure you come on out here and get registered to win that. You just send a QR code in. You hit the QR code in, send in a phrase. Can't tell you what it is. That'd be cheating. And then you're registered to win that Arturi Lehkonen photo there. Lots of folks out here. If you're not familiar with the International Sportsman's Expo, there's a million outfitters out there, guides to get you on some trips, seeing a number of spots from Canada, a number of areas and safaris in Africa. Our friends from Windish RB are out here. My friends from Sun Power Sports are out here. And of course, our guys, Big O Tires, are out here. They're giving away a set of tires. Stop by their booth. QR code again, register to win. They're going to give away a set of tires. I'll talk to you about all the specials they got going on. But it's a lot of fun, and it's getting only more packed here at the International Sportsman's Expo. Come see us.
Your home for the NFL playoffs is Altitude Sports Radio. We'll have all 6 games this weekend and every game straight through Super Bowl. What's LX? I don't know. What Super Bowl is this, guy? Does anybody know what number? 60. Okay, that's supposed to be 60? LX is 60 in the Roman numerals? All right, 60. We got 60 of these bad boys. It's in the Bay this year. The NFL on Westwood One lives on Altitude Sports Radio. Welcome back to PhD. Tyler Polumbus, Scott Hastings, Dan Tanner, Darren McKee is out. I'm Mark Bertnoli. DMac got into a fight. A big fight. Yeah.
I heard about that.
Yeah. He ran into
Derek
Wolf.
You see what happened to his face?
Him and Derek.
Oh, gosh. See, you took it too far.
No, that's not too far. Those two dudes hate each other, I think, right?
Jeez.
Assuming. Listen, you don't think DMac could get in one good shot?
Talk about opening up the curtain,
you don't think he can get one good shot? No, yeah, me either.
Against Wolf?
Derek?
Hell no. Wolf would murder him. I wouldn't want to fight Derek Wolf.
See, you don't know that because I've never seen DMac
in the best
fight.
Shape of my life.
He might be a spider monkey, bro. He might be a Wolverine.
No.
You don't know.
Have you seen DMac?
Yeah, he ain't winning.
That's
that
not.
fight.
Well, that's not a spider monkey.
Have you ever seen a penguin fight?
That's exactly right. He'd be doing that. Yeah, that's exactly how he'd be moving. So anyway, welcome back to PhD on this Thursday as we get set for all the football this weekend. We got an Avs game tonight. The Avalanche will host the Ottawa Senators. You can hear that game right here on the station. Last night, the Nuggets beat the Celtics in Boston in a
by the way,
fun game.
Worst winning percentage of all the teams in the NBA historically for Denver. Do you know they were just going into last night 10-41 playing in Boston?
You know, I think I heard Kaz say that on the broadcast, that this is the team that they've lost against the most in the history of the NBA.
Well, you only get them once a year there, but so 10-41 in their history.
Wow, that's
now
crazy.
11.
Yeah,
and Joker's era, he lost. He's won 1 in the last 6.
That's crazy. I would have assumed that record would be much better than it is. But oh well. Were you shocked that they listen? I love Boston because they put up 53s a game, and it's kind of I get to watch my man your boy Derek White just launch 3 after 3 after 3, which is fun for me. But last night the Nuggets took more threes. Were you surprised the Nuggets took more threes than the Celtics last night, Scotty?
A little bit if you'd have said that before the game, but it's kind of like you said a while ago. Guys open, shoot it.
Yeah,
that was what they were doing. I mean, and I asked David about that. Are you surprised that they made more threes than you? Or you shot more threes than him? And he goes,
not really.
He said, I'd look at it. He said, I'd look at it. We shot 45 threes. I said, we had 45 good shots. Which, listen, I think we all admit they have to play differently with Joker gone.
Yeah.
This is a fun way to play.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, but once again, if you shoot 49% from 3 and you're jacking up that many threes, you're gonna win. You're gonna win a lot of games,
ain't you? Same thing they did in Philly.
Before we talk a little Miami Ole Miss, I do want to ask the two of you what do you guys think about Jamal Murray? How do you think he's looked since Joker's went down? How do you think he's looked this season? I mean, he had 22 and 17, right?
Was he not great last night?
No,
I thought that was fantastic.
He's been
for
amazing.
a dude that we're worried
he
about.
He didn't have a high percentage. At one time, he was 2 of 7.
Oh.
And our little stat guy goes, Murray's got to go.
Yeah, but you know what else he had last night?
And then he went boom, 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 boom.
I forget the exact number. It wasn't like 17 assists.
Yeah, it was 17 assists. Yeah. And Adamant pointed out that he probably had another 10 hockey assists that, secondary assists.
I think he played last night as well as he's ever played because it was the first game. Like I thought late in that Cleveland game and they started trapping, he was forcing it.
Mm-hmm.
Got a couple turnovers, took some bad shots. He didn't trust anybody around him. And last night, he played the perfect game. You're going to double me? Okay, good. There's P. Watt. P. Watt's going to drive. Oh, boom, there's Zeke in the corner. Pink 3.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that was as good a game as Jamal's ever played offensively.
All right.
And he's had 50-point games.
Yeah, he can score.
But he was unselfish. He got everybody involved. He made players around him better yesterday.
You know who finds a way to surprise me about 2 or 3 times a year?
Who?
Zeke.
Yeah,
Like,
it's so weird.
Two or three times a year, he puts together a string of performances that I'm like, you know what? That was helpful.
Yeah.
That was very helpful.
So weird because sometimes it looks like he's got stone hands. You know what I mean?
Well, he doesn't have great hands.
But
he does not have.
Like
great
he
hands.
made some big plays in the fourth quarter last night for the
And
Nuggets.
he did in Philadelphia too. Had that reverse.
Yeah.
Does this change the Nuggets' rotation at all once they get healthy, or
don't know.
or is it just helps you in the playoffs if somebody gets hurt?
I think it gives you depth. I was talking to the Boston announcers at halftime. He said, "Man, I've always liked your team, and this right here, these guys, your team just got better because they have to perform, have to rely on other guys. Other guys are going to build their confidence up. How about this? Hunter Tyson didn't even play. And he had 16 against Philly.
Yeah, Hunter Tyson loves to put up shots, man. That dude, get that dude in a game, he will get.
But he made a big 4-point play in that.
That was wild.
One
That was
thing.
wild. That
He
was
had
wild.
16 in Philly.
It was, he's been great. Payton Watson has been amazing. Scotty,
I think he's got 6 games of. No,
because he put up 30 last night. He was the Nuggets' leading scorer last night.
He's got 5 or 6 games in a row of 20.
Some team's going to give him a lot of money to be one of their primary scorers, isn't he? Or, I mean, because the Nuggets can't pay that. I mean, you can't get into the second apron. You can't. You cannot do it. It's just, the NBA is stupid that way. So you cannot give Payton Watson the money he deserves in this offseason. So he's going to go somewhere else, or you have to change the roster to make some space for him.
He's a restricted free agent. So.
Right, so you can match. You can match, but you can't match if they give him an 80.
But you can match and then work out a trade and then bring assets in.
Okay, yeah, I guess that. So it's not quite as like, he's gone, there's nothing you could do. So I guess you could probably work something out, hopefully. Because he's been great. He's been great. I've loved Payton this
Well, I
year.
think before the season you said if you can only keep CB or Payton, you'd say CB.
Yeah.
And if I asked you today, what would you say?
Payton. But that's I'm a prisoner of the moment. So I see Christian last night, and then you see Payton last night, and Christian put up whatever 2 or 5 points, and it just looked like he was discombobulated.
No, he just can't move.
And yeah, it's his lower body. It's not right yet. It's not right. That's probably what it is. All right. Okay, we got ourselves a college football game. How interested are the two of you in Miami and Ole Miss in a college football playoff semifinal this evening?
I'm interested because it's good football. It's going to be on TV. But I do admit that college football is just so weird that it's a different animal now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like the setup of the playoffs. I think too much time goes by between the games. It's hard to maintain the momentum of the interest. But I'm really genuinely excited about Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday. I mean, we've got a string of good football that's coming up right now.
Right. No, there are no chuckleheads left when it comes to college football or the NFL, right?
College football, though, should end as the NFL playoffs are starting.
Yeah.
Like it should, they should have these
I
games.
agree with that.
By the way, look who's up on TV right there.
Hey, Brock Osweiler, looking good. Look at you greasy hair, dude. Like, that's a lot of grease, but you looking good. Like, you know what I mean? That's love, peace, and a hair full of grease. It's all slicked back. It's just like he's doing online trading and talking college football right now. Am I right or am I wrong? Is that not exactly what he's
Selling some Bitcoin?
Yes, that's exactly. He's talking about crypto in the commercials and then but yeah, no, Brock is looking good. Yeah, Miami, Ole Miss. I mean, you got Mario Cristobal, and I don't even know who's coaching Ole Miss because their whole situation is weird. Why the two of you, this has nothing to do with what's going on tonight, why the two of you think that rich people still seem to get, or I say rich people, smart people seem to get scammed by these snake oil salesmen, I'm talking about Lane Kiffin. Why? Because that's going to be a disaster in LSU, maybe not in a couple of seasons, but here in 3 and 4, right? Because Lane's going to do what he always does. And it's going to end horribly. But people seem to keep handing that man money to come coach his teams.
It might end horribly, but for a different reason. Like recently with Lane Kiffin, it's ending horribly because he's bouncing.
Yeah.
You know, there's really nowhere left to bounce after this one.
Yeah.
You know, there's
you're
nowhere.
You're over the top echelon.
Yeah, there's nowhere left to go. So if it ends horribly, it's just because he was an outright disaster. Okay. It was a failure. You know. I don't know, man. I mean, here's the deal with college football. 18-year-olds, 17-year-olds, they're attracted by shiny objects, and that's a shiny object. Yeah. So that isn't that what you got to have? You got to have something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Do you guys have an answer to the NIL? But do you see? So the Washington quarterback who committed and then got a lot of money, and then that very night left to go. Where did he transferred somewhere else? Right, he entered the portal and went somewhere else. And like his agent is like even his agent has bailed on him today. Like, I
actually don't even know what story I don't know this story.
Dan, you know what I'm talking about? The quarterback from Washington, Desmond. Right? Come on, people, y'all got to help me out here. Desmond, what's his last name, or is that his last name? So he committed to Washington. Damon Williams Jr.
You can do this.
Washington quarterback, committed to Washington, signed an NIL. They gave him money. And then he was like, I'm out. I'm going somewhere else. Peace.
Okay, so instead of pulling like a 1 year, I took the NIL and bounced, like he actually took money and bounced 2 days later.
So he signed a mid-$4 million range contract to return to the Huskies for the 2026 season, and then he's like, peace.
Okay, so my hopes is that he didn't actually get paid a single dollar of that, but if he did, you know what that is? That's freaking fraud. It's fraud. It should be illegal. This kid should be able to be sued. All those sorts of things.
He is going to get sued because he just announced that he has retained a sports attorney as legal counsel to help him through this situation. Why do we need legal counsel for college quarterbacks in the end? So do you guys have an answer to
it's sorry, Scott, but it's single-handedly the biggest problem with NIL right now is that these are not real contracts. These are not this is still back channel money that is just getting handed out in a different form. And so these kids have got no responsibility to the money that they are taking. And it's driving off donors at CU. It's driving off donors all over the place because Troy Aikman talked about it.
Yeah, I heard him talk
about
it.
Troy Aikman said, hey, one time I gave a quarterback at UCLA a bunch of money. He bounced a year later. I never got a thank you, and he has no responsibility to stay at UCLA. Not doing that again, right?
Right.
They
I agree
have
with that,
to figure out this.
I also don't, Troy. You don't need a thank you, man. You know, you gave that money because you want to make UCLA better. Like you want to thank you for that? No, man. Like if you're.
But there needs to be consequence for the players if you're going to play pro football now, and that's what the NIL has now made you.
Yeah.
Then there needs to be some sort of binding contract, and I would. I would hope eventually you start signing the NIL. We'll give you $4 million, but you sign a 3-year deal.
Yeah.
Now you're going to get $12 million.
Mm-hmm.
But if you blow up,
but
somebody offers you 21.
Yeah.
You're locked in here.
I kind of like the Wild Wild West aspect of things, but that's because
you like chaos.
Yeah, I'm here for the chaos. Yes, I'm here for the chaos. So I'm like keep it the same, man. I like it that it's a headache for these teams.
Here's a couple things. We're getting on the kid who's backtracking off the
We'd
deal.
all take $4 million.
How about the other team that offered him after the kid had already committed?
Right.
I mean, so we're seeing the kid's going to get the spotlight of being an unscrupable, unethical SOB.
Right.
And meanwhile, the people at the other school, they get to skate?
Is it wrong if they doubled his money? If he signed the $4 million deal, and then some other team said, "Here's $8 million," and you're like, "Well, that's twice."
That's
I can
what
do that
most
math.
human beings would do. Most people leave jobs for a significant amount of money.
But jobs like we're in, they have things called non-competes.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's
Do you
why
think we could bring that
all the money should be paid directly from the university. If the university pay, and they're starting to do that a little bit now that the schools have, $20.5 or $25 million they've got for every kid at the university. But if the university did that, it would be a real contract that when you leave, you have to pay back X amount of money and you got to sit out or whatever the rules would be.
All right. Listen, as long as the rules are the same for the coaches and the players, I'm fine. Because if Lane Kiffin wants to bail on Ole Miss for $1 billion to go to LSU, I think a player should be able to do the same damn thing. Be like, I'm out. All right, I'm gone. If the coach is going to do that, if the leader, if the heart of the organization is able to do it, why shouldn't the player? But once again, I'm here for the chaos. All right, PhD rolls on. We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, we will dive into the NFL playoffs, and we will have a new keyword for you for our Nuggets Ticket Thursday. That's next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl out at the Sportsman's Expo again. This time I found Adam and I procured one of his boats. So if you're on YouTube or Twitch, and Scotty and Berto and all those guys can actually see the boat that we're on here, we're going to do a little video, but get on out here. Adam has a ton of boats here. They got fishing boats. They got the pontoon boats. They've got just the power boats over there. I found a raft maker, so you can go visit them. A lot of local businesses, a lot of big time businesses out here. Again, our friends from Big O are out here. They're giving away a set of tires, so make sure you go and check out the Big O booth as soon as you get in here. But again, we've got Adam here, and Adam's looking to hook you up with a boat, so you can see him. He's actually just off to where you walk into the left of our tent. So come and register for that Arturi Lehkonen autograph photo, win a couple prizes with us, and come on over and see Adam as they're getting ready to move these boats here. But a lot of cool stuff. Again, if you're looking for firearms, if you're looking for hunting knives, if you're looking for outfitters, again, like Sun Power Sports friends are over here too. Everything's out here at the Sportsman's Expo. Come check it out today and all weekend.
Welcome back to PhD on this Thursday. It is time right now for another Nuggets Ticket Thursday keyword. So here we go. If you want to win Nuggets tickets to see them beat the Hornets on the 18th, text BUZZ, B-U-Z-Z, to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name. Nuggets Ticket Thursday is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Don't forget to enter the second chance drawing at altitudesportsradio.com/NugsTix. The keyword for 120 is BUZZ. We'll announce a winner at 2:55. So get in now. All right. We got a lot to talk about, including Arsenal and Liverpool are scoreless in the 22nd minute right now in some Premier League. Listen. Tyler Polumbus hates him some soccer. Am I right or am I wrong, Tyler? You are
know what's funny about
anti-soccer, bro?
Well, I actually went through a phase of life where I would get up early and watch Premier League.
Really?
Like I really got into it. It was like it was college and right after. I'm not anti-soccer at all.
Okay.
I'm just not, I'm not overly invested.
It's not
at
your
the
cup of tea.
moment.
Yeah, just like I don't watch cricket. You don't watch a lot of soccer or something like that.
Have you ever watched cricket?
I've watched it because I've tried to figure out what the hell the rules are just by watching.
Yeah, that's impossible.
Because if somebody tries to explain it to me, it sounds like high-level math. I don't understand.
Here's where my knowledge of cricket starts and ends. A game can go on for 36 hours.
It's weird, man. It's weird.
It's gone days before. I think the longest one is like a month or something.
Yeah.
I have no idea what any of those things
They
are.
also played in my neighborhood all the time.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Strong Indian demographic in my neighborhood.
So it's not pickleball like every other little place around here, right?
There's pickleball courts also. Yeah.
I don't know what I've never tried pickleball. I don't know why people
That's
love
where
it
the
so
white
much.
folks go.
Is it? It looks like badminton with. I don't know. I don't get it. But yeah, pickleball is huge
The
right now. in the
longest cricket match, they called it the timeless test between England and South Africa in Durban, lasted 12 days and was played over 14 calendar days.
Hold on. No dumb question. 12 days, like without a break?
No, they played. So they obviously had two breaks.
Like, do we go to sleep ever?
They played on 12 days in a 14 calendar period, 14-day calendar period.
Is it like the what's the auto race that goes on where you
the 24 hours of Le Mans?
Yeah, Le Mans. Yeah. Where they just
Or they
swap
do it other way.
but they swap out drivers.
Because I just watched the F1 movie,
can't play
and they
at
do
night.
24 hours of Monaco. What was at the
Daytona.
beginning of F1? Brad Pitt races
Yeah.
in one of those
Yeah, he
24
was doing
hours.
that.
Was they used to do 24 hours of Daytona.
Okay, that's what he was racing in, right? In F1 was the Daytona one.
But it wasn't F1 though. The 24-hour one was it? The start
At the
Le Mans
beginning of
is-
F1. You know what I'm
Well,
talking
at the
about?
beginning of the movie, he's racing.
He was not driving F1 at the beginning.
He's
'Cause
racing
he's right.
endurance moves.
He's right. Yeah, he's doing endurance driving at night. Remember again, he's like, if you lose that lady, I'll kill you.
Yeah.
So either way. We have a little today in sports history, courtesy of Dan Tanner. Dan, why are you so excited about this one moment in sports history? Because there's plenty of things that happen on this day in sports history, but he has one particular thing that happened 14 years ago that he would like to talk about. Do we have that highlight?
First snap of the overtime. The Broncos have been in 3 overtime games this year. They won them all. Got him at the 40. It's Thomas at the 50. Stiff arm got him free to the 30, to the 20. Thomas to the 10. Denver's going on to New England. They win it on the first play of overtime.
Tim Tebow to Demaryius Thomas to the house.
That was sick.
Yeah. That was
That
14
was
years
sick.
ago, people.
That was
14
gnarly.
years ago. Yeah. That was one of those moments you always remember, right? One of those ones you always remember.
Got a rule change.
No. The rule had already changed.
Had it?
Are you talking about what rule are you talking
The
about?
rule will change
The
now.
overtime?
Both teams get the ball in overtime instead of if you score a touchdown
right,
the first.
Right.
That helped.
You're right. If
Did it
that was
change
played
because
today,
of
they'd get the ball.
That was the one big because they didn't think Denver was good as Pittsburgh.
Well,
Yeah,
that was the
Pittsburgh would've
first
got the
year.
ball back,
This
yeah.
was the first year of the new rule that it was a walk-off.
Yeah.
And DT didn't know it.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Wait,
Oh,
you're
yeah,
telling
yeah.
me
DT
so he hit
didn't
the
know-
end zone and didn't realize the game was
He
over?
didn't know the game was over.
Oh, wow.
No, he was going back to the sideline thinking there was football to be played.
And everybody's just running up, hugging him, and he's like, what's going on?
Yeah, he didn't know. Yeah.
So, yeah, no, great moment. Great moment. 14 years
Shout
ago.
out to DT. Love you, miss you, bud.
Yeah.
Love you the best.
Yeah, I mean, I still picture, I can see it in my mind's eye, him running down that side, just booking. And
You forget how quick he
they're
was.
about to win. Yeah, Demaryius was great.
I mean,
Demaryius was great.
not to like, hard transition into like being Tyler and like making something about himself, you know?
Yeah.
But I am Tyler,
Okay.
and
DMac's not here.
That is what I would do if I was Tyler. I would make it about myself. Also, happy Beastquake Day. I just want you guys to know today is Beastquake Day.
When you were rolling down the field?
When I was rolling Saturday, January 8th, 2011.
Put up the video here on the big Jumbotron so the people on Twitch can see what my man Tyler was booking.
Once a year we get to re-celebrate Beastquake Day.
Have you yet I think there's a technology that you can use now to see you can put the video in and it'll tell you how fast you were actually running. They'll be like,
God.
Tyler hit 19 miles per hour.
I would love to know that. It'd be like 7.2.
But yeah, that time you were all the way down the field.
That would be if anybody out there is smart enough to figure that out. Oh my gosh, you would be my hero.
Miles per hour was Tyler booking
in comparison to Marshawn. That's
right,
what I would love to know.
Marshawn hit probably 23. Oh yeah, here we go. Let's play this thing. Where you at?
Yeah, I'm playing left guard actually.
Hey,
Crowd silent now, as opposed to when the Saints have the ball.
78. I'm trailing. There I go.
Go, big fella, go! Go, big fella, go! Go! Look at you! Look at you!
Dancing his way.
Look at Man,
you passed him.
You passed him. You got into the end zone before he did.
Kenny Mayne came and did like a funny interview with us, and I said something like that with Kenny. I was like, I'm just sorry, Marshawn, I'd realize I was faster than him.
Hey, Dan, back that up. Did Tyler almost faceplant when he hit the end? Like,
whoa.
Replay that. No, it looked like you were about to faceplant, brother.
Hold on.
Go back just a little bit.
You don't get to turn this moment into something
I'm
else.
just saying, it looked like
this is recognition of pure
barely
athleticism.
stayed on your feet.
I did get the final block, and Marshawn, I want you to notice, I blocked this guy out to the left.
Sealed the hole.
Marshawn's got to walk into the right,
yeah, but look,
and he goes back to the left where I blocked this guy.
Now you passed him. Now you passed him. Now you're in. Oh, you got to block. And then, right there. You tripped on the goal line, Tyler.
Hey, I didn't fall.
Tripped on that goal line.
Hey, you sealed 92, but then you gave up on your block, and he almost made the tackle.
Dude, no, hold on. But do you see at the very end? I blocked that dude. That's Darren Sharper, who I blocked him all the way into jail, and that's where he landed. But I blocked Darren Sharper out to the left. Marshawn's got to walk into the right. But you know what Marshawn wanted to do? He wanted one last. I talked to him about this. He's like, I wanted one last final contact. So I go, hold my D.
Yeah, look at you were booked, man. How much did you weigh when you were running?
I don't know, 312-ish, something like that.
Big, bro. Right there, almost falls down. Yeah. See, it was almost a disaster for Tyler.
You almost blew an Achilles.
Look at the athletic recovery, though. I mean, we got to talk about the recovery.
Yeah, not bad.
But you're breathing hard right there.
I've never run that far in a football game in my life.
Yeah, that's good stuff. So that was on this date back in 2020.
Yeah. Hey, DT's was far greater, though, in all seriousness.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah, we got to look at DTs now. We haven't throw that up there.
You know what? You're right. We've heard the call, but we haven't seen it because seriously, I can picture it. Just like I can picture Raheem Morris and just like, you know what I'm talking about. I can picture the helicopter right now. I'm sure Scotty Scotty, where were you at that Super Bowl when John hit the helicopter? Where were you? Were you in the booth calling the game at the time, or were you already down on the sidelines?
No, I was in the booth. That was third quarter.
Third quarter when he hit the helicopter?
I believe it's third or fourth quarter. Third, yeah. Yeah, we're still in the booth.
Okay. Because, that's another one of those Broncos moments that you'll just, you always remember, just Elway spinning it. All right, here we go. Man, this is great. Look at this.
The Broncos have been in 3 overtime games this year. They won them all. Gahden.
Actually, a good throw.
That's what I was about to say.
Thomas at the 50. Stiff arm got him.
Oh, he's gone. He's gone.
He gone.
Thomas to the 10. Denver's going on the New England. They win it on the first.
You're right. And right there, he's like, hey, that's a great touchdown. And everybody else is like, you won it. Hey, look at John.
He should have gone straight up the tunnel.
If he knew that the game was over. Yeah.
That would have been amazing. You're right. Just walk it off. Oh, yeah. How you feeling about that, Pittsburgh?
Hines Ward. I love that look on Hines Ward.
But, hey, Tebow hitting the Tebow.
Let me see the Tebow throw one more time. I want to see the throw
right.
itself.
Scotty's right. That's a great throw, man.
For
That's
Tebow?
a money throw. That might be the best throw he's ever had.
That was like a spiral, too.
Let's check out the line
this year. They won them all. Gahden
on the spot.
It's Thomas at the 50. Stiff arm got him free to the 30.
Oh,
to the 20. Thomas to the 10. Denver's going on the New England. They win it on the first play of overtime.
14 years ago today, that happened. 14 years ago today. Demaryius walked that thing off.
Well, we got to put it side by side. If we had real good digital people here, and people
Dan
that
can do it. Split it.
And we did side by side with DT and Tyler.
How much faster do you think DT was than you, brother?
I mean,
like we could mark
because you guys basically ran the same distance, right? Where was it?
Marginally a mile or two faster, maybe.
Listen, man, they should have put the ball in your hands more, Tyler, is all I'm saying.
I agree.
Yeah, DT had some speed.
Yeah, she's rump. Who's that DB? That's a fast DB, though. He does his best to try to hawk him. DT doesn't get hawked very often.
Yeah, look at John.
John's like, what just happened?
Right, he had
Tim Tebow.
Right,
I thought Tim was
that was the first play of overtime, right? That was the very first play.
Is that what it was?
Yes, it was.
Oh yeah, there's
just
15 minutes on the clock.
Yeah,
literally.
I can sit here and watch this all day. It's probably not good radio, just the three of us sitting here watching a video, but I'm here for it either way. Yeah.
I'm checking out the pass protection. Pass protection was looking good. Everybody was in good shape. Hey, DT's the only dude out on a route, huh? Is that right? One more time. I'm sorry, Dan. One more time.
We gonna see it one more?
I think he's the only one out on a route.
You're right. Look at this.
Oh, no, Eddie Royal is out there also.
Man, talk about a name I haven't heard in a long time. Eddie Royal.
Eddie Royal had a long career in the NFL.
Yeah.
You forget about that. He had some good years in San Diego, didn't he?
Did he go to San Diego? I thought he went to Chicago.
He went to, well, he both.
I think both.
Really?
Yeah.
Let's look up a little Eddie Royal.
Yeah, I have no idea. I'm not up to date on my Eddie Royal past history when it comes to what's happening here. All right. Well, I don't know what we accomplished with that whole segment, but other than a little trip down memory lane, man.
It was fun.
Yeah, it was fun.
He had 3 years in San Diego and 2 years in Chicago.
Wow, so he
played 9 years.
Yeah, no, a 9-year NFL career is because what's the average?
Eddie was tremendous.
His last year in San Diego had 778 yards and 7 touchdowns.
Yeah.
As a second or third receiver.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
He reunited with Cutler out in Chicago.
Good old Jay.
Brandon Marshall, Eddie Royal, Jay Cutler all together out in Chicago.
What's our man?
The only one they were missing was Scheffler.
Yeah. Wonder what he's doing now. What's Jay Cutler doing? He's not doing what Brock. I mean, we're looking at Brock Osweiler right now. He's doing a little college football playoff action right now. But I have no idea what Jay just because he didn't get back into football, right? He's just
he had that big DUI just over the summer sometime, didn't he? He got sentenced 60
That was
days?
recent. That was recent. Yeah.
Oh,
relatively.
Okay. Well,
he was doing. And the funny thing is, he was doing a show online. Him and his boy were tasting bourbons.
Yeah, it was like a whiskey show.
Yeah, it was like a whiskey show, and I'm like, dude, that's a red flag for the highway patrol around your house.
You do a whole hour show about drinking different whiskeys, and he's like, all right, we got to go.
Yeah, we're heading home now.
Yeah, not ideal. Not ideal at all. All right, we do want to get into, Dan, do you want, I do want to hear your guys' picks for what's going to happen tonight for the college football playoffs and this weekend for the NFL playoffs. But I think we should wait just a little bit on that because, we'll dive into it a little bit more later.
You know
today
what? I'm
and
intrigued
tomorrow,
from Ole Miss just because you got an interim coach that they made the head coach. I think they made him the head coach, and it's been a program that's kind of been a middle tier SEC team for a lot of years.
There are a couple coaches, by the way, that went to LSU with Lane that did get allowed to go back to coach.
They did let him go back?
Yeah,
even though they had signed contracts with LSU, they were like, okay,
there's a couple of them still coaching.
Okay, that's interesting. I think that. Do you think? How about we were talking about all the open NFL coaching positions? Are one of these four? Well, forget Ole Miss because is Mario Cristobal or Kirk Cincinnati or Dan Lanning going to get an NFL job this year?
Nah.
Because there's just too many good candidates with NFL experience, like Vance and Harbaugh and McCarthy and whoever else is going to be in this group. You don't think a team will? I'm just wondering if a team will come to Cincinnati and be like, "Come to the NFL. We'll give you a lot of money. Come here."
Probably, but he's also got a pretty good gig going on there, man.
Yeah.
He just got Mark Cuban to invest in NIL fund. I mean, he's judge, jury, and executioner down there.
Can you have a Cincinnati personality and be an NFL coach?
I think it's tough, but I'll admit this. I thought that Jim Harbaugh would have a really hard time transitioning to the NFL because I thought his personality. I know he did it previously. I'm not stupid here, but the personality is just so much better for college kids.
Yeah.
And yet everybody I talked to in the NFL that's played for him, they kind of love the dude.
Yeah.
You know, so maybe, but I think it's hard. Cignetti's different
What about-
personality than Harbaugh, though.
Yeah,
Harbaugh's
yeah.
just weird.
Yeah, and Cignetti's just like
he's
He's like
cocky, like
he's like Dan Reeves.
well, he's like a
Stoic and very.
he's like a know what he is? He's a nerdy Dan Campbell. Like Dan Campbell's
Ooh, there you
like
go.
Dan Campbell's got the muscles and he's
Yeah,
got the
yeah.
cool guy, tough guy
Doing
attitude.
burpees with your team.
You know, like I've earned this. I was in the league. Cignetti's just like a nerd with ultra confidence.
Yeah. Which is weird because you don't really see a lot of those guys out there outside of Dan Tanner. What about Dan Lanning? Does Dan Lanning have an NFL coaching personality? Like, could he make that step from Oregon to a team in the league?
God, I don't think so, man.
Like, I don't know either.
Here's an interesting thing we have never talked about. With the NIL money now they're playing players. You said the one Washington guy's in trouble. He's already going to make around $4 million, and somebody's going to offer, you know, obviously more than that. College coaches, top tiers, were getting paid crazy anyway. If you're paying quarterbacks $4.5, $5 million, what are you paying the coach now?
Yeah.
Or does it eventually get like pro where your star quarterback's making 18 and your head coach is making 9?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
Deion's making 11, so
Yeah. Sean Payton's making 18 per, at least allegedly, right? 18 or 19 per season. So, but once again, like
Pete
if you're
Carroll
the
just got
Walton,
fired with 16.
if you're the Walton Penner Group, there is no price tag that you can't pay for a coach because there is no salary cap on coach. If Davis Webb's like, hey, I'm out, I'm going to go be the OC in Baltimore or whatever, you can just be like, hey, bro, we got $15 million a year. Just stay. Because you know what I mean?
Yeah, they won't
is that
do that,
disruptive
but they
with your
could.
staff? Like, or I mean, why wouldn't you? Or is that messing with the coaching ladder, or what? If you're just like handing dudes mad cash just so they won't go someplace else, so you can keep that continuity in Denver.
Well, the problem, you could try that with a guy like Davis Webb, just start paying him a whole lot more money. But the problem with Davis in particular is he's going to make more money somewhere else, and he's going to actually get to call plays.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
whereas if you could promote him to Joe Lombardi's job, Joe Lombardi's the offensive coordinator and title here, but Lombardi doesn't get to call plays.
Right. He's just
So,
like, way to
does-
go, Sean. It was a great play, Sean.
Does that really excite Davis Webb? I don't know. Probably not.
Yeah, probably not. You're right. Less money, more responsibility is probably the way to go in that position. But either way. All right. I'm going to give you the keyword one final time. Buzz. Text in Buzz, 303-504-0925 with your first and last name. Try to win you some Nugget tickets. We'll roll on with PhD next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment. You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
What's the dumbest no question you've got on No Dumb Questions? Can you think of that off the top of your head? Like, what's the dumbest thing anybody's ever said during the No Dumb Questions segment on this show?
Oh, I don't know. We've had dumb
Just something ridiculously dumb.
This show's been on for a while. The dumb stuff.
It usually starts with a quarterback take from DMac.
Oh, yeah, you know what? I want to start with a quarterback take.
That's even before the No Dumb Question episode.
Yeah.
Like, he automatically starts off with like a Josh Allen take or whatever.
Right.
And by the way, who's the guy that
probably
he liked?
Justin Fields.
Oh, that's right. Justin Fields, the greatest quarterback in the history of the
Fields
world.
end up at the end of the year?
Fields on the bench? Yeah.
DMac wants you to trade Bo Nix for that dude right now.
Listen,
right now.
D-Mac's premise, I get. I get the premise. When you don't have a quarterback, you need to get one. I got you. But Justin Fields can't play. And that would have been great if you take Justin Fields, but Justin Fields can't play.
Yeah.
Now, he didn't do great things here, but what was the defensive lineman they took here?
Chubb.
I mean,
Chubb.
Oh, wow, there's a name I haven't thought about in a while. You're
he's
right.
had a solid career if you get away
Chubb's
from
had a great career.
if you get away from the injuries, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But Justin Fields, you can't say he's had a great career.
No.
All right, here's my no dumb question when it comes to quarterbacks, Tim. It's very possible that the New England Patriots come to Denver here in 2 weeks' time. So you'll have Drake May versus Bo Nix. If Bo Nix had been drafted by New England and Drake May had been drafted by Denver, would they be the same quarterbacks they are right now? And I guess the question is, did Sean Payton turn Bo Nix into who he is? And did Vrabel and that crew turn Drake? Because Drake May is always looking to attack downfield. And Bo, it feels like Bo, because what Sean is always trying to, dump it off.
Well, remember, Drake May started with a different coach, right? And was hurt all last year. Until the last, 3 games?
It's true, but also remember, at the end of the year, he looked great.
Looked good.
Yeah.
I think May would have been okay here. I don't know if Bo would have been okay in New England.
Okay.
I listen, I've said it when you're not on. Tyler's heard me say it. I think Sean Payton, the perfect quarterback, the fit of Sean Payton's style, be able to get in your rear, control the tempo, just control short passing, blah, blah. He couldn't have got a better quarterback. You're not going to get a thoroughbred and run him in a quarter horse race.
Mm-hmm.
And you got a quarter horse and you're playing quarter horse football.
I get it. It just feels like if you combine Drake and Bo, you would have basically the ultimate quarterback. Because Drake is always you know what I mean? Like Drake is always he's attacking downfield constantly.
I don't know that you really need to combine Drake May with anything. I mean, Drake May might win the MVP.
Yeah.
That's
true. Who would you give it to right now, Stafford or May?
Well, if it was my vote, I'd give it to Stafford. But it's going to be. I think it's going to be closer than people think. I was actually talking to an MVP voter was asking me for my opinion a week or two ago. And I was like, it's got to be Stafford. Like, it's a no-brainer, right? You just look at the stats. Stafford's got 47 touchdowns, something insane.
Yeah, I mean, it's 50 touchdowns and 6 interceptions or something ridiculous.
Nuts, right? But when you really look at the film, there's a lot of football junkies that just fall in love with the way that Drake May's playing ball. So, and then Stafford didn't have a great game in, week 17, I think, and Drake May did. And all of a sudden, you've got a two-man race again.
4,700 yards, 46 touchdowns, 8 picks. That's Matt Stafford, brother.
Insane.
Yeah, that's wild.
What's Drake May's?
I'll tell you right now. But it's not 4,700, 46 tutties and 8 picks. I'll tell you that much. It's certainly not that. But you know what? He might be closer than I think. I will tell you right now. Let me look at the internet real quick. All right, Drake went. Damn. Okay. He went 4,400 yards. 31 touches and 8 picks, so the exact amount of interceptions.
But 15 touchdowns less.
But still, I mean, it's the Patriots.
Still good.
Though. Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Still good.
Yeah, those are some nice numbers. I wonder if he's got more. I'm sure he's got more rushing yards than Stafford too. But yeah, 440, 4,400 yards, 31 tutties and 8 picks for Drake.
Yeah, you know what he's going to be? He's probably going to be the AL because they give an offensive player of the year.
Yeah.
And they usually don't give the MVP.
Yeah.
So he'll win the AL offensive player of the year, I bet.
So that would be baseball, but yeah.
Well, they do something like that in the
No, I was just laughing about the AL.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. But he'll probably win the offensive player of the AFC.
Yep.
And I think Stafford will win the MVP of the league.
Yeah.
And they'll probably have somebody else will be the offensive player of the NFC.
Can you think of anyone outside of those two who could jump into the MVP conversation? Is there somebody I'm forgetting?
There's a whole bunch of guys fell off throughout the season.
Yeah, I mean, there were a couple running backs that were involved for a while, but it's a 2-man race.
And then you just hand Defensive Player of the Year to Myles Garrett because he crushed the sack record? Or
he's now got the all-time record, yeah.
So it's probably Myles.
Yeah.
Is that how you do it? The text line on the No Dumb Questions.
And you know what makes what Myles did so impressive? I mean, shoot, it's impressive no matter how you look at it. He did it on a bad football team. Like a dude that's breaking an all-time sack record.
A truly bad football team.
Like most dudes that have got a fighting chance at that, their team's up by 14 points in the fourth quarter all the time, and the opponents are throwing the football.
Yeah, they won 5 games, and he broke that record on the.
So
Listen,
he
this
did have
is his
an extra
career,
game.
though. This is the rest of his career. He took the money, man. He took the money to stay in Cleveland, so he's never going to win anything. He's just going to crush all these defensive records, right?
Yeah.
Unless he wants to.
And that's the whole question that Schefter brought up on the show, that Burrow said, we're questioning, is Burrow happy staying in Cincinnati? Just like Myles Garrett did. I want to go to the winter. Here's $30 million. I'll stay here.
Right. We'll make you the highest defensive player ever. Okay.
But QB over there, he's already making money. That's going to be interesting. I'm not sold that he doesn't get out and Cincinnati might be in trouble.
Yeah, it'd be interesting, man. I'd love to see it. Dan, do you have a no dumb question? The text line said Stafford is winning that thing. Stafford is they seem convinced that Matthew Stafford is walking away with the MVP.
I got a no dumb question. Did Baltimore make the right choice in choosing Lamar over John Harbaugh?
Yes. You always take the player over the coach. Did Tom Brady and Bill Belichick not teach us this lesson just a few years ago?
That's a pretty good point.
You take the player, man. You take the player. You can find you a coach anywhere, right? Players win games.
Yeah, I've just for a long time I've just not believed that Lamar's going to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's tough. I do like Lamar, but you're right.
If you settle with the coach, and that means, guess what? You're going to trade Lamar. What's your quarterback situation?
Yeah, what do you do then? You'd probably trade him.
Yeah,
Dak. You take your trash and give it for somebody else's trash. Not that Dak and
even
Lamar
if Lamar
trash,
never wins a Super Bowl, you're not getting a quarterback like Lamar.
No,
No.
All right, Dan, what you got, man?
Well, I'll ask the question I was just asking you and Scott about during the break. Would you trade Christian Brown and or Cam Johnson and use that money to sign Payton Watson in the offseason?
Okay. That's a no dumb question for you, Scotty. Is there anybody on the Nuggets you would trade right now after this crazy run that you just saw them with these guys stepping up? Would you give up some of your depth for, I don't even know for what? For one extra shooter or an extra?
At worst, to clear cap space to sign Payton Watson.
That makes it a dumb question is decisions like that you don't need to make with any of those guys you mentioned until the offseason.
Yeah, you got plenty of time.
So you can ride with them. The question is, in season, did guys like Zeke Najee and Jalen Pickett and the way they played over the last week or two, did they up their value to where now you could get something for them? You have a second-round pick.
Yeah.
Well, I've been trying to do that with Zeke for a while now.
Yeah, I'm sure Zeke's been on the block for years. So it's right, and nobody's called just yet. But he could probably help if Zeke got. Don't you think if Zeke got playing time, he could help some team, right?
Paid Zeke. Was that who paid Zeke? Who paid Zeke? Calvin.
Right. Well, it's probably part of the reason why he got right. His beef with Malone and some of these personnel decisions that he made. I don't know. But right. Why mess with anything with the Nuggets right now?
How about this question?
You would.
Who is a better option right now for the Nuggets? Bruce Brown or Jalen Pickett?
Okay.
Who's better what?
Who's a better option right now for the Nuggets? Bruce Brown or Jalen Pickett?
You mean Game 7 of the NBA Finals?
That's not an apples for apples question because they give you two different things. Bruce Brown is just your energy of flying the ointment guy, which he was in Philadelphia and he was last night at Boston. He's a guy comes in there and makes things all of a sudden go crazy in a different pace. And Pickett doesn't do that, but Pickett's been just studly on the threes.
Mm-hmm.
So it's two different.
So you're saying Jalen Pickett?
No.
I do. Well, yeah, but Bruce will get into like Jaylen Brown's head, or Bruce will get into it with KD, and all of a sudden it's all, you know what I mean? Like, so yeah, I can understand why you really like somebody like that on your team.
Key is, can you keep these guys playing the way they played the last few games? And if so, is Jalen Pickett answered your backup point guard position, and can you now trust him the rest of the season? Because they needed a backup point guard.
Okay. All right. Well, that was no dumb questions.
Hey, you got to throw it to Lumberjack Andy here pretty soon.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's going to be live at the expo. The Safeway Twitch stream. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or the Safeway app. Safeway. Fresh foods, local flavors. We'll check out our big story of the day next.
All right, guys, I'm still out here at the Sportsman's Expo. Andy Lindahl here with you, and I've been checking out all sorts of people. Our guys from Eagle Claw are there. If you like the fishing, they got rods and reels. But I ran into a guy that may know our friend Scott Hastings. Kirk, there he is, Kirk from Kirk's Fly Shop. Say hello to Scotty there, Kirk. He's in Grand Lake. He's in Estes Park. He's got a bunch of deals going on. We love Grand Lake, right? You said you got a couple things. You can book even float trips here, right?
Right. Get you out on Grand Lake and do some fishing.
Huh? All right. So he just wanted to wave hi to Scotty.
Ask him what weight fly rod is best suggested on Grand Lake.
On 6-weight.
Okay.
6-weight. You all right with that?
Well, I had a 5 and a 7, and I can't find either one of them right now.
Yeah. That's par for the course, we'd say.
Yeah.
All right. Wave bye to
I may have
everybody,
lost.
Scotty.
I may have lost one in another relationship.
Well, hopefully, if you need to come and replenish your rod supply, get on down here, your rod and reel. See, he's got even some reels here. It's the Sportsman's Expo. Make sure you see our friends over at Big O. They are giving away sets of tires, but you got to go and hit the QR code. Talk to Sons Power Sports. There's boats, there's campers. The Windishar folks, RV folks are out here. You can see some of the cool camper setups. We just got a lot of stuff going on, and stop by the altitude table because you can register to win for an Arturi Lehkonen autograph picture. We're right at the entrance. There's some of the boats. People didn't believe. Our guy Steve stopped by, said, I didn't believe there were boats in here. They are. And I'm going to go do a show. Bye, guys.
Second free throw for Jamal Murray. And that one's no good. Rebound tap, grabbed by Murray, put back three at the horn, misses it. And Denver with another improbable win. They get a double-double from Jamal Murray, 22 points, 17 assists, and 8 rebounds. And the Nuggets stun the Boston Celtics in the Garden. Final tonight, 114-110. And here's a sentence I never thought I would say in the Jokic-Murray era. A 3-4 7-game road trip is a monster win.
That was Jason Kosminski last night on the call as the Nuggets beat the Celtics in Boston to close out that road trip. With the Lakers' loss to the Spurs last night, the Nuggets hop back up into the number 3 spot in the Western Conference. The Nuggets are a game back of Spurs for the second spot and 5.5 games back of Oklahoma City for the top spot, and they are a game ahead of both the Lakers and the Timberwolves for the position they're currently in the number 3 spot. The number 3 spot would be great. You wouldn't run into the number 1 seed until the Western Conference Finals, but that's where we are right now. Gentlemen, as we start, welcome to PhD on this final hour of this Thursday. What would you consider? Dan was like, let's talk about the big story of the day. What would you consider that to be? The Nuggets road trip and their win last night, that massive win last night, the college football game, playoff game tonight, the Avs game tonight, the playoffs, the NFL playoffs this weekend. What do you consider the Trae Young trade was fairly large that happened late last night in the NBA? What do you think the story of the day is? Or is it Mike McDaniel getting got in Miami with the Dolphins, and all of a sudden we got another head coaching opening in the NFL?
Well, jumping in here, Scott, but I think there's 2 big stories. It's what's going on with the Nuggets. It's obviously the Philly game that's still lingering. We've survived a portion that I didn't know we would be able to survive, and it feels very optimistic right now. That's a huge storyline that isn't going away. Younger players playing great basketball for the Nuggets. I also think from a Broncos perspective, the big story of the day right now for the Broncos, there's actually 3 dudes on this roster, on this coaching staff that are getting interviews to become a head coach. You've got Vance Joseph, who's getting interviews with basically every team, minus 1 or 2. I think he's got 5 of the 8 that he's got interviews lined up with. So he's as hot of a candidate as you get. The one that was a surprise the other day was that the Raiders requested an interview with Davis Webb. Davis Webb is 30 years old. Davis Webb has only been coaching for 2 seasons. Davis Webb has never called plays. He's never been an offensive coordinator, and the Raiders are interviewing him for the head coaching job. And then as of today, the one that really caught me by surprise, feels like it's coming out of absolutely nowhere because we've quite frankly mocked him quite a bit for a majority of the season, but it hasn't proved. Special teams coach Darren Rizzi. Darren Rizzi, a special teams coordinator, is getting an interview from the New York Giants to become the head coach out there. So, this is what happens when you have good seasons. When you have good seasons, all of a sudden other teams are intrigued by your coaching staff, and we've got 3 coaches that, in theory, could be on the run.
This is where it becomes interesting because there's the national perspective and then there's us regional perspective.
Yeah.
National perspective, the biggest story is the semifinal game tonight. Here, I don't know if college football is that big here. I would say that's less important. I think there'd probably be more people excited about the Avs playing and getting off the schneid a little bit than the other game.
Yeah.
Especially the hardcore fans.
Yeah.
Ain't no Avs fans going to be watching Miami play tonight. They're going to watch the Avs play. They got to get. You've lost 2 in a row. We got to get this thing back right again, right? But the national news will be the game, the national game tonight. The coaching stuff is intriguing from a national standpoint as well. But here, I don't know. I think we're current.
All right.
I think we're fired up by what the Nuggets just did, but I think we're ready to go for the Avs tonight. And holy crap, let's see who we get to play after this weekend.
Yeah.
Next week it's going to be all about Broncos.
Mm-hmm. Right. I
we know who we're going to play, where we're going to play, what time we're going to play, what day we're going to play. Let's go.
As a player, what do you do this weekend? If you're a Bronco player, you're just sitting around watching football to see who you're going to face next week?
Yeah, it depends how they structured the practices. I think they said didn't they say they were going to practice Friday, Saturday? And then I think that's what they're doing. And they're going to get like a good-on-good session in, so they're going to have a real good, heavy practice where it's ones-on-ones. And then you'll be at home, you'll be watching games. So you'll be off, enjoying the weekend. It's weird when you get the bye because all these other teams, they're like, okay, if we win this game, well, here's who we're going to play. But when you're the 1 seed, it reseeds, right? Mm-hmm. So there's like 4 different teams that the Broncos could play, and they really can't get ahead on the game planning yet. They have to wait till the weekend is completed till they know who they're going to be game planning against.
Mm-hmm. Right. I guess worst case, the highest seed that could come to Denver would be,
I think, the
Pittsburgh at 4? Because the Texans are the 5 seed, right? Pittsburgh at 4?
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Because that would be the high, if Pittsburgh beat Houston and if the Jags beat the Bills and the Patriots beat the Chargers, it'd be Pittsburgh in here. How about this? Here's a question for you. This is something your brain can latch on to.
It feels like the most likely team. Oh, gosh.
The most likely team is the Bills. Well, are you a Jacksonville believer?
I was going to say the Bills. That's what I was going to say. But I absolutely could see the Jaguars beating the Bills.
Yeah. That's going to be a good game. That's going to be a good. Let me ask you this, Scotty. I'm going to give you the Baltimore Ravens. You are now the new owner of the Baltimore Ravens. What's the first question you ask?
A very wealthy man, Scott. Congratulations.
What's the first? Well, do you want Baltimore? I could give you. Who you don't want to move to Cleveland?
Tennessee is closer to my folks or my people.
All right, okay. We'll put you.
But I don't mind Baltimore.
Okay, so you're the owner of the Baltimore
I
Ravens.
take Miami. Miami was wonderful when I was down there a couple weeks ago.
Who do you bring in first for an interview as your head coach? And what's the first question you ask him? What's the one thing you want to know?
John Harbaugh. And can you?
You want to come back?
Yeah, no. What were their weaknesses? One, Lamar wasn't super healthy all year long. He missed a handful of games. That hurt you. That put you in a hole. Mm-hmm. Where were they defensively? To me, they weren't as good defensively as they've been known to be in their past. Do you want to upgrade with that quarterback? Do you want to upgrade the defense a little bit? Then if you want to upgrade the defense, then you get Vance Joseph. If you think we need to be more diversified and a little different in what we do offensively, then you probably talk to Mike McDaniel.
Can you give an answer for the love?
Well, what would you say offense defense? If it's defense, I go Vance Joseph.
I'm going to go offense.
If I'm the Ravens, everything's about Lamar.
I'm going offense too.
So you're just worried about training Lamar.
I'll bring in a coordinator on defense. I'll find somebody to run my defense, but I need somebody that's got a plan. Why can't we get over the top with Lamar Jackson yet?
Mm-hmm. Too inconsistent.
Because you think he's just.
Well, then Mike McDaniel's your answer.
I honestly think Mike McDaniel is the most likely candidate for Baltimore now, which is crazy because you might see a coach swap.
I was about to say, can you see?
It's like what's the old the housewife swap? What was that called?
What?
Wife swap?
Housewife swap?
There was a TV series about it for years. Yeah.
Wait,
and they basically helped raise the other. They weren't sleeping together, but they were like going into the other houses and living their lives.
They're just gonna do a head coach swap with Harbaugh and Mike McDaniel.
Could there be 2 different personalities? Because you're right. You want a culture change. Those are 2 totally different personalities.
If you're going defense, Robert Saleh, that's another good name.
I feel like it's so close for him getting fired, though.
Do you guys? Right. Well, do you guys think? Here's a question. So we mentioned Tomlin might get got if the Steelers just get blasted by the Texans, or maybe McDermott gets got if the Jaguars house the Bills in the first round of the playoffs. Is it possible? Now, Raj brought this up yesterday, and I was like, I don't think so, brother. I don't think so. But is there a situation where Kyle Shanahan is out of a job if the Philadelphia Eagles rolls? I don't think so either.
No.
I don't think so either.
Kyle Shanahan.
Raj thought it was?
Well, no, we were talking about there's chances in the AFC of coaches losing their job by losing the playoffs. I couldn't find that guy in the NFC, but Raj suggests that maybe the Niners have to move on from
Raj needs
Shanny.
to stick to talking about forechecks.
Because you're right. The Bears are happy with their coach. It's his first year. Johnson's fine. Packers are good,
Listen,
right? Rams ain't going to get rid of McVay.
It's amazing the 49ers aren't in the lottery. They should be a top 5 pick with all the bodies that moved. I mean, it looked like they were trying. Your starting quarterback was hurt for half the season.
Yeah.
You made a guy that they gave up on in where was he at? Anywhere, somewhere else, and then
you talking about Mac Jones?
Mac Jones. And
He was in New England. Where was he after New England? Where was he after that?
Jacksonville.
Was it Jacksonville?
I think so.
But he started in New England for a bunch of years, and made him look good.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's talk about him in the first 5 weeks of MVP candidate. He was playing so well. Kyle Shanahan ain't going nowhere.
I
mean, in fact, can I say something? If Kyle Shanahan were to get fired, I think he jumps to the top of the list of everybody.
He would.
And
he would jump John Harbaugh.
Baltimore would open the bank account for.
Oh my gosh, they would do anything for that. But that, you know what, Scott? That's why I think they're going to go after Mike McDaniel, because it's the next closest thing to Kyle Shanahan.
You don't. How about if the Eagles look incompetent? You think they move on from Sirianni?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No.
Yeah, I think there's probably only 2 more head coaches that could get got.
Wait,
depending on what happens in the playoffs.
Who are the 2? It's Tomlin, and who's the other one?
McDermott. It's Sean McDermott in Buffalo. You don't think they were like?
Yeah, I mean,
they get housed like 43-3.
Yeah.
How many more seasons does Josh Allen have? You got like half a decade, 6-7 years with Josh left.
And it does feel like McDermott's been on the hot seat for about 3 seasons.
I mean, and then I don't know who
hot seat's not the right word, but he's been on the just like the frustrating list.
Yeah.
Who would you give that coaching job to?
Mike McDaniel.
Yeah.
Same thing. If you're going to bring an offensive guy to Lamar, don't you need for Allen?
Yeah.
You can't. Mike McDaniel living under a lucky star. If Miami fires him and then he gets the head coaching job at Buffalo with Josh Allen, that's crazy talk, right? That's crazy talk.
If you're either Baltimore or Buffalo, say Buffalo does fire him, maybe in a perfect world, what you really want is you want to hire a Robert Saleh, you want to hire a defensive guy, and then you want to bring in Mike McDaniel as your offensive coordinator.
Mm-hmm. Vance Joseph, head coach to the Bills, and Mike
There you
McDaniel, your OC.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Then you run into Vance.
I'll bet you they're happy with the Saleh in San Francisco, so I don't know if they'll go lateral unless they say, okay, associate head coach and defensive coordinator.
Oh, no, I meant as the head coach.
Was the head coach.
Yeah.
Get the big job. Get the big job. All right.
I just think Saleh is too close to the Jets debacle.
It could be.
You know?
I think Saleh's pretty well respected, though.
Yeah, but you think he still needs a year or 2 away from the mess in New York before people are like,
Maybe.
yeah. Let's see some more success in San Francisco before something happens. All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, we got Let's Football Go with Dan Tanner, and we have your newest keyword for Nuggets tickets. So stick with us right here at PhD.
Hey, what's happening, guys and gals? If you're out there in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle right now, check out Phil Long Ford. Phil Long Ford is the best dealership in Colorado with the best prices, the best customer service, and the best inventory. It's one-stop shopping at Phil Long Ford. Guys, there's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, don't drive all over the state. Just go to Phil Long Ford. The vehicle of your dreams is already at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. You guys, I think relationships matter. That's why I've been going back to Phil Long Ford every time I need a new vehicle. Been doing it since my rookie year. I bought over 5 vehicles from Phil Long Ford. I know these guys, love these guys, trust these guys. They're going to take care of you. They're going to get you in and out. They're going to respect your time, and they've got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
Welcome back to PhD on this Thursday. It is time right now for another keyword. It's Nuggets Ticket Thursday, powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Your keyword for this hour is Queen. Text Queen, Queen, to 303-504-0925 along with your first and last name. You'll be entered to win tickets to the Nuggets Hornets on Sunday the 18th. The Will Hite Law Firm giving you a chance to win big on and off the court. Visit willhitewins.com. Your keyword this hour is Queen.
Hey, before Dan, real fast, just the first thing that pops to your mind, all three of you, one wild animal if you could own, you'd own right now. Right now.
A wild animal? Cow.
Buffalo.
What you got?
Or a saber cat.
For Dan.
Dan, what you got?
What's the big tiger?
Bengal tiger?
Bengal tiger. Yeah.
You want a big old Bengal tiger?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Isn't that the biggest tiger on the planet? Is a Bengal tiger?
I'd be the new Tiger King.
A liger.
Scotty, what you got?
Well, I just saw a sea turtle up there.
Oh, you're a big fan of sea turtles?
Well, I just saw one. I thought it was kind of cool.
I don't know. I find cows to be hilarious. Like, I could just look at a cow and smile because those animals, I don't know why. They're funny to me. You know what I mean? Have you ever just seen a cow? Have you mooed at moo? And then I don't know. I find that cows are hilarious to me.
My brothers every year would raise a cow.
And then eat a cow.
From a little, and then sell it in the spring, make $200 or $300. That's how they made money as like junior high school kids.
Ooh, yeah.
But they have to get when it was like 20 degrees and the ice frozen, they get to get out there, when they're like 12, 13, breaking the water open so they could drink and stuff.
I almost guarantee that in my high school, when I went to high school, we had a class that they showed us how to use a bolt gun to kill a cow. And one of those bolt guns. Yeah. And because I was grew up with a bunch of farmers and ranchers or whatever. And I'm assuming they don't teach that in school anymore, right? Like, hey kid, here's a bolt gun.
Too.
Can you really? I didn't know that. So anyway, all right, Dan, let's football go.
You left out the best part, though, Dan.
DMac thrroing hands.
I didn't want to react.
DMac throwing hands.
Come on. I mean, if you're going to play that, you got to play the best part.
We did already. Berto did open up the curtain.
Yeah. DMac versus Derek Wolf. 10 rounds, baby. Let's go. Let's see how it plays out.
Pay-per-view.
Berto's got zero. He cares zero. Yeah.
No, I mean, DMac probably doesn't care either, right? He's probably like, I'll fight Derek. Let's go. Let's see how it works.
Yeah, he'd care.
I'm sure.
Right. All right, Dan, what you got?
Although he'd have his lawyer on speed dial.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, guys.
I love what D-Mac's got. This is great.
I think Kliss must have talked with John Elway because he's got an article out titled "Elway's a big fan of Sean Payton and Bo Nix, but the playoffs are the time to make big plays." So here's a quote from this article. Quote, "Sean just wants to win. He doesn't care what it looks like. That game last week was boring as hell, but he was not going to turn the ball over, and he was not going to give them a chance to get back in the football game." So here's my question for you guys. Number one, do the Broncos need to make big plays in order to win in the playoffs? And do they need to change the way they run their offense in order to win in the playoffs? Or do you think they can win playoff games with how they've been running their offense throughout the course of the regular season?
Well, let me ask you this. I mean, what's our assumption on what the defense is doing? Is our assumption the defense is doing their deal?
Yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
What if they have a hiccup?
Well, then you'll lose, right? You're going to lose. You're going to lose. There's not it's hard to find people who are predicting the Broncos to make it to the Super Bowl just because we don't know who they're going to face. ESPN today predicted that the Buffalo Bills would make it to Denver and beat Denver 27-17, and the Broncos would be out without winning a single playoff game this year.
That would be very, very disappointing.
But I mean, if Buffalo comes in and scores 27, can the Broncos offense match that?
I mean, here's what we know. They've got a formula that works as long as the formula stays true, right? So defense plays pretty good to amazing football, and you've got a good chance to make it to the Super Bowl. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I know that Bo Nix has got the capability of having fourth quarter comebacks. We saw it against the Giants. We've seen it multiple other times this year. But if you're asking me, like, would I bet on it? No, I would bet on the fact that if our defense doesn't do their job, we probably have an early exit.
Scotty, do you think that, I mean, obviously the Broncos are going to, I almost made it, I just did a whole conversation in my head. I did a whole thing in my brain there, my bad. I did a whole conversation in my brain. So let me ask you this. Do you think, I was going to say, Dan's crazy, you're not going to change your entire offense once the playoff comes around, you're an idiot. You just go, but, how much has Sean Payton kept in his back pocket during the regular season that he's like, I'm saving that for the playoffs? How much of that is in the playbook?
2%, maybe 1%.
So not a lot.
I don't buy that conversation at all.
No.
I barely even buy that conversation against the Chargers, and maybe you could convince me that he dialed it back a little bit against the Chargers. But, hey, man, that was still an important game. You had to win that sucker to get the number 1 seed. So you telling me when we get down there in the red zone, we're holding back plays and we're not trying to score touchdowns?
Listen, you said it the other day when you went back and looked at it. 3 times there, you got to score once.
Yeah.
And they had a touchdown when Bo just overthrew RJ. I mean, that's going to be a touchdown. If he puts it on him, instead he sells it over his head, throws a bullet from 5 feet, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're going to have to score in the red zone. They can win like this if they have more 3-and-out series than drives, then they'll lose.
Mm.
And they're one of the worst teams 3-and-outs, or best, or however you want to say it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're top of the league in 3-and-outs. I don't think you can be a 3-and-out team, have one scoring drive, and win a playoff game.
Just a question, not challenging you, but when you say that, is that literal, that they're the top of the league in 3-and-outs?
Yeah, I thought.
I think he's right.
I think
he's
they're
right.
like 31st or 30th or 31st.
Yeah, they're close.
They're close. That sounds really hard to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah,
with that.
That
sounds really hard.
Then how did they get to 4? They just tied the Broncos record for most wins in a season. How'd they get to there with this offense? Or do you think it was just the schedule?
Well, there's a formula.
The cupcakes.
I mean,
Tyler.
there's a formula that has overcome it, and it's been incredible defense.
But none of us think, to Dan's idea, that they make any massive changes here in the next 2 weeks before their first playoff game. There's no way that happens,
No,
right?
you're not going to see something different in the playoffs than you've seen all year long. No.
We're going to see J.K. Dobbins. Is J.K. going to be ready for that game? I don't know. Dan, what do you got next?
All right, let's hear from Dan Orlovsky. He was on the Dan Patrick Show yesterday, guys, and they got into Arch Manning. If he declared for the draft this year, where would Arch be drafted?
We were talking about this pre-show. If Arch Manning was in this year's draft, number 1 overall.
Not even close. Not even close. Not even close. He'd be the runaway number 1 pick. Arch Manning is kind of like the throwback 1970 quarterback with modern day training and nutrition. I'm a huge fan of this guy. He's physically remarkably gifted. He's intelligent when it comes to the football understanding of speed and space, all that. I think he's wired the right way. When you watch him on a sideline, he's ultra competitive. I think he's weathered a lot. He's going into the NFL, or when he does, he's going to have weathered so many different storms. And we know that's a huge deal.
Do you guys think Arch made the right decision returning to Texas based on the assumption that he would be the runaway number 1 overall pick in this year's draft?
There was a great interview I saw the other day with Brady. It might have been with Schefter. And they asked him about NILs and had they had it back there in the portals. And I know it's a different time, and he's the old guy, get off my lawn. He says, Tom Brady, the pro, basically, was developed by the competition and everything I had to go through at Michigan. I mean, they had like 3 guys there that balled, right? I mean, he wasn't the pure starter there. He said, just that competition, everything made me who I became in the NFL. So he said, I wouldn't trade that experience for everything. I don't think guys see that now when you're 18, 19 years old and you're highly recruited. They paid you $1.5 million and you got 20 snaps all season your freshman year. You're like, dude, I'm moving. They're not looking at, I'm going to tough this weather out. I think because of his family, because he ain't hurting for money, he's going to make over $4 million again this year. Wasn't it like $6 million or something like that? He was making between 4 and 6 somewhere last year.
Stupid amount, whatever it is.
Yeah. So he's going to make some money. And if he can hone his craft even more, why not be the first pick overall? No questions about it next year. He got better as the season went. He was brutal the first 4 or 5 games.
Yeah. The nation came from him, right? Everybody was like,
because
is that a universal take?
That Arch Manning
would be number 1?
Orlovsky doesn't speak for everybody, but I mean, in this draft, would you take Arch Manning or the Mendoza line, right? Because Mendoza's going number 1 to the Raiders, unless Dante Moore comes out and all of a sudden he looks amazing or something. I don't know.
I guess here's my take on it. Scott's absolutely right in terms of the value of seeing things through, developing, preparing to get to the NFL, all that. Of course, that's true. But if you are confident in the fact that you're going to be the number 1 pick in the NFL, that is a bad decision to go back to school.
You think so?
Yeah. But it's a bad decision.
Remember
financially,
what happened?
all those sorts of things, man. I mean, what happens if you like not even injury, God forbid, like injury, and like we're talking about a disastrous situation. What if you've got a marginal year and all of a sudden you go from the number 1 pick to the 31st overall pick, or even worse, 2nd or 3rd round? Like the amount of money that is at play here is so much more than NIL. Like yes, I get it. In 1 year, Arch could make $6 million versus the league minimum that he would make next year. But the big picture is such a big difference. It's a foolish financial decision.
I get it, because Arch Manning's his first contract in the NFL is going to be a rookie contract. His second contract could be $300 million.
And that's the key. And if you're the number 1 pick and you come out this year, you're 1 year closer to it.
Well, how about a question for this? For you
but
too.
But I think there's so much ego, in my opinion, and I agree with you. I think you're right. For 99.9% of the world, he's got a family.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that family is, when we go to the pros, we're ready for the pros.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not thinking, why not? You get closer to the big contract.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, he's doing advertisements now with his dad for sunglasses, and he's doing, like I said, I thought he was the second highest paid behind Olivia Dunn 2 years ago.
Yeah, $6.8 million, I think is what it was. With a couple.
But your rookie contract, you ain't making 6.8 your first year. So he can do 3 years of a better rookie contract, go to the pros 1 more year. Now, injury, boom, all that other stuff that can come in play. But
do you think, does it have anything to do with the teams drafting at the top of the draft? Just like how Eli is like, I'm not. What I'm saying is, do you think Arch Manning looks at the Raiders and the Jets and was like, nah, I ain't want to play with either one of those teams, man?
You're not going to have them same teams up there next year, too.
I do think the Manning family thinks about that, yes, for sure. But every year it's going to be a bad team, right? But, Scott, that was the point that I just disagree on in terms of, like, when you look at it simplistically of I could make $6 million this year at Texas, or I could make $2 million next year in salary playing for
the Vegas Raiders.
The Raiders. Well, do you know what the guaranteed amount of money is for the number 1 pick? $39.5 million.
That's not bad.
Okay, so yes, in 1 year you're going to make 6 versus 2.5, but the guarantee is $40 million.
Well,
over
still
5.
Say you go $6 million at Texas, and they're going to do everything they can to protect him and keep him upright.
Yeah.
Or $2 million, $39 over the life of it, and
hey, here's
the Raiders.
Here's the bottom line. If you just want to look at it from the most simplistic terms. Is it better for him as a football player to develop? The answer is probably yes.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the Manning's thinking that more so than any other name of high school or college kids that are out there.
Yeah. So he'll come back to
Because
Texas.
Moore's
and
not
ball
a
out.
big kid either.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Oregon
Dante
is, isn't he?
Moore, right. No, I don't know how big he is at all. Yeah, I have no idea. But he's probably going to be the number 2 pick in the NBA.
He reminds me of the size of that kid.
6'3", 206.
6'3", 203. And, well, he's – good luck in New York, Dante. Good luck playing for the Jets, man, because it doesn't seem to work out for anybody else.
Arch, well, he's listed as taller than I thought he was. He's listed at 6'4". Does he look like 6'4"?
No, but I mean, I haven't seen him standing next to Payton yet either. You know what I mean? Or because you know how tall Payton is. But all right, Dan, you got anything else?
I was just going to mention the Dolphins did fire head coach Mike McDaniel today, guys, after the team finished 7-10 in 2025. Tyler, you brought up that the Ravens are interested in interviewing Mike McDaniel for their head coaching vacancy. Also, the Cleveland Browns guys have added him to their head coaching search following his dismissal by the Dolphins. Where do you guys think Mike McDaniel ends up?
Well, go ahead, Scott.
I think Baltimore is more ready to go. Cleveland, you got to deal with dumb ownership for ever and ever.
If you go to Arizona, what do you do with
You
Kyler?
know what you go? Who pays you the most?
Yeah, maybe that's it. Yeah. Just who if somebody comes over the top with a $15 million a year contract or something, you just do it. But all right. One more time, I'm going to give you the keyword one more time. On this Nugget Ticket Thursday before we head to break, your keyword is Queen. Queen. Text Queen with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll roll on after this. Welcome back to the final segment of PhD on this Thursday as we hit the... Oh, wait. Hold on one second. I forgot. We do something. Is this the weird segment where I have to sit somewhere else, Dan? Nobody tells me nothing. Is... Wait, hold on. I'm going to go over here, right? Wait, is this left? Yeah, okay. Peace out.
You're supposed to wipe it down
See you,
first.
suckers.
So,
Oh, really?
Yeah, you're gonna be okay, bud.
My bad.
We're gonna make sure to tell Nate
What's
that you did not wipe it down and just see the reaction.
Well, listen, man, he'll wipe it down. He's a germaphobe. He'll be fine. Okay. All right, now we're back. We're back. What you guys want to talk about, man? Dan, what do you want to talk about? I got nothing. Last segment here. Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
85th minute, Arsenal, Liverpool.
Yeah, how we doing? We've been watching Arsenal, Liverpool.
Yeah.
And let me tell you this. Me and Scotty both believe that Liverpool's a bunch of flopping floppers. And and Arsenal feels like they're dominating offensively, but it's 0-0 in the 86th minute.
All I know is I'm a big Arsenal fan.
Liverpool has mucked it up really well today.
I know who I got to root for.
Yeah, you know who pays that check, bro.
Yeah, yes, I do.
Although I would love to actually go watch Arsenal play there.
I'd like to go to any one of the Premier games.
Yeah, because I mean, that's top-notch stuff. That's top-notch. We do have an Avs game tonight. The Avs take on the Ottawa Senators. Are you guys going to be flipping between CFP and the Avs game tonight? Or, I mean...
I will probably not watch much of the college football.
Yeah, because you don't... I mean, do you care if Miami or Ole Miss wins this game? Is there somebody you want to see in the championship game?
I've never liked Oregon, though the wife does.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. Because I don't know why she does.
Nike money?
I don't know, maybe. You know, she's like distant cousin from Frank Shorter, but I don't know if Shorter was an Oregon guy or not. I don't know. Maybe Stanford. But I've never liked Oregon for some reason. I always liked Ole Miss. I think they got cool jerseys, and they're a Midland team. They've been a Midland team forever. Now you lose a coach who just runs out on you. Well, I think it's a good story.
You got 3 of the 4 teams are non-traditional blue bloods, and even Miami is like, I don't know.
Yeah,
are they a blue blood?
No, not since the 90s.
Yeah,
right.
No.
Not since the 90s.
So you don't even have a blue blood in this thing.
No, but it's great, right? I mean, I'm sure it's going to get massive ratings.
Are we really going to watch Indiana win a national championship?
It's going to be
cool.
Are you kidding me, man? That's crazy, right?
We gotta. I mean, listen. Any one of these teams win. I mean, I think it's good stories. I think they have good stories in this, and this is what they kind of wanted. I've been gone for 14 days, so I'm going to play with my kid and
just
do dad things tonight.
Yeah, lay down.
And I don't think it's on her watching schedule to
check out Miami and
I just want to
Ole
see.
Miss.
I want to see Ole Miss make it, even win it, just so we can continue to see the Lane Kiffin drama unfold and see these kids just like launch into tirades, hating on their old coach.
Yeah. How much credit is Lane Kiffin going to try to take if they win that whole thing?
All of it.
Yeah.
Lane. Yeah.
Does that chucklehead? He doesn't get like a national championship ring or something, does he?
Oh, I don't know about that, but he does get paid from LSU. LSU is going to pay out all the bonuses that he should have gotten paid from Ole Miss.
No, his lawyer got that in the contract?
Every time Ole Miss wins, it's like an extra $250,000, $500,000 that he gets.
Wow.
So he's not even a part of that team, and he's getting paid for their success.
Man, I guess LSU's got money to throw at things, but that's crazy. That's absolutely bonkers.
You ain't got to find that LSU has all that money and CU can't find any.
I know.
Well,
it's
I mean,
LSU.
Is it a donor thing? Like, do they just not have the billionaire donors? Or there's how many billionaires have gone to CU? Let me ask you that. Dan,
well, we looked it up. We looked it up yesterday, and I think we found 5 billionaires, and then there was Matt Stone and Trey Parker, who might be billionaires.
That's true, but yeah, they are billionaires.
I mean, there's like, I think in total there were 7 or 8 that are in the ballpark of a billionaire or more.
Interesting. Can you go to Matt and Trey and just be like, bro?
No, we said yesterday they ought to donate enough. They ought to donate enough to get the field named after them. Welcome to Colorado.
How much would that take?
The South Park Field
that
here
would be
at
dope.
University of Colorado.
Yeah, I'm here for it. Even if they want to name it something crazy. If you want to call it Cartman Field, I'm here for it, man. Whatever you want to do. If you want to drop $500 million on CU to see how it happens. But, all right. Avs and Senators this evening.
Or you can get a Casa Bonita on their jerseys.
Listen.
That would be cool. How much does that cost you?
Yeah, a Casa Bonita sponsorship?
Yeah.
Oh, that would be dope, bro.
Oh, you ought to get it on the Nuggets
That's
jersey.
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Although that'd be so weird. I bought on one and Casa Bonita on the. I'm here for it, though. I'm here for it. Scotty, 7-game road trip. Do this for me. Quickly take us through that 7-game road trip. How you think it all played out, and then this game against Atlanta on Friday. How does that look for the Nuggets?
You win that game in Orlando, which you probably should have won, and you lost. That hurts you. But I feel it was you go 3-4, and that's losing your 2 centers, a game playing with 7 of your top 8 guys. 3-4 on that road trip seems pretty freaking good.
Yeah.
And you beat 3 of the top 5 teams in the East.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's a pretty good road trip, and I think the rest of the league looking at it and going, "Are you kidding me? They went into Boston where no one goes into Boston. They went into Boston and won. Really? So I think it's a really good road trip.
If I would have told you at the beginning of the season that we're almost what you said we're 4 or 5 games away from the halfway point for the Nuggets.
Aren't they 24-12? So
I think they're
36.
And last night was their 25th right there. So I think they're 25-12 now. So they're sitting on 37.
So 37. So you got 4 games.
4 games until the halfway point. If I would have told you at the beginning of the season, at the halfway point of the NBA season or near it, the Denver Nuggets would have the most road wins in the NBA, what would you have said to that?
Well, and you've got so many. You've played 7 more road games than home games.
Really? I didn't know that. That's crazy.
The hand said that last night.
Wow.
You played 7 more road games.
Well, you were just on the road for 2 weeks.
that helps. Yeah, no, I think everything's fine, especially with the injuries. And I think if anything else, this helps you, get confidence from backup guys, backups. And now, if Zeke Naji,
God bless you.
Excuse me. If this is who Zeke Naji is, now you don't have to kill Aaron Gordon the rest of the year playing 40 minutes, and now you can actually get him rest, and Zeke can play some power forward.
How long has it been since Jokic got hurt?
It's the second game of the road trip. So it's been
right before half of the second game of the road trip.
5.5
week
games.
and a half,
5.5, yeah.
Something like that?
Yeah.
And it was originally supposed to be 4 to 6, right?
Yeah.
So, we might be looking at about 3 more weeks, which I think best case, it's probably supposed to put you right before the All-Star break.
Yeah.
And then I'd probably make the argument that if you got 3 games left, 4 games left before the All-Star break, why not just sit him until that?
I get it. I've seen that. But let me we got a brawl in Arsenal Liverpool. Let's go.
Yeah, because Liverpool keeps Liverpool keeps flopping and laying down.
Ooh. What's all this pushing and shoving?
We got
about?
a goaltender.
What is this going on? What is going on here? I love it. Let's go. We never see this kind of action in soccer. We got like 5, 6, 7 dudes.
Hey, hold me back.
That's true. There's a whole bunch of hold me back going on right here. Oh, and somebody's down.
Yeah,
somebody's down and
he flopped.
I wonder why that. Yeah. I had an excellent question. I've already forgot what it is because Arsenal is getting into fights in the 94th minute of a scoreless match with Liverpool. Let's go. This is getting a little twitchy right here. A little twitchy. So the Nuggets and what they're doing. And Tyler, you say maybe keep Joker out. Pat, because it's like February 7th or 8th is their last game before the All-Star break. Mm-hmm. But your first matchup with the Oklahoma City Thunder comes right before that. Do you want to make that a measuring stick game, or are you like, I don't care about any matchup with OKC in the regular season? If Joker's not playing, he's not playing.
I don't care.
Or do you want your full team out there to see what you can do against OKC?
To me, it's not a measuring stick. Like, I know the Nuggets, when healthy, could compete with them. So that, like I'm not worried about that. It would just be about the long-term best interest of Nikola Jokic to me.
Yeah. I don't know, Scotty, what would you – Joker's going to come back when Joker wants to come back, right? When he feels like he's –
Joker, I said yesterday, Joker will get back. He's not a guy that if the – prognosticators say it's 4 weeks. He's going to take 7. He's going to do everything he can. Shams already reported that he's working out 2 or 3 times every week. Why do you stay on the road? Well, as Shams reported, he's working out 3 times a day on the road. You come home, you aren't doing that. Mm-hmm. You got family, you got friends, you got little kids. You had Christmas, Serbian Christmas, Orthodox Christmas was on the 7th, I think. you ain't working out 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
So he was putting in time and effort, which doesn't do anything but accelerate you being able to come back. So I hate anybody getting hurt. I like the mentality of Joker, though, as far as how you rehab to get back. He'll work harder than anybody else. So when he comes back, and we'll see.
All right. Dan, do you want to know?
Nothing matters until
the
about April 17th.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll go. Don't let the Nuggets be completely healthy April 17th.
Right, because things will get dangerous.
Because then you're going to see some fun things.
All right, Dan, who's our win? Give us our winner,
Our
man.
winner
Who's our
for
winner?
the Nuggets tickets is Neil Schussler. Congratulations,
He
Neil.
played last night, didn't he? Did he play for Boston?
Wait, is that the dude who pulled down 20 rebounds?
No.
That was Quaida or whatever, right?
Quaida, yeah.
Who pulled down 20? Yeah, that was quite. I mean, what did we say the final number was? The Nuggets got out-rebounded 53-39 or something like that, and they still ended up winning that game somehow.
Gave up 27 points off second chance shots.
It's crazy, man. One final question for the Nuggets. Is Jaylen Brown a better player than Jason Tatum? Because Jaylen Brown thinks he is.
I've always thought he was.
Because, I mean, Jalen's a good player, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think Jason's got a little more range and maybe a little more fluid, but no, Brown's pretty good, man.
All right. Well, it was a great win for the old Nuggies last night.
He had a corner kick at 96 on the play clock.
Scott,
that whole
leave the new guy to do the extra work.
The chippiness. That look at this, man. They are still pushing and shoving. Arsenal and Liverpool hate each other. They're in the 97th minute and they're still going at it. There was a dude hurt and somebody came up and basically kicked that dude on the ground. Yeah, that was almost a goal. Liverpool almost just won it right there, bro.
No, that was
Arsenal. Arsenal just almost won it right there. There it is. They just blew it dead. They just blew it. It's done. Scoreless. Andy had mad money on Liverpool. No, I have no idea.
Yeah, you know me, betting soccer.
Betting soccer.
If there's a sport I bet.
No, there's not
soccer.
You are the one person I know who's never put a bet on a sport at all, ever, right?
No, I did one. Sports. You want to know why I don't bet sports? This is the story of Andy. You know, the one bet I did, and I did it because I was doing FanDuel, was I bet. Remember when the Avs came back to play the Blues after COVID, and we had the COVID playoffs?
Mm-hmm.
And I put that it would be a tie game because everybody thought it was going to be this like massive shootout fest, this, that, the other. So I bet the under with a tie game. I was set to win about $85, and Kadri put in the latest scored goal in playoff history under a second left. Yeah. Cost me all the money. Cost me all the money.
That was a great goal.
And I was like, I'm never doing this again.
That's a great goal, man.
Because when I bet, history happens, and it ain't the history I want. So there you go. So no, I just don't.
No,
Plus, I don't know. I came up. Scotty and I have talked about this in the past. We just came up at a time where I didn't want to lose my job.
Yeah,
I really felt like I couldn't do this, so I didn't follow all of that.
It is shocking to me, and I don't know if it's shocking to Scotty and you. It is shocking to me how much athletes and head coaches get asked about the spread and stuff nowadays. And I'm like, are you kidding? Like, we would never have done that 15
you might have been escorted out by Team PR. You wanted to start talking lines and stuff.
But now they're like, hey, Sean Payton, minus 10.5 this week. What do you think?
As you sit up there with your DraftKings poster behind you or whatever,
It's crazy. I don't like. It's wild.
Yeah, here's what I know they advertise whatever, and so I'm not going to say a name. All them cats are advertising for this betting thing and this betting thing. How come you're broke?
Right.
You ain't got no money.
Right.
You know, now if Ann shoots or something like that to tell me, hey, go invest in Coca-Cola, I'm going to go invest in Coca-Cola. But if Berto or Springer says, hey, go bet on this game. And I'm like, no.
Don't believe us.
I see how y'all dress.
We can't afford that good
you
stuff.
You lost me, dog.
No, I'm with you. Thanks to our friends at Revitalize Health. Visit them at revitalize-health.com.
Dude, I was at the Sportsman Expo. If you could own one thing.
Which, by the way.
One BA RV. I got videos of boats, RV. Dude, I was like, hey, why don't you guys take me on tours? I walked in a $250,000 mobile home. I was like, well, it's about as nice as my house. Maybe I'll sell. And,
I'd like to get one of those off-roading, but they're like campers. You can camp in them and live in them also.
I went in
like
one of those.
Those things are cool.
Is that what you're going to do when you retire? Just like hang out in the wilderness?
I want to sit on the lounge chair.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing.
Watch Mod and Company or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go. I'm going to watch Golden Girls. And
Why are you looking at Nate? Why do you think Nate watched Golden Girls?
I was gonna say,
Golden Girls is a fine
because
program.
he can appreciate that.
Wasn't it? Wasn't Patrick Waugh? He was a big Murder, She Wrote guy.
Oh,
Was he
Angela
really?
Lansbury.
That was the word. I think Adrian Dater had that in his book. That was like on the road. Patrick Waugh would sit in his hotel room all day long and watch Murder, She Wrote.
Yeah.
How about
Angela
this?
Lansbury was
In her day,
dream.
How about I blow your mind now? Sofia Vergara on Modern Family.
Yeah.
Same age as Blanche on Golden Girls.
no.
One generation.
No.
One generation's aging a lot different than the other.
dude, Blanche was bringing it.
That was like, you know what? I was having this conversation with my father when Rob Reiner passed. Well, I mean, was murdered. Was All in the Family. You remember Archie Bunker was like 23 in All in the Family. I mean, that
he
you know what I'm
dead.
saying? He was super. I thought he was like 50.
Yeah,
He was
but Coach in
super
Cheers is
young.
like 50. Coach looks 70 in Cheers. He's like 50. Henry Pantuso?
Really?
Oh, yeah. Go look up the ages. I did this with Nate one day. He couldn't believe how
Now-
old
yeah.
some of those people or how young some of them were.
We were
They
talking
looked
about
old.
F1, and Brad Pitt looks like he's 45 at 63 nowadays.
Yeah.
You're like, what the hell is going on? Hey,
yeah.
Spring, what's up,
That's
man?
a lot of good medicine.
Yeah.
All right,
I watched a video, by the way, of Brad Pitt, and there's a great F1 racer called Sienna, Sing or something like that. And he
Michael
got
Cerna?
in, and he got one of his cars and actually did a lap and was impressive. I don't know if it won a pole or anything like that, but they got done. He went, "Oh, this dude know how to drive a little bit." he took a real F1 car around a course and did a lap.
Maybe that's what you should do instead of retiring. Just buy you an F1 team when you get done.
Yeah, no. You understand what
Does
that-
Scotty have Saudi money? Is
I
that
don't
what?
know.
Right. I mean, what is
Saudi, he can,
Does being the Nuggets color analyst pay way better than I thought it did?
What is that? It's the
Listen,
PIF, the
you-
public. What's that Saudi $200
You're
billion?
better off buying an NFL team than an F1 team,
Seriously.
money wise.
Yeah,
Hey.
but they're harder to get, right?
Like each one of them cars are like $500 million or something like that. Aren't
God.
I'm not even sure Scotty can afford the Rad Racing team.
they? I
You
can't
want him to go
afford
buy
a
F1.
Ford Raptor that I want right now. Are you kidding?
Yeah. So
Hey, Jamal Murray last night.
Best game he's played all year.
That was I Bubble Murray, okay? And we know how special this guy is. That was one of my favorite Jamal Murray games of all time last night.
Because you know why? And we've been saying it, and now he's been forced. If you've watched since Joker's been down, everybody doubles and beats the snot out of him, and he was forcing. And last night he says, "You're going to double team me? Fine. I'm going to kick it over this guy to this guy." You know, he had 17 assists, and as Adelman said, he probably had another 10 or 12, hockey assists to go along with it. He actually let the game come to him. Didn't shoot the ball great early.
Mm-hmm.
Still finished with 21 and 17. Come
22,
on,
I think.
22 and 17 last
17?
night. Yeah.
And 6 rebounds.
By the
right?
way, in a late game free throw situation, just get the ball to Jamal.
Yeah,
Or,
please.
For the love of God.
Payton, please.
Yes, please.
I know you had a nice game. But
A very good game.
yeah,
He did.
4 of 8 in the last 47
Get-
seconds.
Get the ball to Jamal Murray. No, right now he's playing pure point guard. It's not all pick and roll stuff. Although he and Zeke had a real nice little pick and roll finish last night. That was a thing of beauty. But right now he's playing in space, but he's orchestrating, man. He's forcing the defense's hand.
He's trusting teammates.
He's trusting teammates. And the other thing about his passing, and I don't know if this is just like a result of playing with Nikola Jokic, man. When Jamal Murray puts a pass on you, he gives you the ball in a way that you can do something with it. Those things are in the pocket.
In even the Cleveland game, maybe even some of the Brooklyn game, and even games before Joker got hurt, I thought he was holding on too long, the ball, still looking for that little opening for his shot.
Right.
And that didn't happen last night.
No, he was finding guys.
They were, Marlo had the stat, they were 10 all-time in Boston, the Denver Nuggets, 10 and 41. They had a 19% winning percentage in Boston all time.
They don't win there.
And
No.
you don't. And Joker is 1 and 5, I think, in the last 6.
I didn't think they were going to win last night.
I didn't either.
And then they go on that 14-0 run, and it's like, wait a minute. And the way
they survived an 0 for 10 shooting in the
did.
third quarter.
And that third quarter was hideous. And then they had the great fourth quarter, and the way they defended Jaylen Brown They bodied him. They stayed in front of him. P-Watt was good on him. Hell, Zeke picked him up on a couple of switches.
But you know what they did, and this is where defense is pretty good. They couldn't, as the old Skip Carey used to say, couldn't hit a bull in the butt with a bass fiddle. They only scored 23 in the third.
Yeah,
but they only scored 27, so they kept him in touch.
Defended.
They kept him in touch.
Yep.
And you could survive 23-point quarters. Unless a team that you got 23, they go 35, 36, 37. Game's over. You're pretty much done. But they kept them in touch because it was tied at half. So they're I think 4 points down going the fourth, and then they got hot to start the fourth.
Berto, you've called a lot. You've been a part of a lot of Nuggets broadcasts, man. 20 years? How long you been on this thing?
This will be my 25th or 26th.
Good God.
Can you ever think of a more shorthanded team to do what they've done in back-to-back? Because you know what? I thought the other night was cool, but see, again, I was telling this to Scotty and Berto to Nate yesterday. Now they got a little tape on your new guys. Now they know a little what you like, right? And look, some guys, I think Scotty talked about this the other day. They went back to, should I shoot? Should I get it to Jamal? Should I get it to Christian? There was a little of that going on. I think Zeke had a little of that going on early and then kind of got out of it. Man, I think last night, I don't know, it might be up there with almost more impressive than when you only had the 9 dudes. Now, that's tough to say because you had no stars, but Boston, that got Boston's attention, that Philly got upset. So they were Philly, that's one of those classics. You're playing with your food, you ain't taking your job serious. But then you send the message and you go and do that last night. Berto, I can't think of another time where I think they've had back-to-back impressive wins like that.
Here's what the rest of the league, they're looking at the Philly win and they're laughing at Philly. They're like, are you guys dumb? He took them light, whatever. And then you see last night's win, you go, oh, damn.
Yeah, hey.
Wait a minute. Because I didn't think Boston played horrible.
No, they didn't play horrible. But they got Jamal Murray last night. He completely controlled that game. Payton Watson was great in the – you know what P-Watt was last night? Is he was so good offensively in the first half. To me, the story of his game was the way he defended in the second half of that game. He was so good defensively. It was like hey, I'll be whatever you need for me to be able to win this game.
Brown wanted that foul that one time when we went up and P-Watt grabbed the ball, and I'm like, ooh, they might have got away with that. And then we saw the replay, and he grabbed the ball in the air.
Yeah,
he grabbed it.
Last, Scotty, before you get out of here, Christian Brown right now, scale of 1 to 10, how healthy is he?
Not knowing anything, I would say he looks like about a 7, 7.5.
Yeah.
I mean, when he took off on that fast break and shot the ball underneath the rim because he had no lift and get up to the basket, I think that shocked him that his explosiveness wasn't there. So and
it could be some of that could be conditioning too.
Yeah.
He's barely played any basketball this year, but God,
But I tell you what, I thought defensively in the second half too, he got better too, and hit a monster 3.
He did right down the stretch last night. He got the shot when they needed it. No, it was that game was incredible last night. What a road trip, man! 3-2 without Jokic. I didn't know if they'd win 3 games without Jokic total, and they did it on the road. Best road team in the NBA. How happy are you to be home right now?
I'm tired. 14 days. We got in at about 3 last night. So today, the 8th, made it 14 days. And we left at Christmas.
I know.
We left on the 26th.
There is still lights up. People are in the throes of getting their gifts.
Well, now they got to see the Trae Young-less Atlanta Hawks tomorrow night. Scott Hastings, everybody. Mark Bertinoli.
Berto!
Everybody listen to PhD every day, noon to 3, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. It is a Nuggets Ticket Thursday, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. We will give you keywords at 20 minutes past the hour, every hour, today on the show, and you can enter to win tickets for Denver and Charlotte on Sunday, January 18th. That's right. You can win tickets to see Con Knipple in person in Denver,
Ron
Colorado.
Knipple? What?
Have you watched him, by the way?
He's a good player.
He's good, man. Yeah.
You almost wonder Duke had to get upset in the playoffs last year because his teammate down in Dallas pretty good too.
Of the Flying Knipple brothers. But yeah, Con's been balling out. Hornets they're borderline fun right now. Nuggets will also see Washington on that homestand. That'll be the Washington Wizards featuring Trae Young.
I'm going to say, they get both ends of the Trae Young. Oh, no, that's later. You're talking later,
Well, they get
right?
Atlanta on Friday,
Right.
and they get Washington Saturday the 17th. So,
Okay.
so they will get both ends of the trade. So they'll get a chance to see the improved Hawks without Trae Young and the probably worse Wizards somehow with Trae Young.
I hopped in the car, had on altitude last night.
Love altitude. Those guys are great.
Yeah, keep it here. The game was already over. I guess I watched the Nuggets game before I went and ran a couple of errands, and so that was why the odd couple had been on by the time I got it in. But anyway, they were just railing on Trae Young for Washington being the preferred destination because they think he just wants to score. Do you think that's really what it's about? Or
yeah,
did Trae Young just want the hell out of Atlanta?
I don't think there's many teams in the NBA that were falling all over themselves for the services of Trae Young, and Washington has already said we're not paying you right away. Let's see what this is all going to look like. Now his former executive that did the trade in Atlanta is in Washington, so there's a little bit of a tie there. But also, Andy, the numbers for the Hawks, when Trae Young is out there versus when he's not, it was clear why Atlanta didn't want him anymore, right? We're better without you. So peace out, bro. Meanwhile, he gets to go to the Wizards where he can be, I don't know, James Harden, but not as good of a shooter and not as good of a defender. Right? That's what he now gets to be, and maybe they'll win some games. Hey, Trae Young can fill it up. Trae Young can get you 10 assists tonight.
When I mention Trae Young, what do you think of first? What's the first thing when you hear Trae Young?
Volume shooting without a lot of volume making.
See, for me, it's his Ernie McCracken hairdo. That's a bad piece of hair he's got. What are you doing, bro? You got to shave that sucker.
I will say that series with the Knicks a couple of years ago when they were, the Knicks fans, the Bing Bong Knicks, and they were chanting about his hair and everything. But that was a great series. That was a fun rivalry that they had going there for a minute. But I don't know, Trae Young's he's a relic of, in some ways, he's a relic of an old NBA. It's just well, yeah, you can do all that stuff, but there's better possessions to be had. We've studied this. We figured out how to do this entire exercise better than the way that you want to do it. That's, again, this is a world where James Harden never won an NBA championship. Guys like that are, to me, they're antiquated in the modern NBA. All right, let's get back to the Nuggets.
Yeah, let's get back to them.
Okay. Andy, what of this, we talked about the unlikelihood, how unlikely it was, wordsmith Nate Kreckman, that the Nuggets would win these two games in a row in Philly and Boston.
Yeah, or even the unlikely outcome that they'd win one of these games.
Right, exactly.
In Philly and Boston.
Andy, I got to be honest with you. If they were fully healthy, I don't think they would have swept both of these games.
Philly's always a tough stop for them. Embiid usually gets up for Joker.
End of the road trip, kind of get these are really tough games to go and get victories in, regardless of your health status. Then you factor in the part where they didn't have anybody, where Zeke Naji is your closing five. If you would have told me that before the road trip started, I would have been okay, yeah, they're going to go 0-2 in these games. They won them both. What have you seen in the last two games that you're okay, this is something that is repeatable / sustainable once everybody is back and healthy?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I think we're all trying to answer that, to be quite honest with you. Well, Nate, I wanted to believe that what was sustainable is a greater confidence in the personal game of a Zeke Naj. You have a Kenny Pickett. I cannot quit calling Jalen Pickett Kenny Pickett.
Jalen too.
So Jalen Pickett, Zeke Naji, even maybe to some degree Hunter Tyson, who had some fun moments there.
Didn't play last night.
Didn't play. Yeah, that's what I mean. I would like to believe that those guys are going to carry, a little bit more of, hey, I've got game too. Because I do believe David Adelman. Remember, David Adelman got upset where Joker had passed, I think, to Watson, right, for the corner three right before he got hurt in one of those games. And I remember Adelman got asked about it after the game. He's like, no, that's absolutely the play I want. I want the ball just like Nikola Jokic wants the ball to go to the guy that's open with the best shot and have him take the shot. But I did see signs of, Zeke, like we said. Zeke was slow to get his game going again last night. And I'm like, no, big fella, come on, man. Let's keep in this zone. Don't be afraid to get a little of yours. Don't deflect to everybody. The way that they need to play is when you get minutes on the floor, you need to go and you need to be effective.
Yeah.
Look, it would be awesome if the Nuggets, especially as we hit what's kind of the dog time of the year, not the dog days, but the grind games of February and March where it feels like the playoffs are
they're
forever
here,
away. They're here.
Yeah.
It would be cool if you could go 5 in, 5 out as subs, right? Now, I'm not sure they're ever going to get there, but I'd like to at least see
by the way,
that
I don't
sustained.
want that.
Well, I don't know. Valanciunas and that. See, I can't wait for Val.
Yeah.
I really am bummed Val got hurt with Joker.
Yes.
But I don't know. Did you not see, again, I felt like Jalen Pickett again last night just looked a little, it's like, no, dude. Please stay where you were when you get your minutes.
Right, and he was comfortable last night. He was good in the fourth quarter.
He was.
Yeah.
But again, both guys started in kind of a weird fashion.
I mean, they closed the game last night. I made sure to write it down. This was the closing lineup. Was Jamal, Jalen Pickett, Christian Brown, P. Watt, and Zeke was the group you finished with. There's no planet in which, unless David Adelman's hand is all the way forced, which it is, that he would put those 5 together on the floor. And yet he did last night, and they closed out, and they won a road game. I want to tell you the thing that I saw over the last couple of games that I think is the thing they can most carry forward once they're whole or relatively whole. It's hard to ever really be that in an NBA season. We'll tell you what that is next. Plus, we have a keyword for you on a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. You can enter to win tickets for Denver and Charlotte on Sunday, January 18th. You want to go to that game? Get the keyword and text it in to 303-504-0925 when we come back. Yes, it is a Nuggets Ticket Thursday, powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. I said that as though I was answering the question, as though someone was in their car right now going, is it a Nuggets Ticket Thursday?
Hey, I forgot. Is it Thursday we doing Nuggets tickets?
Yes.
Why, yes, listener.
It is.
Speaking into the abyss.
A Nuggets Ticket Thursday, powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Your keyword right now, waltz. Waltz. W-A-L-T-Z.
Like Waltz Weiss? Well, I've been getting you all week. I've been around you too much. Again, I keep kind of taking the Nate Kreckman lines here, I feel like.
Walter Payton?
There you go.
Text
there it
Waltz
is.
to 303-504-0925. And you are entered to win tickets to see the Nuggets and Hornets on Sunday, January 18th.
Walter Matthau?
The Will Hite Law Firm giving you a chance to win big on and off the court. Visit willhitewins.com. Your keyword this hour, waltz, W-A-L-T-Z. Text it with your first and last name, and you will be entered to win Nuggets Hornets tickets. Best of luck to you, the fine listener of the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Who was wondering in your car, is it a Nugget Ticket
Is it a
Thursday?
Nuggets Ticket Thursday? The answer is yes. Indeed it is.
Yeah! Still the standard for you there, Spring?
Yeah!
There we go. All right. See, I feel like Connor has to dominate maybe the Avs day. I don't know, but see, Spring likes to throw. I don't know about this new Rockies pitcher that you can't wait to tell me something about, but Spring does like to have a change up here.
I got thoughts on
We'll get to it.
this new Rocks pitcher.
But we need to get your thoughts on what is sustainable from what we've seen from the Nuggets the last couple of nights. Because frankly, let's be honest, it would help us if they could sustain some of what we've seen from a bench. Again, Nate, you know what's so amazing about this? I have to tell you this. We're talking about guys that we didn't want to see any of these dudes on the floor last year when they had no bench.
Yeah.
We couldn't get any of this.
Right.
They could have got a lot more minutes. They could have played. Hell, they may not have made as many minutes. They may not have traded in PJ if they weren't dealing with this. And now somehow, out of the greatest of needs, these guys show what got them drafted into the NBA to begin with. Good for them.
Desperation, it's a funny thing, right?
Yeah.
And the Nuggets have I think they benefited from the last couple of games. I was amazed they closed that game out last night. I figured they'd run out of gas.
Yes.
But they closed it, they finished it, and we're celebrating a 3-4 road trip. I get that, but unbelievable 3-4 road trip.
Is Boston, and follow me on this, is Boston kind of made up of the most possession receivers ever in the NBA?
Jaylen Brown just went for 50 the other night.
I know he did, but every other guy felt like a scrappy white guy.
He's having
with his hair cut short.
Baylor Shireman.
Yes.
Yeah. That's Creighton legend, Baylor Shireman out there. I was last night. I was looking at the Celtics, they're deep. First off, shout out to my buddy Nemish Keita. I'm really happy to see how good an NBA player he has turned into. Andy, I covered him when he was at Utah State, did a bunch of his games there. I love that dude. Big man from Portugal. And he's, by the way, I thought it was a mistake by Missoula to not close with him last night because the Nuggets were having free reign inside the paint. And it's you should probably put a big on the floor.
Yeah, maybe put some size against a team with no size.
Yeah, I thought that worked out for Denver last night. But good to see him out there. Yeah, they are Peyton Pritchard. They got Luka Garza out there. Remember some college basketball guys all over the place on that
apparently
team.
They're all on the Boston
They're all on the
bench.
Celtics now.
So
yes, and the Celtics are, they're trying to survive a world without Jason Tatum, and they're pretty good. They're pretty good having done that, and yet last night they weren't good enough against the Nuggets without Jokic. What is sustainable from this going forward? I mean, the simple answer, Andy, is, and I'm not trying to sound like a hater, but not much.
Sure.
There really isn't, all right? Because the way that a lot of these guys are playing is because they're operating with a space and a freedom with the basketball that is not afforded to them when Nikola Jokic plays 34, 35 minutes a night. And by the way, hot take, I think the Nuggets should continue to play through Nikola Jokic.
Yeah, well, and here's the other thing I would add to that. When you talk about a freedom and a space, some of that is also listen, Jalen Pickett, Zeke Naji, Payton Watson, Hunter Tyson the other night, Spencer Jones, certainly.
I got hurt last night, too.
These aren't high draft picks that all these teams are doing a ton of homework on. I'm sure they all have scouting reports on all of these guys from whatever the draft year was.
Yeah.
But let's be honest about it. For Pickett and Tyson, their biggest moments have come in the Vegas League for the most part. I get it. Pickett had a couple nice moments here and there. But my point is, the more they get tape, it's a real thing. The more the NBA figures out what you're about at this level, the more they're going to be able to, tailor defenses to make sure you don't get to do that.
Yeah,
they're going to make you uncomfortable.
They'll think about you a little bit more.
Yeah, which they've not had to do to this point, and for some people, 3 years.
Not everything, though, is just simply, well, you forget it once your dudes are back.
Right.
And I mean it in this way. Payton Watson has gone for 20-plus in 5 consecutive games. All right? Now, I have seen we shouldn't have paid CB. We should have paid P. Watt. I've seen that take out there from Nuggets Nation. I have seen the put P. Watt in the starting lineup. Oh, maybe we're better bringing Aaron Gordon off the starting line, off the bench.
Come on now.
Or the bench Cam Johnson and start P. Watt. I don't want to do any of those things. Because I watched what it looked like when the Nuggets had everybody, and they were as good as they have ever been in the Nikola Jokic era. So I'm not advocating. Like, if there was like massive deficiencies with how they were playing, and then they suffered all these injuries, and it was like, oh man, they're solving a bunch of problems. Like, really, what's kind of happened is they're finding solutions to problems they don't necessarily have. But again, can you take things out of this and say make it work? Here's what I would do. Okay, if I was David Adelman, I would try to carve out another 4 to 5 minutes for Payton Watson every night.
Fair enough.
I don't want to start him. I like his role with the second unit. But I would perhaps maybe sub him in for Cam when everyone's healthy. Sub him in for Cam Johnson a little bit earlier. Cam Johnson has been good when he's played with the second unit, so I would get him on the floor a little bit earlier, and then in those bench minutes that P. Watt is playing, early second, early fourth quarter, I would try to carve out possessions for him and say, all right, you operate, because he's become a really good spot-up shooter. In fact, I want to make sure I got this number right, because I actually texted Hyatt earlier today to give me the exact numbers here.
By the way, the key word is waltz. While Nate looks up that word, it's waltz.
Waltz.
Like the dance. 303-504-0925. Get yourself in the running for some Nuggets tickets on a Nuggets Ticket Thursday.
P. Watt is shooting 53% on corner threes. 53%.
That's really good. I'll take half your shots falling from that area.
Over 50% from each corner, third in the NBA among everybody that averages at least 1.5 threes per game from the corner. Like, those numbers tell no lies either. This guy's he's become a dead ringer from the corner. It's a really good Nuggets possession, and that's a huge weapon when Nikola Jokic is on the floor. Hell, it's a huge weapon when Jamal Murray is on the floor, because Jamal is finding him and getting him the ball in good situations to be able to score right there. But also, it's like, okay, Payton Watson is also becoming an improved scorer from all over the floor. Would it be effective every now and then to get away from whether it's Jamal and Val two-man game and, feeding Tim Hardaway for any number of his volume threes or whatever, and just saying, okay, can we clear out and let's see if Payton Watson can get downhill and get himself an and one right here. I would like to see a little bit more of that in what they're doing, and I think that Payton Watson has largely earned that right.
I would agree. I want to piggyback on that point then. First off, I want to see Zeke Naji try to continue to do, look, Deron Holmes has caught my eye a bit. Now, there's some refining that needs to be done.
Yeah, he's really
But that's a guy that shows there's a game worth working on.
Oh, he's an NBA player.
So that's good to see, because we really weren't sure. Even the insiders we had, the Katie's and the Scotts and everybody, weren't really sure how this is going to go. And I think he's shown, yes.
Real quick, I thought it was really smart that Adelman started him but didn't finish with him.
Well, because Zeke has got to rein in the foul trouble, right?
Yes.
And you did not need extra fouls in those, because when he already getting close to fouling out again last night, even with here's what I would like. I think, and I'll say, I was talking to somebody of knowledge, and it was not Scott or anybody on the broadcast. And they were telling me that they know that David Adelman, I think, would like another ball handler when needed. And I think Jalen Pickett, maybe there's times where you can work in a role where he gets to be the extra ball handler for you, and maybe Bruce Brown gets to move over and does the 2 or something like that. I think what Jalen Pickett has shown you gives you a little flexibility at the point guard position. Frankly, again, it's why I'm bummed Val's out. I would not mind seeing if Jalen and Val can work on a traditional kind of post-up game with the second unit if it's mainly second unit guys, right?
And Val's been pretty good at that.
So I think getting Jalen in there, and look, Jalen had some moments last year, if you remember, in March and April, in the spring, late February even maybe, where he finally got a chance to play. He showed a couple now. He wasn't consistent in it, and I think he continues to have to show us the consistency. But I think that's another guy that we need to see the face emerge from the bench a little more often.
What's funny about this conversation is and we're all, I don't know, we're all inclined to do this. You watch a couple of games like this, and it's just like, oh, well, then that guy's a star. Oh, this guy's got stardom written all over him. I don't think there's stars waiting out on the Nuggets bench, but I do think that there's really good basketball players that are waiting on the Nuggets bench. And what it goes to show you is how good this team is, how deep this team is, how player development has been effective for this team, even as guys have not seen the floor. We watched, Christian Brown did it initially. Payton Watson did it. I think we're now seeing the example of Jalen Pickett is doing it. I think David Adelman is finding a workable way to use Zeke Naji out on the floor and try and really build up his confidence and keep him aggressive. And he's more effective when he does those things. And so Adelman, I think, is figuring out how to use these guys really, really well. But like ultimately, are any of these guys necessarily solutions to problems the Nuggets have? I don't think so, because the Nuggets don't really have a lot of problems.
Well, but then I asked you the question when we were chatting pre-show. Could these guys become trade pieces at the deadline? Okay. And I'm not necessarily talking about P-Watt, but again, I do think, the report was out there that and people got mad about it, that the Nuggets might look to think about a trade with P-Watt because they don't want to end up in the apron again. And I would say that's more, it's not anybody being cheap, as I saw the accusations on social media. It's because we saw what being in the aprons did. You don't have this bench if you're back in the apron, okay? That it's to be able to strategically do what you need to do with the deadline without complete restrictions. And so there may become a point, if P-Watt keeps doing this, of saying, are we going to be able to afford this guy? And if not, are we going to get some before we hit the deadline? But that's, a conversation for a month from now. But I've talked about it forever. You've laughed about it for a long time. It's probably still at least worth a chuckle. Does Zeke Naji show people that maybe there's a little bit of an MPJ story arc in there? And listen to me this way, okay? MPJ, much more established player with the skill set than what Zeke Naji brings to the table.
You're telling me Zeke's going to go to the East and start dropping 26 a night?
Threes. But I'm just saying, you and I both know, and we've talked about it within this conversation, that the roles are the roles. And again, I understand why guys aren't always the most aggressive. I understand why guys aren't always taking their shot. You got Nikola Jokic on the floor quite often. Or you got other dudes that the role is for them to get the shot. That's what the play's designed for.
Well, it's just they don't have the ball.
Right. Well, fair enough.
And nor should they.
But what MPJ's done by going to Brooklyn is, hey, there was more of a game. He's more of a scorer than maybe we thought, on and on and on. He was never going to get to show to be that guy in this current Denver situation.
Because, again, he was never just going to get to dominate the ball.
But Brooklyn's benefiting it from it to the point where now, because Brooklyn's just trying to amass picks and rebuild and all that stuff, the word's out there, they may trade MPJ because there's going to be interest now.
Yeah.
Could a Zeke Naji, a Jalen Pickett, any of these bench guys all of a sudden get some of the NBA teams thinking, hey, man, maybe that guy's got more than he's ever been allowed to show in Denver?
Sure.
And I'm not saying it's going to bring you back a king's ransom. Don't get crazy.
But championship culture guys.
But championship culture guys that maybe you get a role player. Maybe you get Justin Holiday from somebody to fortify your bench.
I do believe if you want Justin Holiday, you can have him.
But not 2 years ago, Justin Holiday. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, maybe you're able to augment your bench for what is a win now for the next 5 years scenario for guys that ultimately this has been a lot of fun that we've seen, but they're never going to crack the starting lineup. They're never going to take a job away from your main starting five.
Sure.
Outside of PY.
But they could be effective. So you're not wrong. Like, they have value. Here's the thing. I don't want to trade any of them because I think what we're learning is you kind of need these guys.
No, I'm with you.
And you're trying to win a championship right now. The one personnel move that I'm curious to see how it plays out is what if there is a world where the Nuggets decide there's an all-star in there with Payton Watson, because holy crap is he good, and we can trade Cam Johnson and we'll take that money and we'll pay Payton Watson with
Easily
it.
could.
Yeah.
That may be the move.
Right. By the way, Justin Holiday playing for the Guangzhou Lung Lions of the Chinese Basketball Association.
Once you've gone to Guangzhou, I don't know many guys that want to come back.
Yes.
Heard it's a paradise.
It sounds lovely.
Did I get that city even right?
Guangzhou Lung Lions.
Sure.
Lung.
I spent a night there. It was the longest week of my life.
Longest week of your life? Yes.
See, there we go. There's my Nate.
There,
now he's back.
There it was.
Now
hey,
he's back.
The Avalanche host the Senators tonight. You can hear all the action here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Coverage starts at 6:30 with the pregame show, powered by Ramos Law. Yes, your keyword right now, waltz. WALTZ, as in the last waltz. Waltz. Text waltz to 303-504-0925. You're entered to win tickets for Denver and Charlotte Sunday the 18th, brought to you by the Will Height Law Firm.
Do you have that dance in your bag, by the way?
The waltz?
Do you like to cut a rug? Have you and the lovely missus ever just gone out and tried to show everybody what up on the dance floor? Really, just letting the scenario out of my own head makes me laugh.
We do.
How often are you in a ballroom scenario? I don't know.
That's just it. Is if there's a wedding with an open bar, we will tear it up. In a ballroom setting, we may struggle. But I also feel like that's something like 15 minutes with a YouTube video. I think we could figure out how to waltz if we needed to.
Okay.
Yes.
I told you, me and the missus took a swing dancing class.
A swing
prior
dancing
to our
class.
wedding.
Yeah. How did that go?
It was all right. I already forgot. There was a guy that looked like Ernie McCracken that was the teacher, and then there was a very attractive woman dancing with him, and I felt bad for her.
Did you guys get married during the swing dance
Yeah, we did.
craze?
It was, we did. 9th Avenue West was big for those that remember that
Cherry
bar.
Poppin'
Big Bad,
Daddies.
Voodoo. Yeah, everybody was a daddy.
Yeah.
The Squirrel Nut Zippers, all that kind of stuff.
I remember them. The Brian Setzer
The
Orchestra.
Brian Setzer Orchestra's tearing it up. So we had a little fun. Swingers was kind of the movie we
Sure.
all like to watch and quote all the time.
There you go.
So yeah, we did a couple of that. All I just remember is the guy 1, 2, drop step, 3, 4, drop step. And I was like, dude.
Drop step?
I don't want to look like you. I don't look like. That's what he kept saying. He had like the bad McCracken comb over. For those that maybe know the name but can't place the character, it was Bill Murray's character in Kingpin. And that's who taught me swing.
Mm-hmm.
So are you shocked I haven't kept it 20 some years later?
No, that doesn't surprise me all that much. Although, again, I bet it's, you know what they say, swing dancing.
Hey,
it's like riding a bike.
Listen, how about you, me, and the ladies?
Yeah.
Dance off.
Okay.
I don't think they're agreeing to it.
I'm in.
What if it just becomes you and me in a breakdancing contest, and then Spring shows up?
See, that's not fair because you
unbuttoned shirt.
You
and
can do the
steals
worm.
day.
That's.
Well,
I will lose a breakdancing contest.
Can you at
'cause
least
you
spin?
Can do the worm.
Can you just not be the girl from the Olympics? If you can avoid that, what was her name? Tape deck or something?
Oh, what was her
name?
name? Why am I spacing her name right now?
Spring, do you have it?
Ray Gun.
Ray
It was
Gun.
Ray Gun.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
I got home. We landed the plane. Anyway, waltz. 303-504-0925. Yes, waltz. Stay tuned.
Guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Well, it's a new year, and you know what that means. It's time for you to get after those New Year's resolutions, and maybe one of your resolutions was not getting more information on low testosterone, not finding out what it could be causing, what it could be doing to you maybe. And time to improve your health. Look, I'm just telling you, I did do some of the low T treatment there for a while, and it helped me. I can remember especially feeling like I got the greatest cup of coffee ever. If you want to look into this, if you're dealing with, for me, it was the naps early in the morning, wanted a nap 2-3 hours after I get up, just not get up, full plans, ready to go attack the day, and then just wouldn't do it. Or some people deal with brain fog. Some can even deal with depression. Definitely don't let that become a long-term thing. Sexual side effects are often prevalent with this. If you're dealing with any of this, maybe not getting the gains in the gym, it's time to go talk about what the low testosterone solutions are over there at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And if you're like a lot of men with low T, there's a lot of times where you just simply say, I'm going to put it off. But so many men tell the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic they wish they hadn't, because within just a few weeks, you'll likely feel your energy return. So go and see them. First visit's real easy. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider. They'll draw your blood, results in 30 minutes. And the visit's only $99. It's a T and a PSA test. But if you decide to start on testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, then it's free. So hopefully get back to higher energy levels. Get back to better gains in the gym. Get back to sleeping better, waking up feeling refreshed. No more afternoon naps and more productive at work with no more brain fog. And, of course, get that sex drive back. Then you can go swing dancing, huh? I don't know where, but you can. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, you're home for the NFL playoffs is Altitude Sports Radio. We will have all 6 games this weekend and every game straight through Super Bowl LX in the Bay. The NFL on Westwood One lives on Altitude Sports Radio. It lives right here, Andy. That is where it all happens. My God, it's good that the Broncos got the bye.
Yeah. Yes.
Obviously, that's preferable.
But that doesn't get you fired up for weekend action of football?
No, it does. I just, I want to cut to the chase. I have Bronco impatience right now. All of this.
Broncos!
Will they, won't they? Are the Packers Broncos going to show up, or are the Jaguars Broncos going to show up? Or are the Chiefs and Chargers Broncos going to show up? What version of this team that we saw in the last month, and really, let's be honest, over the last 4 months, like which version of that team is going to show up for the postseason? Here's the answer. I don't know.
Sure. Why not?
I'm not sure. And I do think a lot of it is clearly going to be matchup dependent. We know that is going to be a huge factor in what they turn out to be. But also, if it's a situation where Denver finds themselves trailing, are they going to be able to carve into the deficit a la Philadelphia, a la, I mean, the Giants? That's an extreme example, obviously. But this is a Broncos team that trailed in, 14 games this year? Like, we got very accustomed to this team, being down in the fourth quarter and putting it together and being able to win, which, you go back to the Jacksonville game and down a couple of scores going to the fourth quarter, and you're like, oh, well, it's here goes Bo Nix time, and then the bell was not answered. So it's like, okay, are you up to being able to do that all again? This is all a very roundabout way of saying, Andy, is that after watching 4 months of this team, what I know about them is they can win close, ugly football games.
Okay.
But the thing is that I don't know if they can do that against really good teams.
No, I'm with you. And it's interesting because you had talked about reaching out to one of your buddies in the weather industry, and I think I might know which buddy it is. I just happened to pop open the 9 News weather app. Now, it's both Apple and 9 News, and Chris Bianchi, one of our pals who used to work in sports, has warned us, don't trust your Apple app in particular, just because they update their models later than everybody else. And he's already warned a few of us that he doesn't love the long-term outlook for the weather next week. Now, on the 9 News app, it's showing a 50-degree day Sunday and a 45-degree Saturday. I think both workable conditions. But I bring this up to ask you because, again, you talked about we know they can win tight games. We know they can come back from adverse situations. That's the one thing. One of the reasons why I do feel better about this Bronco team than I think most of the national media does is that they did win 14, and yes, I get it. It's been ugly. The national games, there hasn't been the greatest offense on display all the time,
sure.
On and on and on. But this team always seems to fight its way out of adversity, minus that Jacksonville game, okay? Mm-hmm. And even then, they had a chance to do it. It didn't quite work out, but they still had a chance to do it. They were in that one because they were at home like they will be in the playoffs. I'm a little more worried about the weather because if it's rainy or windy, and so far we don't know if it'll be either coming up next weekend, the 2 worst Bronco games I've watched in the Bo Nix, Sean Payton era was the torrential downpour and wind in New York after the Greenbrier vacation week.
What did he throw for, like 60 yards in that game?
And the Raiders v. Broncos at home, no less.
Win
where
game.
I think we were treated to 7-3, right?
Yeah.
So
10-7.
10-7,
Yeah.
whatever it was. It was not something the nation enjoyed taking in.
Win game.
So look, man, I hope, what I think is funny is there's a higher possibility that a team comes in more equipped for bad weather than the team that lives in this city. So we'll see.
The biggest one, I think, without a doubt, being Buffalo.
Yeah, but guess what? The Chargers, for a warm weather team, Chargers play a lot of grinded. They're more Michigan ball under Harbaugh at times than they are.
They really are, and Hampton can get tough yards, and when he's healthy and available, they're a different kind of looking offense, and then you start talking about Buffalo, like James Cook in that run game, like that's one of those things you can flat out hang your hat on. Okay, is that they will show up and they will grind out tough yards, and they can almost play like reverse Bronco ball on you a little bit in that situation. Now, here's the flip side of it. Buffalo can't really stop the run.
Sure.
So can you get your run game then going against those guys? I don't know.
Well,
I
what's
don't
your
know.
confidence in that? Be honest with you, everybody's stressing over Bo Nix, and look, I get it. But Bo has shown me he'll answer a bell throughout the year. I am confident about that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, again, when they were down to the Giants, he answered the bell. When they were down to the Eagles, he answered the bell. The kid actually has been more clutch than he has bad. I'm worried about the run game because, again, this offense, especially when they got it going, you don't have J.K. Dobbins to go rip off a big run play and then get them out of their run favor or their pass favorable defense to try to stop the run. You have to have another threat. It doesn't matter if it's Bo Nix or Josh Allen. If you're one-dimensional in the playoffs, the team that isn't is going to win. So they've got to find something that serves as a run game in order to be balanced like they want to. And I'm not talking, I love 100 yards, but you don't have to have a 100-yard rusher. But you have to make the defense respect that the run is going to be part of that game plan. Because what happened in Buffalo last year in the playoffs, when you really didn't have a run game going, you got worked. Don't do that again.
Since November, this is games in which R.J. Harvey had 10 or more carries. Since November, games in which R.J. Harvey had 10 or more carries. Chiefs game, 2.7 yards per touch. Washington game, 2.7. Raider game, 4.4. All right, that's a little better. It's also the Raiders. Green Bay game, 3.4. I actually thought he was pretty effective in that game. But, do you want to be running for less than 3.5 yards per carry in a playoff game? Not really. Chiefs game at Arrowhead, 3.1. Charger game, 15 carries for 28 yards, a not-so-robust 1.9 yards per carry. So, having concern about the Broncos' run game is, I think, founded. And one thing that I firmly believe, and I know Sean Payton is oftentimes a big fan of his game plans.
Sure. Yes.
But, I don't think you can afford, if you get into a playoff game, if the Broncos are, 1-2 yards per carry in the first half, I don't think you can afford to keep saying, okay, well, we'll just keep rotating in, and here's Harvey, and here's Bidet, and find the guy that's getting yardage. And quite frankly, maybe that guy's going to be Jaleel McLaughlin, and don't be afraid to just give him the ball.
Please. And you know what, Jaleel, I'd also say this. Please don't let me see you asking out of the game after a couple, 3 carries,
Yeah.
I understand I'm not a pro athlete taking the hits that you take, but, bro, you got to stay in there. Because too often, once you sub out, he does not sub you back in.
Right.
You need to be in there.
Yeah, stay on the football field. Nick Kosmider is going to answer these questions about where the concern comes from, where the confidence comes from. That and so much more is coming up next with our buddy Nick Kosmider of The Athletic on a Thursday afternoon. Kreckman and Lindahl, your next Nuggets keyword coming up at 4:20 on Altitude Sports Radio. All right, let's jump into it right away with our buddy Nick Kosmider of The Athletic here in hour number 2. Nick joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Nick, let's start with Vance Joseph. He is one of many bells of the ball here in this coaching cycle around the NFL. If you're handicapping it, is there a gig out there that you think VJ maybe has the best shot at / that he's the best fit for?
Well, there's certainly some appealing opportunities for him. I think when you look at what Vance Joseph going into this potential second opportunity as a head coach, I think there's plenty of things that he's learned that he learned from his not only his first run as a head coach here in Denver in 2017 and 18, but some of the opportunities that he's had since and the coaches he's had to work with since. And I think one of the things he'll certainly, I think, if not have a quarterback in place, certainly have kind of a pathway, to having somebody that is either potentially already on that path, i.e. perhaps a Jackson Dart, or a place where you kind of have this idea that you're going to get, a top pick if perhaps you're in Las Vegas and you're going to have that in the draft. So I think there's generally some good ones, but so some good opportunities for him to potentially have that big, piece of the puzzle in place. Arizona, obviously, given his past, his 4 years there as defensive coordinator, obviously he was really well liked in that building at the time with the ownership group in Michael Bidwell there. And then you kind of look at Miami, and I don't know the latest. I was just out on a run. They might have requested him by now, but obviously spent some of the part of his career before he got to Denver, with the Dolphins, and that's an opportunity to go down there and have a team that already has some pieces in place and needs a new voice there. So those are the kind of the couple opportunities that to me are interesting. And then like I said, with the Giants and Jackson Dart and kind of having that there and the opportunity to bring in your own staff, that's an intriguing one to me as well.
All right. Well, I think I know your answer, but seriously, Jackson Dart's interesting to me, Nick. That's a guy that runs more than throws at times, and again has been king of the blue tent in his rookie season. Do you think that is an advantage for them, or do you think there's going to be a few guys, especially a defensive-minded guy, that maybe see that as a problem?
Yeah, it's a great point, and I think no matter who coaches the Giants,
Darren Rizzi,
season, absolutely,
it will be Darren Rizzi.
Him being interviewing there too. That's going to have to be a really big conversation point around that organization. How do we kind of have this guy who clearly has some talent and brought some energy into the fan base, into the team, has some talent that we think fits what we're trying to do, but then also, to your point, Andy, continuously in the medical tent because he had to be checked for concussions every other week. That's not a sustainable path for a franchise quarterback. Vance Joseph had the year in 2017 here where you went through 4 different quarterbacks and just, the constant rotation. It's just not a viable path to success. So, again, whether a coach should get in there and fix that or say, hey, you're going to be part of a competition or of a bigger picture going forward, that's all something that a coach with that program is going to have to kind of deal with.
Look, a bit of an obvious follow-up, and this is the one I was going to mention till you brought up the Giants, but don't you think to Vance after, and I know, Nick, I think you were still doing some of the Nuggets stuff, but man, I was right in the middle of that stuff. I was on the sidelines. I saw Vance's first go-around. Don't you think he wants control and good ownership? He did not have either in his first head coaching opportunity. Doesn't he have to almost demand that this second time around?
Yeah, and it's a great point, and I think the fact that he's got this huge trove of interviews, and he should want to do as many of them as time allows. He has the opportunity to be selective. He doesn't have to, do every single interview or full length of every single interview, but he should be prodding for those things. He has the opportunity to be selective because the thing that he has said in the times that he's been questioned about having an opportunity to go back to head coaching again was like, if that opportunity is not right, I have a pretty darn good job right here. And the fact of the matter is, outside of John Franklin Myers and obviously the inside linebackers, you look at Alex Singleton and maybe Justin Cernat, who are both unrestricted free agents come this spring, like they've got to figure that out. But by and large, you can bring back essentially this same defense and the same scheme. So yeah, he should be selective, and that absolutely has to be a part of the equation for him of like, I'm going to get more of a say in this thing. Cause you're right. He didn't have that. He didn't have that kind of, bigger voice of control and personnel. He did not have a viable quarterback situation in place. And so no wonder he went 11-21 in his 2 seasons here. He made mistakes at times, but even when you talk about having to assemble a staff, how many times has Sean Payton talked about, the importance of that and how much that really kind of helps dictate what you're able to do. He's seen enough now. He's been enough places to know what that process looks like. And so he absolutely, I think, going into this is going to say, I need the control within that process.
Discussing Vance Joseph's future right now with our buddy Nick Kosmider of The Athletic. Nick, let's switch gears to the team on the football field. You pointed this out in your mailbag this week, and I guess I didn't realize it. I hadn't looked at the career stats. Career low in offensive touches for Marvin Mims this year.
Why?
Which is surprising, quite frankly, given the way that he closed out the second half of last season, where he was at in the yak numbers and everything else like that. It looked as though he was poised to become a weapon. It never really happened this year. He never really broke one. He got touches, but the big plays never necessarily came, and thus they never really started to pile up. What was missing there? And, kind of tacking on to that, is there potential that he could still be a weapon here in the postseason?
Yeah, I think to answer that second part first, I think the answer is yes. Just because we have seen it so many times that he has found a way to create an explosive play or multiple explosive plays in a game, certainly on special teams, but also offensively at times. And when that is going, it looks really good. I think this season, that is kind of the interesting part of it, is just how well he closed last year. And then in OTAs and even training camp, we talked to him, and it was this idea that he was going to kind of have, a larger share of the route tree, and that he was going to have, I think, the ability to play in a couple different spots. And it really hasn't materialized that way. I do think that, coming back from the concussion that he had midway through this season, I think they've kind of brought him back along slowly from that. I think you can clearly see that in terms of his snaps and his touches since then. And is that kind of a product of what they're trying to do in terms of easing him back, or is it, is he impacted? He's healthy, but I think that is something that you kind of have to look at and say he hasn't quite been as involved since that in the middle of the season. But again, his ability to create mismatch problems when he's lined up in the backfield, we've seen time and again when they're able to get the matchup that they want, with him coming out of the backfield, and it can lead to a wide open wheel route that gets 35 yards. He's been able to create plays and stress defenses in that way. And especially when you're talking about, a playoff game plan that is going to be, so structured, it would be kind of malpractice if they get through the divisional round and there were not plays involved that gave him a real shot to impact the game.
All right, Nick, the run game. Does Jaleel McLaughlin need to be, if not a 50-50 split of the carries, does he need to become the starting back? I mean, what would you do there? I know they put a lot of work into RJ Harvey, and I think he's come along nicely at points. But the last couple games, it does not feel like he's got a feel for where the run lanes are, and I think it's hurting this team. And yet every time Jaleel's in there, at least for my money, something seems to happen, right? He had the one where the guy was coming in unblocked and he made him at least miss and picked up 6 yards on what could have been a 2-yard loss. What needs to happen for him to get more touches or more involved? It's kind of like the Marvin Mims question.
Yeah, I think part of it was, again, a guy who hadn't played all season. I think took a little bit of time to work him in. You saw a little bit more. Obviously, RJ Harvey still led the team in carries, had 15 to I think 7 for Jaleel McLaughlin in the win against the Chargers. But that did represent a slight uptick. I mean, you're right. He's averaged 5.2 yards per carry. Since he came back, since J.K. Dobbins went down, and during that stretch among NFL running backs who have at least 35 carries, that's 10th in the league in terms of average. So he certainly is somebody that can give you, I think, pretty consistent, production as far as being an early down runner. The issue you run into with Jaleel McLaughlin is he's limited by his frame. I mean, he's been out there for 84 snaps this year, and he's only been asked to pass block 3 times. It's just not something that they really put him in position for, and so that's obviously going to limit in some degree what you're able to do and in what personnel groups and schemes you're putting him on the field. So the idea of him being like a starter who's out there every down. It just doesn't quite fit his profile. And really the only time in Sean Payton's tenure here that he's just kind of had a back be the guy is the first 10 weeks of this season when it was J.K. Dobbins because of the production that he had. You really couldn't ignore that. And so to answer your question, until if and when J.K. Dobbins is able to come back in this postseason, be it, the Super Bowl, if they get that far or before, like it's going to continue to be a committee situation. Like the three of them, McLaughlin, Harvey, and Tyler Bidet are all going to play. But I do think that they're going to probably try to make sure that early on, especially in some of these game plans, they let Jaleel McLaughlin get a little bit more of a rhythm than they have at other times this year.
Yeah, he's been effective when he's had the ball in his hands. We're talking to Nick Kosmider of The Athletic, covering the Broncos and the NFL. Nick, let's talk Bo Nix. You look over the balance of a 17-game season, and 6 times did Bo Nix put up a game with a passer rating above 7, or excuse me, a QBR above 70, and then 6 times he was below 50. As you have been able to look over the full body of work that was 2025 Bo Nix, what have you been able to put your finger on as like the key differences between when we get good Bo and when we get bad Bo?
Yeah, it's interesting. I was just talking to somebody about this the other day, and I think you get good Bo when you absolutely have to have good Bo. So that's the good news, right? Like when you look at,
do need him in the playoffs. That's true.
100%. And when you look at, 7 game-winning drives, leads the NFL, 6 fourth-quarter comebacks, in their toughest game, in their toughest games, whether it was on the road in the fourth quarter against the Eagles, what they had to produce in the fourth quarter against the Giants, and then certainly throughout the game against Green Bay, perhaps his best total game of the complete game of the season, he just has managed to be that guy when he has needed to be, and that was, I think an improvement over last year. I think last season we saw a lot of good things out of Bo Nix, but when you really kind of drill down into some of the numbers, like some of his explosive type games, big production type games, were in some of those NFC South games or games against the Raiders that weren't necessarily as competitive. And then down the stretch of the season, whether it was against the Chargers late, stretches of that Bengals game on the road, you didn't necessarily get that same thing in the big moments. That's been the difference this year. So while his numbers are pretty similar across the board, I would argue that his high leverage play in 2025 has been quite a bit better than it was during his rookie year. And that's when you talk about the playoffs, like there's not going to be blowouts by and large. Like these are going to be close, intense games. You are going to need him to be sharp at all turns. And I just, what I've seen from him this year is sort of a recognition and realization of what to do in those moments. And now obviously is kind of the next step in that test of, can you be that guy in these moments that matter more than any have this year?
Yeah, I saw Orlovsky breaking it down the other day of Nix's numbers were the best in the NFL when trailing this year, which there's always a flip side to that of like, well, if you're that good, why are you trailing so much? So,
Right.
Which is a fair question. But Nick Kosmider, everybody, theathletic.com, subscribe to The Athletic and read his stuff. Listen to his podcast, the Not Another Bucking podcast. And Nick, don't think that we just overlooked you dropped in that humble brag that you went running in the snow today. All right, we heard that. Okay.
I saw somebody's I gotta get my brag out there somewhere. Nobody around here. My cats don't care. My wife doesn't care. So somebody out there's gotta give me a kudos.
That's well done, sir. You get no credit from us, but still, I just want to make sure that we heard it. Thanks, Nick.
Yeah. Got you guys. All right, take care.
All right, that's Nick Kosmider, everybody. We've got another Nuggets keyword coming up here in just a moment. You want to win tickets for the Nuggets and the Hornets on Sunday, January 18th. You want to go to that game? Well, of course you do. We have tickets for you coming up here in just a few minutes. We'll give you a keyword. You text it in. You are entered to be able to win. Andy, the 2025 NFL season, it's in the books, man. It's official. That thing was played. How did some individual Broncos stack up to the very best at their positions? We'll dig through some of that a little bit when we come back to talk about this number 1 seed in the AFC on their way to a first weekend bye and awaiting one of 4 potential opponents. We're talking Broncos next. That's Andy. I'm Nate. Mark Springer producing the show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey guys, it's Nate Kreckman for my friends at Roller Auction. You want to get on the email list at Roller Auction. You sign up at roller.bid/altitude. When you're on the email list, they'll send you an email to let you know when a new auction is opening up. Oh, by the way, just for signing up at roller.bid/altitude, you're entered to win tickets from us here at Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Cody won Avs tickets on New Year's Eve. You can win tickets for the Nuggets and Memphis February 11th catered KSE suite just for signing up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. But I tell you, get signed up for that email list because you never know what auctions are about to open up. Right now, Boulder Breadworks auction available. That's right. Equipment from Boulder Breadworks is available for you to be able to bid. Do you like baking your own bread, perhaps? They have got a Oliver Model 777 bread slicer. Right now, no bids. So jump in on that thing right now. That's right, a bread slicer. Or maybe you want to go full Kramer and get your own deli slicer. They have 2 of those available to be able to bid right now. Slice your own cold cuts. Control your thinness with this Boulder Breadworks auction at Roller Auction. Go to roller.bid/altitude and make sure you get signed up to bid right now. We got Nuggets tickets. Denver and Charlotte, January 18th. Text the keyword Diaz to 303-504-0925. Diaz.
Lance Diaz?
As in former Cincinnati Reds catcher Bo Diaz. D-I-A-Z. Diaz. Text Diaz to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name. Hey, Nuggets Ticket Thursday is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Don't forget to enter the second chance drawing at altitudesportsradio.com/NugsTicks. That's right. We have a second chance drawing every single week. So you go to altitudesportsradio.com/NugsTicks because even though you may not win on air, you can win off air. The keyword is Diaz. We'll announce the winner at 5:55. By the way, Andy, can you connect Waltz?
No, I'm trying to.
And Diaz.
And I don't think I've heard any of the other keywords today, so I don't have any idea what we're doing here.
Okay.
Can you?
I have not been able to connect that dot yet. Now, oftentimes it will have something to do with the opponent. In this case, it's the Charlotte Hornets. I don't recall. Cameron Diaz wasn't in the backcourt with Muggsy Bogues, was she?
No.
Okay, I don't recall her being in there. So we'll continue to try and figure this out today here on the show. But your keyword is Diaz, D-I-A-Z.
If you're drafting Diaz's,
Diaz's.
Cameron's got to be top, right? Who's topping that? That's the only pick I need. I'll Mike Ditka you. I'll give you my whole draft to have the first pick, and you can have all the rest.
Mets closer Edwin Diaz.
Don't care.
No,
have him.
Doesn't do it for you.
No.
Kind of like Edwin Diaz. He's on the Dodgers now too.
Dave Diaz Infante, take him.
There you go. There's a Diaz.
Lance
for you.
Diaz, terrible ump. Everybody can have him.
A lot of baseball players named Diaz.
Sure.
Yes.
All-Star Game MVP Elias Diaz.
Right.
There you go.
Again, I'm taking Cameron. You guys can hash out the rest for all I care.
Whatever happened to Elias Diaz?
Is he still a Rocky?
No, he's on the Padres, right?
Oh, was he?
He was last year.
That's right.
Yeah. Whatever happened to that guy?
Whatever happened to most of the Rockies, I don't know.
By the way, Rockies they signed Michael Lorenzen today. I have thoughts. We'll get to him before this hour is up.
Okay.
Yes. There's something in there, Andy. There's something in there. You know, they tell you as a talk show host, the challenge, make it interesting for the audience. I think I can.
Yeah, so what you're doing is you're Steve Martin and you're honoring the request of just make it interesting for the listener.
That's what I'm
you
trying.
You tell these little stories.
That's what I'm trying to do. And when people hear Rocky sign Michael Lorenzen, I don't think that makes many antenna go up.
Yeah, some go, why are they signing the former Kentucky quarterback? Well, RIP is no longer with us, and he was a football player named Jared. Again, Diaz. Text Diaz.
Diaz. To 303-504-0925.
People should know we're involved in a bit of a quiet war where RPD likes to try to come up with words that keep us out of the rabbit hole, and Nate Kreckman and I are hell-bent on finding that hole.
We'll get to the hole. I promise you, okay?
I hope so.
We will, no matter what, we will find a way to be able to penetrate and get into that hole. That I assure you.
Yeah!
Woo! There's a lot of Diaz's, by the way, on Baseball Reference.
I imagine there is.
Pages upon pages of Diaz's.
Was there a Pedro Diaz ever? Just putting a couple names together?
Yeah, there's a Fernando.
You don't have a Bob Diaz, do you?
Several Juans.
Juan Diaz?
Yeah, a lot of Juan Diaz. Mm-hmm. There was also Wandy Rodriguez.
I remember him, but that was actually a W, not
a J. That was
right?
a guy named Wandy.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Sure.
Common name. Okay.
Nate Diaz, I believe he's an MMA fighter. Shout out to Lovelander.
There you go.
What other? Okay.
Cortland Sutton.
Not a Diaz.
Not a Diaz, but a wide receiver for the Denver Broncos. For the DBs, not the Diaz.
The Broncos!
Cortland Sutton this year, Andy, is a Pro Bowl wide receiver in the AFC. Did you realize? And I want to look.
Now you ask.
Yeah.
Yes, I kind of didn't. I know we were here the day they were announced.
He made the Pro Bowl.
He did.
He's one of the 6.
Sure.
He's there.
Congrats.
One of 4 AFC Pro Bowl wide receivers.
A tip of the cap to you, sir.
Uh-huh. Jamar Chase, definitely was one of them.
He needs to be.
Zay Flowers made the Pro Bowl for Baltimore.
You think Zay Flowers Pro Bowler?
Now I'm struggling to remember the other one after Cortland. Either way.
Was it the Colts kid? Marvin Harrison? Who do they have?
Alec Pierce?
No. Don't they have another junior? Pittman. They got Michael Pittman Jr., don't
Alec Pierce was a 1,000-yard receiver this season.
Really?
He was.
Good for him.
Yeah, good white guy, Indy receiver. Nice
Sure.
job, Alec Pierce. Late season fantasy pickup for me. I didn't win fantasy, by the way. I finished in third.
Do we know who won our dumb league?
Raj did.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
He got it done.
What pick did he have?
I don't remember.
Okay.
So
why did you give the log? Were you playing Raj?
No, I lost to Markey in the semis.
Oh, okay.
And then Markey blew it against Raj in the championship. Because Markey's team, everyone had a career day against me in the semis, naturally.
Sure, that's how it goes.
And then they were all butt in the championship. Yeah. Cool, Carl. Thank you. So even though I had the best team in the league the entire season, even though I had the highest scoring team in the league, even though I was number one in the power rankings, we choked in the postseason. I was the 96 Broncos, Andy. That's what I was.
Well, there's a lot of people hoping we don't add another year to that.
Well,
by the way, Diaz fam checking in on Twitch.
All right.
We have another Diaz. I don't know who.
Good to have him out there. Well done.
There's a fam.
We say hi to
how many?
The multitude.
Now we got to know. 10? 2? How many?
Cortland Sutton.
Are you a Phillip Rivers?
Did you realize Cortland Sutton was 28th in receptions in the entire NFL this year?
No, I didn't. Okay, let me just ask you a blanket statement.
Okay.
And I know you're a stats guy, so maybe this won't hit with you.
28th in receptions, 13th in targets.
Did this feel like a Pro Bowl season for Cortland Sutton?
Yes.
Really?
It felt like it. That's what's funny about it is now that I'm looking at the numbers, I'm like, probably shouldn't have been.
God, for me, it didn't.
But it did feel like it. Really? Were you disappointed in his play this year? Because
not necessarily.
I thought he was great.
Not necessarily. But to be one of the top 3 or 4 receivers in the league, I would not have guessed that.
Right. But
and I know it's not all pro. How many do they name to the Pro Bowl? I guess 10
Pro
from
Bowl
both conferences and all that.
4 per conference.
Okay, did it feel like a top 10 receiving season for him? See, again, me, no. 15, kind of. See, to me, Cortland's season felt like a lot of the Broncos season in general, just kind of in the middle as far as the offensive numbers. And it's a middle-of-the-pack offense. So,
right.
I don't think I'm being unfair when I say that. Like, Cortland the last couple years had just some incredible catches. Like last year. Now, he had a couple of them, but he was putting highlight reels together with 5, 6, 7 of them. And this year, I just felt like
he did a lot of making Russell Wilson look like an actual NFL quarterback.
And look, this year, I feel like people knew that's Bo's guy. Let's take him away. So maybe by that measure, the fact that he was
targeted twice in the Charger game. I mean, he was fully bracketed in that game. They tried to take him away completely, and it's not a bad strategy. And yet, I thought he was magnificent this year, Andy.
Wow. Okay.
I thought he was consistently running open in the secondary and making catches.
Maybe it's unfair. Maybe, again, it's the last 2 weeks shadowing my opinion.
Could be, because look back on Green Bay. He was marvelous that day. Quite frankly, he was pretty good against Jacksonville.
He was an accumulator both days, was he not? How many catches those 2 games?
7 in the Packer game, 6 in the Jags game. The 7, by the way, actually not a season high. His season high was 8 against the Eagles.
Interesting.
Yeah.
You almost forget about that Eagles, Giants, what else? The Cowboys. Wasn't that all one big 3-game
stretch?
They
were all a long time ago.
They were.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But no, I thought he was terrific this year. I thought Cortland Sutton proved without a shadow of a doubt that he's a full-on NFL number 1.
Okay.
Now maybe not not your Puka Nakua's top half of the league number 1s, but pretty good. Pretty good.
Probably right in the middle.
Yeah. I also
think
it's wild when you're 13th in targets and 28th in catches. That's not great. 13th in yards.
Well, they were trying to take him away. Everybody was trying to take him away.
One of 20 receivers in the NFL with 1,000 or more yards. And his 7 touchdowns were tied for 15th in the NFL this year. Do you know who led the NFL in receiving yardage this season?
Boy, I don't.
Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Really?
JSN 1,793 yards this year to go with 10 touchdowns. That guy's a capital S superstar. But that's what's funny about it, though, is like all at the very top, again, like I'm looking at the top 10 right now, and most of these dudes play in the NFC. The top 10 in receiving yardage, the only dudes in the AFC are Jamar Chase, Zay Flowers, and Nico Collins. That's it for AFC dudes. So maybe it was just a great year for the NFC when it came to catching passes.
Or maybe they all just have one receiver.
There's...
I mean, Jamar Chase does have a pretty good guy in T. Higgins across
from him. Yes. Jackson Smith, JSN is playing with Cooper Kupp.
Zombie Cooper Kupp.
Hey, man, guy still makes tough catches. He still makes Sam Darnold look pretty good a lot of the time. George Pickens in Dallas. He was great this year.
George Pickens was sweet.
Yes.
He was sweet in Denver.
He was pretty good.
But Pickens and CeeDee Lamb, that's kind of interesting. What happened? Where's CeeDee Lamb on this list? Was it a down year for CeeDee Lamb? I feel like I know about Dak. I feel like the highlights I mainly saw were Pickens. Did CeeDee, I know he got hurt for a bit, right?
Went over 1,000 yards, but he did so in
bed,
14 games.
It's pretty good.
Did have some injury issues. Remember, he came back right before the Denver game.
That's right.
Yes.
And they decided to take him away and let Pickens have a day.
Your key word is Diaz. Text Diaz to 303-504-0925. Do you know who the Broncos' leading rusher was this year?
Was it still J.K. Dobbins despite the injury?
It was indeed J.K. Dobbins. J.K. Dobbins this season ran for 775 yards.
How many games did he get in?
Or 772 in 10 games.
Dude.
Did it in 10 games. He was 25th in the NFL in total rushing. Yeah, you missed that guy. He averaged J.K. Dobbins was a full-on 5 yards per carry guy this year. 5 yards per carry guy. There were 11 such running backs in the, well, not even running backs, just 11 dudes total in the NFL that ran for 5 yards per carry. 8 of them were running backs.
I had told you earlier in the week, I know Twitch took it up, but if I could get one Bronco player healthy, it would be J.K. Dobbins. Even over Brandon Jones. Any other guy that you could have, I would restore health to J.K. Dobbins. You know what? I'll hobble around for a month and let him have my foot health.
Yep, I agree. Absolutely.
Because that guy was their closer. He was the change of pace a lot of times. Go back to some of the early season games where a long run of his settled the offense down and got everything going.
Rushing yards per game, he was number 6 in the NFL this year amongst running backs. Obviously, the 5 guys above him, James Cook, Derrick Henry, Jonathan Taylor, Bijan Robinson, and Devon Achane, they were all healthy most, if not all, of the season. So Dobbins, again, it goes to show you what you lost when he went down with injury. All right, I got some passing numbers.
Yeah, hit me.
So Jeff Legwold pointed this out the other day, and I guess I hadn't realized it. Bo Nix led the NFL in pass attempts this year.
Really?
Passes thrown. Number 1 in the NFL, Bo Nix. 612 passes attempted this season. Number 2 on that list was Dak Prescott at 600. Bo was one of 2 quarterbacks in the NFL that attempted 600 or more passes. Okay, how efficient was he with those 612 attempts? Well, by yards per attempt, Bo Nix was 31st in the NFL this year.
Wow.
Yeah.
Not great, Bob.
No, that's not necessarily doing enough with the 600-plus pass attempts that you threw this season. He was 24th in completion rate at 63% this year. Finished just shy of 4,000 yards, did Bo Nix. He was 8th in the NFL in passing yardage, but he finished just shy, 3,931 yards. So not a 4,000-yard season for Bo Nix throwing the rock. Do you know who led the NFL in passing yardage this year? Our coworker, Matthew Stafford.
Really?
Yeah, 4,707 yards this year for Stafford, along with a league-leading 46 tutties.
How about that?
Yeah.
How about that
Out of
from
Stafford.
a guy that everybody's worried about the back in preseason? Remember that? He had the back injury. Oh, is his back going to be okay?
They told him to seek a trade.
It.
Yeah. They told, why don't you go ahead and look for a trade? See what's out there. And Stafford ultimately didn't want to go play for the Raiders.
Nah, he had to go hang with Tom Brady. Seriously, you gave us some of the nuggets from the Athletic story on the Raiders, or the ESPN story, I guess I should say, on the Raiders yesterday. Might have to revisit a little of that. But Tom Brady, a good time? I mean, come on. You went where'd they hang? They went and hid out in some mountain hideaway or something, and
they were
some
at
palatial mountain resorts.
Yeah,
it was see them.
I believe it was the private ski resort in Montana that they were kicking it at. See, my biggest concern when you go to hang out with Brady is like what kind of snacks?
Yeah, man, can I
does
just
he
eat?
have? Yeah,
I don't want to eat guacamole ice cream, bro. I want Bluebell.
I want
to go to a Dairy Queen.
I remember.
Hit me with Sweet Cow.
This is just when Andy starts naming off ice creams that he likes because he's
Little man
hungry.
ice cream.
So I once went to a buddy had a good friend had a new lady friend, and she was trying to institute some healthier living choices in his life.
Right. We all got that friend.
Which fine. But I would say that ends at game night. So, they served there were drinks, there was cocktails and beers, that part of it was fine.
That assortment was okay with Nate Kreckman.
Bowl of pretzels.
Yeah, we ain't doing that.
See, I love pretzels. I have no problem with a bowl of pretzels. I think that's a fine snack.
But that's a starter at a bar.
But here's the issue. Unsalted.
Ah, come on.
A bowl
you know what? I need a cup of water. You saying that.
Pretzels.
All that does is take the moisture out of your mouth.
These pretzels are making me thirsty. Yeah, again, if you want to cut down your sodium intake in your own time, by all means, okay?
Your sodium.
But throw down on the salt when you're having guests.
Or at least give some salt out there that I can maybe put on myself. I ain't going to be the same as the pretzel salt.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't want to salt my own. I don't want to have to lick my own pretzel and then salt it.
I need salty chips and guacamole. I need a queso offered.
Yeah.
I mean, these are the things we need. I'm sorry if you're going to have a little bit of, extra self-control during this game night.
You're all allowed to
But we didn't show up for
whatever you want in your free time.
Yeah, that's your deal. But you
put out good snacks for
guests.
guests.
That's right. Don't be rude.
Unsalted pretzels.
And I want a dessert. I want a menu shown to me as if it's some kind of menu at a wedding. I want to pick what I want.
To give the man a brownie.
He's not gaining it off of one little Debbie.
All of this is to say, Andy, okay, when you look at these Bo Nix numbers, all right, when I tell you this, I think QBR is, you can use passer rating if you want. I think QBR is probably a little bit more complete. Take a wild guess. Where amongst the NFL quarterbacks, where do you think Bo Nix finished in QBR this year? Where do you think he ranked?
Oh, I think he was top 5, wasn't he?
God, no.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I feel like
no.
It's on Twitter where I see a lot of crap. Where, hey, here's a QBR. What was it? Well, you know what? When you react that way, 25th.
No.
30th?
No.
27th.
15th.
Dead middle. Well,
exactly.
Not quite.
But basically. And if I were to tell you, hey, Bo Nix was a smack dead in the middle of the NFL quarterback this year, you'd probably go, yeah, that makes complete and total sense. Absolutely. By the way, top 5, Drake May, Jordan Love, Brock Purdy, Matthew Stafford, Dak Prescott. That's your top 5 this year. Yeah, Nix came in 15th in QBR. If you want to go old school, want to go good old-fashioned passer rating, well, you're going to be scrolling a while before you get to Bo down at 28th.
What, somebody asked, what was his 31st stat efficiency rating?
Yards per attempt.
Yards per attempt.
Number 1 in attempts, number 31 in yards per attempt. Going to need you to do more with those attempts.
Where did he end up finishing just in yards, period? Total yards on the season?
He was 8th in the NFL this year, 3,931.
All right.
Which I would hope with 612 attempts
you could get there. Is that kind of like?
Quite frankly, I wish you could rank a little higher, but we'll take top 10.
Is that kind of like Jamal getting that? What was it? 23 points on 22 shots or whatever that night. What was that? He had the ridiculous, he took 33 shots and scored 30 points or something.
Jaylen Brown was pretty damn inefficient last night. Took a lot of shots to get there. That's good defense right there. In other words. Bo Nix's season basically was A bowl of pretzels, some of which were salted.
Only a few were salted.
Only a few.
But you're getting to text Diaz in one last time.
Diaz.
Before we shut the window.
To 303-504-0925 on a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. This is to win Nuggets Hornets tickets on Sunday, January 18th. 5 biggest stories of the day around the NFL coming up here in just a few moments. I got another Broncos 2025 stat question here for you, Andy.
Hit me.
Nick Bonito, 14 sacks. Pretty good, right?
Yes, very good. What did Vaughn have his MVP? Was he 18? Or is that the franchise record from Doomerville?
Von Miller was never the defensive player of the year.
In 2015,
the year they won the Super Bowl, that was not as...
Yeah, that's more what I meant. His MVP, Super Bowl MVP, but...
Yeah, that was not his career high. I believe that season he actually, like, his regular season total wasn't, like, overwhelming. It was like 14, I want to say.
Well, he had DeMarcus with him. He had a lot of guys racing to get to the quarterback.
11 that year. His career high was 18.5. That was his second year in the league. That was the Von Miller and Elvis Doomerville combination. But you got 14 sacks this year out of Nick Bonito. 5th in the NFL in total sacks this year. Can you name the 4 guys that finished above him?
Obviously, Myles Garrett.
23 sacks, new NFL record, number 1 on that list.
I can't after that.
Brian Burns of the Giants had 16.5.
Really? Okay.
Daniil Hunter in Houston had 15.
Yes.
Aiden Hutchinson, 14.5.
You know, it's funny because I got less. I don't remember Aiden all the time because the Lions just weren't as good. I don't feel like he was on my TV as much as I'm used to. So there you go.
And yet he had a 14.5 sack a season.
Pretty good for coming back from that, what was it, the knee injury?
Yeah, significant one, too. So pretty good year out of him, but Nick Bonito finishing number 5 in the NFL this year in total sacks. Pretty good. That's a pretty good season for you right there.
How about Cooper? What'd Cooper finish with?
He was at 8.
Okay.
8 sacks this year. Quarterback hits. Do you know who led the NFL in quarterback hits?
Well, I think it was Zach Allen.
It sure was.
Because they mentioned it during the last game.
47 quarterback hits this year. 7 sacks that he actually finished, but 47 quarterback hits this year for the Pro Bowler Zach Allen. That was 8 more than Myles Garrett had.
Really?
So take that, Myles Garrett.
How about that, Myles Garrett?
Yeah, we're not so impressed with your sack record.
That usually
anymore,
means
guy.
Garrett was getting there before the ball was gone, though.
Yeah. But hey, you know what? 47 quarterback hits. That's pretty friggin' elite.
It is elite, and it needs to continue in the playoffs for them to have a shot.
And it comes with the quality of team defense that the Broncos played. Like one of when you start looking for reasons for why can this team win 2 games in 2 weeks and go to the Super Bowl. To me, the biggest reason to answer that question is the front 7, and this is as good of a pass rushing front 7 as I've ever seen in Broncos history. Not saying it's better than 2015, but it's as good. The pass rush discipline of both Bonito and Cooper, you don't see the big winding route to the quarterback that even Von Miller used to take. It's generally it is a pass rush that is built on hemming a quarterback into the pocket, forcing them to step up into a spot where a interior offensive lineman is losing to Zach Allen or losing to Malcolm Roach or JFM or whomever.
Yep. DJ Jones.
Yeah.
They do a great job of also pushing that middle of the pocket, which again allows the outside path at those 2 outside rushers. And it's not just them, I know a guy that was impressive in his limited action was Q Robinson.
Yep.
He had some good pass rushes that he put on tape. Same with Ellis. Jonah Ellis had a few good reps out there as well. So
he's a good player.
He is a good player.
Yeah.
Even with his gigantic robotic arm brace that he was wearing into the year.
Oh, he's one of those guys that I look at and say, no, that guy's a starting pass rusher on a lot of teams in the league. That guy's a pretty good player. So yeah, the Broncos front 7, their ability to be able to work together, that Zach Allen number, I don't think that's anything to sneeze at. That is really, really impressive what he was able to do this season. But yeah, one of the goofier things is, all of that pass rushing success, and yet if I go to forced fumbles, Nick Bonito down there tied for 26th in the NFL with 2.
Yeah, and one of them came in the last game.
Exactly. Again, this was not a big turnover defense in the slightest bit. By the way, Joey Bosa up in Buffalo led the NFL with 5 forced fumbles this season.
Something to think about if that team rolls in here.
Yeah. So, yeah, without a doubt, something to be very, very aware of. So Bosa, even though he only had 5 sacks this season, 5 forced fumbles, that makes you a little bit of a weapon. All right, Andy. I promised a Michael Lorenzen opinion here today.
Oh, we're going to do it right now?
For those of you that did not hear, the Rockies, they signed a pitcher today.
For $8 million.
That's right.
Wasn't even a minimum deal.
They gave former Reds guy Michael Lorenzen a little bit of money. He was most recently a Kansas City Royal, but the Rockies go and get Michael Lorenzen. 1-year deal, although there's an option on the second year should Michael Lorenzen step in and be okay. So what are we talking about? We're talking about Freeland and Feltner.
Kevin Freeland?
Wow, we haven't heard that one in a while.
Well, there's been no reason. You didn't think you knew the names before. Mad Dog's not going to know anything about this Rockies team. I can tell you that.
That's a very good point.
Let's see. Herman Marquez is a free agent, correct?
Yeah,
so I don't think he'll be returning, but who knows? I
Yeah.
didn't see that he signed with anybody. Did you?
No, not that I've seen
Senzatella's
yet.
probably done, right?
Chase Dolander is going to be a part of this
Chase
rotation.
Dolander is going to be
obviously.
part of this.
Yeah.
I think our guy
Tanner Gordon's a warm body.
Who did they get from the Cardinals for Nolan? Gomber's leaving.
El Gomberino's
I don't
outta
think
here.
he can wait to get out of here.
Yeah. Mhm.
I think he probably tried to drive as soon as he could.
Look, is Michael
Was he released,
Lorenzen
matter of fact, before the end of the year?
El Gomberino?
Was he given the old DFA?
I think they did. Yeah, now that you mention it. Boy, it's fuzzy.
Oh, it really
It's
is.
really fuzzy.
I watched the least amount of Rockies baseball last year that I ever have.
Michael Lorenzen he's not going to be like a star here in Colorado. Okay, I don't want you to mishear that. The one thing that I'm currently evaluating this new front office on is what's your process? I don't think the Rockies are going to be very good next year. Shocking hot take. They're going to lose 100 games again. Okay, they're going to be terrible. But what are you doing to climb out of the hole, and what is the process by which you're climbing out of the hole? All
Got to
right?
put it together somewhere.
Yeah. Michael Lorenzen last year in Kansas City averaged 8.1 strikeouts per 9 innings, okay? That is already better than anybody that was in the Rockies rotation last year. Now, it's still below league average.
Yeah, and are some of those? What's his strikeout pitch? Do you know? Is
And-
it something that's going to need a little humidity bites
And
to do its
is it
thing? Or?
like? And here's what you always worry about, Andy. When these guys get to Coors Field, is like, okay, you know, are you going to have fewer strikeouts because because his strikeout to walk was very good. It was 3.26, which is actually the same as Freeland had last year. And you start to look at it and go, all right, well, is he going to nibble more at Coors Field because he's worried about contact? Of course, Coors Field's going to get in everybody's head a little bit, but is the guy going to be able to overcome it? One of the biggest problems that I've had with the way the Rockies, how they got here really, is I think they let elevation win. And they started considering it as the only thing that they thought they had to be able to overcome. The Rockies did a really dumb thing where they stopped trying to get good baseball players. And they tried to start fitting everything into there's only a certain profile because elevation.
Sure. And you don't know.
Exactly. If you can miss bats, you can miss bats anywhere. Okay? That's the thing that they forgot about. All right. Now, does that mean that Michael Lorenzen is going to come in here and be a Cy Young candidate? God, no. No, he's going to be a number 3 or 4 starter on what's going to be a putrid pitching staff this year. But if your process is, can you miss bats and get outs? That's good process.
Sure.
That's smarter thinking than what they have been, because the greatest weakness has been just the part where they, find good baseball players.
Yeah. Look, not having warming Bernabelle is going to hurt things, but okay, I'm glad about your faith.
Yeah. It just, in the very least, again, it's not faith. It's what are you showing me?
You at least like the profile.
I like the thought process.
Yeah, guys that miss bats when they pitch.
In
That's
getting
good.
a Michael Lorenzen.
Sure.
Okay?
I'm mad you don't care about warming Bernabel, though. I mean, I thought that was your guy for a minute.
Bummed that he's gone.
Now he's just gone, and you don't care because you're a heartless Grinch.
That is true. We have another keyword coming up at 5:20.
Is it warming?
Do it a little bit smarter. By the way, we didn't even play the fun imaging.
Oh, we still got it coming, right?
That we came up with for our new Rockies conversation. Give it to us one time, Spring.
What team do you play for, Jake?
The Rockies.
Here in
Denver. Mm-hmm.
I didn't know they still had a team.
Yeah, we got uniforms and everything.
Yeah, they do.
Thank you, Jake Taylor.
They look like Taco Bell from the 80s.
Eric Johnson stopped by in there, by the way.
That was great work by Spring.
Also,
might have to come back.
Jake Taylor, stop stalking, you weirdo. Leave Renee Russo alone. Let her come to you, okay? That's what you're being a creep following her to her apartment.
Well, she's sowing her oats and you don't like it.
Guys, don't do that.
Yeah,
Okay,
well, that's always good advice.
don't do that.
Just stay home.
Don't follow her into where she lives. You're gonna probably go to prison for that.
Would you rather go Tom Cruise style and just follow her into the bathroom the way he did?
I think what I'm saying is I would rather you do the complete opposite
Of all this.
of that.
Don't follow 80s movies on how to get the girl.
Those movies have aged poorly, and Jake Taylor was a creepy stalker. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. In-depth vending machine conversations taking place in the hallway. Right now, it's time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Mark Springer, which is brought to you by...
It's brought to you by Papa Murphy's, Nate.
Yes, it is.
Papa Murphy's. That's what it's brought to you by.
Take and bake pizza.
Yeah,
Spring,
you take it home.
You pick it up there.
You take it home.
You bake it at home.
And you make it yourself.
You do.
Go to Papa Murphy's.
It's marvelous.
That's a great place.
Yeah, got the chicken and artichoke the other day.
Oh my gosh.
Terrific.
Living like a king, Nate.
You do when you go to Papa Murphy's.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Hey, we have another Broncos coordinator interviewing for a head coaching position.
We sure do. I didn't see this one coming.
Yeah, it's not Vance Joseph. It's not Davis Webb. He's not even a coordinator. But either way, it is Darren Rizzi, the Broncos special teams coordinator, is interviewing with the New York Giants.
The Rizzler is out there potentially going to Gotham to take down Batman there, Andy.
Very well played.
Did you see this one coming? Did you think Darren Rizzi was going to jump in on that Giants conversation?
Not at all.
No.
Can't imagine it happens.
Yeah.
Unless they want to do something about the toiletries in the coach's bathroom when it's all said and done.
He does really like that bathroom.
He talked about how he was the one with the Saints that really went and had a moment in that coach's bathroom that he didn't have as just the special teams coach.
Darren Rizzi can do a virtual interview with the Giants this week. However, should he move to the second round of interviewing, if Darren Rizzi should knock the socks off the Giants, then they would have to wait until perhaps as long as after the Super Bowl, after the Broncos win it all, thanks to Darren Rizzi's special teams, for him to get a second interview.
Do you ever – here's how I look at it when something like this happens, okay? How do you sell that to the fan base? All due respect to Darren Rizzi.
Darren Rizzi?
But here's your new head coach, the special teams guy in Denver is going to turn around Jackson Dart and the franchises. Isn't like that? Didn't you already roll Joe Judd out to that fan base?
Joe Judge.
Wasn't that him?
You did. Yes.
Can you really do that again?
Well,
I say no.
In this case, you conveniently overlook the whole Joe Judge thing. By the way, I did not realize this till I was watching the playoff game last weekend. Joe Judge he's a coach at Ole Miss right now.
Oh yeah, I heard that. I remember that.
Yeah, they kept talking about Joe Judge. I was like, that Joe Judge? Yeah, that Joe Judge.
Still working.
He's got a gig. Got a game tonight.
Yep.
I'll
be watching.
Go get him, Joe Judge. That
Tell the Avs.
By the way, that game kicks off in about 24 minutes. Ole Miss and Miami tonight.
You like this setup, by the way? One tonight, one tomorrow.
I love it.
In a week from Monday.
Yeah, this is great.
It's smart they don't take on the NFL playoff weekend.
Exactly.
I would assume,
I'm looking forward to watching this tonight. This should be fun. But I would simply say, again, if I was the Giants and I was just like, Darren Rizzi's our guy, I would just be like, hey, John Harbaugh, former special teams coordinator. Bill Belichick, former special teams coordinator. Plenty of guys have been really, really good at this job. Just try not to remember the whole Joe Judge thing.
Yeah, let's never mind the Joe Judge thing, and he went 3-5 with the Saints after taking over for Dennis Allen. So.
It's also very possible Darren Rizzi doesn't get this job.
Yeah, but it just feels like a random. I mean, again, is that a who's there with the Giants? Is there a former Bronco? No, that's with the Jets and all the former Bronco people. I have no idea then why the Giants are doing this. Quite honestly,
yeah, I don't really
Good
either.
for him.
Yeah, I believe. Antonio Pierce is going to interview
Another
for the Giants
weird thing.
head coaching job.
Yeah.
I used to play for them.
Good. How's that working out for the Jets?
You have that connection
with Aaron Glenn
as well. It's a hell of a needle to have to thread to find the right head coach. But in the meantime, good on Darren Rizzi.
Good luck, Darren Rizzi.
His name is out there and it's hot. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Hey, a hot name out there now is Mike McDaniel.
It sure is.
He was fired by the Dolphins this morning after it originally looked like he was not going to get fired. Even talked to the media the other day. We played one of his clips. According to Mary Kay Cabot of Cleveland.com, the Browns have interest in speaking with Mike McDaniel about their opening at head coach. And according to Ian Rappaport, the Lions have reached out to McDaniel about potentially becoming their new offensive coordinator.
Ooh, Jared Goff with Mike McDaniel. That could be good.
Hey, let's remember Mike McDaniel.
Ooh.
The only way we know how via Sarah McLaughlin.
Of your. Don't worry, Mark Springer, no matter what gig he gets, if he's an offensive coordinator somewhere next year, Andy,
Which is, I think, the most likely outcome.
Still has to talk to the media once a week.
He's the guy. It is amazing. I think he's a guy, for once, he's a guy that we, the media, like more than I think the NFL establishment does. I just feel like, the Howie Long types or the Troy Aikmans, I'm not sure they find him amusing.
Could you imagine Mike McDaniel and Dan Campbell together?
We got to make it happen.
That's such a good combo. That's
he
the
might dial Dan down.
That's like the greatest press conference
Ever.
coaching staff that you could ever assemble.
They need to literally go one after the other.
Smoky Hill High School zone, Mike McDaniel, let go.
I would like him with Jared Goff and that running back now. You're looking to have a potent offense. I think that'd work real well. That West Coast system, yeah.
I mean, I said it yesterday. Baltimore, I know they're all hot for Cliff Kingsbury. Mike McDaniel coaching Lamar Jackson, you'd have something there. That could be good. And again, I would want McDaniel in the coordinator role. I'm sure he likes the head coaching salary. It's a nice bump, but in the coordinator role, I think he could be very, very good.
He needs a couple years there to show the Miami thing is it's Miami.
Yeah.
Because they're kind of becoming the Jets.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Hey, Colts GM Chris Ballard talking to the media today about Daniel Jones, who tore his Achilles and is a free agent. Ballard today saying, quote, that Daniel Jones is a really good fit for the organization. In terms of contract stuff, they will work through that. And he thinks that Daniel Jones has a really bright future in Indianapolis.
I think he could as well, Andy. Plus, if you're Chris Ballard, you can come out and say all this stuff publicly because the guy's coming off an Achilles, so he really doesn't have much of a market out there. You can save a whole bunch of money by keeping him around, but Daniel Jones was pretty good for the Colts.
He really was. Now you do wonder if some of the mobility will still be there that's made that guy a problem in the past.
Yeah.
But to your point, it probably gets him. What do you think? That becomes a $25, $30 million contract rather than having to slap the $50, $60 million like you were cruising towards?
Or maybe even 40.
Yeah.
And Daniel Jones does not have much leverage in that.
Well, and he's already made 40 with the Giants. Didn't go so well.
Yeah, exactly.
Again, that's where you just go to him and say, look, man, we want to get you 25, maybe 30 million. Let us keep building the team. Don't soak up all the cap space, and you've already lived through that in New York.
I think it's pretty clear. Steichen really liked him. I think Ballard really likes him. The Colts are an interesting team to kind of pay attention to, and I think Carly Gordon-Ursay, she's kind of a fun new NFL character that I'm kind of keeping a close eye on right now to see what happens with that organization. So, I find the Colts, for being an AFC South team, I find them quite compelling. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, let's talk injuries for a couple of NFC playoff games. First, the Saturday night game. The Bears are slight home dogs hosting the Packers. For the Bears, wide receiver Rome Odunze is going to return after missing the last 5 games.
By the way, shout out to Rome Odunze's fro.
Oh, it's great.
That thing is
glorious.
I mean, chef's kiss.
He was a nightmare on my fantasy team. Like, I'd sit him, he'd go off. I'd start him, he'd suck.
There
was a thing.
Yeah.
For the Packers, their right tackle, Zach Tom, is questionable to play.
He got hurt against the Broncos.
Against the Broncos.
Yeah.
He could make his return on Saturday.
Yeah. Zach Tom is something you got to worry about. I don't know. Here's what's funny about that game, Andy, is like, do I think the Packers are that good? Not really. Not since the Micah Parsons injury. But can they go in and beat Chicago? God, yes, they can.
Yeah, they could. And also, Chicago could put a who's the daddy whooping on them, too. So
The Bears
we'll have
could
to see.
the Bears could really lean into their run game, and the Bears' passing game is funny. Like Spring talked about, when it worked, it really worked, and when it didn't, oof, it could get pretty ugly. But the one thing the Bears have going for them, they can flat out run the football.
LaFleur coaching for his job?
I don't think so. Is there more?
Dude,
and again,
Harbaugh's out there. Everyone's on notice.
Maybe I'm out of town stupid on this. I look at Matt LaFleur from a distance, and I'm like, that guy's a really good football coach.
Yeah, but it's Packerland, and
Yeah.
good records have disintegrated on him down the stretch the last 2 years. And when he had the good record in the home field advantage, he was disappointing in the playoffs.
Doesn't he get the pass without Parsons this year?
I think he gets a little of the. I think there's a little of the George Karl frustration from the hometown folks.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, that's another one where being out of town stupid. I look at it from afar, and I'm like, you guys think you're going to do better than that?
Right.
You're idiots.
Oh, I don't disagree. He'd become the next hot coaching name that might usurp some of the guys out there now.
Yeah.
But you know,
Yeah, I bristle at a lot of the Sean Payton hate that we get in this town. I think he's the biggest reason they were 14-3 this year. And yet there are Broncos fans that are listening to this right now that would more than happily run that guy out of town. So I just think locals are always unhappy with whoever their football coach is.
yeah, when you want a new coach and a new quarterback, if things don't go your way.
Absolutely. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We got another keyword for you on a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. We'll do that when we come back. Plus, Jamal Murray, second team All-NBA, third team All-NBA. How high is Jamal climbing right now, fresh off of a career-high 17-assist performance? I got a great quote from Jamal Murray that I want to listen to when we come back. We told you we would get you a third and final keyword, and we're men of our word here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. It's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Your keyword this hour, Rogan, as in Seth Rogen, not Joe Rogan. R-O-G-E-N. I believe Joe Rogan's R-O-G-A-N.
Rogan won.
Seth Rogen. Text Rogan to 303-504-0925 along with your first and last name, and you are entered for tickets to Nuggets Hornets on Sunday the 18th. The Wilhite Law Firm giving you a chance to win big on and off the court. Visit wilhitewins.com. Again, your keyword this hour is Rogan. Good luck. So what movie had Seth Rogen, Cameron Diaz, and Christoph Waltz in it?
No idea.
Anyone?
Pineapple Express was not it, right?
Nope, I don't.
I'm trying to think where Diaz and Rogan, I don't know who the other guy is. Give me some characters he's actually played.
Christoph Waltz?
Yes.
He was bad guy in one of the most recent, in Skyfall, actually.
Oh, okay.
I believe.
All right.
No, not Skyfall. Spectre.
Okay.
Excuse me. Spectre on Christoph Waltz.
Yeah, I don't know.
It appears to be the Green Hornet.
The Green
all right.
Hornet.
There we go.
A movie I never saw.
And they're playing the Charlotte Hornets?
The Charlotte Hornets. There it is. Okay, see, we landed the plane eventually.
Well done, Kevin.
Christoph Waltz, by the way, he's in Frankenstein. The most recent interpretation of Frankenstein.
Didn't you tell me that was pretty good on Netflix, right?
I mean, it was long.
Yeah, I don't like that.
But we watched it over 3 different nights.
Listen, I just sat through the Stranger Things finale, so I guess I can do long.
Okay.
Yeah, that season. You know what? I really hope this, I'm just going to say this. I really hope the Broncos season doesn't end up like the Stranger Things season.
Was it disappointing?
Series. The first 4 seasons of Stranger Things I thought was a grand old time.
Okay.
The last season, not so much.
It became a slog for you?
It kind of made me bored, and I didn't like the ending.
Okay.
So I really, really hope we're not aiming for that somewhere, really, with any of these potential championship teams. The Nuggets, the Avs, the Broncos. Let me enjoy the end.
Christoph Waltz, the opening scene of Inglourious Bastards. Oof. Evil. God, he is creepy. Good actor, though.
Do you see the Green Hornet?
As I said, I never saw it. I never saw the Green Hornet.
Did you see?
Do you know in the original Green Hornet, the television show, the character of Kato was played by Bruce Lee?
I did not.
There you go. That's
I don't know a lot about the Hornet lore.
That's Green Hornet knowledge that I have for you.
Well, I'm glad you got something. More than what I got.
Seth Rogen.
Text
Rogen to 303-504-0925 along with your first and last name, and you will be entered. Apparently, our boss, Kevin Shockey, has watched The Green Hornet. I never did.
Does that check out?
Sure.
I don't. Kevin Shockey, superhero movie guy?
I don't know if seeing The Green Hornet makes you a kind of person, does it?
I think you're pretty committed to comic book hero movies if you do.
Okay. All right.
Give me like a Batman here and there.
See, I like those movies.
Give me a Spider-Man, but I'm all right. I don't need, like, when they all get together, the super friends or whatever the hell's going on, I'm not worried about that. There's too many of you. I just need one hero.
If they made a Super Friends movie, I would watch that.
That might be the Legion of Doom and all that.
Yeah. Legion of Boom or Legion of Doom?
Doom.
Okay.
I don't like the Legion of Boom.
Wasn't the Legion of Doom a wrestling tag team?
They might have been.
Okay.
But I remember that, like, wannabe Vader head coming out in the cartoon that they had in the swamp all the time.
Mm-hmm.
The weird Bizarro Superman, Lex Luthor.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that commercial,
yeah.
the cartoon?
The Justice League.
The Justice League was hanging out with their shiny white cabana or whatever.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Super Friends, it was just a little more playful. They were always hugging each other. I don't know. So Jamal Murray.
Jamal Murray.
I don't know.
See, Shockey's chiming in.
I don't know how to get
He doesn't like that we cracked the code.
I don't know how to get out of this. Okay, but I'm going to try. Jamal Murray. Okay.
Shockey claims to have not seen The Green Hornet. You buying that? He said he knew there was a movie. He Googled the actors. I'm calling bull. I think you've seen it.
303-504-0925. The Green Hornet. Seen it? I'm not opposed to seeing it. I just never did.
Okay, but is it like, what was the one where Affleck's Batman and they're all trying to get along?
The insurance company?
No. Ben Affleck's Batman. And he's got the Robo Batman suit and he's trying to fight Superman. And that movie was terrible.
Bad matchup, by the way.
Yeah, you ain't going to win, son.
I'm going to take Superman every time. You know why, by the way, spoiler alert, you know why they didn't kill each other in that movie? Because both their moms had the same name.
Oh, great.
Seriously.
Yeah.
It's legitimately
No, I know.
one of the worst scenes in cinema history.
You're right.
Yeah. Both of their mothers were named Martha, and they were like, wait, your mom's name is Martha too? I guess we won't destroy the planet.
I guess I can't kill you.
It really did happen.
What was Wonder Woman doing during all this? Because she was hanging out there.
Just being hot. I don't know. Anyway,
yeah.
Rogan.
Dot.
Text Rogan. You know the thing about Wonder Woman, she was very tall, much like NBA players. Professional radio segue.
Jamal Murray.
22 points, 17 assists last night for Jamal Murray.
What? 22 point what?
22 points, 17 assists.
22.17?
17 assists, new career high. Breaking his previous record set a couple of days ago against Brooklyn when he had 16 assists.
See, it's 22 assists. Can we just say 22 assists?
22 points. 17 assists.
I see. Okay, I thought you were saying 22.17. I was like, it's just 22. That's right. He had 17 assists, 22 points. Now but I thought for a minute you were giving me like a decimal point assist, and it was really irritating me.
So he scored 22 points.
He got 17 assists. They needed all 17.
He had 17 assists.
You know what would have been cool is if Payton Watson could have gotten an assist on a foul for free throws for him near the end.
They scored 114 points. They scored 4 more than the Celtics, and they won.
That's all that matters.
That's right. 3-4 on the road trip. Andy, Jamal, last night was one of my favorite Jamal Murray games I've ever seen. Like, I know he went for 52 against Indiana a couple of weeks ago, and that, like, I love that version of Jamal, too, when he just goes unconscious. But last night, it was pure playmaking. It was, and like, being as good a passer as he has really become. Like, not even just the fact that the assist total are up. And this is the first time in his career he's averaged over 7 assists per game. He's actually averaging, Andy, follow me on this, 7.5 assists per game.
8 assists.
Yes.
Go ahead.
No decimal points on this show. There's no room for nuance.
Hey, you can't have half an assist. What's a half an assist?
It's an average of what he gets per game.
Round up the average.
Yeah, but I hate rounding up from 0.5 to the next number.
You're going to have to. I got news for you,
I'll
Kreckman.
do it.
A new world's coming.
I'll do it from a 0.7, from a 0.8.
You know, pennies are running out. Everything's going to have to start hitting the 5. Okay?
I don't like it from a 0.5. That's you're giving up too much. Either way.
So you want it above the 5.
I do.
Fine.
Then
he's
I'll
averaging
round.
7 assists. I don't care.
See, but I don't want to round down either because I don't feel like that's giving him his credit. I think 7.5 does the job.
How the hell you have half an assist?
On a per game basis.
I don't care.
You can do it.
No. Go ahead.
Listen to this quote from Jamal last night after the game. Andy, like when you watch him right now, he is so in control of what is happening out on the floor. Last night, he completely took over that fourth quarter, and he largely did it with his passing. He was more effective than Jaylen Brown, who everybody is like, well, that guy's having a first-team All-NBA kind of season. I'd rather have that Jamal Murray than anything that Boston got out of Jaylen Brown last night. That's for damn sure. But listen to this quote from Jamal after the game last night. There's something really interesting in here.
I felt like my teammates were hooping. So I was just finding the ball and trying to keep pressure on them as well as pick my spots and play my game. You know, just a balance. You know, with not just without Yoke, but with everybody that's out, just creating for other guys. And if it doesn't work, creating again. And at the same time, with the mentality that I can't be too passive and I gotta also be aggressive. I can't be too aggressive. I gotta get my teammates as well. So just pick my spots, and I'm not really doing nothing different.
Creating for other guys, and when it doesn't work, creating again. I think that says a lot about the maturation of what he's become as a basketball player.
That was a Jokic-style game.
Right.
Because at the end, what I love the most is I've got to get other guys involved. It's like Scotty told us in crosstalk too many times this year and other points.
Yeah.
He dribbles the clock out. He takes the air out of the ball. He's trying to find his shot. And you know what? Credit to those guys for now. They got a little lax about it, where you got to be available to him too, right, in order for him to create.
Of course.
And they weren't always doing that in the third at points. But I like you. I love hearing that from Jamal.
That's also how that's what he's playing like right now.
Yeah.
That's exactly what you're seeing. Don't be too passive, but also don't be too aggressive. Finding the sweet spot in your game. What was when Nikola Jokic made the step from all-star to
all-world
MVP, to all-time great. It was always the, he's a great passer, but he should really go looking for his own shot more. I think with Jokic, it was always, it was to get him to push through the passivity and become a more complete player and a more dangerous player with the ball in his hands night in and night out. Those nights where you look up at the end of the game and it'd be like, why did Jokic take 6 shots?
Yeah, sometimes you got to be the dude, man.
Right, exactly. And just go score. Just use your physicality and go and score. Like, for Jamal, I think it is, again, like, look to involve, look to create, rather than just look for the shot. So some of that criticism that you threw out there is valid. I think other parts of it are, especially when he had to play with bad second units, it was just like, well, a Jamal off-balance shot late in the shot clock is the best shot this unit's going to get.
No, you're right at times. But again, when you get everybody else involved and then feeling it.
Yeah.
His
passing right now, though, like Zeke went for 8 points in the fourth quarter last night. He was good defensively, and that's what kept him on the floor, but, he was finishing. Jamal was outstanding. Spring, do you have the Zeke dunk from last night? I want to say, what was it, 7 minutes left in the fourth quarter? Play this highlight for me right here.
Murray has it at the point. Gets a high pick there from Payton Watson. Dribbles down to the wing. Back behind him over to Najee. Najee hands it back off over to Jamal Murray. Murray has it. Head fake. Throws it down low over to Najee. He got fouled and made the bucket.
Head fake, got the ball to him. Not head fake, contested shot. Head fake, how do I involve my teammate? And again, how do I get the ball to my big that isn't Jokic in a position to be able to score? Like, Andy, this isn't breaking news. Zeke Najee doesn't have the greatest hands we've ever seen.
No, he doesn't.
You got to get the ball to him in a manner with which he can be effective with it. And that's where Jamal Murray's creation and playmaking has just taken another leap forward.
Well, yes, but what's great to see is with the second unit guys, I think and we talked about this first hour. What can we sustain from this little run, this road trip, this stretch of missing key people? Hopefully what I think sustains is Jamal telling his teammates, like Jokic often does, come play the game with me.
Right.
Come be an option, and I will reward you. Don't stand around in corners waiting for me to get triple teamed or whatever and try to dump the ball off to you. Continue to cut and play the offense as if Nikola was out here.
What was that?
Whatever.
That pass to the corner last night to CB for that 3 in the corner? That thing, going baseline and then a high English spin ball pass that finds its way through to Christian Brown and boom, catch and shoot 3. Winning plays right there. Jamal Murray, this version of Jamal Murray, this as a creator, as a guy that is dictating what is happening out on the floor, this isn't just an all-star. That's a guy that he should be all NBA. He should be a top 15 player in the league with the kind of basketball that he's playing right now.
All right. How much problem would that give in Oklahoma City? How much problem does that give in Minnesota Timberwolves? How much problem will that give the Houston Rockets if you can continue to play in this way?
Exactly.
And they can't just come in and, frankly, mug the whatever out of you and Jokic all game.
Yeah. And they're going to. It's going to be physical, but also.
But if you're moving the ball, they can't just sit back and do that.
And
now,
Jamal,
guys got to still hit shots. But
and Jamal is also like he's strong enough that I don't think that kind of like length will bother him because length will bother any shooter in the NBA unless you're
a lot
Kevin
of guards,
Durant.
especially.
Exactly. But like physicality, like Jamal's strong enough to be able to handle that stuff, and he will operate in a phone booth. He's got no problem with doing that.
Well, and again, all this speaks to is you continue to just build the bench, build. Just the more guys you've got going,
the
more special this season has a chance to be.
Your keyword is Rogan, as in Seth Rogen, Rogen. Text Rogan,
star of the Green Hornet movie that Kevin Shockey has never seen.
He claims.
We're not sure.
Did they ever make was it a full franchise? Did they make a second?
I got no idea.
Is there a Green Hornet
again?
too?
I don't know.
Still stinging?
Nice.
Thank you.
Nice.
303-504.
I think there is just the Hornet.
0925.
That was a great Denver bar once upon a time.
Once upon a time. Pour one out for the Hornet. Text Rogan to 303-504-0925, as in Seth Rogen, Rogen, that enters you to win Nuggets Hornets tickets on Sunday, January 18th. It's all brought to you by the Will Hite Law Firm, giving you a chance to win big on and off the court. Visit willheitewins.com. Your keyword this hour is Rogen. Text it in right now. Avalanche tonight, Andy. Back home.
Yeah.
Taking on the Ottawa Senators.
Got a couple things. There's a couple interesting cuts from the Bednar show.
Yep.
Maybe we'll get into a couple of those.
Let's dive into that when we come back.
Let's have a little fun.
Yeah, we got the hockey coming up tonight. Plus, today is a big anniversary in Denver sports.
Is it one of the biggest?
It is a rather large one, a rather loud and large one. And that is all coming up next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Andy, we got Ray Lewis and Ed Reed out there shaking hands with Eli Manning before kickoff. Miami and Ole Miss about to get going in the Sugar Bowl. I say about to get going. I have no idea when this game's going to kick off.
Nah, there's a lot of pomp and circum. They've got more crap going on than before the Super Bowl.
They said 5:30.
And it's already 5:45. Connor McGahey would be punching walls in the broadcast booth if he was waiting to call this one.
Just play the damn game.
Yeah, now they're trying to do the coin toss.
Okay.
So I assume this means we haven't even had the anthem yet, or who knows?
We haven't had a coin toss yet. I always love when they have to show, too, like this is heads and this is tails, as though it's going to be tough for anybody to be able to figure out.
Well, remember, we did have that problem with the Lions and Steelers back in the day on Thanksgiving.
That is true. Anyway, just play the damn football game. Ole Miss and Miami, national semifinal, Indiana, Oregon tomorrow. Let's do this thing. All right. Avalanche tonight, Andy. They take on the Senators over there at Ball Arena at 7 o'clock. By the way, we got the Blitz coming up next with Spring and Raj. It's Between the Blitz tonight right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Is it a Blitz sandwich?
I believe so. With
no, it's a pipe sandwich.
A pipe.
Bong and a Blitz?
Right. Right.
Pancake and a pipe?
Okay. Anyway. They're gonna
do two shows.
Sports talk, and then they're going to do the Avalanche game, and then they're going to do.
Raj will be your host for the game.
Between the Pipes, and Connor will be calling the game and all that good stuff. They play the Senators tonight. Anyway, the Avalanche have some injury issues. Devon Taves, Gabriel Landeskog, Mackenzie Blackwood, heard of him. These guys all have injury problems. This morning, Jared Bednar was on the Moser, Lombardi, and Kane radio show here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, and he provided the injury updates.
The area that's hurt with Landeskog, is it like bones? Is it internal for the upper body? Can you answer that? And if you don't want to, go ahead.
Yeah, it is. He's going to miss, like, what I'd say now is multiple weeks. I don't know exactly what the time frame is going to be, but he's going to miss some time. And we'll just see how he works through it here. We should get a better idea. You know, like we sent him home on the trip, and Taze as well. He's muscular upper body. Taze is, and he's week to week, I would say. Lost Blackwood right before the trip, right? He's kind of the same thing week to week, but he's missed almost a week already. But Landy, it's just hard to tell. Just we'll see how he kind of works through it and develops during the rehab process here. But right now, the only thing he can do is kind of rest and wait, and then we'll see how he starts feeling better and when.
It's hard to say if it's musculoskeletal.
I didn't look at the X-ray or whatever else, and I like how he did say Taze does has a muscular upper body. Yes, he does. He's a hockey player.
Let's listen to Brett Kane.
Let's get this question.
Give me this question again here, Spring. Here's investigative reporter Brett Kane on the job this morning talking to Jared Bednar.
The area that's hurt with Landeskog, is it like bones? Is it internal for the upper body? Can you answer that? And if you don't want to, go ahead.
If you don't want to.
I also like that. If you don't want to, go ahead. And the coach is going to go, if I don't want to, I won't.
I choose not to.
I want to hear Brett Kane do that to Sean Payton, and then let's hear how this goes.
Is it bones?
Is it bones?
Is it like bones?
Yeah.
Is it bones? What is going on with this injury? Is it bones?
Damn it, Jim. I'm a doctor, not a bricklayer.
Is it multiple bones or just a bone that is currently bothering Gabriel Landeskog? Why is he out? Bones. Problem with his bones.
Is it like bones?
Is it like bones? Not even just is it bones, is it like bones?
Yeah. I love Brett. I'm so happy Brett's back.
That's so good. The idea of like, this is the most absurd thing in all of professional sports.
It is.
Upper and lower body designation is the silliest thing. And so this is the only way I can ask this question.
Well, Brett's trying to look, I understand for Brett too. He's trying to ask a question and get people answers, and he also doesn't want coach upset with him.
Is it like bones?
Yeah. Do you have the follow-up from Vic now? I wasn't going to play it, but now Vic had asked.
It's
just-
like
all I
Let's
need
just
is
play the
Bednar's
question.
answer.
Let's play Vic's question.
You want to do the question?
Yeah, we'll do
All
it,
right.
yeah.
Here's what Vic see, Vic, I think, felt like you.
Uh-huh.
Because then Vic followed up with this.
Coach, I want you to set me straight on this because I honestly don't know the answer to this question I've asked before. Why is hockey so stealth? Why is the NHL so stealth when it comes to injuries? Why not identify what the injury is? Why is it always nebulous when an injury occurs?
Yeah, I think, for me, it's like I would say that goes back a little ways. 80s, 90s even, if you're kind of watching the games, like say when Joe played, you're not going to give it out all year and then not give it out in the playoffs. And I think as games get more important, like there was a time in this game where if you knew what someone had, you were targeting it, and it doesn't take much, a guy's got a wrist injury, you're going after that wrist every chance you get. Everyone on your team knows it. And because everyone's looking for just a slight advantage to win come that time of the year. So I think that's the reason.
Is
And
it
he's not
like
wrong.
bones?
Yeah. If you do have the bone bruise,
If you have, but you don't know which bone it's in because it's multiple bones.
well, that's why you give him the old upper body. Guess which bone now, pal?
Which upper body bone?
Yeah. How many bones in the upper body there, Nate? Now you got to guess. Now you don't know. You ain't sure.
Isn't there what is there like 260 something bones in
A
the
lot
human
of
body?
bones. Narrowing that sucker down ain't gonna happen. How many upper body bones?
206
total.
Well, an adult human body has 206, though babies are born with about 300 that fuse over time. Apparently, while you're growing, you're just fusing bones all over the place.
No, why not?
Wow.
Yeah, thank you, Nicola.
Is it like bones?
206 bones in the human body.
Glad we could clear all that up for you.
How would you like one
Bottom
more?
line, nobody's coming back soon, it sounds like. So we'll
They got
just see
bones
it.
problems.
They got bones. They got muscle. Maybe a ligament. Maybe a cartilage.
Andy, the Avs play the Ottawa Senators tonight.
Yep.
A bunch of guys with 206 bones.
No. Yeah, I was about to say. 25 times 206.
Yeah, I can't do that math that quickly in my head. Too much rounding.
Sure.
Are you ready to play a little get to know your Ottawa Senators tonight here on the show, Andy?
No.
Let's see how you do. I'm excited about this one, okay? I believe in you.
5,150 bones, by the way.
That the Senators
Ain't
bring
no
to town
5280,
tonight.
but they're rolling it. Well, they're hockey players. We may be missing a few of those, too.
Here we go, Andy. We call this game Ottawa Senator or U.S. Senator.
Okay.
Ottawa Senator or U.S. Senator. Right now here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. You ready for this one, Andy? You feel good?
No.
Do you know your U.S. Senators?
No.
Do you know your Ottawa Senators? No. Okay. Let's see how we do. Dan Sullivan, Ottawa Senator or U.S. Senator? Dan Sullivan.
That sounds like a classic U.S. Senator.
That is a Republican from Alaska. Nice job.
There we go.
Dan Sullivan.
Yep.
Brian Schatz. Is that an Ottawa Senator or a U.S. Senator? Brian Schatz.
Give me the name one more time.
Schatz. Like bones.
It's a number 2.
Brian Schatz.
Come on. U.S. Senator.
That's a Democrat from Hawaii.
Yeah.
Nice job.
Yeah. Just wanted you to say it a few times.
You're cleaning up on this game. Todd Young. Is that a U.S. Senator or an Ottawa
I think
Senator?
that's going to be an Ottawa Senator.
Todd Young is a Republican from Indiana.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Not been to Indiana much.
Stephen Halliday.
That'll be an Ottawa Senator.
That's an Ottawa Senator. Nice job.
That's a good sports name right
Stephen
there.
Halliday is I don't know what the hell he is. I wrote it down.
It doesn't matter.
He's on the Ottawa Senators.
He's there.
He's on their second power play unit. Where's number 83? Ridley Gregg. Ridley Gregg. Is that a U.S. Senator or an Ottawa Senator?
I'm going to go with the U.S. Senator. Oh, I thought it was too obvious that it was an Ottawa Senator. That is a hockey name if I ever heard it.
Ridley
but
Gregg.
I feel like he messes with me, so I figured that I would go against what would be the obvious.
Number 71.
You're seeing ghosts.
Man.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, how long before we get a few Ridleys and Bradens and
in the U.S.
and
Senate?
Tage. We got a Tage Thompson representing D.C.
John Barrasso.